73 countries, pool play, team sealed, team unified standard. Let the craziness begin. Welcome to Barcelona. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall, and from Inside R&D, Mr. Ian Duke, setting the scene for you with roughly 25 minutes before the start of round one here on day one of the World Magic Cup. Gentlemen, it's one of the most fabulous events in the calendar. BDM, what are you most looking forward to?
The thing that I look most forward to coming into the event is really the display of national pride that we see from these teams all over the world. You have people in international garb, you have the Scottish team all in kilts, you have the Colombian team all, and the Dominican team and the Mexican team and the, Guatemalan team in their, multicolored jackets. I mean, people are just so excited to be here and how invested their countries are at home watching for them and cheering for them.
Ian, how about you?
I'm really interested in seeing two awesome, unusual, but exciting formats. Team Limited is going to be really, really cool here. These are like super powered versions of draft decks, so we're going to see some really high synergy, some really exciting play. We were just out there on the floor seeing the teams build. It looked awesome. And then later on in the day, Team Unified Standard, I think, is going to be really, really cool to see what these teams come up with in terms of restrictions, breeding creativity, and some awesome new decks.
Okay, well, if you are wondering what is the system for the next 3 days, it mixes and matches every few hours. So why don't we walk through it? And BDM, let's start with you. Let's deal with Friday. What goes on today?
Well, right now, 73 teams are trying to create 3 decks out of 12 packs of Battle for Zendikar. You talked about it being like a high-powered booster draft format, but it's also like almost like a mini constructed format where players are like playing Battle for Zendikar constructed, and you're really trying to build these archetypes and find the most powerful combinations of colors in these 12 packs. That's going to happen for 3 rounds. Again, there's 4 players on each team, so 1 player is going to have to sit out and be in the coaching seat. We've heard rumors that even Flock, one of the most formidable players in the game, might be sitting out for all 3 limited rounds so he can coach his maybe less experienced team through some of the intricacies and get off to a good start here because, we'll talk about pool play a lot, but an 0-3 start is pretty bad. Then after 3 rounds of Team Seal, we're going to come back and we're going to do 4 rounds of Team Unified Standard. And that's, again, this idea that if you have 3 standard decks, if you stack them on top of each other, make a 225 card deck, it has to be standard legal still. So only 4 copies of Polluted Delta, only 4 copies of Siege Rhino through all 3 decks. You can't exceed that maximum.
Okay.
And that's going to be really exciting.
All right, so then the top 32 teams advance to day 2. So Ian, 32 teams come back tomorrow. Then the really fun math bit starts. So tell us about team pool play.
Right, so day 2 is going to be team pool play, which means those 32 teams are divided into 8 pools of 4, and they're going to play round robin among their pools, which means 3 rounds, each team playing against each of the other teams, and then the top 2 teams will advance to the second half of day 2.
Yeah, by far and away the most important thing on that page you're looking at there, if 2 or more teams are tied at the end of pool play, the team with the highest seeding will advance. Seeding matters. You'll hear us say it all weekend long. It is so important to come out of day 1 with a high seed because it means you can go 2-1 in pool play and advance to the next stage. Talking of the next stage, BDM, the second half of Saturday looks like this.
Yeah, so we get from that 32 teams, 2 teams from each pool advance. That leaves us with 16 teams. That's 4 pools of 4. And again, those teams will be reseeded. We're going to get a new seeding for them. And then they're going to play, again, the same thing, round robin. They're going to play each other team in the pool. Again, seeding will still matter, and it's actually going to be crucial because the results of that pool are going to determine which teams advance to Sunday to play in our top 8.
So that's the end of pool play. Ian, walk us through Sunday when all the big goodies get handed out.
Yeah, so on Sunday, the top 8 teams will advance to playoff in Team Unified Standard. So they'll play off in a traditional top 8 bracket, best 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3, advancing to the next round until finally we can crown 1 team champion.
And very exciting, we will show you every turn of the top 8. We will show you quarterfinal 1 in its entirety and then move on to quarterfinal 2, 3, and 4. Traditionally, we've had to ram them all together. We've got the space this time. You will see, if your team is in the top 8, you will see them win or lose live on air. All right, good stuff. Now, what are they actually playing for, BDM? Because national pride, that's great. but there's other things too.
There is $250,000 on the line here in prizes at this tournament. There you get a look at the payout per player. The first place team, those players will win $12,000. Also, a crucial 8 pro points available here. You know, you see someone like Martin Mueller, who came out of last year's World Magic Cup, you know, came in as kind of like someone to note. You know, he'd done well at the GPs, he'd had a little bit of Pro Tour success, but, you know, there was a huge jump for him to get onto the Pro Tour in this very meaningful way, have the points, and, you know, make a run at staying on the Pro Tour.
And 12 of our top 25 ranked players in the world right now are here this weekend campaigning and collecting pro points. But you see at the bottom that all members of the top 8 teams will be in Atlanta for Pro Tour Oath the Gateway.
And when I was talking to teams yesterday, this was, you know, we were saying, what are your goals here? And he's like, my goal is to get the 2 guys on my team who've never been to the Pro Tour before onto the Pro Tour, right? You know, it was like time and time again, you heard it. We want to get our team onto the Pro Tour. We want to get enough players from our country qualified and playing on the Pro Tour on a regular basis that we can, you know, we can form the next super team, the next Team Eureka, you know, the next, you know, Team Cabin Crew, and really stay on the Pro Tour meaningfully.
Ian, this sounds like one of the best tournaments ever to be at. How can people at home make sure that they're not watching us next year, but they're here next year?
So the main way to qualify for this tournament is to play in a World Magic Cup qualifier, WMCQ. And if you win one of those, then you'll get to represent your team here.
Okay, that's all very straightforward. Great stuff. Thanks for that, Ian and BDM. Now, I know that you're all desperate to know what are your countries doing out there during the build. We had a chance to walk the floor. We got a look at all 73 countries, and you can take a look at that right now. Here on the floor of the World Magic Cup, the teams are just starting their build. Let's walk you through the 73 countries. Over my right shoulder, we've got Argentina down here and Australia, led by Paul Jackson. On the other side of the row, we've got the Austrians there for you, and Team Belarus. On the far side, Valentin Makel leading the team for Austria. That's Team Belarus. In the yellow shirts right in front of you now, this is Team Belgium, led by Branko Nairink. He's their team captain. Amon Dossimon, a Grand Prix champion. And there you see Paulovita Dama de Rosa, one of the best, most decorated players in the history of the game. He leads Team Brazil, and on the far side you've got the Bulgarians there. Now if we just carry on to the left, there's Team Canada. Over here, the far side, Team Canada, Alexander Hayne and Sean McLaren in the red shirt on the far side you see there. And next to them we've got the Chileans, led by former Rookie of the Year Felipe Tapia Becerra. So there he is. Let's swing all the way around, and this is a real powerhouse team we've got here. We've got Chinese Taipei, the 2012 champions, laying out their sealed pool. I wonder how good their blue is. And on the far side of them, you've got the Chinese, also team world champions from Rome in 2009. Now, you've got some fantastic hats here. How great is this? This is part of the fun of the World Magic Cup. This is Team Colombia with the hats and hopefully with some good cards. I see a Ruin Processor there sitting there, a couple of Mind Rakers. They've got a Drana's Emissary. That could be good for them. And then if you swing round, his Daniel Antonio, he leads the Cypriot team, Team Cyprus, all in the matching shirts. They're there. And on the far side, a team that could do very well, the Croatians. And you see a Croatian soccer shirt on the far side there. So we'll head on down to 2 utter powerhouse teams, and here, if you just have a look, this is Team Denmark, the reigning champions, led by Martin Dang, Pro Tour champion, and here's Martin Muller as well from the World Championship, from the winning captain from last year. And on the far side, you've got the team of the Czech Republic. You've got Lucas Blahon there. You've got Andrej Strasky. Strasky thinks this is a fantastic Czech Republic team, and I'm inclined to agree. Let's head on down. You've got Estonia on our left, and here's another fantastic collection of outfits. This is the Dominican Republic on the far side, very much in full-on national dress, and this is just a fabulous way of building. We've got here, this is Team Ecuador building their pool, literally card by card, laying it all out. So we'll head on down and let's go It's time for England. Yes, it is. Here's Team England, led by Fabrizio and Terry, back again from the top four. You see Tom Law there in the background. And on the far side of them, it's the El Salvador team. And more outstanding costumes. Just come to your right and you will see Team Guatemala. This is just fabulous stuff. The Guatemalans there in matching everythings. And next door to them, we have Greece, the runners-up from last year. Bill Chronopoulos looking to do the business and go one better than last year. Over here now, this gentleman here on the right, this is Christian Seibold, the team captain for Germany. He is a team Grand Prix champion in this room. And on the far side, we've got Pierre Dajon in the blue shirt. He is the captain of Team France. Be interesting to see whether they can win again at the World Magic Cup. The winners, of course, from 2013. So we'll head on down to the end of this row, and who have we got here? This is Hong Kong and Hungary, two powerhouse teams. There's Li Shiqian standing up there, starting to lead the team on the quest for glory. And on the far side, you've got Team Hungary. Gabor Coxis, Tamas Naj there in the red shirt with his back to us. We think they could be a terrific team. So I'm going to head on round onto the next line. Plenty of teams to get through. That's the top 16 tables. As you can see, all spread out. A fabulous, intimate venue here in Barcelona. As we head on down, this is the Irish team led by Susan Heidemuller. And next door to them is the Israeli national team. And this is Shahar Shenhar, two-time world champion, leading the Israeli team. So we head on up, and we've got Malaysia, and this team right here that you're looking at now, this is Team Malta. The very first time they've played at the World Magic Cup. This is the 73rd country represented in the World Magic Cup. And now, they're going to struggle, let's be honest. If they win, it would be the most amazing thing ever. But I want to take you over here to an incredible stacked table. This is Team Japan, one of the best teams ever assembled for a World Magic Cup. Standing up in the red there, you've got six-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor Kenji Samura. There is Yuya Watanabe, a guaranteed Hall of Famer. Just one of the most astonishing players in the history of the game, along with Reichi Tamada, a Pro Tour champion, and honestly, a Pro Tour finalist rather, and they are just tremendous. And in the background, this could be a potential final. You are looking at the Italian team of Marco Camiluzzi on the right in the green cap there, and on the far side of him, Andrea Mengucci, a really terrific 1-2 punch for the Italians. Now, talking of Hall of Famers, there's Team Luxembourg with Steve Hatto. You're just looking at there, and in the background of them, you've got the Macedonian squad. And just come round to the right, because these are the Mexicans, and God bless them, this is an outstanding unit. So fantastic to see the matching shirts, incredible hats. And then just round to the right, here's Team New Zealand, Gene Brumby there, and the captain Jason Chung, Pro Tour Top 8 in the last year, of course. And then I'm going to swing you round to your left, and let's take a look here at Jelger Wiegersma, another Hall of Famer. He leads Team Netherlands, and they're now getting into their build. Let's move on up the chain, and I'm going to introduce you to Team Scotland. Here's the captain, Stephen Murray, and very much I'm going to get a nice low shot here, Jack, because if you just see over here, we've got kilts aplenty. Here we are. Just stand up for me, Team Scotland. Show us the kilts. Here we are. Isn't that fantastic? The official dress of Team Scotland, and God bless them, and Godspeed during the weekend. Fantastic stuff. In the background, Alexa Talarov leads the Serbian national team. So we head on up, and this is Singapore and Slovakia. In the background, you can see Ivan Flock. He, of course, is a Pro Tour champion, and he leads the Slovak Challenge this time around. And then just come left, and you'll see, again, a team that's done this every year. This is Team Uruguay, and they are in their white shirts and pale blue ties. That is the dress for every year. Whoever qualifies, that's what they all agree to wear. So I'm going to bring you round, because one huge team, a huge amount of expectation, pressure, whatever you want to call it. This is Team USA. So let's take a look. We've got the Player of the Year, Mike Sigrist, in the face-to-face game shirt. You've got Neil Oliver in the CFB shirt on the far side. That's Joe Sadowski, the fourth member of the team, sitting alongside Pro Tour Gate Crash champion from Montreal, Tom Martell. They are in with a great shout of doing tremendously well, as we see the South African team here, led by Sinan Effendi. Good to see the South Africans here. Hi, guys. Welcome along to them. They're sitting next to the Slovenians, led by Robin Dola. As we head on down, here's table 28. Who have we got here? This is the Russian Federation and Romania. Here's Team Russia right now. And what about the defending champions? Let's get a look here. Here we are in the Spanish thing. If you see, Antonio Del Moral Leon is leading the Spanish team. This is the team that will hope to keep the trophy here in Spain. And on the far side, all four of them standing up. This is a team who are just terrific. Park Jung-young, and you see on the right there, NSW from Magic Online, Nam Sung-wook, a Pro Tour finalist in the last year. And then if we just go left from then in the distance, you see Marcio Carvalho leading Team Portugal. So come on round for me. We're almost done here on the floor of the World Magic Cup. As we see now, we've got Norway and Panama building their decks. Norway, who've gone deep in team competition before. And then just round to the left here, two countries, Lithuania on the near side and Latvia on the far side, both led by expats, Gaudenis Vidugiris coming out of New York for Lithuania, and Andre Prost on the very far side on the left. He's the leader for Team Latvia. And let's go straight through, just come straight on through, because there's just a few more teams left to see here at the World Magic Cup as we head on down the home stretch. Here's table 25, another set of matching teams. I think this is Team Peru. It certainly is. And then we're going to see round to your right. Here's Team Poland, Maciej Janik and the team getting towards in these early parts of deck building. Starting towards, we've got a, looks like a blue-red deck there and a black-white allies and life gain going on. Here's the Philippines, they're in and gearing up. Again, just starting to head towards 3 decks each. Here's Team Wales. So hi guys, welcome along. So that's Team Wales, who are looking to replicate the feats of Nick Lovett from 2006 when he made the top 8 of the individual event. And as we head to the end, here's another 2 European powerhouse teams. We've got Andreas Gantz here from Team Switzerland, and then in the distance, one of the great players on the world scene right now. You see Joel Larsson on the left there. He leads Team Sweden. How will Swedes do here at the World Magic Cup? So 73 teams, they have 70 minutes to build 3 decks out of 12 Battle for Zendikar boosters. The hats, the shirts, the camaraderie. It's an incredible atmosphere here on the floor at the World Magic Cup. Fours from the floor. Gonna have to work on that phrase. Anyway, welcome back. Hope we saw your team in action there.
I'm just going to commend you on, you got very lucky there that the Scottish team wasn't feeling cheeky.
Yes, that could have been a moment for the ages, couldn't it? But there we are, Team Scotland, and hats off to them and kilts on to them. Great job. Now, we want to talk about the team draft archetypes, because these are the 2 color pairs that you've been drafting on Magic Online and at your local store and at Friday Night Magic, because they form the pillars of what the teams are going to be building in Team Sealed. Because as Ian mentioned earlier, this is a kind of sort of super-powered draft format-ish, mini-constructed. So we're going to look through the 10 archetypes and just try and get a sense, guys, of whether these archetypes have gone up in value in Team Sealed or whether this is where you don't want to be. So BDM, white-blue is our first archetype. Let's take a look at what white-blue is meant to be doing. So it's a classic limited archetype: Store the Ground, Sword to Victory, Awaken. Is this a plus or a minus in Team Sealed?
I think a plus. I think this is one of the if you could have in a small sample size a pillar, but a pillar of the Battle for Zendikar team sealed, it can be either like this kind of more common and uncommon based blue-white flyers deck, or as you see here, it can be rares like Planar Outburst, Guardian of Kazim, Halimar Tidecaller to get back your Great Awaken card. So I think this has gone up. You get enough cards that you get to really zoom in on the best part of blue-white.
Yeah, Ian, white seems to be very powerful and have a lot of cards that go into different decks. A lot of teams may well end up with 2 white decks, potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely true. White is a deep color in this format, and as you said, Rich, many of the white cards go in different directions, so you can actually build multiple decks with white that aren't competing over the same cards, which is great.
Okay, so archetype number 2, this is going to be blue-black. So let's take a look at that for you. And blue-black, a variety of methods to exile the opponent's cards, and then you get to process. Now, Ian, are we going to see genuine ingest processor decks this weekend, or is it much more just about blue-black, colorless, and cards like Ruination Guide, meaning that you're just really caring, it isn't about the ingesting, it's just about being colorless?
I think it could be a mix of both. Generally speaking, the ingest process deck takes like a critical mass of things to make it work. And those type of strategies are strategies that you really want to look for in Team Sealed because you do have a larger card pool to work with. And so those synergy-based decks are often going to go up in value.
What's your sense, BDM? Do we get enough to get to ingest in Team Sealed?
I saw a little bit of both. I saw some people were like, well, we didn't get enough Mist Intruders or Benthic Infiltrators, but I also saw teams saying like, oh, I got like 3 Swarm Surges here. Can we make this happen? We talk about that mini constructed feel where they're like, I've got enough of this common that I'm able to build a deck around it. So.
All right, we're going to stick with black. We're going to add red to it. So this is all about the beatdown. Let's take a look at black-red for you. Devoid aggro, aggressive deck plays as many Devoid cards as possible, and BDM, as many Devoid cards as possible in Team Sealed is a lot.
It can be all of them.
Yes.
Right, it's just like every card in my deck except for these red this red X-Spell or but Nettle Drone is a staple in this deck where you're just able to just kind of lock the game down and just machine gun your opponent to death over the course of several turns with Nettle Drones.
Yeah, you mentioned in the preview last night, Vile Aggregate is a real pillar in this format, because if you open one of those, you're like, that's a real reason to be in this archetype.
Yeah, and you can't get through them. Like if you're sitting there trying to kill someone with a Nettle Drone and they want to race back at you, they can't get through a Vile Aggregate generally.
Right, for sure. All right, so that's black-red. Let's keep you with red. Now we're going to pair with green. So far, we've been pretty optimistic about the color pairs. Let's see whether Ian's optimistic about where red-green goes with landfall.
Yeah, so red-green is actually kind of a polarizing color pair in the sense that some teams are deciding they do want to be aggressive because they have a deep card pool, they have a critical mass of the commons and uncommons that can lead you to an aggressive strategy. Other teams are saying, well, because the card pool is so deep, decks are going to be better equipped to defend themselves against aggressive strategies, so we want to actually steer clear of that. So it's interesting, different teams kind of handling the red-green deck in different ways. My take on it is one of the major questions in this format is how does our team best use our green cards? And red-green is one of the ways where you can use the green cards relatively well in a focused, aggressive deck with a very coherent strategy. So it's an option some teams will take, but it's not necessarily a staple.
Mm-hmm. Let's look then at a different possible use for green cards. Let's take you to green-white. Now, BDM, I'm not sure this is an archetype that really is going to exist in Team Sealed, largely because you see the veteran war leader there. It's a human soldier ally.
Yeah, I think when we see green-white, we're actually going to see more Naya than we're going to see like a traditional green-white deck with Eldrazi Scions and veteran war. That war leader's going in my Naya allies deck, or maybe even in my Abzan allies deck.
Right.
Depending on how my cards lay out. But I think you're going to tend to be more than 2 colors if you're playing green and white.
And Ian, part of that presumably is because in addition to more allies and more of everything else, you're getting more land, you're getting more fixing and more ways to say, yeah, I can reliably make one of my 3 decks a proper multicolor affair.
That's definitely true, although I have seen some teams considering using that mana fixing to build a converge deck rather than a 3-color ally deck. So that's one of the choices teams will have to face as they determine where those cards go.
Okay, let's look at white-black, which is about life gain, or maybe it's about allies as well. A mid-range deck, life gaining, and takes advantage of ally synergies. Ian?
Yeah, I would actually say it is about both. It's both an ally and a life gain deck, and that's because R&D made sure to make the life gain cards actually all allies as well. So you'll have a lot of rally triggers that gain you life. that feed into your cards that like when you gain life.
Yeah, it certainly feels to me that if you can be the black-white allies deck that's truly about the allies, and then you have all these free life gain synergies, that is a really powerful deck in team.
Stonehaven Medic not being an ally, was that very deliberate?
Not necessarily deliberate, but many of them were. Many of them were, for sure.
Okay, so that's white-black. How about blue-red? We're back into the land of Devoid now, and this is potentially super powerful. Colorless control, well, not always. It sometimes be down, but this is one of the decks most likely to play large Eldrazi. But BDM, that kind of shifts in Team Sealed because you've got enough green cards to potentially really pump out Eldrazi, so often the Eldrazi go there instead.
Yeah, I love the blue-red Devoid deck. I really like to use the Ingester Processor synergy in this deck. I love, Benthic Infiltrator into Merc Striders and, get my Vile Aggregate through. And I'm a big fan of Herald of Kozilek.
Yes, that is a
That
lot.
was one of my favorite cards in this format. So.
Ian, we're not giving away too many trade secrets when we say that green is not necessarily the strongest color in the format, but it's back to you to talk about another green archetype. It's green-black, Scion Sacrifice, tokens, and again, where we mentioned playing large Eldrazi is definitely an option here.
Yeah, black-green is one of the archetypes that I think gains a lot in this format as compared to draft. It can be very difficult in draft to assemble the critical mass of cards you need to get all the sacrifice synergies working. But again, with the deeper card pool, you're able to get a larger number of token makers, more copies of cards like Bone Splinters, and then more big, high-quality, let's say uncommon and rare or mythic Eldrazi to ramp into. So I've seen a lot of teams laying out black-green decks as one of the ways where they're spending their green cards.
And if it's in your card pool, and you're going there, it's because you have a really good version of the deck.
Yes,
it's not because you've made a choice early on in the draft and you've kind of ended up there.
Right, it's not one of the decks you want to force despite not having the cards, but it's more likely in this format than in draft that you will have the cards to put together a very good one, and the top end ceiling on that deck is very high.
That's for sure. BDM, we've already talked about green-white maybe becoming Naya. So here's the other half of that, if you like. This is red-white that we think may become Naya. Red-white allies aggressive deck, uses rally ability and prioritizes allies. Well, yes, you just have so many allies.
Yes, my allies have lifelink, they have menace, they have vigilance,
They have haste.
they have haste, they search for more allies. When that deck comes together, it is a brutal deck to try to contend with. And I think, again, we see that. I think we see the green-white and the red-white maybe come together. Because, again, your mana fixing can be so good. So people taking that bucket of cards and like, well, what's my mana fixing look like?
Now, Ian, you already said that you think black-green goes up in value. Here's another color pair that may, with Converge sort of sitting in and around the mix here. The green-blue as the base, but potentially up to the full 5 colors. How do you see green-blue positioned in Team Sealed?
So I've definitely seen a lot of teams interested in Converge decks for sure. Not all of them are actually base green-blue. So I would say the base green-blue decks are not going to be very popular here in general, but the Converge decks are. That's one of the primary ways where teams are spending their green cards, if you will. However, I did see one notable team, one notable player with a particularly interesting green-blue deck. I won't say who it is just yet.
Okay.
But he was using lots of Eldrazi spawn makers and almost like a green-blue go wide deck, if you will. So
Wow.
I'm really interested to see if that player chooses to play it and how that deck turns out.
All right, awesome. Ian, go away because we are going to send Ian off to get ready for round 1, and we're going to bring in Tim Willoughby to the desk because Tim is going to join us. BDM, what we're looking at now, we had a chance to walk the floor. We looked at as many teams as we humanly could. Between now and round 1, which is just a few minutes away now, pairings have gone up, so we're ready for round 1 action in just a minute. But we're being joined by Tim Willoughby. Let's walk through as many teams as we can for the people at home and give them a sense of what their teams are going to be doing. So, BDM, let's just let you start off with arguably the favorites for the whole thing, Team USA. What are they doing?
Certainly, one of the favorites. You know what? They were really looking around at a lot of different mixes of cards. They have Joel Sadowski sitting on the bench coaching for the first 3 rounds. So they're going to go with their 3 big guns, their 3 most experienced players to get off to a really good start. And they were really, they just had a ton of powerful cards, and they really couldn't figure out. They were really just constantly shifting, like, okay, what if we shift blue over here? What if we shift red over here? And they were just, up until the very end, still like kind of just trying to figure out what is the way we can most get this, and they hadn't settled on a deck when I was still going by.
Okay, Tim, who have you got first?
We're going to kick things off with Brazil. That was very much the Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa show in terms of who was making the decisions early on. And the interesting challenge they had was they actually had quite a lot of powerful build-arounds. So normally, even in sealed, in draft, you don't see something like Modern Nursery be powerful. In principle, in Team Sealed, you might have enough copies you can do something with it. A couple of copies of that knocking around. They had 2 Drown's Emissary along with March of the Tomb, so potentially a powerful Black-White Allies deck going on. But again, lots of movement in terms of shifting around, and probably an aggressive deck with lots of copies of Outnumber.
Okay, well, I'm going to talk to you about commons, uncommons, and rares, because I'm going to talk to you about Hong Kong. This is Li Shi-Chan and the team. So let's talk about commons. This is a format where you get multiples of commons, which means you get a touch of the void, and a touch of the void, and a touch of the void, and a touch of the void. So that's a good start to a black-red devoid deck. And then an uncommon, well, you get things like Tajura Warcaller and Tajura Warcaller. So, okay, that's a good start. So 2 of those, so that's a good start. And then maybe you just go all the way up and you go, I just need 1 copy of Gideon, thank you. So they seem in pretty good shape and in good spirits. Who's next for you, BDM?
The defending champions, Team Denmark. Watch them play. Blue was really, again, their big question mark. You know, we saw their team, so they had this great blue deck. They started out on like blue-red devoid, they were like blue-black devoid, and then slowly they just realized they didn't have enough ingester processor synergy, and it really just kind of, the blue deck, just kind of more devoid cards came out, and more blue-white control cards came in, and you know, so it was interesting to watch, again, people, you know, this is what we want to play, but then is this real, is this good enough? And then they kind of shifted, and everything kind of revolved around that.
Tim, one of the unheralded European teams, but very good nonetheless, Stepan Susic and the team from Croatia. What have you got there? Canada next, awesome.
Yeah, Canada, of course, one of those teams that, powerhouse team, a couple of great players and a couple of Pro Tour winners, but hasn't necessarily performed so well at the World Magic Cup recently. And some fairly somber faces for Canada, because while they had one very powerful red-black deck, just immediately built itself almost, the other 2 decks looking a little bit shakier, not quite able to fall out so neatly. Last heard from from Alexander Haynes, was, well, that deck's clearly a 10. Can we steal any cards from it to try and put together some stronger decks for the other 2?
So lots to go at there. Now, the Czech Republic, this is led by Team Andrej Strasky. They have a black-red aggro deck. They have red-white allies, pretty straightforward. They haven't gone Naya. Part of the reason for that is that they have a kind of Bant converged deck. So this is the kind of base green blue, but as we've mentioned a lot, white very powerful, and white has sort of gone in to that deck. That's where they were looking. BDM next.
So I had Israel, two-time world champion Shahar Shenhar leading a very young team. He has 2 15-year-olds on the team. They settled in on decks very quickly. Everyone sort of has fallen in line. They're like, we're listening to what Shahar says. And what was kind of interesting there is they did not have an allies deck.
Right.
I thought that was very interesting, and in fact,
that's really rare.
Yeah, and ended up more with like a green-red landfall, and then everything else sort of fell in line: blue-white flyers and a devoid deck.
Okay, Tim, where in the world next?
We're in New Zealand next, and they actually also were looking at potentially not running an allies deck. For them, the colour that they were splitting was blue, because conveniently you've got your devoid cards in blue and your not devoid cards. Their blue-white flyers deck looks pristine. It's got Noyandar and plenty of spells to make sure that lands are awakened, and lots of flyers to go along with it.
All right, so Sweden is up next. Joel Larsson and the team. Green-red, not especially landfally, just good cards in green and red. Blue-white awaken, pretty standard. Blue-black devoid is their 3rd. And so that will tell you, because their green-red is their 3rd deck, if you like, again, no allies, couldn't make the synergies quite work for them. Stay in Europe? How about the Netherlands?
Yeah, Netherlands, Hall of Famer Jelger Wiegersma leading the team. Thomas Hendricks actually sitting out the limited rounds. Wow. Pro Tour top 8 competitor, but sitting out the limited rounds. I thought the thing that was interesting here to me was like a deck that was primarily Simic. We saw a blue-green deck. I mean, obviously they're going into other colors. There was some converged stuff happening, but that to me was the big takeaway from there, is that they, again, that deck, which maybe was going to be an Allies deck in a lot of situations, was turning out to be like a green-blue base deck.
Tim, next for you.
Slovakia, led by Van Floch. The big story there, it looks like they're not playing red. They just didn't have enough powerful red in their pool.
Wow.
But they do have a blue deck with 5 Eldrazi Skyspawners and an Abzan Allies deck with Drana as the head of the team ally there.
That's utterly absurd. Tim, you need to go away because you are going to be down on the floor with all the action. So get out of here, off you go. And the players are ready for round number 1 of the World Magic Cup. So who are we going to bring you? Well, we're going to bring you Team China, the winners of the World Championship from 2009 in Rome. And why are they in the feature match area? Because we see the beginning of the defense of the crown of Team Denmark. Martin Dang, Martin Muller, Daniel Lind and Christopher Larsen in action. Let's head down for round 1 of the World Magic Cup 2015.
Hello there, welcome to the booth here in Barcelona. That's Randy Buehler, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and we are super excited. We've been out wandering the floor, getting a feel for what these Team Seal decks look like, and now we finally get to see them in action. It is time for round 1 here from Barcelona. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and we're ready for round 1 action. Randy, this is team sealed. All 4 competitors from each team, some of them have 3, most of them have 4, got together and built the decks. Now 3 of their players get to sit down and battle here, and we are going to start off with Denmark versus China. Let's take a look at our first feature here. You can see all 3 teams are going to be, or all 3 teammates will be sitting near each other and playing, but we're going to start here with Martin Dang. You can take a look at Martin there. The captain from Denmark. He's playing against Zhao Chong from China here. And, you know, he's actually got a decent little resume here. He's played in 5 Pro Tours and 13 GPs in his career as well. Now, Martin Dang, of course, is a Pro Tour champion. And you get a chance to look at what their decks look like here, Randy. Remember, this is Battle for Zendikar Team Sealed.
Indeed. So Denmark has a blue-white Flyers deck in the hands of Martin Dang. He's got a nice top end, too. He's got a Conduit of Ruin with a couple of Kozilek's Channelers to get there, got a Ruin Processor, and a Planar Outburst. So blue-white Flyers, but with a nice, powerful top end. And there you see Zhao Chang. Snapping Gnarlid. That is a card. I saw a lot of people putting a lot of Snapping Gnarlids into their deck when I was wandering the floor. It just felt like you could build a really good red-green aggro deck. Just how many McKindy Slide Runners, how many Snapping Gnarlids did you get? I think that's the way a lot of people have chosen to deploy their green cards today.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that out there too, and even doing a few team sealed practice builds myself. I noticed that the red-green landfall deck seemed to have a more prominent position than it did in either individual sealed or even booster draft. And here's another snappy Gnarlid to follow things up.
Yeah, this version of it is green-black, not green-red. So a couple Bone Splitters, you know, he's got a Grip of Desolation. Ob Nixilis sitting on top of the curve.
Hello.
Always a good one.
All right, so he's only able to attack with one of his Snappy Gnarlids this turn, but it did at least get landfall, so he's got Martin Dang down to 14 already.
Martin's problem is he has no white mana.
No white, yeah.
I mean, that Fortified Rampart is exactly what you want against opposing Snapping Gnarlids, but it's still sitting in his hand here on turn 4.
Well, he's going to have to settle for an Incubator Drone here, and that's going to do a nice job of kind of holding off the attack for Zhao Chong here, though. We'll see if he's got another land drop to hit. Yeah, looks like he does. In fact, he's got plenty of them. And Martin's just going to snap off a double block here to try to take down one of the Snappy Gnarlids, and that will work. This is one of those plays where Martin's perfectly fine if Zhao Chong has some way to pump up the Gnarlid. He just has to accept that. He can't just keep taking damage over and over again, so he's forced to make the block, but it does actually work out. And he trades off the Incubator Drone for one of the Snappy Gnarlids. The other one gets in for 3 and drops Martin Dang down to 11.
Another island off the top. Ugh. He might get away with it, though. Zhao Chong is,
oh, yeah.
I mean, kind of flooded.
He's very flooded. He's got 2 more lands and a Bone Splinters. He finds his Silent Skimmer off the top.
Guzzlex Channeler's a pretty good blocker, though.
It is. He's going to have to consider if he'd like to get rid of either of his creatures in the Bone Splinters to get rid of the Channeler. It's currently blanking his Ground Assault. And it's somewhat threatening in the sense that Martin's going to untap and have access to up to 8 mana here, maybe 9.
What do you think? Do you Bone Splinters this guy?
I probably don't. I probably just play the Skimmer and pass. Like, the truth of it is that it's going to be a long time before you get that last 11 damage in anyway if you're on Zhao Chang's side. So Martin's going to have the time to develop his mana further anyway. Yeah, it would be nice to stifle it early here, but not at the cost of a real creature on your side. I mean, if you had a Scion, then yeah, all day. And it's probably going to be better just to save the Bone Splinters for whatever it is that Martin Deng produces. Unfortunately for Zhao Chang, if it does happen to be the Conduit of Ruin, that kind of begets more bad news, usually. Well, Martin still hasn't found a Plains, but he did find an Eldrazi Sky Spawner or 2 in hand here, so he's got room to work with. And he's going to play one.
Yeah, he's got this board stabilized, even though he's still on 1 color.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him just run out another Sky Spawner here. Yeah, he's going to do that. That holds off the Silent Skimmer effectively. And wow, what a big turn for Martin Deng. Look at that board state now. Who needs Plains? Denmark, of course, the defending World Magic Cup champions.
Yeah, Martin Muller was the captain last year. Had to win a WMCQ to get through since Martin Deng won a Pro Tour. So you've got the captain, and you've got last year's captain, and another guy that you talked to, had breakfast with several members of the European Grand Prix coverage team. They're big fans of Christoph Larsen. He's got 3 Grand Prix top 8s. He's got half a dozen Pro Tours played, 26 Grand Prix. He's another player who people on the European GP circuit have a lot of respect for. So, I mean, Denmark is not just, they have more than just the top end. They're also deep this year. Definitely have to be a favorite to at least get to Sunday. Make a run at defending the title.
Martin's going to go ahead and just chump block the Snappy Gnarlet here to keep his life total up. He knows that these Eldrazi Scions aren't doing a ton for him at this point, and he'd rather cash one of them in to preserve 3 life. But things have come to a grinding halt here for Zhao Chang as he just doesn't have really any way to pressure Martin's life total further. And it's kind of up to Martin to find a way to start crunching in himself. Yeah, this is looking pretty tough here for Zhao Chang. It's
agreed.
He's going to take a fair bit of damage on the crackback once Martin decides it's safe to start battling. He did finally find a Plains for that fortified rampart as well.
Get Spell Shrivel up, although that doesn't do much. But Scour from Existence, Undo Rising. Yeah, everything's just kind of turned on for Martin now. Undo Rising with Awaken.
Here we go. And this is a very effective attack strategy here since everybody just got lifelink. And, the thing about Undo Rising, right, is that it's Awaken 4. And, I think that if you've played this format a little bit but not a lot, you might think, oh, it's probably Awaken 3. That's kind of where they have the 5 mana Awakens at. But this one's 4. And, all of a sudden, Martin Deng just doesn't have to worry at all about getting cracked back.
Again, 14 life.
He just gained 14 life on that swing, if I counted correctly, putting him to 25.
That's what I counted.
So not the worst attack there for Martin Deng.
And got through for 12.
Yes. Yeah, this has been a tough one for Zhao Chang. He had a perfectly reasonable start with a double Snappy Gnarlids and, a little bit of a land-heavy draw, but you don't even hate seeing that when you're playing the a bunch of landfall creatures, but when you just draw land, it does get to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, Plated Crusher off the top, but that does not seem like it's going to be good enough.
Yeah, now the math he's doing here is unfortunately the bad math. It's, are you killing me next turn if you attack with everything?
One of the interesting things about Denmark's approach to this team sealed, they split green.
They split green.
They split green. I mean, obviously, green is not everyone's favorite color in this limited format, but it's not like you had to opt into drafting it at some point, right? You just get handed a bunch of green cards. Mm-hmm. And the green cards they have a black-green deck, so a lot of their devoid strategy, multiple Eyeless Watchers went into the deck that Martin Muller is playing. And then they did go red-green landfall, right? 2 McKindy Slide Runner, 2 Snapping Gnarlids. They've got a very aggressive red-green in Daniel Lynn's hands. They've got a relatively slow black-green with some Eldrazi on the top end, Deathless Behemoth, Bane of Balagad. Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of just, okay, here's 3 2-color decks. Which color are we splitting? It could be white because it's deep. It could be, I think red and blue are going to work out to get split a lot just because those colors naturally divide up into a good devoid half and a non-devoid half, right?
And a flyer stack or something like that.
Yeah, blue-white. You can see blue-white flyers and then blue with black or red in a devoid strategy.
So Jetchung decided he got in with the Gnarlid and then Bone Splinters it away to get rid of Kozilek's Channeler, and then played the Plated Crusher, which did slow down Martin a little bit. He only is able to attack with the 2 Sky Spawners here. One of them gets blocked, so he's only getting in for 2 damage that turn. So a nice stabilization effort here for Jiao Chang, but he is going to need some love off the top of the deck here if he's actually going to turn this game fully around. There are certainly cards, though, that he could find that could help get him back in this thing.
Of course, just as I'm saying red and blue are the colors to split, I look in China split black.
Oh, here's Scour from Existence, though, from Martin Dang. And the Silent Skimmer is going to get exiled, which is going to clear the skies. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Martin just move in here.
Yep. Turn them all sideways.
This is a lethal attack, and it forces Jiao Chang to have something pretty remarkable, and he doesn't have it. So Martin Dang is going to take game 1 over Jiao Chang there for Denmark. And we'll be back right after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, play mats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information.
Want to draft with Magic's most powerful cards? Vintage Cube events begin Wednesday, December 16th on Magic Online. To play, sign up for Magic Online at mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in beautiful Barcelona, Spain. Let's head to table B. It's the one in the middle there, where we've got Martin Milla on the left. Who's Martin playing against this round?
Martin is playing against Sun Chang.
Sun Chang, all right. I'm going to bring up Sun's deck list here in front of me and see what he's up to. Looks like he's on that life gain deck.
Yeah, he's got their black-white deck.
Mm-hmm. Yikes. This is a heck of a board state here for Martin Miller, though. Ooh, you can see he's got From Beyond sitting up there, which is just going to keep churning out those Scions. He's also got a few other creatures, but a Deathless Behemoth seems to be sort of the #1 threat here for Martin. And he's attacking with it, and looks like he's getting in for 6 as well.
Yeah, I was a little nervous. I watched Denmark during the build, walked by a couple of times, and this deck looked a little scattershot to me as I was walking by, because it is 3-color, right? You see there, he's black-green, but splashing white for an Andu Rising, a Drana's Emissary, and a Veteran War Leader, which sounds like it could be a little sketchy, but you look at it again, they've got a Canopy Vista, they've got an Evolving Wilds, they've got a Shambling Vent, so 1 Plains gets you 4 white sources.
Yeah, I also see 2 Lifespring Druids on the battlefield here, too, helping out with that cause.
Yeah, and I mean, the splash is pretty close to free, so Sure, I'll play Veteran Ward Leader in any deck where I can cast it, right?
Yeah, especially, you know, he's got cards like Eyeless Watcher and From Beyond that are going to really pump that card up and make it huge.
Yeah, so they went a little deep, but it seems like they came up with a good one.
Here's Adrana's Emissary now for Sun Chang, which threatens to at least double block the Deathless Behemoth here. But this is a real issue here for Sun, because the Deathless Behemoth can just sort of recklessly throw itself into the red zone. And the fact that he's got From Beyond spitting out Scions means that he can continually buy back that Deathless Behemoth. And it's a little slow, it's a little costly, but you know what? It will just keep hammering him over and over, and Sun is going to have to come up with answers continually for that thing. And that is no small feat.
It's interesting. I can actually see the scribbles from the deck list where Martin Dang and Martin Muller had to decide who got the Conduit of Ruin, who got the Deathless Behemoth.
I saw some zeros that had a very sharp edge on the right-hand side. And it looks like Ondu Rising here for Martin Miller, so they chopped those up as we saw Martin Dang
that's hilarious.
cast that earlier.
Yeah, they did split them 1 and 1, didn't they?
That's funny. And it looks like he's put the counters on Shambling Vent here, which is a pretty slick little move, because if he were to activate that in the future, it will keep the counters. In the meantime, he is getting in the red zone here and looking to close this game 1 out against Sun Chang from Team China. Well, let's see if Chang has anything here. He looks like he might be tapping some lands.
Gideon's Reproach is what he's holding?
Indeed. Yeah, China's, they've got their hands full here in the early stages. You know, since we've been doing the World Magic Cup, they haven't made day 2 yet. You know, it's a tough field, of course, coming in here. And drawing Denmark is rough for round 1.
Indeed. I like the way the Danes have put their decks together, too.
Okay, here's the Reproach. Uh-oh, this is not good news for Sun. Did you see what just happened here?
Yeah, I did. He went to deal 4 damage to the 4/4 Shambling Vent, but Martin was ready for that. He activates it as a response.
So cool. And basically gave it a 3 toughness bump by doing so. Now, that doesn't mean that this is over. That was bad for Sun Chang, right? Like, because now he's used his Gideon Reproach and he has not killed the Shambling Vent, but the 4 damage did still happen. So if he wants to throw his Colostria Night Watch in front of it, it will still get it. And again, this isn't great for Sun, but it's not over. The sequence still, there's something to be done here. Pretty slick little play there from Miller, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he I think anticipated exactly that could happen, and was ready for it. You see Xiaoming Zhang helping out. The 2 of them are effectively playing this match in tandem.
And of course, that is one of the coolest things about the World Magic Cup, and you're going to see that throughout the course of the tournament, is that most teams have 4 players with only 3 playing, so there will be a coach or an advisor type role that they can bounce around. You know, it looks like these 2 have kind of teamed up as one, and you're allowed to do that too.
Yeah, they're the 2 least experienced of the Chinese team. They're the 2 that have not played a Pro Tour before. This is kind of their premier event debut.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to block with the Night Watch like we talked about before to take care of the Shambling Vent, and he's going to gobble up 1 of the Scions as well, netting 8 damage here to Sun, putting him down to 4. He'll be right back up to 5 thanks to the Drana's Emissary. But not a great sequence there for Sun, as he's down to just the 2/2 flyer, and he's facing down a pretty nice little board state here with the Behemoth. Also, those Lifespring Druids will probably start attacking pretty soon as well. Oof, that was a close one, Sun.
Almost missed his trigger.
Yep, but it looks like he got it in just in the nick of time. So he goes up to 5. Martin gained a bunch of life. Remember, that was Ondu Rising that was cast last turn.
That is the smile of a player who knows he's beat, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah, Shadow Glider not going to be good enough here. Zhang starts to look over at the third match.
Oh, probably a good sign if you're in Martin Miller's seat when the coach starts getting a little distracted. I don't know. Martin likely will just attack with everything here. There really aren't any good blocks for Sun, and Martin at 25 life has just no fear of any type of crackback. He has basically no fear at all as well. I mean, he's even, he still has that from beyond going. So, I mean, even in the worst case scenario where he gets, planar outburst or something like that, he still has a game plan. So, yep, in comes the team. That one Scion's not attacking because it's got summoning sickness from beyond. But everybody else is in the red zone. This is a nearly lethal attack. This would leave Sun at 1. With no creatures. So Sun Qing makes the necessary blocks there to fall down to 1. Martin really has no incentive to play anything from his hand here. He even has drawn his emissary in hand and just says go. Yeah. And a Claustro healer. No. Yeah, and that's not going to do it. So Martin Mill is going to take his game 1 over Sun Qing. So that's 2 games. Now remember, they are playing matches here though, so more work to be done for sure. But you can take a look at our feature match area. Again, this is how the teams are set up. And
looks like they finished game 1 at the top table as well. Try to see if we can get that result for you. We know Martin Deng won his first game. Martin Muller won his first game. Things looking pretty good for the defending champs. And now here we are back with Martin Deng.
And it looks like he's had a nice little start here as well.
Both colors?
Yeah, both colors and a Coastal Discovery on turn 5, leaving the 4/4 up to block as well. So thanks, Kozlex Channeler. Doing some good work here. Is that a grip? Ooh, Grip of Desolation, though, for the full 2-for-1 for Zhao Chong. Now, that is a huge swing. That is also why a lot of people think that Grip of Desolation is the best uncommon in the set. And yes, I know Rolling Thunder's in the set.
I'm with you. I think Grip of Desolation is better. I mean, and that's the best case scenario for the Grip, right?
Yes.
The 4/4 Awaken Land and the Kozlex Channeler.
He just killed 2 4/4s and took out a mana source of both sides. It's pretty insane.
What's the conversation here?
I don't know. He did sack a Scion there and tapped 5 lands, so it looks correct from here.
Maybe missed a Catacomb Sifter trigger? Yeah, he wanted to go back and get the Scry from the Catacomb Sifter.
That was exactly it.
Sacking this Bond for mana does trigger that.
Wow, what a huge swing, though, for Zhao Chong and China. So in comes the team. I actually didn't catch if he played a land this turn or not for the Gnarlid, so that is an interesting question, just in the sense that Martin probably like to get rid of it if he could.
Wow, look at his hand, too. Still stacked. Warcaller, Behemoth, Crusher.
Ooh.
But Martin has a planar outburst. Interesting.
I think that was a chump block there, too.
Looks like it.
Yeah, so it has to be land. Planar outburst is the plan here for Deng.
Yeah, he can't wait any longer, can he?
No, this is it. 3-for-1, just get it done. It ends up being a 2-for-3 more closely just because the Sky Spawner did just chump block there, but close enough. And here's a Scry. He decided to keep it on top. He just wanted the land so that he could make sure to play Deathless Behemoth and pass a turn back, and that's nice. Deathless Behemoth applies a lot of pressure. It also blocks well on the ground. Like, look at that. Deathless Behemoth is just going to start hammering in there and threatening Martin Deng's life total turn after turn. And Martin, I mean, he can take it a couple times, but it adds up really quick. Is this a Crusher? Whoa. Nice follow-up play for Zhao Chong. He is firing on all cylinders. These last 3 turns have been absolutely brutal. Grip of Desolation into Behemoth, into Crusher. Ooh, but Martin's got something lined up here too. Not bad. He's got a Ruin Processor, though there wasn't anything exiled.
No ingest.
He would love to have that 5 life, but he's going to have to settle for the 7/8, which does a lot of work. 7/8 body versus the 7/7 hexproof of the Plated Crusher is just right. So now the big question is, does Jiao Cheng have an answer for Ruin Processor? If he can get that thing out of the way, he can win this game. He can just start smashing in with these 2 huge monsters. But if he can't, then Martin Dang stabilized, and we're going to have a real game here.
Yeah, Tajuru Warcaller is just good enough.
That does get him through. It's so funny. Normally you think of Tajuru Warcaller pumping a bunch of Scions. How about I needed my 7/7 just a little bigger?
My 6/6 turns a little bigger too.
Yeah, indeed. I wouldn't be surprised to see a double block here.
Yeah, it's double block and a chump, right?
Yep.
They're both lethal.
They are indeed. But that Crusher's a major issue.
Martin Muller looking over. What is? Isn't he still playing?
They're holding that match.
Oh,
I
okay.
think. Yeah.
So that we can go back and watch it. Excellent.
Yeah, and sure enough, a chump block plus a double block means Plated Crusher's down, but Jiao Cheng still has the 6/6 Behemoth and the Warcaller, so any future allies are going to be more rally triggers here. And Martin Dang just plays the land and chips the turn back. So Royal's Retribution here is going to team up to potentially take down the Behemoth, and it does, and that means that Martin takes 0 damage this turn and takes care of the other threat. This has been a really good game. Martin Dang just hanging in there, but some real haymakers being thrown on both sides. Kozilek's Channeler is a perfectly fine follow-up here, just as a 4/4, and once again it puts Martin Dang on his back heels. He's going to need to find a way to block, and he does. He has his own Kozilek's Channeler.
A 1 Warcaller trigger, though, would...
That would be brutal. Whoa, what did he just draw? Is it Bone Splinters? Interesting. Let's see what he's got here.
It was Bone Splinters, and he's holding Eyeless Watcher.
Well,
yeah, that's a pretty good combo.
I think I like what I see there if I'm sitting in Jiao Cheng's seat. So Eyeless Watcher is going to hit the battlefield and present a lot of food for Bone Splinters, assuming that it resolves. And you know what? It's not going to.
Something's going to go horribly awry?
Yeah. Martin has it in his hand, and he's kind of just been waiting for a target for it. The Channeler last turn, of course, is a little bit too big for the horribly awry, but he is going to go ahead and snap off this, and that's really important.
Yeah, that was huge.
You know, one interesting play here is that he could still just sack the Warcaller, though.
I think he's gonna.
Yeah, I like this. Just get in there, put you to one turn clock. Yeah, and you have to come up with something pretty big to get in the way of a 4/4 here. It's not like just like any creature gets it done.
It was a spell.
Oh, there it is. Fortified Rampart, the 06 wall. Now we have a real fight. This has been such a great game, and it's a land.
Yeah, Jiao Cheng was hellbent. He's just drawing off the top. No cards in hand to start that last turn.
And it's a land off the top for Dang as well. He is barely hung on in this game. Remember, he resolved Planar Outburst this game. You're supposed to just win. It's one of the best cards in the set. And he is barely stabilized this board at 3 life.
He was forced to resolve it. He got gripped, right?
He got
Grip of Desolation was insane.
It was.
Oh, Courier Griffin.
Hey, that's really nice. A little bit of a life bump as well, and it's even a clock. Perhaps not the fastest clock.
Yeah, 10 turns.
But it's something.
We'll start chipping away for sure.
Land go for Jiao Cheng. What does Martin find? A clutch of currents? Well, get in there. Must not have been. He just passes the turn
I
back.
think it was.
Oh, it was. Interesting. I mean, you get in for 3 damage if you fire off clutch there.
You would
and
just
then
bounce
you don't
Chandler?
and then you just don't get anything else. Yeah, so it's like not super great for him to do it.
Wow, Sky Spawner now.
Okay, now we have a clock. That's 4 damage in the air. 4-turn clock coming in. Also a backup blocker here. This has been a fantastic game between these two. See the players consulting one another. And that's Christopher Larson sitting behind Martin there, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. All right, here's the clutch occurrence.
Interesting. So I guess he wants to go ahead and get in 8 this turn? Is that the idea? Rather than chip away for 4 in the air, he gets in 1 shot for 8. The Chandler will come back, but now those flyers are a turn 2
Yeah, he
clock.
basically just knocks 1 turn off the clock there.
Well, it sounds like we have an update from Table C. Daniel Lind has won that match 2-0.
All right, so
this is actually for the team match. If Martin Deng can pull this game off, we're done.
yes. Yeah, Martin's up a game in his match here against Jiao Cheng, and he has turned the corner. This has been an absolutely awesome game of Limited here. Grip of Desolation killed a full-on Kozilek's Channeler and 4-4 of Martin Deng's. Jiao Cheng followed up with a 6-6 and a 7-7, which Martin has somehow fended off.
And even if Martin Deng does lose this game, Martin Muller is still in a position to win the match, and Martin Deng would get a game 3. Everything turning up Denmark.
And here's that 2-turn clock that he was trying to engineer last turn with that attack for 8, and he's got Jiao Cheng down to 4 now.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah, so here comes Conduit of Ruin as well. Now, I don't know that he has another target to actually search for it, though. I think he only had the one, the Ruin processor that he's already used. Yeah, he doesn't search. Still, it's 5-5.
He already killed his friend.
And you see some smiles over there from Team Denmark.
Yeah, they haven't even dropped a game in this match. Defending champs looking quite good here in round 1. From Beyond, not going to get it done.
Oh, that is brutal. That's the kind of card that if he had churning away,
oh, yeah.
you know, for the last 3 or 4 turns, he could do some real work with it.
Yeah, he had Martin at 3. He had Martin, like, must top deck an answer to Kozilek's Channeler this turn. And Fortified Ramparts came off the top. Held off the Channeler long enough for Martin to put this Air Force together.
Now, interesting with
Super
From
close
Beyond,
game.
he can pay 6 mana total here to search up an Eldrazi card. I don't know if he's been holding lands in his hand. You know, sometimes you do that thing where you're like, I'll just keep it. I've already got 7 or 8 lands, but he can play it and sacrifice it. And he's got a lot of mana to work with here, though I don't know if he
your
has
point
enough.
is he could have 2 more in play.
Yes. He has a Deathless Behemoth, which we've already seen, and a Kozilek's Channeler, which we've already
He has
seen.
to stop the Air Force, though, right? He's dead in the air. Right?
That's right.
Yeah, this looks like, let's look through the deck.
Man.
I think I'm dead, but...
You know what's brutal? He has Brood Butcher in his deck, which is an Eldrazi drone.
Huh.
But he would need 2 more mana to be able to sacrifice one of the Scions. And that would actually kill the Eldrazi Sky Spawner and buy him time.
He has the mana to play it, but does not have the mana to sack a creature.
I believe so.
Now, would he die anyway if just the Conduit of Ruin and the 3/3?
I don't think so. You know, he can do the Brood Butcher whenever he wants. So he's going to get a 1/1 Scion. He can block with it. He can block with the Butcher.
Now, if he taps the Channeler, he does have enough mana, right?
Well, let's take a look. I'm assuming he needs the Channeler for blocks.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Maybe he may just die to the Alpha Strike, even if he can stop a flyer.
Yes.
This is the play, though. Here's Brood Butcher.
Wow, this has been a super close game. Yeah, and he does have the mana available.
So he can block on the ground, kill the flyer. I think he does survive this turn, barring a trick from Martin Dang. I think he survives this turn at 1.
Yes, he does. He takes 2 from the Griffin and 1 from the...
But
Oh, Scour from Existence, though. Martin Dang shows him the Scour and earns the handshake there, and that will do it. Denmark is going to take down this opening match here at the World Magic Cup. Defending champs 1 step to the good. They got a long way to go, but a solid start for them.
Man, that was 2-0, what, 5-0?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a thumping. And welcome back to the booth here. You saw the friendly handshakes as they wound things down in the feature match area there. But great stuff already. I love this. I mean, obviously I love watching limited matches in almost any capacity, but this has been particularly good stuff because you get these high-powered decks out of the Team Sealed.
I love Team Sealed. I think Team Sealed is a truly great format for playing Magic. You get the fun of playing with teammates, and the strategic depth that exists when you open up 12 booster packs and you're trying to divide them up into 3 decks. It's a super skill testing format in addition to being a super fun format. Yeah, I wish there were more Team Sealed events. I think it's really
I'm on with that too.
It's one of the best ways to play Magic.
The more we do of them, the more I start to think this is just awesome. Like we need to just do more of these. So yeah, maybe I'll put some feedback in at the next meeting because that sounds honestly, you know, you add on the team aspect as well as the strategic stuff, and it creates a really great thing. All right, well that's going to do it for round 1. Let's head back to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall and Randy, letting you know that Denmark are underway as winners of round 1 over China. Few more results coming in. Still, a lot of these, they go very close to time. Switzerland are underway with the win. Andreas Gantz and Julian Felix Fleury, they've defeated Panama. Wales have a win over Chile. Macedonia over Estonia. The Croatians have defeated the Czech Republic in round 1. Czech Republic with Andrej Strasky looks like a very good team. Lucas Blahon on that team as well. And the Hungarians underway with a win over Iceland. Japan had a very tough opening match against Marcio Carvalho's Portugal. They're still playing. And as this session goes, we'll bring you the results as we go. So that's the early story here in round 1. 2 more rounds of limited play. Now, if you're sitting at home and you've got a couple of buddies with you, have you got 12 Battle for Zendikar boosters? Because if you have, then we're going to be in business. We're doing a little Team Sealed build of our own. So that's what we're going to head towards. And what we're going to do, we're going to take 12 boosters, just fresh out of the wrapper. and we'll see where they take us in terms of 3 decks that you have to build. This is what you're going to do. You're going to get 70 minutes for this. So I'm going to be joined in a couple of minutes by Ian Duke and Brian David Marshall. We're going to build. We want you to do the same at home, and then use the hashtag for the World Magic Cup, MTGWMC, and let us know what 3 decks you come up with in the next hour or so. We're going to start building now, build through round 2, something to do while we watch 2, and that's what the plan is as we head in. So here is Mr. Brian David Marshall, Mr. Ian Duke with us along. Gentlemen, welcome along. So let's get to it then. And BDM, let's just talk some fundamentals. What, in the perfect world, when the 3 of us, we've traveled around the world to go to our Team Sealed event, it happens to be in Barcelona, what are we hoping to open? What's the ideal?
Well, I mean, ideally we want a Planar Outburst, a Guardian at Steam, a Gideon.
Okay.
You know, I mean, you want insane cards, but you also want, failing getting 12 insane rares, you're also really happy to get 3 of a great common, 2 of an amazing uncommon.
This is a format where playing up the common-uncommon synergies can really get you far along the path.
Okay, so what we're going to do, BDM, we'll just go in color order. So why don't you start off with the white cards, and we're going to make this a little harder on you than you have to do at home. We want you to do it upside down so everyone at home can see what we're getting. So away we go, just pile out the white and see what's any good. Angelic Gift, Felidar Sovereign in the red, Gideon's Reproach, Ghostly Sentinel, Felidar Cub, another Sentinel, Core Bladewell, First Strike.
Yeah, I like that card a lot.
Tandem Tactics, probably not something that's going to get as far as Team Sealed. Another Ghostly Sentinel. Okay, Stonehaven
Second
Medic.
Angelic Gift. I saw a number of people. Well, I saw a number of people playing that out of the sideboard, out on the floor, bringing that in
against the blue-white decks. Yep.
So, okay.
Fortified Rampart, McKinney Patrol. There's Roy's Retribution, 5 damage. We saw that in feature match action.
Core Castigator, Inspired Charge. Let's throw that one away.
You're not a fan of the Sail Scout Goblin?
No, not even in Team Sealed.
Oh, I am a fan of Lantern Scout.
Yep, that's great.
That's a great card. There's Sheer Drop. I see a second healer here.
Another Castigator. Another Stonehaven Medic. Angel of Renewal, that's nice uncommon. Lithomancer's Focus coming down. Ondu Rising.
Ondu Rising, yeah. That's a great card. Another Sheer Drop. I think we have 2 of these, yes.
Yeah.
Another McKinney Patrol. Another Core Castigator.
A Planar Outburst.
Well, that's exactly the card I'm really looking to open.
Your wish is granted.
When I open white.
Okay, so Ian, how is our white? What's your take on what we've just laid out?
It's looking okay. We've got a couple really awesome rares here in Felidar Sovereign and Planar Outburst that stick out to me. Some quality flyers here. Ghostly Sentinel is a card that I like to round out the top of like a blue-white flyers deck. It's a card capable of winning the game. Stasis Snare and Gideon's Reproach, some great removal there.
2 Sheer Drops as well.
2 Sheer Drops, yeah. And even Fortified Rampart kind of counts as removal in some sense as well. Just holds off.
It just blanks a creature?
Yeah, it's almost like an icy manipulator in a way. Just like holds off their biggest ground creature for the whole game.
Okay, let's do a very quick ally count. 1 Core Bladewell, 3 Core Castigator, double McKinney Patrol, that's 6. Lantern Scout, 7. Angel of Renewal, 8. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have eight white allies.
And Lantern Scout, one of the other awesome rares that I left out earlier, and definitely a reason to look at your ally count for sure, because that card's
and we can, we've got the combo.
Live the dream, yeah.
We've got the combo of Felidar Sovereign Lantern Scout. We can just attack for the win.
When you're at 64, you just need to find a way to close out the game.
Just go, Sovereign. Thanks for playing. All right, so that's our white. Let's clear this out of the way. I might have a little fiddle with this. And Ian, why don't you start laying out the blue and see what we've got there?
Sure thing, Rich. Brilliant Spectrum.
Ooh.
Drowner of Hope, that's a nice rare for sure.
That's a great card.
Yeah. Benthic Infiltrator, great card to enable those kind of decks. Dispel, Clutch of Currents is great. Eldrazi Sky Spawner is great. Coral Helm Guide, second Brilliant Spectrum.
If the first one was brilliant, the second one.
Salvage Drone.
How do you feel about Salvage Drone?
I think it's a card I'm not super excited to play in this format, but if I have like a really synergistic ingest, digest deck, or process deck rather,
Something
That's kind of my question, right? Is it a card? It's on its face not a great card, obviously, but
Yeah.
like, if you're so synergy driven that you really just need to get your ingest going, you will play that.
It would take just the right deck, but yeah, I
Yeah.
would play it in some decks. A third Brilliant Spectrum, which is probably too many, regardless
Three too
of
many.
what kind of deck we're building. Second Oracle of Dust, Wavewing Elemental, Retreat to Coral Helm, Modern Staple.
Yeah.
Clutch of Currents, second copy of Clutch of Currents. That's something to get excited about in blue, as is a second Benthic Infiltrator.
And then we can second Benthic Infiltrator.
Right,
we
if we're
can
going to
just
build that
cross
deck,
off
then
the salvage
that's
drone.
the one we're relying on there for sure. Second Wavewing Elemental, Anticipate, second Salvage Drone. You can cross that one off as well, I'm sure. Windrider Patrol, Tightening Coils, Rush of Ice, Spell Shrivel, Dampening Pulse, which is actually a card I like quite a bit.
I love that card.
Yeah,
I think
that card's deceptively
still
powerful.
somehow underrated.
Yep. Mist Intruder, another nice card to enable those decks along with our Benthic Infiltrator. Halimar Tidecaller, strong card for sure for blue-white. And Ruination Guide, that's something to get excited about as well.
We saw a lot of good removal in our white.
Yeah, this could be
in terms of
something that really enables a
in terms of the
blue-white deck.
Awaken cards, double sheer drop, planar outburst.
Planar Outburst, yeah, get it back.
So, in terms of the colorless cards, are we mostly thinking of them as just devoid cards, or are we thinking of them as ingest? To what we've got double Benthic Infiltrator and single Mist Intruder.
It's really going to depend on the rest of our pool. We didn't see any big rewards for ingesting right here in blue. Ruination Guide is the card that stands out to me in terms of building a devoid deck, but we don't have enough total devoid here just in blue, so it's going to really rely on what our red and black pools look like.
Okay, so clear those away. What we're going to do now, just to let you know, is that while I lay out the black cards, we're going to send you away from here out onto the floor, because Brian David Marshall, he's been a very busy man. He's been out on the floor gauging reaction to being here at the World Magic Cup. And so for the next couple of minutes, I'm going to leave you in his capable hands with Team Guatemala.
I'm here with Team Guatemala, Guatemala national champion Christopher Virula.
Hi, I'm Christopher.
All right, Christopher, introduce us. Introduce us to your
I'm
team.
the national champion. He is Fernando Juarez Oliva, Wilfredo Bojorquez, and Jose Martinez.
And how did you guys do in round one?
In round one, we make 3-0 against Slovakia, Slovakian team.
You know they're a team world champion, Slovakia.
Yes. We are freak out. Van Vlog is a pro, so we think we can do it better. So we make all the best to make 3-0.
Yeah, I think that was a motivation for us. He was asking, okay, I want to play the most pro players I can, because his dream is to become a pro player. Yeah. So he say, I must start to win against them now. So we really want to go for the big thing today. We know we're a small country, but we want to do big things today.
Yes.
Also, all the team make good decisions, and we work as a group. That's the best. For example, we take decision together, not only the deal. Okay.
All right, tell me what it would mean for Guatemala for you guys to go home as top 8 competitors or even world team champions very quickly.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a dream for us. It's a dream. We are a small country, so win this World Cup, cool, awesome, just awesome. Awesome.
All right, this is just one of the great displays of national pride here. You see these costumes for Brian David Marshall and the Guatemala national team signing off here from the World Magic Cup.
All right, so welcome back. Once again, I've been joined by Ian Duke and Brian David Marshall. A couple of results to bring you. Japan have beaten Portugal. They're underway. So that's one of the two top seeds, we feel, potentially, along with your team, gentlemen, USA. They have beaten Steve Hatto and the Luxembourg squad, so USA is underway with a win. Thailand defeats Colombia, just coming in. The Netherlands are underway with a win. They have defeated the finalists from the 2012 WMC, Puerto Rico. The Netherlands, Jelger Vigersma, Thomas Hendricks, they are 1-0. So back to the table, back to our build, and we've laid out the black cards. The good news is there are very few not very exciting cards. There's a couple of Dutiful Returns and a Geyserfield Stalker, but this giant row down here allies are plenty. Calastria Nightwatch, Calastria Nightwatch, 1, 2, 3 Nakana Assassin, not inherently powerful, but nonetheless 3 copies. We've got double Bloodbond Vampire, double Calastria Healer,
exciting.
a Hagra Sharpshooter, and also a Zulaport Cutthroat for when you just want those last few points of damage. So just adding up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 black allies, and if we are heading down that path of life gain, life loss, this retreat to Hagra might turn out to be pretty good. We've divided it into 2 halves because black does tend to neatly divide itself, Ian. Walk us through the colorless side of the black.
Okay, so immediately the cards that stand out to me are the removal spells, Grip of Desolation and Complete Disregard. 2 copies of Grip of Desolation is just awesome. That's one of the strongest.
Yeah, we've seen that in the feature match area round 1 again.
And the other thing that stands out to me is a lack of rewards for going potentially blue-black ingest process. Okay. We have 2 Mindrakers, which are okay, but not the card that gets me excited about playing Mist Intruder in my deck.
Right.
So I don't really see a blue-black colorless deck coming together with just what we have here, but I am excited by a couple of our black removal spells. So we definitely want to use black as a support color in at least one of our decks.
Right, because the good news is, BDM, we don't care that Grip of Desolation is colorless. We care about it spending 6 mana to kill 2 things.
Right. The shame is we have like so much good, and we have the 2 benthic infiltrators. We also have 2 sludge crawlers.
So we have all the enablers, but nothing to enable, which is
well, maybe when we look at the colorless cards, maybe there's something over there.
That's a great point. We can get some.
The actual colorless, not the void colorless.
Right.
Okay, so let's take the colorless side away because I'm pretty sure that these allies are going to form the basis of something. So BDM, why don't we look at red, which has 2 potential directions to it. It has a bunch of allies, and it also has colorless. So why don't you walk us through?
And I'm seeing a little spoiler maybe on my
Forerunner of Slaughter.
Yes.
So why don't we see what red has to offer?
So
where we go. Reckless Cohort. That's a rare Barrage Tyrant.
Would you say?
That's a rare Barrage Tyrant. 2 of those. Kozilek Sentinel in colorless. McKinley Slide Runner. There's Touch of the Void. Here's a Molten Nursery. More colorless. Vestige of Emrakul. Shadow Skull Recruit. Goblin Warpaint. No one's playing that ever.
That is not true.
No?
That is not true. There is a team out on the floor that has splashed the Warpaint all over the place. They've got 4 copies of Goblin Warpaint in their deck, and they were playing all their 1-drops.
Awesome.
And they were like, yeah, in game 2 we'll get them with Omnath. But game 1.
Fantastic. All right. Goblin Warpaint, which may be in our deck.
Oh, I'm just going to keep this for later when we...
Okay.
Rolling Thunder.
Oh, nice. Valakut Invoker just went by.
Yeah.
Lava Step Raider.
So Lava Step Raider, that was one of the cards that
they're playing with
some
their Goblin
unknown
Warpaint.
team is playing.
Yeah.
Vile Aggregate, that's a card we talked about in the preview show. Yeah. Outnumber here. Yep. We'll throw that with the lands, even though it's...
Sure.
There's a second Goblin Warpaint. Maybe we're doing it.
No, we're not. I'm not going to let you do that.
I'm not going to let me do that either. Belligerent Whiptail. There's a great, one of the great colorless red cards.
Yeah.
A second Reckless Cohort.
Another Vestige of Emrakul.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good red colorless here. Some red allies here. Another Lava Step Raider. Oh, wow. Fire Mantle Mage. I love this card.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a massive deal. Incidentally, just bring you some
second Nettle Drone.
A few more results coming in. Austria defeats Venezuela. Singapore underway with a win. And Malta in their first ever World Magic Cup match, they drew. So they're still undefeated in World Magic Cup play. A draw against Ukraine. Spain, the hosts, are underway with a loss. Peru defeated Spain. Good job by them. Guys, our red looks tremendous.
And we have 2 different directions. We have some really, some early red allies. Fire Mantle Mage, a terrific red ally. 2 Shatter Skull Recruits, if somehow black-red allies was a thing. The ability to gain some life. Rolling Thunder is a card that really stands out here. Yep. And then the colorless red, the Devoid red is just spectacular. Double Touch of the Void, double Nettle Drone, double Barrage Tyrant, double Vestige of Emrakul, a Vile Aggregate. The red is just, this is so far, I think, is this, white is still stronger, but I think white and red are our 2 strongest colors so far.
Yeah, for sure.
Although this is also very impressive. This is a good pool so far. Yeah. I'm excited.
I am too.
And we've still got the green cards to come.
Yay!
All right, talking of which, let's clear the decks, and Ian, let's wade through the green. I can tell you that the round is paired here in round number 2. Their players are out there on the floor gearing up. Some terrific matches coming your way. Team USA will face Northern Ireland in round 2. Northern Ireland won their first round. South Africa had the bye in round 1, so they now go into action for the first time at 1-0. Brazil will face South Korea. That's a really good one. Nam Sung-wook up against Paulovita Dama de Rosa. There's the 2 team captains there. The Netherlands, they face Romania. Japan, their round 2 at 1-0 will be against the Turks. Turkey have underway with a win. Ian, you're laying out the green. What's going on?
So we have a couple copies of Jotty Offshoot here so far.
So I know there's a team out on the floor that's looking for those for standard. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. A couple other solid cards here so far. Ornery Invoker, Snapping Gnarlid. Trying to divide things up here between our colorless and our non-colorless, just so it's a little easier to view at home.
Another Invoker.
Seek the Wilds. Territorial Baloth number 2. Rot Shambler. Oh, Rot Shambler. This is a card that can be pretty good in black-green decks. Actually, I've seen some.
Yeah, we haven't looked at the gold
weekend.
cards yet, so we don't know, if there's what's out there. But that really wants a lot of Eldrazi token makers, right?
Right, and here we have 2 copies of Eyeless Watcher, which is actually one of the best token makers. So that's something to look into for sure. As one might expect, nothing super exciting here in green. Doesn't look like we have any exciting rares. But yeah, I could see it supplementing a deck for sure.
Are you generally disappointed or excited to see a color? We've seen 3 strong colors.
Right.
Is it exciting to see a weaker color maybe that you can?
Yeah, it is. It sort of makes the decision-making process a little bit better. And I think if we were to come up short in one of our colors, we'd rather it be green, since that's probably the weakest color on average anyway.
So I'm going to add in to this the colorless cards, because often if you have plenty of green token makers and acceleration and Lifespring Druids and natural connections.
No Lifespring Druids, by the way.
No, and so in a way, we want this pile not to be very good, because if we have lots of great Eldrazi, I'm not sure we have a great way to get there. Let's see. We have an Ulamog's Despoiler, Conduit of Ruin, which accelerates us into something bigger.
Ulamog's Despoiler, by the way, is a nice payoff for our. For some of our blue cards and our black cards.
If we make a blue-red deck.
Or a blue-black deck.
Yep. Triple Hedron Blade, double Pathway Arrows. Only one of those cards might see play, I guess. We do have some big Eldrazi. 2 Eldrazi Devastator and a Desolation Twin. Scour from Existence, Titan's Presence. We're not super blessed in the Eldrazi department.
So I just want to warn you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to warn both of you.
You're going to play Hedron Blade a lot?
No, I kind of want those Pathway Arrows in the black deck.
They're a great sideboard card at least, for sure.
I'm starting one.
You're going to start one?
I'm going to start one with 3 Nirkana Assassins and a Retreat to Hagra. The ability to give any creature Death Touch with the Retreat to Hagra.
That's really interesting.
And the Nirkana Assassins, and enough, if we build it that there's enough life gain that we can consistently trigger the Nirkana Assassins gaining Death Touch. I want this card. This becomes a machine gun in that deck.
Yeah,
I definitely saw some teams, some Hall of Famers, death touching and pathway arrowing with far fewer tools than we have here in this deck. So I want to play one, and I probably want the second one in my board as well.
Very cool. Yeah. It's interesting.
Okay. Just before we sort of summarize where we've got to, before we put our heads down during round 2, are there any gold cards, BDM, that really sort of shift things around? Really, you don't want many gold cards, because they are prescriptive and they design you into a shoot.
Well, if we're going to go red-black, we've got a Forerunner of Slaughter. If we're going to go red-blue, we have a Brutal Expulsion.
Ooh, that's nice.
Angelic Captain, if we do red-white allies, which is possible. And we have a Grove Rumbler. So green-red was actually a very popular deck out on the floor.
Yep.
In terms of teams building, and they seemed like, no, this is just this great deck. But our green is just not good enough that I think this is not on the table. I think those 3 might be in play depending on how we built the decks. If we don't go black-white, or if we go somehow 3-color, depending on our mana fixing over here, which doesn't look like it gives us much.
Can we lay it out?
Yeah, Looming Spires, Mortuary Mire, part of the common cycle, Sanctum of Ugin in the rare slot, Fertile Thicket, 2 of those. And then we've got a black-red Smoldering Marsh,
Blighted Woodlands, a Spawning Bed. That's a nice card. a Blighted Step.
So that helps with
and
the
an
life
Evolving
gain.
Wilds.
So we have one Evolving Wilds.
So not a ton of mana fixing here.
No, but also as we've gone along, there's been no sense of us wanting to build a 5-color special anywhere along this.
No Converge rares or exciting Converge cards that, Exert Influence seemed to be the card that was, exerting that influence in terms of people wanting to build a Converge deck.
You have to find a home for that.
That's the card they want to play.
Interesting thing with the Converge decks is Fertile Thicket is a card I've seen laid out all across the tables so far today in the tournament, really enabling those Converge decks. And importantly, even if you're not green, this can let you splash some Converge cards in a non-green deck, and this gives you your extra color and also helps kind of throttle your mana.
Well,
up and down.
I'm sure at home you're already starting to think what our 3 decks ought to be. Hopefully you're building along with us at home with your 12 packs of BFC. Use the hashtag MTGWMC, World Magic Cup, to let us know what 3 decks you end up with. We're going to build during round 2. But let's summarize where we're at. So, white, very deep, planar outburst. We had Awaken cards. We had 8 allies, I think, from memory.
Yeah. Felidar Sovereign is maybe a big finisher after a planar outburst.
Yep. So white, pretty exciting, and potentially going in 2 decks. Potentially. Blue, terrific, but not really in terms of the ingest, even though we have 2 Benthic Infiltrator and a Mist Intruder.
Yeah, I'd say our blue was a little bit on the shallow side if we're not going into the ingest type archetype, but it does have some exciting cards.
Halimar Tidecaller is a card that I'm very excited about in that deck because there were a lot of Awaken cards that we could, rebuy with that. It becomes Eternal Witness in that deck.
Yeah, Sheer Drop, Planar Outburst, fantastic there.
So then we have the black with a ton, it was like 11 or 12 allies. The colorless didn't really work out as colorless, but
2 Kalastri Healers and 2 Bloodbond Vampires is the foundation for a very, very exciting deck. And there was a Lantern Scout in all white in the ally section.
Plus some awesome removal spells to supplement whatever deck gets the
Did we have 1 complete disregard? I know we had 2
did.
grip.
1 complete disregard, 2 grip of
2 Grip of Desolation, which is super, super exciting. I mean, people want to open that more than they want to open Rolling Thunder, depending on who you talk to.
Talking of Rolling Thunder.
Oh, we had one of those too, so we don't have to worry about it too
so
much.
let's talk about the red then, BDM. You had a good look at that. Again, looks like it could, it looks more like it could split 2 ways, but probably not into actually 2 decks.
Right, we had a lot of red allies, but not super spectacular ones. Reckless Cohorts and Shatter Skull Recruits.
Right.
We did have a Fire Mantle Mage.
That's the exciting one.
Which is the exciting
because
card.
that really does win games if you play it last.
Sure.
That really is often the end.
And the Angelic Captain,
Angelic
which
Captain,
would go in a red ally deck if we have that.
And then,
but we had a ton of red colorless cards. We had 2 Touch of the Voids. We had 2 Nettle Drones. We had a Vile Aggregate.
Double Vestige of Emrakul.
Double Vestige of Emrakul. We have a Brutal Expulsion over here as well. I believe there was a Molten Nursery in there.
Yeah, it was.
If we wanted to really just sort of go really down the linear of the blue-red Devoid deck.
Yeah, that's a card I don't love in typical BFC sealed or even in draft. But in this format, sometimes you get the Devoid deck that's like all Devoid cards.
We could build a 21 Devoid card deck with 1 red color card, Rolling
and
Thunder.
In that deck,
or,
Molten Nursery certainly makes the cut.
Yeah, so then we've got green in front of us, Ian, and in some ways...
Can I just put away the green?
Well, I mean, in some ways, that's exactly what you want, because as you said, BDM, if there is a weak colour, that's great, because you don't necessarily need that 5th colour, and it's starting to look like we may not. Ian, what's your take on the green? Do you see it
there's not really
somewhere?
a great reason to go into green. I mean, if we had like a powerful rare or 2, I might think about making a 3-color deck that splashes a few cards, but none of these cards are really strong enough to splash into a deck, nor do I really see the basis, the core of a deck in green either. We're lacking things like Lifespring Druid to really enable a multicolor
one
Converge
natural
deck.
connection.
And really no payoff for Converge either. So it may be the case that we actually don't play many or any green cards in our 3 decks total.
So then the thing that naturally pairs with the green would be the Eldrazi. To what extent do you imagine, it looks like we probably won't have an actual Eldrazi deck, if you like, but can you imagine putting Conduit of Ruin and Eldrazi Devastator into a deck?
Sometimes I like to use the big Eldrazi to round out my other decks. Perhaps if we're playing like a black-white life gain deck and it needs a finisher, we play 1 big Eldrazi on top.
We have 3 decks to build. You have decks to watch, because it's time for round 2, and at enormous expense, I have bribed the feature match team to bring you France against England. Here it comes.
Thank you, Rich. Obviously excited for his home country there as he puts his hands in the air. And that is one of the great things about the World Magic Cup. You get that vibe from everybody here in the building and, of course, everybody at home watching as well. We are ready, though, to head down to the feature match area for the second round. And as Rich said it, we have France versus England. And welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and we are just about ready for round 2 action. We're still in team sealed mode here. We have England. You can see the team captain there from England, Fabrizio Anteri. They're playing against France. Now, the captains didn't end up getting lined up here. You know, the players have a seat, ABC, and you can kind of sit.
You can decide how you want to line it up. England put their captain in the C seat. France has Fathi Benaribi.
Yeah. So let's see what we're looking at here. Now, we took a look at the decks here, Randy, and we see that Fathi Benaribi is on blue-white flyers, and it looks like a very solid version. It's got a little bit of an awakened sub-theme that you'll often see with this deck in there.
It's got a tide collar.
Yes. On the other side of the table, though, for players who have played this format a lot, you'll see the blue-black deck of Fabrizio Anteri with the perfect start here. Mist Intruder right into Benthic Infiltrator to get those ingest triggers going, and he's actually got some things to do once he's got some ingest going.
He does indeed. 2 copies of Ulamog's Nullifier and a Wasteland Strangler are the highlights.
Those are some highlights, no doubt about it. And a good start here for Fathi as well, though, who has he started off, looks like he was on the play here, and yeah, not too bad. He's got a Shadow Glider, which held back the Mist Intruder for a turn. He did decide to go ahead and attack with it. After that, he figured probably, well, I'm going to get an ingest going here anyway, so I may as well get in for damage and trade 2 damage for 1. But he followed up with a reasonable Incubator Drone as well.
Wow, and now Nullifier is just up.
And this is the super interesting part here, because Fabrizio Anteri, as you mentioned, Randy, he has 2 Ulamog's Nullifiers, and he's already got 2 things exiled there from ingest. There's not too many cards that care about that second ingest. But, nice backup plan here for Fabrizio. He's not going to get stuck just trying to hold up those things forever. He's going to go ahead and fire off Complete Disregard here to take down the Shadow Glider.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, a lot of times the Nullifier is just a 2/3 flash flyer, which is fine.
It is. In fact, perhaps a little underrated. The card's quite good.
I mean, it could have just picked off that Shadow Glider there, and Fabrizio chose not to. What do you think of that line?
You know, I think Fabrizio is really trying to maximize value here. The fact that he has 2 of them in his hand makes me more likely to want to just pick off and eat a Shadow Glider
Guy's
here.
not going to play around the second one, right?
No, they never do. That's just a rule. All right, and here we go. Benthic Infiltrator
Counterspell
is going to get countered. But, gosh, yeah, Fabrizio still has 2 cards exiled thanks to the Complete Disregard from before. And that Flying Air Force is up. Everything evasive here for Fabrizio.
Yeah, I would have been pretty tempted to just pick off that Shadow Glider with the Nullifier, but I like the position Fabrizio has put himself into now. He's got 4 power worth of invasion. He's counterspelled 1 thing, and he's got the ability to stop whatever Benaribi does next.
Yeah, I think that Fabrizio's thinking was just that there's some 5-drops that he didn't have an answer for already that Fathi could play, and he would be left with no answer. And in fact,
he just valued the Nullifier that much more than Complete Disregard, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's true that Fathi does have that. You can see he's got double Windrider Patrol in hand here, and he's going to get one of them snapped off here by another Nullifier.
There's a reason Fabrizio has some numbers in front of his name.
Indeed.
Some parentheses around him. Number 22 ranked player in the world.
All right, this is interesting now. He's going to go for a Halimar Tidecaller.
So Benaribi is slow rolling his Windrider Patrols.
Yes. But this might just draw the counter anyway.
Oh, he doesn't have double blue, does he?
That's correct. Yeah, he's got a spawning bed down, so...
There you go.
Yeah, this might just draw it out anyway, and it looks like it's going to. I mean, that's a lot of value to give up there. And countered it does get. All right, so again, Fabrizio looking to be in pretty good position here, but if Fathi can find that second blue and start slamming those Windrider patrols, he can get this thing back pretty quickly. In the meantime, take 6. This is a big turn for Fathi.
It's a land. It's an island.
Okay, that's a big deal. Spell Shrivel in hand for Anteri. God. Pretty brutal if you're sitting in Fathi.
That is a lot of counter magic.
Counter, counter, counter.
This is just 3 turns in a row where he's counterspelled the best thing Benaribi's been able to do.
That's correct.
Fabrizio's thinking? Surely.
Fabrizio could be thinking about a number, you know, he could be thinking, look, I can beat that. I can't beat Planar Outburst, you know, something along those lines. Still, I'd be pretty surprised if he didn't just counter the Windrider Patrol here.
I mean, the 4-3 is pretty good on this board.
It is. Okay. He's going to let him have it.
Wow.
He can attack through and still get in for 4 damage here. He's got a dampening pulse here. Ah, he's also got a Merc Strider.
Oh, okay. There we go.
How about you send that thing back to your hand? And a quick game, by the way, on table B goes to Pierre Dejean, who is the captain for France. Yeah, and he beats Kariu Patel in a quick game 1.
So both captains looking like they're going to take a quick game 1.
Yeah, I love this deck from Fabrizio, by the way. I mean, sure, we have seen a particularly nice draw, but I mean, this is why he put those cards in, and wow, what a performance. Counter, counter, counter spell, backup, tempo.
How often have you seen a blue-black tempo deck you didn't like, Marshall?
It's a fair point. But this one's great.
It has looked very good.
The thing is that Fathi's had a perfectly reasonable draw here, right? I mean, he did stumble a little on the blue mana, but after he hit that, it's like... he's just getting smashed.
Mm-hmm.
Fathi's down to 1 life. He's facing multiple evasive threats. And he's going to pass the turn back, leaving just the 2 mana. Gideon's Reproach is the only card that really matters to Fabrizio, and it doesn't actually matter here as he's got enough attackers to get in anyway. And Fabrizio and Terry is going to take down game 1 as captain for England for his team, and in fact, even things up as far as games go. We'll be back right after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Battle for Zendikar accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios in your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com.
The Magic Online Championship Series is underway. Start earning your way to the Magic Online Championship now. For more details, visit mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Barcelona. Let's jump over to Table A, as our other 2 matches are shuffling. And let's jump in and see what we're looking at here. Well, this is kind of an interesting board. There's a From Beyond and 3 Scions, but nothing else. Versus, that's for Raoul Zimmerman of England. Arnaud Sommet just has a Vestige of Emrakul, but it looks like it's holding off the fort, or holding down the fort here, though Raoul's down to 5. So Arnaud looks like he was the one with the quick start, though has not been able to fully capitalize on it from this point.
Both players on red-green.
Right.
Kind of interesting. We've definitely seen a lot of these red-green aggro decks in the field. Now, Zimmerman's has a bit of a devoid theme to it. He's got, you know, Violet Aggregate, a couple of Kozilek Sentinels in his list, Eyeless Watcher, Call of the Scions. Whereas Sommet is more the Snapping Gnarlid variety. Oh, geez. Arnaud Sommet has 2 copies of Rolling Thunder in his red-green deck. It's like 3 Snapping Gnarlids, 2 Rolling Thunders. I like it already. I don't care what the other 18 cards are.
Yeah, I'm in. And here comes the 3/4 Trampler into the red zone. Raul's thinking about what he wants to do. He's got an outnumber in his hand that can do 3. It can't quite kill it, but he could block and use his outnumber here. Raul at 5.
Wow, Raul has some top end in this deck, by the way. He's got Breaker of Armies, Conduit of Ruin, Deathless Behemoth, and Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger.
He has Ulamog in this deck?
He has Ulamog in this deck. He's got a Catacomb Sifter and as part of a very light Black Splash.
You know what he's doing? He's trying to decide if he can take this damage and then crack that thing for Ulamog. I think he's genuinely considering it because look, he's got enough mana here, right? 1, 2, 3.
Touch of the Void.
Oh, Touch of the Void finishes him, so he takes the risk and gets punished for it. Tough one there for Raul Zimmerman. And Soumé takes down game 1 for France. So that puts Pierre Dajon up a game, Soumé up a game, but Fabrizio and Terry on the other side of the table up a game for England. So 2-1 in the early going for France.
Yeah, both of these countries lost their first round, but really, all you have to do is get to day 2. Because of the way the pool play works on day 2, you're in it. If you just get there, you just got to get into the top 32 today out of 73 countries, and you can still win the tournament. Probably any winning record is going to get you through. If you're 4-3, you're probably going to make the top.
Yeah, I think 4-3 didn't make it.
Yeah, if you go 0-3 and then win the next 4, you're going to have to sweat your tiebreakers.
But if you're 4-3, you're looking good, yeah.
Yeah, just don't lose the first 3, and you're still very much live. Yeah, we have, I think, 3 countries more this year than last year, so maybe a couple of people will miss at 4-3, but that's basically the goal. Get a winning record, get through to day 2, and then anything is possible in pool play.
All right, let's jump to our middle table here. This is table B. And once again, we've got Pierre Dajon there. You take a look at Pierre. He is the team captain for France.
A Pro Tour finalist.
Kira Patel has got a Colostria Nightwatch on his side of the board. Yeah, Pierre is a PT finalist. He played against his countrymen.
Yeah, Jeremy Tizani beat him. Tizani almost made this French team. He finished 2nd at a World Magic Cup. Lost the final.
And here's Myers Malice now for Dajon. This is a card I love in this format.
Sure.
And even though he doesn't have enough mana to get Awaken and attack this turn, he's still going to make that 3/3. And we see some teamwork happening here with Patel on figuring out, well, what do we actually want to discard here? Pass the turn back. We are in the middle stages of this game, but the players look like they haven't really been able to get at each other's life totals. As coming into this turn, it was 20-19. It looks like it's going to be 19-16 now. And there's a Silent Skimmer as the follow-up for Patel.
Plated Crusher time.
Yeah. We've seen more of those here in just 2 rounds than I've seen in any GPs I've covered or anything for Limited here. Plated Crusher has kind of come out of the woodwork. You talked about it before, Randy, about how, you know, look, if you're booster drafting and you don't feel like drafting green, you can kind of avoid it. But here it's like, here, you know, here's 1/6 of your cards. They're green. Do something with these. Of course, the players were building earlier today. They've opened 12 booster packs of Battle for Zendikar and built 3 40-card decks from them. They also have to distribute the sideboard cards to a specific deck. They're not pooled together, so something that players will have to consider as well.
England split black in their build. They have a black-white with some life gain synergies. They have a blue-black and then a red-green.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The black life gain deck wants very specific cards and the rest it doesn't care about.
Yep. France split green. They're on black-green, blue-white, and then red-green.
All right, here's a Catacomb Sifter now for Dajon. And he's going to line up some attacks here. And it looks like complete disregard. Oof. That's pretty nice. And he's going to go ahead and Fertile Thicket here, though. I'm assuming he doesn't actually want to get a land. It is a May ability.
You just don't look, right? Well, you know what's on the bottom. You just get a little more information about your future draw steps.
Exactly. Yeah, losing your Ghoul-Draz Overseer to a complete disregard while the shields are down is pretty rough. It's a big mana advantage for Pierre Dajon. And he's just attacking in with the Plated Crusher, it looks like. Pilgrim's Eye is going to hang back. I got to say, the Crushers looked pretty good.
True.
I mean, its stats have never been bad. You know, it's not like you say, oh, 7/7. Wouldn't want to pay that for Hexproof. It's actually pretty good. It's just, you need to find the right deck for it. I think one of the other reasons that we don't see it too much in Booster Draft is just because it is somewhat replaceable by some of the colorless Eldrazi that any color have access to.
But here you can give those colorless Eldrazi to the other decks.
Yes. And the green deck gets the Crusher.
It's part of the reasons why green's been a little awkward in this format anyway. Like, the things that green's normally good at are ramp and fatties. But you've got this Eldrazi block where lots of colors have access to ramp and fatties.
All right, the 7/6 Crusher is going to hit the red zone. And he's got a follow-up play of Giant Menace. Hey, look, Broodhunter Worm in his hand, too. So he's got all the green middle guys. Yeah, I mean, it just looks like Pierre has just worked his way further and further ahead, just playing bigger things than what Patel's up to. Nothing fancy here for Pierre Dajon, but he's up a game, and
sure looks like France is going to be up a match.
It does look like it, yeah.
Best 2 out of 3 matches, of course. But England's going to have to win the other 2.
He's still going to just keep crunching in there with the Crusher.
I think Dajon has just put him on Gideon's Reproach and doesn't want to attack with anything that can die to it.
Could be. I mean, this attack forces certain blocks and will sort of clear the way later. Yeah, there it is, chump block, and Pierre's like, yeah. Guess who's coming in next turn? All of them. And that's going to do it. Patel draws his card for the turn, looks at the board, and says, you got me. So Pierre Dajon picks up game 1 with his Plated Crusher, with his Giant Mantis, and with his Broodhunter Worm. I mean, excuse me, the first match for France. So let's jump over to Table A. You can see our camera crew scurrying over there to get you those awesome shots. And let's jump in and see what Raoul Zimmerman versus Arnaud Sommet have going on here. So Sommet's got, what does he have here? He's got a Territorial Baloth, and he's got the Snappy Gnarlid there.
Yeah, these decks start out at...
He's way ahead. I was just going to stipulate, yeah, he's probably ahead on life total. He's way ahead. He's at 19-2 right now.
We saw this last time where Sommet is the red-green aggro, and Zimmerman is red-green, but there's a black splash, and there's a whole bunch of Eldrazi hanging out. Up to and including Ulamog, who can be called from beyond.
And I believe that Zimmerman has him in hand.
Yeah?
You know, we saw him, I think, I had the read that he was trying to go for it. All right, looks like it's 10-17, so he's got a little more breathing to
from
him.
last match.
So this does change things. Zimmerman at 10 life has a little bit of room to work with here, though. That 10 life can evaporate pretty quickly. He's probably going to want to start chump blocking with some of his 1/1s here at some point.
Wow,
But
Zimmerman's got
looking at his
Conduit
hand,
and Ulamog.
in hand,
In hand.
yeah, that's a little awkward. But if he can get the Conduit down to help stabilize, like if Somei misses a land drop and can't attack.
Whatever, you Conduit for Breaker Varbies. He's got more where those came from.
No, it's true. And Conduit works, it still works the way he wants it to, even though it's in his hand.
Stone Fury, though.
Also an update from our furthermost back table. They're sitting at 1-1 now.
That's the Fabrizio and Terry match?
Correct, versus Benaribi. And we're going to hold them and see what happens with this one.
Okay, so this will be the only match going for now.
Correct.
Cool.
Once again, France is up 1 match here. They've got to win 2 to secure this one. Both of these teams started off the tournament with a loss, but it's not the end of the world. So Zimmerman, though, decided instead of playing, well, really anything to affect the board directly on his side, Stone Fury was his play. He said, you know what, the door's open. If we just take out this 4/4, the Baloth, it'll just be better for us. So he did that.
I mean, the truth is, if the game goes long, Zimmerman just wins.
Absolutely.
He's got so much gasoline in his hand. He needs to just not die.
Totally. Here's a land off the top for Zimmerman, and he would like to see about as many of those as he can get.
Yep.
He's actually up to 8 mana right now.
Yeah, maybe sack 1 Scion for
totally
Conduit here.
Yep. He can play Conduit.
5/5 is a decent blocker.
He can search for Breaker, which he can cast next turn no matter what if he wants. He is going to need to find a land somewhere else or a mana. It looks like he's actually just not going to do it.
Oh, he wants to draw a land for Ulamog, so he's not going to search for Breaker?
I think that might be the case. If he does not find something to put on top of his library, then he is live to go land Ulamog.
Interesting. But he could guaranteed play Breaker.
Pretty much, yeah.
Although he would have to sack a Scion for it.
Correct. It would put him another step back from casting Ulamog.
Yeah, he'd be 2 away from Ulamog if he went for the Breaker next turn. Okay, makes sense. Searched, failed to find, just shuffled.
I want to see an Ulamog pretty bad. Somei is up a game in his match.
Turn
here.
against? Somei's holding turn against.
What? Oh, no.
Are you sure you want to see that Ulamog?
Yes. Yes. Now I really want to see it. Zimmerman's down to 8. He got burned last time by Touch of the Void to finish him off after he decided to take 3 instead of blocking.
Yeah, he was set up to From Beyond to go get that Ulamog.
He was, and I think that's what the plan he wanted. Now, this changes thing. Akum Firebird means a land off the top would be really nice for Zimmerman. To get that Firebird exiled. And I don't think he's found it. What did he draw From Beyond?
I don't think our hand cam has updated yet.
Oh, it's a Thicket.
Oof. Not the land he was looking for.
Now, this it's not over. It is not over yet. But it is not looking nearly as good for Zimmerman now that he took 3 with haste and he's scheduled to take another 3. Touch of the Void is going to be in range here, and maybe a well-timed turn against could also kill him.
He is going to put a land on top for next turn?
He is. And he's going to play a Grove Rumbler from his hand here. So now what's happening is Somei is thinking, can I win here? Right? He's got him down to a virtual 2. He just needs to get through for 2 extra damage using his turn against, or if he can find a burn spell like Touch of the Void, he can finish this thing off. If he does that, France wins the round. Looming Spires can get him to 1.
Now, could he turn against here?
That's what he's looking at now. That's the question. Is taking a blocker away and producing another lethal threat
He winds up with
enough?
4 ground attackers into 4 blockers, plus the Firebird, which is going to fly over.
So it just forces a bunch of chumps. But you know what? That might be a thing, too.
Right.
Zimmerman has to be wondering what's going on here because, Sommet has to be wondering what's going on. After the Conduit of Ruin got past,
and failed to find.
He looked like you could tell he was thinking, do I actually want to search? But it was clear he could.
Almost has to be Ulamog, right?
Yeah, and he's just going to steal the Rumbler and play a land.
Yep.
Which is going to make it
a Looming Spire.
6/6 if he targets it, at least a 5/5 with Trample. So that's going to have to get blocked by the Conduit. And then it's going to be chump, chump, chump.
Yeah, killing those Scions has value here, too. I mean,
Huge.
if you're Arnaud Sommet, you know something's coming. Like, Zimmerman has been building up. He played Conduit.
Yeah.
He's preserving his Scions. He's still putting land on top of his library, even though he's got access to all of it.
He's not going to win this turn, but he's effectively going to set Zimmerman back 4 mana here. The Conduit of Ruin's going to be gone, and the 2 Scions are going to be gone. Yeah, this is a solid, aggressive play. I like this from Sommet. He made sure that everything looked right, but it can be so tempting to try to use turn against as a 2-for-1 in combat, but there's so many times when it's more correct to just steal your creature on your turn and get in with the thing. Yeah, this has not worked out well for Zimmerman. I mean, he was going to untap and play Ulamog. Like, he was there, and now all of a sudden he has to chump block multiple times. He's still going down to 2 life here.
Man, if that Fertile Thicket had come into play untapped,
yep,
would have played Ulamog last turn. Of course, there's probably still a crazy turning against and attacking with Ulamog is probably not going to be good for Raoul Zimmerman.
Yeah, it's really tough. That was both of the games that we saw. Zimmerman was untapping and playing Ulamog one way or the other.
Yep.
You can see Fabrizio and Terry, the team captain for England there, offering advice for Zimmerman. This is potentially for the round as well, so this doesn't work though. Yeah, that thing has Trample. Yeah, okay, so Grove Rumbler has Trampler, and that does it. So France takes down this round against England and moves to 1-1, knocking England down to 0-2. So really tough start for England here. They're going to have to start rattling off wins if they're going to make a similar run to what they did last year.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Yeah, they finished. They made it to Sunday last year.
They did. With Fabrizio as well as their captain. He was there that time too. Welcome back to the booth. That's Randy Buehler. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and we hope you're enjoying our coverage of the World Magic Cup here from Barcelona. I know that Richard Hagan is ready at the news desk. You know what? I know he's not ready at the news desk, so let's just hang out here for a few minutes. We've got one more round to cover here of Team Sealed before we switch over to Team Unified Standard. We'll be getting you updated on all that and how it works, at the news desk. Rich has got some stuff ready for that, but we get to savor one more round of this awesome Team Sealed format, and it's great, right? I mean, again, I saw we had Ulamog like this close to being cast both games, and that would have been pretty awesome. But even though it didn't happen, I'm still kind of like, it's okay, right? Like watching it is like, those are some good plays to turn against. That kind of stuff is nice.
Yeah, I think Team Seal's great. Team Unified Standard is going to be awesome this afternoon too. We even have Frank Karsten running the numbers.
Oh, we hired him to run the numbers.
I can't do any better than that, right?
No.
I'm very eager to see what people actually do with this Unified Standard field. Like the fact that you only have 20 fetch lands to deal out between 3 decks just means every deck is kind of making mana-based concessions, and how do you line things up? I'm looking forward to that too.
Yeah. I did see a few fetch lands in the Team Sealed, by the way.
My favorite, so I was watching Denmark, and they clearly had play tested the format. Denmark, when they went to build the decks, Martin Dang was not allowed to touch the cards. They had everybody else picked
Wait,
up
you mean
like
they wouldn't
a
let him
third.
build?
They wouldn't let him, like, they decided he's really bad at opening boosters. He never opens anything good. So they're like, you're not even opening boosters in here. It's like, a stacked, it's stamped
'Cause they're
cards
marked,
and
yeah.
it's one thing. But everybody else picked up a third and started sorting them. And Martin is just like sitting back in his chair, was not allowed to touch the cards. He never opens anything good. That was the result of their play testing. It was
Poor Martin. He doesn't get to open the packs.
no longer allowed to open packs. Apparently, they tried that. That's playtesting teaches you these things.
Deep strategy here at the World Magic Cup. You can see that when you put these teams into one room together to test for a while, some weird things happen. But they also tend to bond and grow together, as a team.
Of course.
And you get to tease them a little bit too as part of that.
You mentioned the Fetchlands, though. Team Denmark did in fact open a Bloodstained Mire expedition. So
yeah, so take that.
They got that going
Team
for them.
Denmark. All right. Well, Richard Hagan is now ready at the news desk. Let's send it over to him.
It's true. I was ready before, but I was hyperventilating because this is a real shock. Congratulations, Turkey. Turkey have defeated Japan in round 2. So the super team of Yuya Watanabe, Kenji Samura, Ryoichi Tamada, and Soyuz Yu they're at 1-1 now, and Turkey advanced to 2-0. Also 2-0 are Team Brazil, Palavida Dama de Rosa. They had a tough one against Nam Sung Wook and the guys from South Korea. Singapore are up to 2-0 against the Team BDM. I know you have a lot of time for, and I agree, Italy. They're now down to 1-1. Thailand at 2-0. Virapat Cyrila Vorakal, the captain there. And they've defeated Paul Jackson and Joseph Sklazuro in the Australian team. Australia now at 1-1. Plenty more results as they come in.
I actually got to watch a pretty good match. I don't know if there was slip is in because we were interviewing them, but two-time world champion Shahar Shenhar and the Israeli team against reigning World Magic Cup champions Denmark.
Wow.
And Denmark is 2-0. Although Martin Mueller was a little glum about it because he's like, I don't know if I'm ever going to get to finish one of my matches. My two teammates.
Is he like a blue-white controller and everyone else is aggro?
My two teammates just keep winning. Now, he's got like the green-black. He had like the go-wide deck, and he would get locked into these kind of go-wide mirrors.
Sure. Right. The grindy rock deck.
Yeah.
Well, nice problem to have.
Yeah, it's like, I just want to win a match. Meanwhile, he's 2-0.
Indeed. Well, welcome back to the news desk. Got one more round of Team Limited today. 3 more rounds of that tomorrow for the top 32 when it will be pool play. But right now, you're just playing against people on the same record as your own country. So at 2-0, you'll face another 2-0. If you're at 0-2, it'll be another team that's looking for their first win. Even if you go 0-3, you're not out the door because Team Unified Standard comes up this afternoon. 4 wins there might sneak you up far enough to get into the top 32. It's going to be a really tight rung on the 4 and 3s at the end. So, part 2 of our sealed build, we had a chance during some of the round to pare down our cards. Hope you've been doing the same, following along at home. Lots of ways to interact with us. Use the hashtag at MTGWMC, Magic the Gathering World Magic Cup. Easy enough. So let us know what 3 decks you've been building at home with your friends. I want to say hello to Buddy Clark, by the way, a guy that got a chance to meet at Grand Prix Seattle, and he said every single Pro Tour for the last 5+ years, I and my buddies take Friday off work and we all get together to make sure we see every minute of every Pro Tour with you. So, Buddy, thanks for being there with us on Friday, and thanks to all of you for being part of the show. So, gentlemen, the 3, well, they're not decks yet, but the 3 sort of archetypes we've looked at. Black-white allies, blue-red devoid, good blue-white cards that didn't fit anywhere else and were the only other option. So, as you can tell, that's maybe the biggest question mark. So, Ian, why don't we start with you? And you've got the best part of 30 cards still laid out for black-white.
Yeah, black-white is our deepest color combination and the area where we have the most options. So, the shell of this deck is the black-white Life Gain Allies deck. We've got Lantern Scout with Rally, wants us to have lots of allies in our deck, as does Calastria Healer, 2 copies of that. We've got some Life Gain synergies in terms of Calastria Night Watches, Nirkana Assassins, 2 copies of Bloodbond Vampire, really important there. So we have a couple different directions we can take this deck, and with 30+ cards here, we're definitely gonna have to pare it down a little bit.
So I guess, BDM, one of the big problems, I mean, it's a good problem to have, but one of the big problems with this archetype is that in order to fuel all those ally triggers and all those life gain triggers, you have some reasonably ordinary individual cards. McKinley Patrol, Nakana Assassin, not inherently, they're 2 3s for 3. These are not great cards in and of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, even a card, like the Stonehaven Medic is not a super exciting card to be playing. It's a 1/3. It's not, it's going to get run over by a lot of cards. It's not going to present a real threat a lot of time, but it has a lot of synergies in this deck.
Definitely.
So how about, Ian, give us, let's take the cards that you know are going to be here, and then let's start looking at the decision points.
Start with 2 Grip of Desolations.
Yeah, so definitely removal spells, 2 Grip of Desolations, Complete Disregard, Ruinous Path is awesome. Not sure about the Bone Splinters just yet. BDM, I know you really like Pathway Arrows.
I do really like it.
I'm willing to trust my teammate on that one, so I'm going to leave that in here. I think it's got good synergy in the deck.
That might change, right? If for some reason you end up not playing the Nirkana Assassins, or the Retreat to Hagra went somewhere else and you lost that Death Touch ability, this is not a super card on its own.
Totally agree.
In a deck, but where you have the ability to give Death Touch, dealing that 1 point of damage becomes fatal to the creature you're shooting as opposed to annoying.
Right. So I'm going to take it off and put it to the side for now, but there's a good chance we will play that as it builds into our synergy base here.
Okay, what about the creatures that you definitely want to keep?
Okay, Zulaport Cutthroat for sure, the 2 Calastria Healers for sure. Core Castigator is a question mark here. As you can see, we have tons of 2-drops here. It does seem like a shoe-in as far as a 2-drop ally, and there's a good chance we'll play some number of them, but I'm going to put them off to the side here, and we'll use them to kind of fill in as we have more information about our deck. Same thing here with the Stonehaven Medic. It has life gain here, but we're not sure which of our many 2-drops we're going to be playing. And importantly, as you noted, Stonehaven Medic isn't an ally, so we're going to have to evaluate how deep do we want to go in the life gain versus how deep do we go in the ally. That's going to influence whether we play these. And then the Core Blade Whirl, I think we'll definitely play as just a solid ally for sure.
First strike, Death Touch, pretty exciting.
Yep. Similarly at 3s, we have lots of different 3s to choose from. I think we're going to play some number of the Nirkana Assassins, but we're not sure how many yet, so I'm going to put those off to the side. I like the Hagra Sharpshooter. McKinley Patrol, again, we could play some number of these, but not necessarily all of them. Lantern Scout, we're definitely playing. Super huge bomb there. At 4-drop creatures, Silent Skimmer is solid, but not necessarily something we need.
Not
I could
doing
definitely
anything
see.
in our deck.
Not doing anything particular, right? The Bloodbond Vampires are definitely key. We're definitely playing those. They're one of our main win conditions in the deck. Similarly with the Calastria Night Watches, you can make an argument if we head more on the top end of the curve that maybe only play one of those or something like that, but I like both of them in this deck given what we have. And then Felidar Sovereign is certainly going to be awesome. We're certainly playing it in a deck. However, we mentioned we have the blue-white deck down the road, so we're going to have to evaluate whether it belongs better in this deck or in the blue-white deck, but I'm going to leave it here for now.
So right now, that's 15 cards, 4 spells, 11 creatures. That tends to suggest, once you start taking out all those allies, it does tend to suggest that things like Silent Skimmer and maybe the Stonehaven Medic, there aren't going to be room, because we're just not going to have the weight of allies to trigger it. It all looks great when I've got 3 of these and 2 of these, but if you only play 2 and 1, and then you're trying to squeeze in a Silent Skimmer and a Stonehaven, aren't allies mostly going to be where we want to be with our remaining 7?
I would think so for the most part. I mean, they're awesome with Lantern Scout. They're awesome with Calastria Healer for sure. And for that reason, I'm really looking at the Nirkana Assassins coming in here.
So
they're
the Death Touch.
not a spectacular card. 2/3 for 3 that can gain Death Touch. But I think it's in a nice spot in our curve. It's nice and defensive. We're not a deck that's going to win the game by attacking early. And so I like these as both playing into the ally synergy and potentially playing into the life gain synergy.
And also with the first strike ability from your allies, they can be impossible to block. They can be sort of like virtual flyers.
Right, great point.
Because if you have Death Touch and first strike, you can't block.
So based on what you said there, Ian, does that mean you prefer McKinley Patrol's 2 3s for 3 as opposed to Core Castigator's 3 1s for 2?
So the Castigators are a really interesting question in this deck. As a 3/1 for 2, this is a card that belongs better in an aggressive deck, like a red-white allies deck, for example. Having 3 power but only 1 toughness pairs really well with rally triggers that give you keywords like First Strike, Menace, and so on and so forth. In this deck, they're particularly good with the Core Blade Whirl, which gives them First Strike. However, if we look at the rest of the core of our deck, we've got a lot of slow, powerful removal spells, and the main way to win the deck is in our 4 and 5 drops here. So I don't think we're going to win many games unless our opponent gets mana screwed. by attacking with 2-drop creatures. So for that reason, these may not be the best fit because they don't trade up very well with only 1 toughness. They get, they're easy to block and stop for sure.
So if you take those out again, what are you most interested in adding back in?
So I personally am interested in some number of Stonehaven medics, and the reason for that is they allow us to trigger our life gain bonuses at instant speed, which is really, really important with Nirkana Assassin. Now becomes an awesome blocker, and Calastria Nightwatch also becomes an awesome blocker. Just gives us a ton of flexibility, and it's also repeated life gain triggers for our Bloodbond Vampire, which is going to give us a really reliable way to win the game with 2 copies of that card. So I'm interested in these, but definitely this could be an argument that a team debates over for several minutes about what combination of Nirkana Assassins, Stonehaven Medics, and Core Castigators to play. Do you guys have opinions on this?
I'm really interested, and I know you are 2BDM, in the Felidar Sovereign, and to what extent that is a win condition in this deck, or a help us stay alive condition in what ultimately would be the blue-white deck over here. That's I'm not necessarily sure the Felidar Sovereign, even though it seems really obvious. Hey, look, it's lifelink, and we've got life gain, and
I actually kind of like the Felidar Sovereign in the blue-white deck, where you're going to go Planar Outburst, Halimar Tidecaller back my Planar Outburst, you're like, and then, but you may have taken a little bit of a beating getting that set up, and where, this is just a really big creature that can then dominate the board and even get a couple hits in and just claw your life total back and set you up to really win with your big awakened spells.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it seems like the rules text on here, winning the game when you have lots of life fits better in the black-white deck, since we're going to gain lots of life. But when the black-white deck is gaining lots of life, it's already doing its thing. It's probably already winning the game. So in that sense, this is kind of like a win more card in this deck, whereas the blue-white deck might really want it as like a curve topper that helps gain life. And
I might also want to put a Stonehaven Medic over in the blue-white deck, where maybe we want something that's going to let us, if we're, this is a little light on creatures in general, and very light on early game. Whoops, sorry. So I might want to get one of those over there to sort of lower the curve of the deck and to be able to sort of extend the game out with a little bit of life gain and a little bit of, grinding the game down so that you get to set up all of these powerful spells that have awakened.
Okay, so that's deck 1. It's black-white, it's very synergistic, has some okay cards in it, doesn't have a ton of super powerful rares, does have Double Grip of Desolation. We're very close to a deck there. Let's move to our central deck, and it's central in many ways because if we were playing a bunch of rounds in this format, I would expect to be seeing you, BDM, winning a lot with this deck. Walk us through the shape of blue-red. We've still got way too many cards, but give us a sense.
Sure, so what we have here is we have some good removal spells. We have double Touch of the Void, we have Brutal Expulsion, which is both tempo and removal, and we have Rolling Thunder, which still just kills people, as well as creatures. And then we have Nettle Drones, which are huge here. We have a powerful rare at the top end in terms of Drowner of Hope, which lets us just really control the board, maybe swing through for a big, Ruination Guide, powered, devoid attack. We've got the Oracles, we've got 2 Barrage Tyrants. So we have like 3 or 4 different ways at the top of our curve to end the game. We have Rolling Thunder, we have Drowner of Hope, and we have Barrage Tyrant, where we can just be like, okay, we've got this board, we've been whittling you down with the Nettle Drone, and now we're just gonna finish it off. But this is 27 cards. I mean, I think, there's some cards in here we don't necessarily want.
Salvage Drones can go.
Salvage Drones can go. I don't necessarily like Pathway Arrows in here, although it can be kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, that is interesting, the Nettle Drones.
If need be, and maybe a Spell Shrivel would be my first instinct for cuts.
What do you think of Mist Intruder in this deck?
I don't hate Mist Intruder in this deck. I haven't, it's the same thing as, feel very similar to the Benthic Infiltrators. We don't have that payoff here for our, for the ingesting, but the evasion.
They get a bonus with Ruination Guide.
And they get a bonus for Ruination Guide, as I was saying.
If you add up all the little synergies with Ruination Guide, Nettle Drones, Molten Nursery, if we play that.
Vile Aggregate.
If we play Vile Aggregate, we may play 1 or 2.
Right, we do the Oracle of Dust. Right now, like if we cut these 4 cards, so the argument could be that we bring this in and 1 Oracle out.
That seems fine because we're not. It is just a vanilla 3/5
also synergy
mostly.
with Outnumber too. The more small creatures we play, the better Outnumber gets.
But I am very excited in general by this deck. I don't know what, we have a couple of unplayed red cards.
Yeah, so they're your 6 allies, basically. 3 Reckless Cohort, double Shadow Skull Recruit, and the Fire Mantle Mage. Now, arguably, Fire Mantle Mage as a singleton that just says, for this turn and this turn only, you've got half as many blockers as you thought you had. Is quite interesting.
It is interesting, especially we have some high power creatures here like Barrage Tyrant, and Nettle Drone hits pretty hard if it gets through.
So there's actually a couple of cards here in the traditional colorless pile that I'm interested in. First of all, I'm interested in, we don't have a deck for Kozilek's Channeler right now.
Which can't be right. I mean, there has to be a deck.
I mean, it can be right, but...
Can it?
I mean, sure. I mean, I could see it in that deck if you need more creatures, although you have a lot at 5. But you do have a lot of mana intensive spells.
It's most at home in the blue-white deck, but the blue-white deck has so many 5-drops right now that it's really hard to fit in there.
I think it's fine in this deck. Also have the sort of the synergy of Channeler, Rolling Thunder.
I tell you what, why don't the two of you have a little think and try and finalize red-blue?
By just the other card is Titan's Presence is a card I really like in this deck as well.
So you fiddle about with that. We're going to go back to the floor because BDM again has been out. He's already mentioned a terrific match between Denmark and Israel, and one of the key players in that match was Martin Muller of Denmark. So why don't we hear from him right now?
I am here with last year's World Magic Cup team captain and World Magic Cup champion, Martin Muller. Martin, you're back on the team this year, but you had to go through the qualifier system. You had to go through the World Magic Cup qualifiers to get there. What's your year in Magic been like?
Yeah, this year has been really, really good since the last World Magic Cup. First of all, we won it kind of like we didn't expect that at all. And then after that, I had 2 GP top 8s and a PT top 8, so it's been insane year.
By the way, that is very excited tone for Martin. I don't know if it translates fully, but he is super excited about those 2 GP top 8s and the PT top 8. One of the things that I love talking to you about last year's event, and I didn't know that until a few days ago, is that you guys had quite a surprise waiting for you at Copenhagen International Airport when you went home last year. Tell people about what happened when the Danish national team returned hoisting the trophy into the airport.
Yeah, we definitely got quite surprised because there was like 100 people in the airport like cheering with flags, and like people we didn't even like know personally just come out to like celebrate that the Danes have won. And that was like really unexpected and really like was like a huge surprise because they didn't play in the tournament at all, but they cared so much anyway, so that was really, really great.
And you guys went on like a whirlwind tour. You were like being interviewed. Like what was that whole experience like to go from a fairly anonymous but successful Grand Prix player and Pro Tour player to then now be doing the other?
Yeah, it was like pretty insane but like Denmark is a small country, so every time we win something, we want to say it to everyone.
All right, well, you guys have been doing a lot of winning. I'll let you get back to it. You're 2-0 here in the tournament so far. For Martin Muller, this is Brian David Marshall.
Thanks very much to BDM, and thanks very much to BDM and Ian, who looked like they've mostly arrived at a conclusion for Blue-Red. You decided the Titan's Presence has a home.
Yeah, we think the Titan. We have Ian really wanted us to be able to kill flyers.
Yeah, especially three power flyers. I think that's the bar for
and with the Titan's Presence, we have the Nettle Drones, the Vestige of Emrakul, the Barrage Tyrants. We have enough stuff, 3 or more, to really make the Titan's Presence viable. We ended up putting the Channeler in here, and then we had a Despoiler, Ulamog's Despoiler here, that was not being played. It didn't have a home.
Yep.
We still have some colorless cards. We still have a Desolation Twin that's never going to find a home.
We're not going to find a home.
A Conduit of Ruin that we don't have much to take advantage of.
Because we don't want to warp our decks around.
I could see maybe sideboarding those 2 in as a package if you're up against a super slow deck.
Yeah, with 2 of the Drowsy Devastators as well. But and we ended up cutting both Oracle of Dusts, ultimately, Coralhelm Guide.
And the Molten Nursery.
Yeah, you know what? The Molten Nursery, it's fine, but we wanted to have more creatures and more ability to just do what our deck does and not have to.
It's an awesome sideboard card too. Like certainly it lives in the sideboard of this deck.
Yeah.
So if your opponent has lots of 1 toughness.
And Spell Shrivel was the cost to getting Titan's Presence into the deck.
Okay, well, we're going to show you our third deck in just a moment, but first, yesterday, a ton of team captains came in to talk to us about their expectations, their testing, their hopes, and none more so than the home team. This is Antonio Del Moral Leon, a Pro Tour champion in the past 12 months, of course. He is the captain of the home team, Team Spain, so much resting on his shoulders with a relatively inexperienced squad. Why don't we hear from him now with a translator? It's going to be great. Here comes Antonio Del Moral Leon.
I am here with Pro Tour champion and leader of Team Spain, Antonio Del Moral Leon. Now, this World Magic Cup, a very big one for Spain, of course, because it's happening right here in Barcelona. Now, Antonio, obviously joined here by Inez, the community manager at Wizards of the Coast, just to help with a little bit of translation. How big would it be for Spain to win this World Magic Cup?
Un orgullo muy grande, ya que España en lo que es mundiales por equipo nunca ha destacado, y ganar aquí y encima en casa pues sería, vamos, lo máximo.
We would be super proud of not only winning a World Magic Cup, but only winning at home, something that in Spain we have never had before, so it would be super proud.
And, of course, every team is not just one player, there are 4. So, in addition to yourself, who are the other 3 members of Team Spain?
Vale, pues uno es Alejandro Dupuy, otro es Alfredo y otro es Daniel. Y bueno, ganaron su torneo bien.
So
estoy contento con ellos.
He's very happy with his teammates. They did it really well in the tournament, so he's really happy with them.
And in terms of preparation, there are 2 formats to prepare for. So we have limited, we have constructed. Where do you think Team Spain will be the strongest?
¿Con quién preparado?
Sí, que además o sea, hay varios formatos dentro del torneo, sí. Entonces, ¿en cuál es el que pensáis que vais a estar, o sea, que lo vais a hacer mejor?
En limitado, la parte de limitado sobre todo.
He thinks that limited is very strong.
Well, of course, you have the home field advantage, Team Spain getting to potentially even sleep in their own beds, some of them. Best of luck to Antonio Del Moral Leon and the whole of Team Spain here at the World Magic Cup.
Absolutely, good luck to them. People who are doing well at the moment, here's 3 results coming in. Team USA up to 2-0. They defeated Northern Ireland this round. Wales are 2-0, Pip Griffiths and the guys. Norway are 2-0. The home of Nikolai Herzog, he was captain last year, not here this year, but Norway off to a 2-0 start. All right, gentlemen, so we've got our blue-red, which is pretty locked in now. Our black-white, which still had a lot of cards optional, and maybe because there are white cards there, this may impact our 3rd deck. So let's walk you through what we've done. We've got a blue-white deck, and curve is going to be interesting. We have nothing at 1, 2 Fortified Rampart, feel the early beats at 2, Gideon's Reproach and Tightening Coils. I've got the Sheer Drops at 3, pair of those, even though ideally they're at 6. Stasis Snare at 3, Halimar Tidecaller is our first actual Hazard Power creature. Dampening Pulse at 4, then at 5, Triple Ghostly Sentinel, that might be one too many, we'll see, Windrider Patrol, and then we've put most of our Awakening spells there, though of course they can come down earlier, so Double Clutch of Currents, Rush of Ice, Ondu Rising, Planar Outburst of course, and then Royal's Retribution, and then at 6, again, maybe there's one too many Wavering Elementals, ideally, 2 Wavering Elemental, and Angel of Renewal. Now the thing is, if you're thinking it looks a little bare, well that's because 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 13, 19, there are exactly 22 cards there. We did not have a lot of spare room for maneuver, which isn't necessarily a good sign, gentlemen.
This is definitely an 18-land deck.
For sure, yeah.
Because your extra lands are creatures also.
That's true too, yeah.
Because of the awakened spells. Any thought, guys, to swapping maybe the Angel of Renewal and the Felidar Sovereign? Like, the Angel's an ally, might be better in that black-white ally deck.
It's possible, or just giving both to the blue-white deck. The blue-white deck looks like our weakest deck here so far. I definitely like moving the Felidar Sovereign to the blue-white, and I would look at maybe trimming one or two of our weaker 5 and 6 drops here, which would probably be Wavewing Elemental, I think.
Sure. And then, I mean, we also have one, like the way you're currently configured in black-white, is we have one Stonehaven medic that's not being played. You ended up with 2 in this build here.
Yeah, I think I like that split.
And we talked a little bit about that, and then we get to have like 3 pretty like slow the game down cards in our 2-drop.
Yeah, it can sometimes block 2 drops, the Stonehaven Medic, or just stop you from losing a longer game to another drone or something.
Like I mean, in terms of it seems bare, but early game again, those 3 2-drops. We have, the tightening coils, we have the Gideon's approach, we have the 2 shear drops.
Right.
We have the stasis snare, we have the dampening pulse. We can really slow this game down to a point.
Right. Also, the clutch of currents and rush of ice you can use early just to buy you some time.
And in fact, I think that's one of our team notes for whoever would play this deck, is that normally you always feel sad if you're not awakening your awaken cards. But in this deck, because we have, maybe not the Ghostly Sentinel, but with these 4 cards at the end here, we have ways to win the game late that aren't about making a 3/3 clutch of currents card, and that potentially we are going to burn some of our awaken really pretty early in the game. Because we literally have 1 meaningful creature before turn 5. Right? I accept that these are really good at what they do, but we are not tangling on the battlefield before turn 5 with this deck.
Yeah.
So going clutch it back to hand, your 3-drop, clutch it, your 4-drop, rush of ice it. This seems a perfectly acceptable play.
I actually wonder if the blue-white deck is the deck that wants the spell shrivel, just so it has something reactive to do on the early turns to slow the game down. If we're not,
I kind of like that. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. And then maybe we don't need.
Maybe you don't need the Stonehaven Medic. Yeah, or maybe you trim like the second Wavewing Elemental or something like that.
Or Wavewing Elemental.
Yeah, I mean, it's just we have so many other strong things to do with our mana that.
And again, it doesn't look like a ton of creatures, but clutch, rush, Ondu Rising, sheer drop, end up filling in our curve. So we can actually afford to lose something up here. Yeah. Because we have more creatures in our spells.
I want to take us in a new direction, not in terms of the deck, but we've already cut 1 Waving Elemental. We're talking about maybe cutting a second. I want to start talking a little bit about sideboarding.
Sure.
Because BDM, you've done plenty of these exercises. It is becoming increasingly clear that because it is this semi kind of meta game, super sealed, super draft, mini constructed, that maybe flyers are going down in value because any team that has a green deck has access to Plummet, has access to Giant Mantis. I've blanked multiple blue-white decks by going, here's 3 Giant Mantis. Well done, Shadow Glider deck.
Yeah.
That looks really super because it's got all these 2/2 flyers and 3/2 flyers and even 3/4 flyers, and they just sit staring at a 2/4 reach. So how important do you think sideboarding is going to be this morning and indeed tomorrow?
I think very important. I think that the teams that have really spent a fair amount of time thinking about their sideboard, thinking about, these kind of known metagame, the known metagame of what the decks you're likely to face are. And, Blue-White Flyers is certainly a deck that people are thinking about their plummets. It could very well be that if we're not playing Wavewing Elementals here, that I'm playing them in the sideboard here so that I have something to oh no, I'm under the gun here from Flyers, that I have something that I can play. I can kill one, do this, and then hide behind an elemental, play an elemental.
Right, and likewise, we looked at the big Eldrazi, since they're colorless, in the blue-red deck, but it may actually be the blue-white deck that has the best chance of casting, Desolation Twin.
And Conduit of Ruin might be a fine card
so I
in
was
that deck,
looking at
just for the cost reduction.
Conduit of Ruin and Desolation Twin could be a sideboard package that the blue-white deck brings in against a slower Converge deck or another blue-white deck, just as a way to kind of hammer it home.
Well, we are down the home stretch of building our 3. We're going to try and finalize those. While we do, we're going to send you off to another player interview. And we said one of the big shocks in this round was Turkey defeating Japan, an absolute superstar lineup. But Japan have yet to make day 2 in the World Magic Cup. This is the 4th go-round. Let's see if they can make it this time. They're at 1-1 right now. We're going to hear now from Yuya Watanabe.
I'm here with Yuya Watanabe, captain of a very powerful Team Japan this year. Yuya, tell us the other 3 members of Team Japan for the World Magic Cup this year.
良一玉田、要素よ、津村健二、very powerful members.
So we have a Hall of Famer, a Pro Tour finalist, and well, this year you are up for Hall of Fame as well, so a very, very strong team indeed. How has your preparation been for this event? Which have you focused on, the limited or the constructed?
コンストラクテッドを 80%、チームリミテッドを 20% ぐらいの割合。
20% team limited and 80% constructed.
So the constructed is very complicated for this format?
Very, very hard.
Now, in terms of your team, Team Japan already has won 2 team titles in the past. And this is an opportunity to be one of only 3 teams to ever win more than one, and you could get up to 3. What are your hopes for this tournament?
このイベントに対する抱負を教えてください。今度勝ったら3度目のチームタイトルになりますが、世界の。
そう。ベストを尽くしてトロフィーを持って帰りたいと思います。
Try my best and then bring back the trophy to Japan.
So even though Japan has already won 2 titles, it would still be very important to win a further team title for Japan.
2回も勝ってますが、3つ勝つっていうことはやっぱり意味がありますか？
僕がいた時勝ったらいいんで、僕がいる時に勝ちたいです。
He never won one, so it'd be his first.
The first victory for Yuya Watanabe out of, this is your 4th time as the team captain, is that correct? And of course, Team Japan in great shape, so best of luck to all of you here at the World Magic Cup in Barcelona.
Yep, so Japan, they're at 1-1 right now. Players getting seated in the feature match area. We've got a terrific match coming your way. May or may not feature kilts. And we're here, we've built our 3 decks. What have we learned? We've got a black-white, predominantly allies with lots of life gain theme. We've got blue-red devoid that is not ingest, it's devoid.
Yeah, in fact, I know we're set here, but at the last minute, I kind of want to cut Mist Intruder and put an Oracle of
an Oracle of Dust back in.
Yeah,
might lay.
Yeah,
I'm not a big Mist Intruder
fan. I want to cut this. I want to put an Oracle of Dust here, and it just again, I think this is not a card that's going to get me to the long game, and I think if we get to the long game with 2 Barrage Tyrants, Rolling Thunder, and all these cards, we're going to be in great shape. And I don't, with 2 Benthic Infiltrators, I'm not worried about the ingest from the Mist Intruder.
Sure, and then our 3rd deck is the blue-white, which, if I was watching the matches back, I'd quite happily tune in at about turn 7 and feel really good about our chances. And I'm not sure I would particularly enjoy turns 2, 3, and 4 very much. Especially looking at all these red-black aggro and green-red landfall.
We got a little
decks
bit of a curve here. You go like turn 2 Rampart, turn 3 Spell Shrivel, turn 4 Sheer Drop, their attacker or something like that.
Tightening Coils also, like blocking down a creature. I like this deck
You
a lot.
people are very optimistic. I'm like, I would expect to lose a lot with that deck.
Yeah, this is the weakest of our decks for sure.
Right, okay.
But it could line up very well against certain other decks. If you're up against another slow deck, and it's got the tools. I think the Planar Outburst is huge here.
Just incidentally, if you're hearing the applause out on the floor, they are announcing the Spirit Awards. These go to the teams that have really gone that extra mile to make this such a celebration of global magic. The 3 winners, the Dominican Republic, Panama, and Scotland. So well done to the 3 of them. Hats off, great stuff. Very good indeed. So obviously you can only learn so much from one pool, but we've had the advantage of walking out and seeing 70 teams plus going at it. What do we know about not just this team sealed format BDM, but there are some tremendous team GPs coming up in 2016. There's Washington, there's Louisville, and there's Brazil as well has a team GP next year. So what are the real fundamentals of putting 3 people in a row and going, have at it?
I think it's a little bit about like not being greedy, right? There's always, you see a lot of teams where someone's like, I want all these good cards for me, but it's about finding the synergies. I think the black-white deck, is an example of that. It's like where we're really like, look at all this life gain we have, look at this ability to Death Touch. There's cards in here, Pathway Arrows, that maybe you would not normally play in a main deck, but because you have the ability to go, okay, I know that I can get Death Touch this often reliably, and then we have this life gain theme, so then we're going to play you start to find those synergies and find the decks that are going to let you have 3 balanced, your best 3 decks, the idea of giving up maybe the Felidar Sovereign from the life gain deck so that the blue-white deck can shore it up. And this is the team GPs that you're talking about specifically, that's such a great opportunity to qualify with your friends for the Pro Tour. And so like it really you really want to get into that spirit of team building and
Team GPs are like the most fun Magic event there is. So if you have the opportunity to go to one, definitely go. They're a blast.
You have the opportunity to go to 3, go to all 3.
Yeah, and I think one of the best things about them is that because there are no buys, if you go to a regular GP and you have this dream that you might get paired against Paolo Dama Rosa or Luis Scott Vargas or a Conley Woods, well, first of all, you have to win 3 games of Magic.
Yeah.
And then you hope to get paired against them in round 4. Team GPs, you sit down in round 1 and it could be anyone.
We just warmed them up and now you're scaring them off.
No, that's what everyone wants, right? That's the dream, because you get, and the thing is, you don't just generally get one Hall of Famer, you get Eric Froelich and Luis Scott Vargas and Paul Cheon, or it's Rietzel and Sperling and Price, Williams. It's a phenomenal sets of teams at those events. They're just great.
And the opportunity to watch those players in action, even if you're knocked out, but to watch the great teams play, there's so many opportunities to learn.
From an inside R&D perspective, Ian, how good is BFZ for Team Sealed? It feels like there are so many big synergies built into the set that it's fantastic. That because often, if you, particularly with a core set, for example, sometimes you're just sort of piling some good cards, but this feels like really synergistic and great.
Yeah, Battle for Zendikar is a really synergistic set, which means it lends itself really well toward Team Sealed. One of the things we were conscious of in R&D is that because the synergies are so strong, there's so many different things to do, that the format would suffer a little bit in Sealed deck because sometimes you just might not get all the tools you need to build one of those sort of linear synergy decks, whereas in Draft you often can. But in Team Sealed in particular, you definitely have the tools to put together a lot of different archetypes, so it's really a lot of fun.
Great stuff. Well, hope you've enjoyed that and hope you've been playing along at home. Use the hashtag MTGWMC to let us know what 3 decks you built with your 12 boosters. But right now, we get to see 2 more on camera. It is time at 1-1 for the Austrians led by Valentin Mackel, and they are up against Team Scotland. Here comes round 3 right now.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here in Barcelona. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. We have wound our way down to the 3rd and final round of Team Sealed here in our first stretch of the World Magic Cup. Let's head down to the feature match area where we have Austria versus Scotland. Welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and we're all set for round 3. This is Team Sealed. We've got Scotland versus Austria. You take a look at Stephen Murray of Scotland here.
The national champion medal around his neck. Love it.
Yeah, that's great. You know, Stephen is one of very few players to have played in 3 World Magic Cups in his career.
There's only been 4.
There's only been 4, yeah. The list is even shorter for those that have played 4. On the other side of the table, Nicholas Eigner from Austria. Take a look at him. And Nicholas, he's actually got a GP win on his resume.
From like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
He's been around for a while.
Now, Randy...
Yeah, you said we're all ready for round 3. I do not know if we're ready for this deck.
I don't think the world is ready for this.
There we go. Let's get it started. Lava Step Raider. This deck has 4 copies of Goblin Warpaint.
This is a Goblin Warpaint deck.
Yes.
That's what this is. And
Blister Pods in multiples, Lava Step Raiders in multiples, beating down. Now, have you seen anything resembling this before?
I've never seen anybody go this hard in the paint. This is the first time that I've seen a deck skewed this hard. And as you and I were going over the list, you know, we were kind of taken aback by a few of the cards that we saw on the sideboard. I was like, Stone Fury. Wow. You know, usually you play your one Stone Fury in the deck. And, you know, we saw Vile Aggregate. Steven's playing only one of his 3 Vestige of Emrakul, and then we both just stopped.
Rolling Thunder in the sideboard.
In the board. This is a 16 land deck for Stephen Murray. So yeah, this is one of those things that a little experimentation perhaps here from Stephen Murray. Maybe they found it, right?
Look at the draw from Eigner, though. Demon's Grass, Complete Disregard, and 6 lands. That is not the draw you want against reckless cohorts.
That is borderline embarrassing. Yeah, like Demon's Grasp against this draw is pretty bad. There's a GFP now for Murray, but that thing's going to get taken out immediately.
Eigner needs to draw something.
He does. He doesn't need a whole lot at this point.
Because there's no war paints. If Stephen Murray had a war paint, this draw would be great.
And he's supposed to.
Yeah.
4 of
them. In a 40-card deck.
There's a little
Smothering
smile.
Abomination is not really the card.
That is definitely not the card, but he is going to have to just play here.
Yeah, it's better than passing the turn.
It is.
The other nice thing about the Stephen Murray deck, so it's a Goblin Warpaint deck, but the thing is, he's got the ability to sideboard into a much slower, beefier sort of red-green ramp deck. If the opponent sideboards aggressively to just try to block all the 1-mana 1/1s and Goblin Warpaints, he can take them out. He can sideboard 20 cards.
Interesting line here from Nicholas. He's decided not to play a Smothering Abomination. Now, of course, the downside to playing it out is that you're just going to lose it on your upkeep anyway. But you do get the card back because you have to sack it, and it can block for that turn. And if your opponent wants to use removal on it, fair enough, then it's a 1-for-1. I think I favor just playing it out there and taking less damage, especially with how aggressive Steven's deck looks. I mean, Steven's played in 3 World Magic Cups. You know he's not just like wandering in here like, oh, Lava Step Raider, that looks like a good one. I'll play
cohort,
that.
Sure.
You have to know that he's got some plan going on here. And I don't love the line of do nothing turn 4 and then turn 5, play this card, which is going to be a Demon's Grasp. He's going to play another one next turn. I like just getting a card and, we call it fogging, right? Just basically saying you can't attack me for a turn and using his Smothering Abomination in that way. This is a little bit greedier of a line. It's going to lead to him taking a significant amount more damage here. In fact, Lava Step Raider is going to get activated. Again, that's the first time I've seen that happen on camera. And another one. And again, you said it earlier, Randy, these Demon's Grasp, it's just like not what you want. I love the look on Eigner's face.
Look at the smile from Murray.
And he scoops him up. That's going to do it. Stephen Murray takes game 1 in blazing fashion.
No Goblin Warpaints even required.
Who needs them? All the 1-drops and 2-drops in a 16-land deck. We're going to be right back after these messages.
Take the world in the newest Magic the Gathering set, Oath of the Gatewatch. Play in pre-release events at your local game store on January 16th and 17th, and on Magic Online starting January 29th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix events include Oakland, Vancouver, Mexico City, Nagoya, and Houston. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Barcelona, Spain for the World Magic Cup. Let's head over to Table C, where we've got Martin Clement. That's going to be him on the left side of your screen. On the right, he's playing against Christoph Aukenthaler. And, not a whole lot going on here. This one looks like it's taken a little more time to develop. Maybe some removal spells have been deployed. We see a Herald of Kozilek holding off a Sludge Crawler, at least temporarily.
We also managed to find where Austria put their Goblin Warpaints. They're in Aukenthaler's sideboard, of course.
There's Martin.
Aukenthaler has a Grand Prix win from a couple of years ago. 2 Grand Prix champions on the Austrian team, and neither one of them is Valentin Mackel, the captain.
That is surprising.
He's 6 GP top 8.
Yeah.
You'd think he would have won one by now, but in fact does not have a win.
Wow.
It's 6 GP top 8s from scattered all over the world, too. 5 semifinals, but no final.
A little bit of teamwork here. We mentioned it at the onset of the tournament, but you can help out your teammates here.
Yeah, that's Sebastian Fiala-Ebitz in the coaching role for this round for Austria.
And here's a clutch occurrence to set back Alcantara significantly here, as he didn't really have much else going on, and whack! Here comes a good amount of damage. Looks like 6. And that was a nice tempo play there for Martin.
Team Scotland is, you heard Richard say before the round, they won one of the Spirit Awards for this tournament. They're all wearing kilts. Very much a proud country here. They've also made day 2 at every World Magic Cup. They're looking to go 4 for 4 today.
That is impressive. Yeah, especially because they're all cross format. I mean, they're really skill testing. They test your ability to work with other people as well as limited, constructed, and in ways you don't often play them. You know, this isn't just sitting down for, you know, a sealed deck or a booster draft. This tests different aspects of your skill set. All right, now here's that Herald of Kozilek hitting the table again. You can also see that Clement has a Blighted Fen sitting up there. He even has the mana to activate it right now on his next turn. But finding a land would even clear up an attack with his 3/3 land as well. This is starting to get a little hot under the collar here for Alcantara. Well, Brutal Expulsion is going to help that out. So while the shields are down, he's going to return a land to hand, which effectively kills a creature. That was the 3/3 land, and he's going to actually kill a creature as well. Since he can't, since Martin can't pump up his creature. So Sludge Crawler down as Christoph Alcantara gets himself out of a pretty tough spot cleanly there. In the meantime, Ulamog's Nullifier is going to crunch in there for a couple of damage as it flies over the Herald. This is interesting. Martin Clement does not use Blighted Fen here. And this is going to show Christoph Alcantara that he's got something, because you might as well take out the Herald here. It's a good creature that's potentially opening the door for Christoph to cast more creatures than he normally could. And in fact, Martin does have something. He's got Spell Shrivel.
Time to pull the trigger on it, right?
Indeed. His other option is to fire off the Blighted Fen this turn. He can do it now, he can wait, or he can just Spell Shrivel. Yeah, I like this play. If he doesn't have anything else to do on his turn, he'll just untap, use Blighted Fen to get the Herald off the board. Tricky little spot here, though, from Christoph's perspective, because you know something's going on. Yeah, the tempo plays are really flowing nicely now for Clement. He's got a Merc Strider that he just drew. And in his hand, he also has an adverse condition. So it feels like Alcantara is just fallen so far behind here that even though Martin doesn't have a brutal clock going, he's attacking for 2 now. That drops him down to 8. And he can just kill him in 2 turns. And I don't think that there's much Alcantara can do unless he can start playing 2 spells per turn. Which is certainly possible. This poor Herald, by the way, has just been tossed around. It's been returned to hand a couple of times. Okay, tightening coils to bring that thing to the ground and shrink it down. That is going to help with the clock significantly here.
Alcantara's out, though. He's down to just a mountain in his hand. And Clement's still got...
He still has Coastal Discovery, which is going to be absolute beating here. And there it is. Coastal Discovery. Get this swamp into a 4/4, draw 2 cards. And this is basically the exact type of card that Alcantara did not want to see from Clement. He either didn't want to see like a 7 or an 8 drop hit, and he certainly didn't want to see one of the best value spells in the format with Coastal Discovery. It allows Martin Clement to attack. 4 power can get through the 2/4 blocker, and it reloads his hand right as Alcantara ran out of cards. Big swing here for Clement.
Scotland looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, Yeah, they're looking great. Quick card check there. How many you got? 2.
Yeah, Alcantara just drew an island that turn.
So Clement's going to be patient here and let Alcantara chump block here, which is going to give Alcantara an extra draw step here, though I don't think there's much that he can draw to get himself out of this. He finds
certainly not going to do it.
No, so he's just going to have to pass the turn back here. Yeah, he's not even going to do that. Scoop him up, and Martin Clement wins his game.
Takes a peek over to the right. How you doing, boys?
That is how that goes.
Do we get to go watch more?
We're going to actually jump to the front table here where we have Ray Doyle versus Valentin Muckle. Again, people that catch up with us to watch GP coverage are going to be intimately familiar with Valentin as he plays a ton of GPs, including stateside. He goes to North America to play as well.
67 Grand Prix played in his career, and he's only 23.
Yeah, he's a young man, so we see his face out at Grand Prix across the world. He is the team captain from Austria.
He's also the one with Felidar Sovereign in play. Black-white life gain for Valentin.
Whew, how about a double striking Felidar Sovereign?
How about?
Yeah, I don't know, Ray. I don't know what to tell you, man. All he can do is laugh. It looks like just the Felidar Sovereign's going to hit, but that's an 8 life gain for him, a 16-point life swing off of that. Well, he's got to be happy with that turn. And yeah, the 2 Scottish players can only laugh at that. See an angelic captain there for Muckle as well, and an Emiria Shepherd. So Muckle is kind of working the late game here, and he is in a dominant board position over Ray Doyle. Ray draws a card for the turn and just passes back, but it looks like Muckle had fallen a little bit behind. He's not anymore. He is absolutely crushing this board state here. Serene Steward now hits the battlefield. And, well, the Felidar Sovereign has Vigilance, but otherwise everything else is coming in. Serene Steward is an ally, so everything has double strike, and that was, in fact, an alpha strike. And Ray Doyle just has to smile and scoop up his permanents there as Valentin Muckle on white, black, red picks up his game. All right, why don't we head back to the middle table, Randy?
Yeah, please.
I got to see what's going to happen here. When we jumped in, it was Lava Step Raiders and and all of that. And Steven won the game very, very quickly.
We've been told, though, that he is capable of transforming into a sort of slower, bigger deck after sideboarding.
He did. Look at it. Look at his graveyard. He's got a Stone Fury and a Kozilek's Channeler in his board.
Those are not in the main deck.
No. He's got 2 channelers that he can bring in out of the board. His sideboard looks really good. Like, it might be the better of the 2 decks.
You can't get him with Goblin Warpaint, get him with Omnath.
And Rolling Thunder, and 2 channelers, and a lot of places to put that mana. This is brilliant. Stephen Murray just zigging when you're zagging. You know, you start off with Lava Step Raider, and, you know, you can see Nicholas Eigner just taking out those slow removal spells. Like, well, these don't get the job done. And now all of a sudden he's facing down 4/4s and 5/5s that he needs to kill. This is great stuff from the Scottish team. Now, as far as Eigner goes, though, he does have a fully developed board here. But everything's kind of small.
That said, Check out the hand of Stephen Murray. I see an X spell.
Roll, Thunder, roll. Yeah, so... Wow, look at Eigner's board now. He's got 10 creatures on the board.
How many of them are 1 toughness?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the 10.
Just curious.
The 80%er.
Oh, Kozilek's Channeler.
Oh, no. Stephen Murray is lining up for the biggest Rolling Thunder ever. Was that Smothering Abomination off the top for Eigner, too? Because Smothering Abomination would be unreal on this board.
With all those Scions?
Yeah, just every turn drawing 2 cards forever. Stephen Murray may have something to say about that. It is. Wow. And, you know, the crazy part is you read that bottom clause on the card. You know, at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. That's all fine and dandy. But that bottom clause is separate. It just says whenever you sacrifice a creature, draw a card. So he can just cash in this board and refill his hand completely. Look at this.
Going off.
Draw a card.
Make some mana.
He could draw 7 cards this turn. And make 7 mana in the process.
Right. He can also draw all those cards as a response to a Rolling Thunder.
Absolutely. So that Smothering Abomination was massive for Nicholas Eigner. Oh. Is that a Smite the Monstrous off the top for Stephen Murray? It can't be, right? Does he splash that? He does have 2 in his board.
Apparently.
And he
doesn't have white mana.
Huh. I would get the job done against Smothering Abomination.
Yeah, if he could kill the Abomination, that would be nice. I guess he's got to kill it with the Rolling Thunder?
Yeah. But this is just a disaster for Steven because he's going to Rolling Thunder to take down the Abomination plus a few other creatures. But in response, Nicholas can just draw 6 cards. Up to 6 cards. How much does he value the Scions? I mean, he probably draws something like 5 cards here just to start things off.
What format are we playing again, Marshall?
This is insane.
Draw 5 to start things off. That's what you said.
Yeah. Look at him go. Keep going. Don't stop there, buddy. Oh, yeah. And Stephen Murray can just stare in disbelief here as Nicholas completely reloads his hand.
This is insane.
This is absurd.
What? Look at the cards he's drawn.
Oh, no. Land. Hey, you still got 2 more cards sitting there.
Yeah, keep
Cash
going.
them in.
You certainly don't need the extra mana from the Scions.
I mean, I guess he figures that these are valuable creatures.
Drew another
but
land. That was a swamp.
What is going on here? And he finds Bane of Polyged, finally, and that is a nice one to draw. But his board is significantly whittled down. He's supposed to untap here and play a big thing and a small thing and then play a big thing, and instead he's just ripped 6 lands off the top of his deck. He's at 14. He does get a little breathing room. Bane of Polyged could do some work here. Unless, of course, Steven finds that white mana. All right, so Eigner double blocks the Territorial Baloth to kill it.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a good chunk of damage. And needs to find more action. The Bane of Polyged's a good start. Is that a Jotty offshoot?
Jeez. That's funny.
Well, he gets to gain 6 life over the course
Eventually.
of 6 turns. Oh, man. Gain a life and then play Bane of Polyged. Okay. Hey, at least it was a spell. probably the least powerful spell in his deck at this point. But he'll take any spell at this point, I think. And there's Bane of Ball again. Now, this is a hold your breath moment for Nicholas Eigner. There's a Plains off the top for Stephen Murray. Right on time. Play the Plains, play the Smite, kill your Bane of Ball again, and crunch. Oh, that is so brutal for Eigner. He had almost stabilized.
Sometimes you draw 7 cards and lose anyway.
I mean, that's never happened to me. I don't even know if that's true. Oh. Devastating draw there for Stephen Murray. And in comes the team. Chump block. Oh, no, it's only 2 powered. So just block. Take 6. Sorry, take 7. And Eigner needs to find something and quickly.
5 land in his hand.
Complete disregard off the top for Eigner. That actually does help. That means that he just needs to find something for the Kozilek's Channeler to block it, to interact with it. Because he can take out the Gnarlid here. And keep blocking the Tajuru Stalwart with his Jotty offshoot.
It's not like Stephen Murray's out of gas either, though. He's still got a Marasa Ranger in his hand.
Fair point. And with a land, he can get counters flowing onto that immediately.
So lands are good draws and spells are good draws.
Correct. I think Stephen, what did he just draw? Natural Connection?
He's had the Natural Collection. He drew Nissa's Renewal.
I saw Nissa's Renewal. He's playing.
He went big.
I mean,
he sideboarded 20 cards.
I've never seen somebody play Lava Step Raider game 1. Little sideboarding. Nissa's Renewal game 2. Who is this guy? And poor Nicholas Eigner, who drew 7 cards on that last turn cycle, has a Jotty offshoot to show for his troubles. He's down to 3 life, and it's all lands in hand with another land off the top for Eigner, and he just has to extend the hand. Stephen Murray with the 1-2 punch for Scotland gets the job done and wins his match for his country. Oh, that was great. All right, let's jump over to table A now, where we have Ray Doyle and Valentin Machel once again. That's Valentin on the right-hand side, Ray's on the left. When we came in last time, the board looked similar to this, actually. Miria Shepherd, captain.
Against a couple Courier Griffins.
Yeah, and Machel was just going off, and that's exactly what's happening here.
The white-black-red is not a super common color combination, but it does make a lot of sense. It's essentially a black-white life gain deck, but so many of the red-white allies are just great that once you've got the black-white deck, it's got a critical mass of allies, so to suddenly splash the red, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You get the Resolute Blade Masters in there. Those are a huge power level bump for this type of deck. You know, he happened to get an Angelic Captain. Sure, throw that in there too.
Munda made the cut. Yeah, it's Blade Master and Munda.
Munda's in here too?
Yeah. Munda, Resolute Blade Master, and Angelic Captain.
So 2 rares and a mythic uncommon, as we call them. And this is where things get interesting too. The Emiria Shepherd, you know, changes the way that Valentin Machel approaches attacks, blocks, and everything. And I saw a handshake there as Ray Doyle attacked with everything. Valentin Machel made the correct blocks, and then Ray conceded. So Valentin Machel is going to pick up his match, meaning that
it all comes down to table C.
We've got table C to decide things. That is Martin Clement versus Christoph Alcantara. And great, we're just starting things off down here. Nice start here for Clement. Sludge Crawler's a beautiful beginning, though it gets completely brick-walled here by Alcantara. He's got Kozilek Sentinel that is going to stand guard here and keep that Sludge Crawler from hitting for quite a while. Go. Yeah, that's pretty tough. Sludge Crawler's usually good for one attack, you know, and then progressively gets better as the game proceeds. But usually you do get that one in there. And there's a Nettle Drone as well. Curious to see if he attacks with the Sentinel or not. Basically what he's saying, like, is from a damage consideration standpoint, it's an easy attack. But from an ingest standpoint, it's not. The question is how much do we care if Martin Clement gets one ingest going? Because he probably won't block the Sludge Crawler with his Nettle Drone here. I personally like this attack quite a bit. It's putting a lot of pressure on Clement, and if Clement wants to attack with the Crawler, Christoph Alcantara can take it, and now if Clement doesn't have a good follow-up, he stands to take a lot of damage from the Nettle Drone as well.
First ingest is so painful to surrender, though.
It is. It is a real consideration, and he does in fact get in there with the Sludge Crawler and that one ingest. Ooh, it took a Clutch Occurrence as well. Yeah, and this is what he didn't want to see. This is the downside to attacking for 2 there, is that now the ingest is up and he doesn't get to attack back with the Nettle Drone. So that happens.
That said, the Infiltrator means that Clement was going to get to ingest anyway.
Absolutely. Nettle Drone's going to get activated, pinging Clement down to 17 and signifying that a colorless spell's on the way. And boy, is it. Geez, this is a nice little start here for Alcantara as well. Eldrazi Sky Spawner's going to add to his clock and his board state before passing the turn back.
This is only game 2, notice.
Correct. Yeah, Clement's up a game in this match.
All right, so Alcantara's got to win 2 straight if Austria is going to take this match.
You can also see multiple teammates now pooled behind the active players. Three cards in hand for Christoph. So Martin Clement trying to decide how to approach this turn, and it ends up being land go. In fact, not even attacking with his Benthic Infiltrator as it's holding back Nettle Drone pretty effectively here. Ooh, Drowner of Hope off the top for Christoph. If he has a land, he could even play it this turn.
So Clement left up Ulamog's Nullifier mana, but...
And or Spell Shrivel.
Still only the one card that's been ingested, right?
Yes, only one card has been ingested, and Alcantara doesn't, of course, he has to decide what to play around. As it turns out, it's just the Nullifier. It doesn't actually nullify anything, though. It does come down as a 2/3 flyer if he wants it to, but this is an interesting spot because Alcantara does have that land. He's got a Blighted Cataract here, and he has to decide if he wants to run out his bomb or not. And he's decided not to. He's just going to pass the turn back. And this is going to be complete disregard to take out the Nettle Drone. It will ping him on his way out of town, but not a bad use of a turn for Clement.
Yeah, now the Nettle Drone is down, and there's 2 cards that have been ingested.
Indeed. That's a beautiful little sequence there for Martin. So the turn gets passed back to him. He's not under immediate pressure as it stands. Yeah, and it looks like Alcantara decided to fully play around the Ulamog's Nullifier too, not even attacking with his Sky Spawner.
Yeah, he saw 2 of them in game 1.
Mm-hmm. And it looked pretty obvious that he might have one in hand there too. And once again, Alcantara just refuses to play into an Ulamog's Nullifier. And he does this in 2 different ways this turn. He doesn't cast a spell, namely the Drowner of Hope that he has the mana for, and he also doesn't attack with the Sky Spawner. So he has the read, like you said, he saw 2 of them, and he just assumes that that's what's going on here.
How long can he afford to do nothing?
It's interesting, yeah, because now Martin has enough mana that he can start to hold down the board a little bit better. And he's even going to start getting in there, and he's once again fully representing Ulamog's Nullifier. Now, he does have it, as it turns out. And this is a nice use of resources here for Alcantara. He's actually going to crack Blighted Cataract. So this way, he still gets to use up his mana for the turn, but he doesn't have to play into the Nullifier. Though, kind of like what you were thinking, Randy, at some point he is going to have to play something into it. But under the pressure that he's on now, he doesn't really have to yet. So he can use his mana to draw some cards, keep the card draw flowing, and put out a few feeler cards, like this one, a Tide Drifter. So he's going to put this on the stack and say, how about this? How does this sit with you? This is another way that he can draw the Nullifier out.
Mm-hmm.
He can just go ahead and get in an attack air.
He's got an outnumber in his hand.
He does.
So he can kill the Nullifier.
This is a really cool little sequence. Now that he has enough for outnumber, he feels clean. He feels fine attacking. But it also puts an awkward pressure on Martin that says, okay, fine. You want this thing? Go ahead. Gobble it up. Right? Because he could have just said, I just want to clear the way here. And Martin has to try to figure out exactly how to interpret that. Instead, he just takes the 2 damage.
Yep.
But I love this because now Alcantara just gets to attack every turn. He just gets to keep jamming into this thing over and over again and kind of forcing the issue back into Martin and just sort of daring him to cast the Nullifier just to eat the now 2/2 flyer. And here he goes again. He says, I'm going to keep doing this. So what do you want to do? Take 2? No problem. This has been a really cool game. And if Alcantara wins it, we get to see another one, hopefully. Super patient play by Christoph here.
Indeed.
And this is going to be adverse conditions from Martin. He's doing this on the end step.
Tap both your blockers. Opens up an attack from Sludge Crawler and Carrier Thaw. Alcantara's got to decide. What's he thinking? Maybe he wants to outnumber here or something? No, he just lets it resolve.
Yeah, it just happens. He's probably just trying to make Martin think that he might have a spell shrivel or something, even though one of them's been exiled.
Sure.
Okay, here comes the attacks. And it is the team hitting the red zone here for 2, 3, 4, 5 at least.
Sludge Crawler does not get pumped.
Scatter to the Winds and an island gets exiled from Ingest, and that pile has grown pretty huge here. Another Sludge Crawler is going to join the team here for Martin. Yeah, this has just been a super fun, intricate game to watch as both players
play
around.
Yeah, the Nullifier that everyone knows is in Martin's hand.
Exactly.
Christoph knows. Martin knows that Christoph knows.
It was a nice hit, though. Christoph only falls down to 12 there in that transaction, and Martin's at 11. Things start to get really interesting now as Christoph has drawn multiple threats that may need to get countered, and Eldrazi's Sky Spawner and a Valakut Invoker are very threatening.
Yep.
Invoker, as the game goes further, gets super scary for Martin as it can start mowing down actual creatures off the board here. I mean, it starts taking down Sludge Crawlers pretty quickly. It also can just start firing away at Martin's life total, which is a remarkably quick clock if you've ever gotten the Valakut Invoker going.
Yeah, I'm almost a little bit surprised that that's the one that Alcantara led with.
I actually am too. I would assume that he would play the Sky Spawner first and try to bait this out with the Sky Spawner. I think it's more important to actually have the Invoker, as he's just 1 mana away from activating it. But it does work. So he gets the Ulamog's Nullifier finally out of hand for Martin Clement. And Now he's going to get to play the Sky Spawner. But yeah, I think I'd
And the
rather
outnumber.
have it. He does have the mana up for the outnumber. Is there anything that he really cares about? I suppose the Nullifier?
Yeah, get the 2/3 flyer off the board and
Yeah,
start
get in for 2.
flying over.
Yeah, I think I would probably just do that.
I'm with you, though. I think I'd rather have the Invoker than the second Sky Spawner, I think. Is that even true? I mean, I guess he's going to spend his mana on a Drowner, then he's going to spend his mana on a Clutch. Maybe he just wants the 2/2 flyer.
Yeah, the Clutch just doesn't do a ton here. Like, bouncing one random ground creature doesn't really clear the way, and bouncing a Nullifier's not a thing either. It is true about the Drowner, though. This has been a fascinating game to watch. In fact, all of our matches have been really good.
We'll get more Team Sealed tomorrow.
Yeah.
3 more rounds to kick off day 2.
Yeah, for all the teams that make it through, they get to come back in the morning and crack more packs here for Team Sealed before transitioning once again to Team Unified Standard. In the meantime, Martin Clement getting in there.
Leaves the Nullifier to play defense. Attacks with everything else.
Yeah,
except
the
Scion.
Nullifier is theoretically holding off both Sky Spawners here.
Right. Sludge Crawlers are suddenly scarier now that we've gotten through the Nullifier dance. Martin can spend mana pumping them a little more aggressively.
Yeah, Alcantara can maybe try to bait that out and then outnumber one of them if he wants, but I really think he wants to get rid of the Nullifier.
Yeah, I also think that I don't think Martin wants to spend mana on those here. He wants to play a Ruin Processor. All right, Sky Spawner in front of 1.
Yeah?
He's basically, yeah, you're right. He's daring Martin to pump it twice. I think Martin may just decline.
I think
he
he might also just say sure. It's actually not a trade though. There's a Tide Drifter on the table.
Tide Drifter, right.
He
So
needs
has
to pump it once just
You're
to
right.
save it.
You're right.
And he did pump it once.
Yes.
I think that worked out okay for Alcantara.
Yeah.
His Brutal Expulsion just got munched on though by the by the Benthic Infiltrator.
And Martin will have to wait on the Ruin Processor, but he does get to play Skitterskin here.
Yeah, a little awkward though for Alcantara. I mean, he did lose a couple of creatures. His outnumber is shrinking quickly here. Okay, now he's going to outnumber for 3. He does get to untap his creatures finally. And once again, Drowner of Hope in hand for Alcantara. But this could get interesting because the Ruin Processor's just bigger. You know, he may be able to just, or Martin may be able to just overpower the board with that. Alcantara's clock is significantly slower after having blocked last turn with one of his flyers, and here's Drowner of Hope. The shields are down though for Martin Clement, so one of the better rares in the format, Drowner of Hope. The card is absolutely excellent, and you can see why. It puts 7 power and 7 toughness on the battlefield with a relevant ability. Martin's going to go to combat immediately here. Peck away, get Alcantara down to 9. He's hitting some nice stuff off of the ingest. It's not relevant strategically, but we will note it as these things go by. Wavewing Elemental down, Brutal Expulsion down. There was a Clutch in there as well. And there it is, Ruin Processor. Plenty of food for the Ruin Processor. And that means that Martin Clement's going to be at 14 life, and he has a big 7/8 that has to be dealt with some way from Alcantara now.
You can tap it down with Drowner a couple of times.
Sure, that's good. The board looks sufficiently gummed up that that might not be enough to get the win for Alcantara, but that is certainly something. Yeah, these Eldrazi Scions are doing big work for Martin now. Because remember, Skitterskin can't block at all. And if he wants to start, if Alcantara wants to start using his Drowner of Hope to keep the 7/8 at bay, he's got some decent attacks. Yeah, as it stands though, just in the air with Sky Spawner. Martin falls down to 12. Draws his card for the turn. Both of these teams are 1-1 coming into this third round of Team Sealed. Both would love to get out of there with a 2-1 record going into Team Unified Standard. Sets them up to probably split matches and make it into day 2.
Alcantara figures, why bother tapping the Ruin Processor when I can just block it and tap something else?
Yeah, if you want to do it defensively, you may as well do it that way. On offense, of course, you just got to get the thing out of the way.
Aha, Windrider Patrol. Now Martin's got a flyer.
Yeah, this is big for Martin. This is a big swing here. And all of a sudden, Alcantara, who's played this game quite carefully, he's drawn extra cards off of a Cataract, he's resolved some pretty big spells. You know, he's falling behind significantly here. Teams are deep in the tank here. This is we're definitely down the stretch of what has become a pretty muddled board state here.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see Clutch of Currents from Alcantara. That's going to get rid of Windrider Patrol, at least temporarily.
And now there's just the 2 Scions to defend Martin Clement?
Yes, there are just 2 Scions, and in fact, one of them can get tapped down with the Drowner, leaving him with just 1.
12 life, though. That's...
Yes.
I think the Drowner's going to have to keep Ruin Processor at bay next turn. Like, this is not...
He's close, but
3,
yeah.
4, 5, 10 power? Scion going to jump block to soak up 5 of it.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Couldn't quite sneak through lethal. It was close.
No, he had lethal power on board, but he needed to have 2 extra Scions,
right?
Or removal spells or something, which is that's a tall order. So, right, Martin falls down to 7 life as Christoph Alcantara passes a turn back to him. And once again, I want to remind you that Christoph has to win back-to-back games.
Yeah, this is just game 2.
To take this match down for his team. Here comes that Ruin Processor again. It's not lethal.
You just want to take 7 here?
I mean, I think it's an option.
I think you jump with the Scion and then tap down one of the blockers.
That's probably the right play.
Yeah, tap the 1/4.
All right. Wonder how many more ways Christoph has of making Scions.
Drowner of Hope's looking around for more food.
Indeed.
Doesn't see any.
Another Sludge Crawler.
But
oh, this one's going to get horribly awry'd. Okay. The fight continues here. And there's that Wind Rider patrol. We knew about that.
Yep. Martin Clement is out of cards. They're all on the table.
It's a big draw step here for Alcantara. What does he have? Herald of Kozilek.
And a channeler.
And a channeler that he gets to follow up with. 2 triggers now on the Sentinel, as his teammate points out. And they're lining up attacks here.
Oh, yeah.
Whew. This has been a properly close game. And here comes the 5-5. Now the 3-powered Sentinel and the 3-3. And now it's on Martin and team to figure out how they want to block. He is forced to block something here. Doesn't have any mana, or he's got 2 mana up to pump, but that's not going to get the job done. So he's basically just double chumping here. And taking 3. Falls down to 4, and this is about as close as they get. Alcantara with multiple blockers back. This is a top deck here for Clement, and it's a land. Skitterskin has just been painful on board here.
Yeah.
The Tide Drifter passively holding it back and it not being able to block. You know, when you're slightly ahead, Skitterskin can look really good. It runs over a lot of the tougher blockers, but 05s and 06s it does not.
Outnumber off the top.
Outnumber off the top after
Down
Martin
goes
Clement
Patrol.
passed the turn back. And he's going to attack with everything here. And Martin even gave him a little hint of like, yeah, we're done here. Kristoff says, sure. Green light it is. And he picks up the win for his team to tie this match up at 1 game apiece. That was a great game to watch.
Really was. That was fun.
I mean, that was the same game that he cracked the Blighted Cataract and was playing around
Yeah, we had the
Nullifier
dance.
forever. Yeah. Oof.
Now, I've lost track of how much time the feature match has, because this match was held because we were watching other matches, and so we were going to wait to try to get the winning match on camera. But I know that time has been called on the floor already. This particular match, I've just heard in my ear, has 11 minutes left for Game 3.
That is going to be tight. These 2 decks tend to play a little bit more of a controlling style that neither of them has like a super fast start. Although I will say that Clement can come out quite quickly with sludge crawlers and evasive threats.
Yep.
Remember, this is the match that decides the whole round here for these teams. And again, one of these teams walks away from Team Sealed with a 2-1 record, looking quite strong to make a run for day 2 going into Team Unified Standard. And the other one is away with 1-2 and has quite a bit of work to do to make day 2. Everything changes tomorrow in day 2 with pool play. We'll be updating you with how that all works as it comes to fruition. But for now, this is going to be one game to decide this. And this is, you know, one of the other highlights that you get out of team play is that this is one game that's deciding effectively 3 matches worth of games.
And that was a quick shuffle. Both of these players obviously want to get a result here. They don't want to draw. They want to win. You want 4-3 today. that should be good enough to get through. And obviously, you'd rather be better, and seeding does matter. Like, the higher your seed going into day 2, the better your tiebreakers. I mean, you can very easily wind up in a tie for advancement out of one of those pools tomorrow. So seeding matters, and records are good, but getting to play is mission number 1.
Absolutely. So a good start for Martin. He starts things off with Sludge Crawler, attacks and pumps it. But Alcantara, who's on the draw this game, finds a beautiful little blocker here with Tide Drifter. Martin's going to attack because, hey, why not? But Alcantara's having none of it. He blocks. And now he's going to be thinking immediately about Spell Shrivel. Yeah, this is a spell that he doesn't mind. Kozilek Sentinel, look, if you want to Spell Shrivel this, have at you. And in fact, Martin has Horribly Awry in hand and was just like, yeah, whatever.
You know what we've got coming up after this game?
What's that?
The first Oath of the Gatewatch preview.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, it's going to be the day just keeps getting better.
I'm supposed to go eat lunch or something, and I know I'm going to be standing in front of some monitor somewhere waiting for the preview. People always think they show us those, and I'm like, I don't get to see them either. All right, so it looks like Martin did find something he wanted to send Horribly Awry, which was the Herald of Kozilek.
Yeah, we do have a lunch break coming up next, but you're going to want to stay tuned.
Yeah, you know, this weekend is effectively the kickoff weekend for Oath of the Gatewatch. We're going to really start rolling things up to that. And all right, so Christoph Alcantara continues to build out his board nicely here. He did have his Herald sent Horribly Awry, but the follow-up plays a beauty. Eldrazi Skyspawner, one of the best commons in the whole set. And it looks like Martin is going to go ahead and block pump to save 2 damage here. And Alcantara says, sure. Clutch Occurrence off the top for Martin. He's also got an Adverse Conditions in hand and a Merc Strider, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there. But this start from Alcantara has been really clean. That board state happened with him getting one of his spells countered as well. So he's doing pretty good work here. All right, Clutch Occurrence is going to take Tide Drifter out of the equation, at least temporarily, and produce a 3/3 land. What the? Wow, that is an aggressive attack.
Scion.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the 3/3 was going to come in, but I did not expect the Sludge Crawler to trade for a Scion, but it in fact does here. That is properly aggressive there for Martin.
Now it's Channeler instead of the Tide Drifter's return.
Ah. Yeah, when you have the chance to use up 5 mana rather than 2, you take it, especially when your opponent has that 3/3, which you can now crunch through. Another land off the top for Clement. And it's going to be a Merc Strider to set things back further. But I got to say, I don't feel like this plan is going to be long-term viable for Martin. He just doesn't have enough power on the board. He's trying to set up
this is how he won the first
conditions.
game.
It is, yeah.
But he was attacking for more than 3.
Right. And it's tough. He's now got 6 power up with adverse conditions, so you can see what he's trying to do here. But this basically relies on Christoph Alcantara doing not a lot for the rest of the game. And like this type of play is backbreaking for his game plan. He just Clutch of Currents and then got his Clutch of Currents back. And what he clutched was a land. It effectively kills it. And now he gets to outnumber. And he's so far behind now is Martin. It looks like Austria is going to be in great spot here to go 2-1. Dampening Pulse helps. It actually does help. That die, by the way, isn't actually doing anything.
Yeah,
get the wide shot here, and you do get a chance to see the garb that Team Scotland's brought to the table. Super cool. Love those kilts.
Yeah, they got the win with their Goblin Warpaint deck. But looks like they may lose the other 2. They're going to have some work to do if they want to make day 2 for the 4th year in a row.
Yeah.
I don't blame Martin Clement for the line that he took here. I mean, with the cards that he drew, I don't know that he had a better way to try to win this game. But yeah, he needed Alcantara to be on blanks, and/or he needed to draw well. And neither one of those things seems to have worked out here.
Alcantara actually uses Spell Shrivel to counter
the adverse
conditions on upkeep there. He knows that he can close out this game quickly, and that would be a step in the wrong direction. Also, casting the Spell Shrivel does trigger Kozilek Sentinel to get it back up to 1 power.
It's good enough to attack on this board.
Yeah, he's attacking for 6 here. Make it a 2/2 to soak up the damage. Take 3, 4, 5. Go down to 3. And we do seem like we're down the stretch here. It's going to take a heck of a draw from Martin. He finds a swamp and just ships a turn back. Doesn't play it. And here comes that Clutch Occurrence. That's going to get Sludge Crawler out of the way, the only blocker left. And it's going to produce another 2 power of attacks, and that is lethal. Team Austria picks up the win here, and they're going to be 2-1 coming out of the Team Limited rounds, defeating Scotland, who has some work to do in Team Unified Standard. And great stuff there down for the limited portion. I love seeing those decks. Those super powered Team Seal decks are really fun to watch, and we had some absolutely epic games too.
Definitely.
As we wind down sort of the first stage of the World Magic Cup here in Spain. We're going to do some lunch breaky stuff as well as get you set up for Team Unified Standard. Let's head to the news desk and Rich Hagan.
Thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe and Randy Buehler there. Yeah, just a little bit of housekeeping to bring you some scores on the doors. Who are the 3-0s? Well, how about this? Macedonia are 3-0. Vladimir Trashevsky is the champion for them, and they have defeated Team USA in round number 3. USA falls to 2-1. Team Japan with Yuya Watanabe and Kenji Sumura, Ryoichi Tamada and Yo-Yo Su are also at 2-1. Other 3-0s, Singapore 3-0. They defeated Jason Chung's New Zealand. Brazil go to 3-0 with Paulo Vita, Dama de Rosa, Lucas Escobar 2 on that team. They defeated Guatemala, a real sort of local rivalry, Guatemala and Brazil. Guatemala still a great morning, 2-1 in limited play. And we heard earlier from Martin Muller on the defending champions alongside Martin Dang, of course, Daniel Lind and Christopher Larsen. Denmark are still undefeated. A perfect morning for them, 3-0. We'll bring you all the scores later in this lunch break, but we have 2 great things coming up. In a little bit, Frank Karsten and Brian David Marshall will be here alongside Ian Duke to talk you through Team Unified Standard. That's this crazy format that we're going to be working with through the afternoon and indeed the back half of tomorrow and then Sunday. But before that, it's the Oath of the Gatewatch kickoff weekend, so it's time to kick things off with our first Oath of the Gatewatch preview. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan here at the news desk, sitting alongside Ian Duke from Inside R&D. Now Ian, first question, there are plenty of people inside R&D who don't necessarily work on each new set because they're doing things for sets in a year's time, 2 years' time, special projects off to the side. Mm-hmm. Were you involved in Oath of the Gatewatch?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was the lead developer on Oath of the Gatewatch, which means I was in charge of the final design and the balanced design of Oath of the Gatewatch.
So that's sort of phase 2. There's sort of design, it comes up first, and there's sort of pre-design before even that.
Right.
But then, so you're at the back end, at the sharp end of, you're almost the last hands on the set before it goes out of the door.
That's right. So Ethan Fleischer and his design team handed off their initial design of the set to my team and I, and then we worked on sort of executing on their vision, working on game balance and things like that, generally making the set as fun as possible to play.
Okay, well, we have a preview for you coming up in just a little bit. But for those of you who aren't quite sure, how did we get to this point, and what's Oath of the Gatewatch going to be all about? Well, here is the story so far.
If you're just tuning in, you may get the sense that Zendikar has a deep history. You may not know what it is. So I'm going to try to get you up to speed.
So first question, what are the Eldrazi? The Eldrazi are these interplanar beings that exist in the multiverse. There are 3 Titans, Eldrazi Titans, and they consume planes.
6,000 years ago, 3 planeswalkers, Sorin, Ugin, and Nahiri, trapped the 3 Eldrazi Titans on Zendikar. That's Ulamog, Kozilek, and Emrakul.
All 3 of the Titans were lured to the plane with these Hedrons, trapped and bound in this prison.
It worked. Flash forward 5,000 years, the Eldrazi nearly escape. They wreak havoc on the plane, and Nahiri, who'd been serving as the plane's guardian, vanishes.
Present day-ish, we have 3 planeswalkers who arrive at the Eye of Ugin. We have Sarkhan Vol, Chandra Nalaar, and Jace Beleren, who accidentally play a role in releasing the Eldrazi Titan.
There's still one failsafe left, though, and Sorin Markov, one of the 3 who trapped the Eldrazi originally, comes to ensure that it remains in place. The elf planeswalker Nissa Ravain is traveling with him. She thinks that by releasing this final failsafe, she will release the Eldrazi and they will leave her world alone. Tragically, she is wrong. So against Sorin's wishes, she releases this final failsafe, but the Eldrazi stick around.
Okay, so now we are up to the point of Rise of the Eldrazi. Eldrazi are taking over Zendikar. Oh my god, this is terrible. There's spawn all over the place. Nobody knows what's happening.
Emrakul and Kozilek are not seen for some time. Ulamog re-emerges as the primary threat to the plane. So in Battle for Zendikar, we see some of the planeswalkers who have fought the Eldrazi in the past returning to try to make good on things.
Gideon has come with Jace for help. And he has this idea that they'll be able to use the Hedrons to somehow fight the Eldrazi. Jace goes to the Eye of Ugin. He knows where that was. He was there. And he happens to run into Ugin himself. Who would have thought? Well, the dragon is back thanks to Sarkhan Vol, which we saw in Dragons of Tarkir. So Ugin is there, and he says, well, okay, let's rethink this. Don't destroy them. I want to retrap them. This is how you can do it. He gives Jace the information Jace needs. Jace goes back to meet Gideon, who is now joined by Kiora and also Nissa.
They fight the Eldrazi. They determine that they can use the Hedrons and the ley lines that are left over from the original trapping of the Eldrazi, these stone structures, to re-trap Ulamog.
They do it. They somehow succeed. These planeswalkers have come together. The Zendikari have come together. They build this ring of Hedrons. It powers up. They're like, oh my god, we got this Eldrazi Titan. For the first time ever, I think we're going to win this thing. And then the ground starts to rumble. And the earth starts to quake. And then a second Eldrazi Titan emerges from under the ground. These obsidian shards. And who is it? It's Kozilek.
And that's where Oath of the Gatewatch begins.
And that is where Oath of the Gatewatch begins. Ian Duke, what have you got to show us today?
So, as we heard, Battle for Zendikar was largely about the devastation wrought by Ulamog and how the Zendikari rose up against that menace. Oath of the Gatewatch, we have the emergence of a new Titan, Kozilek. So let's take a look at the big guy himself.
All right, so here comes Kozilek, the Great Distortion. Walk us through Kozilek.
So another awesome, huge Eldrazi Titan, just like Ulamog. He's a 10-mana, 12/12 legendary Eldrazi creature with Menace. When you cast Kozilek, you get to draw up until you have 7 cards in your hand, and then he has an ability where you can discard cards from your hand to counter your opponent's spell, use them to protect Kozilek or disrupt your opponent's game plan until he can win the game. So hugely powerful, awesome Eldrazi. I'm excited to see players maybe incorporate this into their Eldrazi ramp decks.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of things going on that card. That especially that bottom bit, there's going to be a lot of sort of interactions there where you're going to end up, if you draw 3 extra cards, 4 extra cards maybe, and you're suddenly going, well, I've got a 2 and a 3 and a 5 and a 7, but do I want to discard my 7 to counter your 7? Well, probably I do, but maybe my 7 trumps your 7. There's some really, it seems like some awesome gameplay around that.
Oh, yeah, very awesome. Your opponent never knows if you have the right converted mana cost to counter their spells.
And it's just a great top-end drop to refill your hand in a ramp deck, which often spends a lot of its cards getting up to 10 mana in the first place.
And then Menace, another variation on the theme of Annihilator in a way that when it's not actually that, but it just make sure that a little token can't just pop it in the way.
Exactly. It means if your opponent wants to defend themselves with creatures, they're probably throwing away 2 creatures every turn to Kozilek's attack.
Okay. I'm not even going to talk about 12-12 because I'm going to go to the other end of the card. Up the top there, Kozilek, the Great Distortion, 8 something.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. So up there in the upper right-hand corner of that card is Magic's new colorless mana symbol. So this is a new sort of visual technology we're introducing here with Oath of the Gatewatch. This is the new colorless mana symbol. Going forward in Magic, any sort of spell or permanent that produces colorless mana is going to use this symbol as 1 unit of colorless mana.
Okay.
On top of that, Oath of the Gatewatch in particular will have cards and abilities that cost colorless mana to use. So in order to cast Kozilek the Great Distortion, you need to spend 8 generic mana, which means mana of any color or colorless mana, but you must also spend 2 colorless mana in order to cast this card.
All right, so let's talk about where colorless mana comes from traditionally and moving forward. Here's a simple one. Am I right that Kozilek's Channeler, it taps for 2 colorless mana? That represents those 2 symbols on the top of Kozilek.
Exactly. And
in fact, it's kind of channeling Kozilek, one might say.
Yeah, those 2 cards line up in a pleasing way for sure. But it's not just that. If you had any sort of card throughout Magic's history going forward or backward that produces colorless mana, that also works to pay for that cost.
So there are lots of specialist lands that sometimes tap for colored, but other times are tapping for colorless. So you know, things like, I don't know, maybe Ghost Quarter would work. Things like the Urza's lands, right?
Sure, absolutely.
They give you colorless mana, so that is the symbol. And so the actual cards don't need the symbol on them, right? Because your old cards obviously don't have that. But that's not a problem. As long as they are colorless mana, you get to do that.
Right, so in some sense, nothing new is being introduced here or changed. It's just that we're using the symbol to represent 1 unit of colorless mana. And the new thing with Oath of the Gatewatch is that some cards and abilities will cost colorless mana, will require you to pay for them with colorless mana. So that's the new thing here.
Okay, so that seems fair enough. Are we going to have plenty of ways in Oath of the Gatewatch to find our colorless mana? Because it's all very well saying Kozilek's Channeler and it's common, but nonetheless, you're not going to open that many of them in a draft, and a lot of players in a draft aren't going to have colorless mana producers, or are they? How's that going to work?
Right, so with Oath of the Gatewatch, we made sure to give you plenty of different ways to produce this colorless mana to cast these Eldrazi spells. And that brings us actually to one of our other new preview cards here coming up.
Okay, so why don't we take a look? What are you going to show us next?
This is Wastes.
Wow.
So this is a brand new basic land that taps for colorless mana that you can use to cast cards like Kozilek.
Ha. Yeah, now, in theory, that's a really simple card, but that is incredibly important in terms of where Magic has been historically and where it may be going. Tell me about type. It says basic land, but it doesn't say basic land - forest, obviously.
That's right.
So what's going on there?
So this is the first time ever in Magic's history that there is a new basic land beyond the standard 5, plains, island, swamp, mountain, and forest. However, Wastes does not have a basic land type.
Right.
So there are still only 5 different types of lands for purposes of a cards like Tribal Flames, for example.
So the domain cards.
Yeah, there are still only 5 different types of basic lands, but Wastes is a new basic land. So what does that mean? Well, basic, first of all, means you can play with any number of copies of this card in your deck. So if you're building a constructed deck, you could, for example, play 16 copies of Wastes in it if you want to. The other thing it means is that any cards that tell you, say, to search up a basic land or key off of having a basic land will work with Wastes. So if you, say, tap and sacrifice an Evolving Wilds, you could search up a Wastes from your deck and put it onto the battlefield.
Okay, anyone who's been to a Magic tournament lately, or indeed plays on Magic Online, knows that you build your deck and then you go to the Add Basic Lands button or the land table in real life, and you just go, right, I have 9 swamps, I have 7 islands. In the future, do we just click on a button or pick up our 16 Wastes or not?
Great question, Rich. So no, you will not be able to add any number of Wastes to your deck in Limited.
in order to get wastes that you want to include in your deck, you'll actually have to draft them during the draft portion. So, to that end, we've actually included 2 different copies of wastes in Oath of the Gatewatch, so it's represented as sort of a double common. It's twice as likely that you'll get waste as you'll get any other common in the set.
Okay, do these 2 look exactly the same?
They don't, in fact. They actually have 2 different pieces of artwork.
See?
Yeah, let's take a look at the second one we have here.
Let's take a look.
So these are the 2 different wastes here, and these represent the 2 different types of destruction wrought on Zendikar by the 2 different Eldrazi Titans, Ulamog and Kozilek. So the one on the left there is Kozilek's wastes.
Right.
You can see the sort of geometric and iridescent patterns in there.
Right.
And on the right is Ulamog's waste, the desiccated, bony-like structures there.
That's a stunning idea, whoever came up with that.
Yeah, I think they look absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
so
they
really
do. So the fact that we've got 2 means that in a booster, because they're double common, if you think that at a typical draft you're going to see between 2 and 3 of any particular common on average taken across many, many drafts, we're going to see much more like 4, 5, 6 of these doing the rounds, and presumably, like many cards, they're going to gravitate towards the players that actually want them.
Yeah, that's exactly true. However, only having 4, 5, 6 wastes in a draft would not be enough colorless mana to build your mana bases properly to cast and activate these abilities that require colorless mana. So we made sure to include a whole bunch of different ways to add colorless mana to your mana pool. There's a whole slew of new non-basic lands in addition to the 2 basic wastes that are there, as well as creatures, artifacts, you name it. So there's lots of different ways to produce colorless mana. You have to draft them in order to put them in your deck, but then you'll get to cast powerful spells and activate abilities with colorless mana.
Yeah, and worth remembering, of course, also that we're going to see 2 packs opened of Oath of the Gatewatch, followed by 1 of Battle for Zendikar.
That's right.
Again, that's going to help the wastes doing the rounds of the table. Well, that's a fantastic way to kick off the kickoff weekend for Oath of the Gatewatch. We've got more previews coming tomorrow and on Sunday. But for now, with the news that we've got Kozilek the Great Distortion, 12/12, Menace, draw your hand back up to 7, and the arrival of colorless mana in the form of waste. Ian, thank you so much. And that is our first preview here for Oath of the Gatewatch. So that was our first Oath of the Gatewatch preview. You'll be able to see that on YouTube. If you just came in a little late into that, that'll go up in a little while for you. And as I say, we'll be back tomorrow with more previews from Oath of the Gatewatch. Looks a super exciting set, and what a way to kick it off with Wastes and Kozilek the Great Distortion. Well, we're in lunchtime. We're going to show you the leaderboard in a little bit as we continue our housekeeping here. But we're moving away from Limited and we're moving into the world of Constructed. That means Team Unified Standard. It's a little bit complicated, and it involves a lot of mathematical geniuses. That's why we put them all into the body of Frank Carsten and brought him to the news desk. So we're going to set up for Team Unified Standard coming your way right now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the news desk. That was a fascinating look at some new cards, but that's then being January 16th. Right now, we have to deal with Team Unified Standard. We need a lesson, Professor. So please, please take us through what Team Unified Standard is. The basics are that it's 225 cards that are all a standard legal deck, but what does that mean in terms of how you build it?
Essentially. So Team Unified Standard is the format that we're going to play for the next 4 rounds. The rules of Team Unified Standard Constructed are that, well, each team has to build 3 standard legal decks, then assign them to player A, B, and C, and then each round one country is paired against another. Player A of one country plays against player A of the other country, and so on. And the country who wins at least 2 of those matches wins the round. Right. But yeah, there's a catch. Across all 3 decks and sideboards combined, there can only be 4 copies of any standard legal card, except for basic lands. So a good way to imagine this is that you just have one giant trade folder with one play set of standard and, well, a big pile of basic lands, and you have to build 3 decks from those.
So like if we were all getting in a car to drive to a pre-TQ And
Yeah, pretty
we
much.
just have our play set, and we have to build 3 decks.
Yeah, so you can just show up with, say, 3 Abzan decks. You have to split with the cards.
Right. We only have
somehow.
the 4 Siege Rhinos.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are other very important cards in Team Unified.
How tricky could that be?
It is quite a puzzle. It is an exciting puzzle, but also a fairly complicated one. So I'm really curious to see how the teams are gonna solve it. But when it comes to this current standard, yeah, by far the most important cards are the fetch lands.
Yep.
So many decks in standard rely on these fetch lands, especially in combination with the battle lands. They allow you to put powerful gold cards in your deck. They fuel delve. They lead to consistent mana bases, so that even 2-color standard decks often play as many as 12 fetch lands. But, well, 12 times 3, that's 36. You only have access to 20, so that doesn't add up. There are not enough fetch lands to go around. So that leads to a challenge.
And what does that challenge look like? I mean, how do you determine which fetch lands want to be in which seat?
Well, the key is to avoid overlaps somehow, so to pick different decks that don't need the same lands. For instance, if you look at Jeskai or Esper, well, they both play Floodstrand because they can get both blue and white mana. But even in Abzan, this card is played because it can fetch both Canopy Vista, the green-white jewel, and Sunken Hollow, the blue-black jewel, so fixing all 3 colors of mana. It will be difficult to play those kinds of decks together unless you make drastic changes to the mana base.
Well, aside from the fetch lands, what are the key overlap cards?
Yeah, there are a bunch of other ones besides the fetch lands. For instance, Shambling Vent is a card that you see in many black and white decks. So if you want to play, say, Abzan and Esper together, you may have to fight over this land as well. I mean, if you have to split them 2 and 2 or 3 and 1 across 2 decks, it's not the end of the world, but it may still weaken both decks a little bit. Hangerback Walker, a very powerful 2-drop for standard. It's an artifact, so it can go to pretty much any deck, which of course is an issue for Team Unified. There are some replacement 2-drops that you can play, but once again, Hangerback Walker could lead to some incompatibilities between decks. Gideon, another example, one of the best things that you can do on turn 4 in the format. But perhaps even the most important card on the slide is Jace. Still one of the best cards in standard, and there's just no replacement that does the same thing as Jace, that offers the same card selection, the same card advantage later on. So I think you can only play one Jace deck in the format, for instance.
Do you see anything where you would ever want to split your Jaces? Is that crazy talk? You could say it's crazy talk.
It's close to crazy talk. The card is so essential to a number of archetypes that without the full 4 copies of Jace, I would prefer to just play another deck.
Please tell me you made a graph for us, Frank.
Yes, well, there you have it. Here I combined all these key overlap cards, and sure, there are some more like Fiery Impulse, Duress, and so on, but have to cut it off at some point, and combine it with the most popular archetypes in Standard right now, at least when based on recent popularity in big events. So for all of those archetypes, I try to mark which of these key overlap cards they need. And there are already some choices being made here. A lot depends on which version of a deck you're talking about, or some judgment calls on which cards are essential. For instance, I didn't mark Hangerback Walker for Abzan because they often play Heir of the Wilds anyway. I looked at the Hangerback Walker version of Esper Tokens rather than the Jace version. Didn't mark Windswept Heat for Atarka Red because they only play typically 2 copies. So we can argue a little bit whether or not there should be an X in a certain cell or not. And you can also argue on whether some of the replacements that are listed below the table are perfect or not. Many of these decks use similar sets of cards, but this is, I guess, as close as I could get to putting the heart of the Unified Standard puzzle onto a single table, and a puzzle it is.
So Frank, if I'm reading this graph correctly, the basic idea is a team would want to choose 3 of these columns, which correspond to decks, and make sure that no row has more than 1 X in those columns, if that sort of makes sense?
Yes, exactly. Then you avoid all the overlap. And if you have overlap in maybe one card, you can probably manage that to some extent. If you have more, then you will run into a lot of trouble.
So it's more minimizing overlap as much as possible, if you can.
Exactly. Yeah.
Great.
So there's a column in there that particularly stands out for its lack of X's.
Yeah, the Eldrazi Ram deck in particular doesn't really need much. Sure, Hangerback Walker is marked. It's a nice roadblock, early roadblock for the deck that later on you can play for 8 mana and then trigger Sanctum of Ugin. But yeah, it does not need any fetch lands, and that is a potential key to solving this format.
Okay, so let's take a look at what a potential lineup without overlap would look like.
Sure. So indeed, I enumerated all of the possible 3-deck combinations from that table and found these combinations which have overlap in at most one key card. So if you want to play, say, stock versions of popular standard archetypes in Team Unified Standard, then these are your main options. So this essentially lays down the gauntlet. Already, yeah, you see a lot of Eldrazi Ram decks. You see a lot of rows with Atarka Red, which also doesn't take many cards away from the other decks. So this will already be an indication that the metagame in Team Unified Standard is likely going to differ quite a bit from the metagame at your regular standard events. But we'll get into the metagame implications of that
Sure.
at some point later.
So Frank, one thing that stands out to me is a lot of these combinations have 2 or 3 decks that are very polarized in terms of strategy, very extreme strategies like Eldrazi Ramp, obviously. You're not playing a lot of early game, you're going up to big cards, whereas Atarka Red is as fast as possible almost. And then Esper Dragons represents more of a blue-based control deck. Do you think that when players are choosing their decks or even building their decks, they're thinking about how can my decks have 75 card configurations, including sideboard, that match up well against these extreme strategies? Does that sort of make sense?
Yes, for sure. Because everyone knows about this as well. Everyone is going to prepare against this and have their sideboards lined up for it. Now, it can be a bit difficult to find good cards that are great against, say, both Eldrazi Ramp and Atarka Red, because as you mentioned, these are such polar opposites. So cards that are good against Atarka Red, like Everything Cleric, Surge of Righteousness, cheap removal, life gain. Yeah, that doesn't really do anything against Eldrazi Ramp, for instance. Well, there we have the deck. So on the top of the previous table, you saw the combination of Eldrazi Ramp plus Atarka Red plus Esper Dragons, which I would put as the basic deck to beat, the configuration to beat. So let's just go over these decks real quick to introduce the viewers who may not be completely familiar with the format. Now let's stick with the Eldrazi Ram deck. What this deck is trying to do is to use cards like Nissa's Pilgrimage to go up to high land counts early, so that you can play Haymakers like Ugin or Ulamog as early as turn 5. One card in particular that I want to point out here is Void Winnower. Now in regular standard, this might just be like a one-off in the sideboard, but if you expect a lot of teams here to show up with an Eldrazi Ram deck in the lineup, you will face lots of mirror matches. Well, this card is incredible in the Ramp mirror match.
If we're in the Ramp mirror match, you have a Void Winnower play. What's the best card I can play to answer that?
Yeah, well, you can't play Ugin anymore. You can play Ulamog. Maybe the best card that you can play is your own Void Winnower. So yeah, that may lead to some crazy games. Yeah.
And I've heard some rumors this weekend that Void Winnower is a card that a lot of teams are looking for. That's kind of been scarce on site here, so we might see it show up. It's pretty exciting.
So the second deck in the configuration to beat is Atarka Red. It's your red aggro deck of the format. Lots of cheap early creatures, some tokens, and then in the late game, when you have already put down your opponent to a somewhat low life total, you can close it out with some pump spells. In particular, the combo of Temur Battle Rage and Become Immense is quite potent.
And this is a deck we've seen win, in some form or another, multiple Pro Tours over the last year.
Indeed. Indeed, one form or another. There are other versions of red aggro decks, like a more landfall-oriented list or some others. I like this one because it has Dragon Fodder and Wild Slash in particular. Great card for the mirror match to, well, prevent a Become Immense from the opponent.
And if you see a card like Become Immense, that means that this is a deck that's going to want fetch lands.
Yes.
Right, you can't not play this deck with fetch lands if you're going to play Become Immense.
Yes, not only because you want to fuel Delve, but also for having a consistent access to green mana. This deck does need, say, 8 fetch lands at least, preferably a bit more. Yeah.
Sure.
So the third deck in the configuration to beat that I put up is Esper Dragons. It's your control deck. Some counter magic, some spot removal, just says no early on, and then eventually it will take some card advantage from Dig Through Time or Dragonlord Ojitai to win the game. Now there are various other decks based around Jace or Flutterstrand that I could put into this third spot. For instance, the 4-color Rally deck. But I put in Esper Dragons for, well, for several reasons. It has been putting up good results as of late. It will be difficult to play a 4-color Crackling Doom in this format, so hard to find a good matchup against it.
The interesting thing to me about that configuration, though, is both Esper Dragons and Eldrazi Ramp seem like decks that Atarka Red is happy to see.
I think the matchup of Atarka Red versus Esper Dragons is overrated, actually.
Okay.
Especially if you get a good version of Esper Dragons with the right sideboard cards and a good
version
pilot.
that knows it's going to see a red deck every round?
Yes. Then this matchup is much closer and could even be advantageous for the Esper Dragons deck.
Okay.
But yes, the red aggro deck is absolutely the worst matchup for the Eldrazi Ram deck.
Okay.
So if we go back to the overview sheet with all the key possibilities, yeah, all of them include Eldrazi Ram, and this is indeed what you get if you want to stick to stock lists of popular standard archetypes. But I don't think that this Eldrazi Ram deck will be well positioned for this event. Well, one reason was the poor matchup against Atarka Red, which is likely going to be popular. The other reason is that, well, everyone knows this. Everyone has done this analysis, so everyone's going to be ready for the Eldrazi Ram deck with cards like Disdainful Stroke, Infinite Obliteration, other Disruption, yeah.
A pretty exciting card for people to be bringing to a Magic.
Yeah, take out all your Ulamogs, and then what are you going to do?
So what do we do?
Well, I think a key to get an edge in this format is to avoid playing this Eldrazi Ram deck, which means going to other possible lists. There are some options. I have 2 in particular that I think would be good, and that also many teams here have come up with. Because, in fact, I already looked through some of the lists. Eldrazi Ramp is actually not the most popular archetype here in Team Unified Standard.
Okay.
Many teams have indeed been trying to avoid the deck in one way or another. Now, one way to do that is, well, to go for a different deck that needs no fetch lands at all. Mono Red is a deck that has been around. It's maybe a little underpowered compared to Atarka Red, but if you don't need Wooded Foothills or a Bloodstained Mire and just go for perhaps more of a mid-range strategy, sometimes with Thunderbreak Regents, then you can play such a deck next to, say, Ebzan and Esper Dragons. All the fetch lands line out that way, and you don't have to play the Eldrazi Ram deck.
So you get to offload 8 fetch lands from the Atarka Red deck into your other 2 decks.
Yes, pretty much. Now, not a lot of teams have gone for this route. By far, the most popular approach is to go for, well, a different mana base. Because, well, as I said, many of the decks in Standard play lots of fetch lands, but there are plenty of other non-basic lands around that are indeed put in, of course, to give us some options. For instance, there are plenty of Ebzan decks built around either maybe a more tap land mana base with the tri-lands, or maybe a pain land mana base with the pain lands. If you play such an Ebzan list with few fetch lands, you can put that next to, say, Atarka Red and Esper Dragons. A perfect possibility as well. Also, a bunch of other teams have gone for white-black decks. Typically a token kind of list.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, because it doesn't really need fetch lands to work, so you can put that next to, say, 4-color Rally and Atarka Red. Not a great option. And there were also a bunch of teams who looked at, okay, well, we really want to play Atarka Red because it's just a great deck. We also love, for instance, our Esper Dragons deck. So if we look at the fetch lands that are remaining, okay, we have Windswept Heat. What can we do with that? And then they were like, well, Abzan with Windswept Heat, it's an option, but nah, Windswept Heat only fixes two colors of mana for the deck. How about Temur? Windswept Heat actually fixes 3 colors of mana for the deck. You can play some tap lands. So we just play with Savage Knuckleblade and co. Especially with the version tuned towards Atarka Red, Esper Dragons, Eldrazi Ramp. You can really focus on those decks because the metagame is different.
Do we see a card like Beast Caller Savant there or something like that?
I'm not sure that card is in those Temur lists.
Okay, we've seen it in Temur lists in Standard before.
Mm-hmm. But it may be in some versions of it, perhaps that are also seeing play here. It is going to be great to see some of the offbeat decks arise to find out.
Put you on the spot right now. You have to go out. You get tagged in for Team Netherlands to put your 3 decks out there. What are your 3 decks for Team Netherlands if you're running the show?
I would probably like to play 4-color Rally because many teams have told me that it has a good matchup against Atarka Red and against Eldrazi Ramp, 2 of the decks that you might expect a lot. So together with that, maybe you can play some Abzan deck, maybe an Abzan mid-range deck with a bunch of tap lands, plus, well, Atarka Red, which is still fine. I would try to avoid Eldrazi Ramp, and that would be a solution I would like for those reasons.
Okay, well, there you have it. There's your look at Team Unified Standard and what the teams out there on the floor who are getting ready to play right now have been facing, preparing for this tournament here at the World Magic Cup.
Frank Carsten, not a man I readily get tired of listening to talk about Magic. He is so good, so good. The players are in the feature match area and they are shuffling up. Now, we know that obviously there are a lot of teams going to be at 2-1. Say you know any 2 particular teams at 2-1, chances are about 1 in 15, 1 in 20 they play each other. We've got quite a good feature match coming up. But why don't we look at our master scoreboard for you for the first time today. With 3 rounds gone, the limited rounds are behind us here on day 1, and the constructed rounds are upon us. Here are the 8 who right now would be the top 8 with perfect synergy. We do have 8 undefeated records. Belarus, Macedonia, Poland, Singapore, Norway, Turkey, Brazil, and Denmark. Brian David Marshall, there are a couple of big names there, but a lot of teams that are initially punching above their theoretical weight.
Yeah, absolutely. If you had Belarus and Macedonia on the top of your leaderboard at the end of 3 rounds, and you should also probably be heading out to maybe buy a scratch-off ticket.
Right.
Because I don't think anyone was predicting that. But that's and that's one of the things that's just great about the World Magic Cup is we get to see these teams who are coming here. We talked to the Guatemalan team at the end of round 1, and they're like, "We just beat Even Flock! Oh my God, we're so excited!"
Yeah.
So watching these teams from all around the world come and take down maybe some of the more established competition is always very exciting.
Now, quite clearly, the 2 established competition amongst the 3-0, that's Brazil and Denmark. Mm-hmm. So, terrific performance by both of them. And you would expect them to all have very good standard decks and have worked out the Frank Carsten puzzle that you've just been chatting about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both teams have fantastic leadership in the form of Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa for Brazil, Martin Dang and Martin Mueller, both on Team Denmark. So, yeah, I expect to see great things out of them.
Well, Brazil had more than just Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. Brazil was part of the one super team in this tournament. It was Brazil, Italy, Canada, and the U.S. all working together.
You just said the US. Don't think we've seen them in feature match action yet, but we're about to now because the pairing algorithm is going to give you round 4, Team USA versus Team Japan. Buckle up.
Wow.
Awesome.
Hello and welcome to round 4 here at the World Magic Cup. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined here by Randy Buehler, and pretty much one of the more exciting feature matches you could possibly hope for going into Unified Standard. 2 of the hot teams that were picked at the start of this tournament as being ones to watch out for to potentially win the whole show. Let's head down to the feature match area and see what they brought to the table. welcome to round 4 of the World Magic Cup. On the left-hand side of our feature match area, that's Team USA. On the right, we have Team Japan. There we see Mike Sigrist, the US team captain. Tim Willoughby and Randy Buehler here to bring you all the details from this matchup. We see there Sigrist's opponent, Soyo Yu. Now, Frank Carsten was talking about this standard format, and he said there are a couple of big decks that everyone's likely to play, Esper Dragons, Ataka Red, and then the third deck was looking a little bit of a puzzle. How have these two teams approached it?
Well, Team USA has Frontier Bivouac in play on turn 1. This is a teamer deck.
Sweet.
Savage Knuckleblade, Bounding Krasis, Death Misraptor, Rattleclaw Mystic. Yeah, it's teamer Megamorph pretty much. And this is, I think, Paolo Vitor Damaderosa, you heard them talking about the one big super team. U.S. worked with Canada, Brazil, and Italy. And Paolo came up with this. It seems like you get to play Atarka Red, you get to play Esper Dragons, and then basically you need a Windswept Heath deck. That's the fetch land that's left over. And that Windswept Heath in Sigrist's deck can go get, it can get a Cinderglade, it can get a Prairie Stream, you can play some Frontier Bivouacs, and yeah, maybe teamer is the answer to the puzzle.
An early Lightning Berserker there for Soyo Yu, so he's going to be able to get the first points in, but one has to wonder whether or not he's going to be ready for Bounding Krasis. Certainly not a card that we've seen a huge amount of play from in Standard, but it's going to be coming out very, very shortly for Mike Sigrist.
Yeah, this could be great. I think that there's sort of two things going on here, right? One is, what did Japan bring to the table? What did Team USA bring to the table? Japan, by the way, has an Atarka Red deck, has an Esper Dragons deck. Both teams brought those two decks to the table, whereas the US has a teamer deck. Japan has Rally. And specifically, they have a 3-color Rally deck. There's no blue, no Jace in the Rally deck. That's gone into the Esper Dragons, of course. So it's kind of an Abzan Rally deck.
That one, of course, in the hands of Kenji Samura, Hall of Famer. The Japanese team absolutely stacked. We can see that they have Ryoichi Tamada, finalist from the last Pro Tour, currently acting as coach in this match. We see him there sat next to Soyo Yu. This Soyo Yu's first match of the tournament actually holding cards. He was coaching during the limited portion where Japan finished 2-1.
Yeah, all 4 players have to play one of the sessions today, so you see those two trading off from the morning to the afternoon. Yeah, Mike Sigrist is sitting there. He hasn't cast a spell yet. Soyo Yu, got to be wondering, what's going on? I mean, maybe from Frontier Bivouac, he's figured out that Savage Knuckleblade could be up against him, but I can't imagine that he's anticipating this Bounding Krasis flashing into the red zone mid-combat.
Yeah, I mean, the red deck here coming from Soyo Yu, able to run plenty of fetch lands, of course, very important with the landfall mechanics, so key to the Ataka Red. They're able to fetch Cinderglade on turn 3 untapped.
Yeah, the Japanese actually put 10 fetch lands in this Ataka Red deck. They actually have 2 of the Windswept Heaths, in addition to the usual Bloodstained Mires.
Yeah, meanwhile, Evolving Wilds very much a feature in Kenji Samura's deck.
Right. Japan's like, well, there's 24 fetch lands, actually, because Evolving Wilds counts.
Yeah, I was talking to Yuya Watanabe yesterday a little bit about the preparation for their team, and they said overall about 80% of our preparation was for Constructed because this is a very complicated format. Once you start having to split out the cards, there's an awful lot to think about, and they didn't feel like they'd solved it, but they were happy with their decks.
Yeah, Mike actually backed up Soyo Yu at the beginning of combat. He's going to tap down the Berserker, obviously with three red sources there. And Soyo Yu's like, what is that? Oh, Bounding Krasis. Okay, yeah, I guess my guy's tapped. And this way, Mike isn't forced to trade his Krasis for a pumped up Berserker. He just holds off 2 Goblin tokens.
And brickwalling from turn 3, a pretty reasonable start when you're up against a reg deck.
Yeah, I got to think this matchup favors Team USA. I mean, the fact that I think one of the reasons to play Teamer is having, 3 3s and 4 4s for 3 mana should give you a pretty good matchup against Atarka Red, which, I mean, judging by these two, it seems like most teams are going to have something resembling an Atarka Red deck.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing here is the difference between gaming and metagaming. There's been a lot of people trying to figure out literally what are the best decks that you can build just based on the cards. And then some teams, certainly USA here, and by the sounds of it, probably the whole super team of USA, Italy, Canada, and Brazil may well have metagamed it and said, right, given that we know what the best decks you can build are, what should we be building?
Teamer Megamorph is their answer.
So you here getting a couple of extra goblins in play, but not really able to get much in the way of attacks going on, which is a bit of a problem for him.
You see Mike's also holding a Collected Company here.
Interesting that both of the teams have ended up with their third deck being a Collected Company deck.
Oh, that's a good point. It's a good point. It's the Tarka Red Esper Dragons and then a Collected Company Windswept Heath deck. Both USA and Japan landed there.
Albeit with comparatively different routes.
Oh, yeah. The Windswept Heath Collected Company, I think that's all the overlap you get between Temur Megamorph and Abzan Rally.
Now, after the first Bounding Crisis, is Soyu going to be more... and he has to be more wary than he was with the first one, I guess, but the second one is certainly not going to be something he's going to be happy to see coming along here.
Can I attack? Sure. Time for Collected Company?
I mean, between Ataka's Command and various spells he can play post-combat, this is certainly a safe enough attack. Just he's going to have to get damage in at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But here we see the power of Collected Company. Look at the top 6. Put 2 creatures that cost 3 or less onto the battlefield from those 6. And by the looks of things, every creature that Mike Sigrist has in his deck is one that's a perfectly reasonable one to hit on that Collected Company. Admittedly, some of them you might prefer to play as a morph initially, but creatures coming into play at instant speed certainly never...
What did he hit? I saw a Mystic. Is that it? He went 1 for 6, and the 1 is merely a Rattleclaw Mystic. That was not the way Mike Sigrist drew that turn up.
He is still going to be able to get the trade with the Lightning Berserker. But
good point.
Yeah, he certainly could have done better there. I mean, there were more copies of Crisis. There was Death Mist Raptor. There is Savage Knuckleblade in this deck. We've got, I mean, even Heir of the Wilds potentially would have been a happier creature to get into play there.
All right, so Atarka's Command is going to deal an extra 6. So Mike's taking 9. Become Immense can potentially make that not 15, right? 2, 4, 6, 9, 15. Oh, he's already taken the 3 from Atarka's Command, right? He would wind up at 3 here, if I'm doing the math right. It's not a super great place to be. Definitely would have liked a second blocker. Oh, he's going to kill the Crisis rather than deal the 6. Reasonable.
And the Crisis was pretty much owning the board until that point. So now the only creatures on the board, at least for now, belong to Soyu. Some Goblin tokens there. The one that became Immense, clearly still staying alive, and being joined by Zergo Bellstriker after combat. Just a land and a pass there from Mike Sigrist. We know that he has got a little bit of instant speed action going on. It looks like there's another copy of Collected Company in his hand, alongside that Bounding Crisis and Disdainful Stroke if he needs it, though not so many targets in this Ataka Red deck.
This deck seems to get to play at instant speed a lot. Probably helps it in the Esper Dragon style matchup. Both Collected Company and Bounding Crisis.
I suppose that one of the interesting things, once you've done enough puzzling about what decks you can build on this format, is that the matchups that you have to test aren't necessarily quite as numerous as in regular Standard.
Right. All right. Mike does not go for Bounding Crisis at the beginning of the combat. He's going to go for Collected Company again. Now what? Whiff, whiff, whiff. Savage Knuckleblade. And another Rattleclaw Mystic.
Well, the Knuckleblade was a good hit, and certainly it's going to be able to kill off or whatever without having to worry about death itself. Not so much can be said for the Mystic. It is going to have to trade with something.
Yeah, I think you trade Mystic for Zergo. Wow. There's the second copy of Become Immense, and
Japan
that'll
game
do.
up. So we will be able to bring you plenty more from this match between Japan and America. Lots more Magic going on here, but before that, these messages.
In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning Art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th. Watch the best players in the world battle on Magic's biggest stage. Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch starts February 5th in Atlanta, Georgia, featuring Modern and Oath of the Gatewatch booster draft. Watch all 3 days streamed live on twitch.tv/magic.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 here at the World Magic Cup. And if the last game that we saw between the USA and Japan was a study in contrast between the two decks, this one is all about the similarities between what they've chosen to bring to the table. Both of these players, Tom Martell from the USA on the left, Yuya Watanabe on the right, playing Esper Dragons. And the differences between these lists are minuscule.
Yeah, there are 2 extra duresses in Tom Martell's list, where Yuya Watanabe has a Clash of Wills and a Silk Wrap. That's about it. I think their lands are also off by 1.
Yeah, a few more differences in the sideboard, but we're not at that stage yet. This is still game 1. We can see here an ultimate price being played by Yuya Watanabe, who does not want that Jace to hang around on the board.
Yeah, I think you can expect today, everybody's going to have a Jace Vryn's Prodigy deck. You only get to have one Jace deck, but you're going to have one. Is it Esper Dragons? Is it, there's a couple directions you can push it. Both of these teams concluded it is, in fact, exactly Esper Dragons, Silumgar Scorn, Faltung Invocation, Dragonlord Ojutai, a couple Silumgars.
And we see some Silumgar Scorn there, revealing Dragonlord Ojutai in order to stop that ultimate price. But, hey, look, that play seems like a good one. Yuya Watanabe going for the exact same play, only this time countering the first Silumgar's Scorn. So on the face of things, it looks like Jace might be going down here.
I'm still thinking.
We've joined this game right at a point of action as a flurry of spells being cast in order to make this board a clear one. And Duress, a nice pickup there for Yuya Watanabe. Both the information and the ability to strip key cards out of opponents' hands, very important, especially in this sort of a mirror match where actually the creatures are kind of just the finishers. Right? It's the spells where the action really happens. And it looks like, well, that's the reason that Tom Martell was thinking so hard about how he wanted to play things last turn. There was another Silumgar Scorn, had to use it on Duress there.
Wow. So he could have defended his Jace last turn, but chose not to.
Interesting. But we do now know that both players have a grip dominated by dragons at this point, really. I think both of them have both Ojutai and Dragonlord Silumgar in their hands.
Yeah, but Yuya's got more cards. And Yuya is the one who has a Dig Through Time in his hand. I think that a lot of the reason why Tom was trying to hold that Silumgar Scorn, the first guy that resolved Dig Through Time in this matchup is just has the ability to pull way ahead. And here you see Yuya doing exactly that. This is quite bad for Team USA. Big match, too. I mean, the winning team will be 3-1 and in great shape. Losing team at 2-2 is...
Yeah, it's not...
Actually got to start to sweat the advancement to day 2 at least a little bit.
And, of course, once it gets to day 2, seeding becomes super important. That seeding based entirely on your record from day 1 initially. So every extra win really does count in the World Magic Cup at every stage in the competition. There's never a point where you've won so much you can start thinking about drawing and so on. Every single win will impact how favorable your position looks in future rounds.
Yuya goes for Jace. Tom would like to kill it. Oh, there's that Clash of Wills.
The solo Clash of Wills doing exactly what it needed to there, keeping Jace alive, and that will mean that unless Tom Martell's able to find something right here, then Jace is going to be active for you, in addition to him having resolved Dig Through Time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just start slamming dragons and crossing your fingers and hoping it somehow works if you're Tom Martell.
It's certainly an option. I mean, one of the dragons that you have the option of slamming is Silumgar, who can steal that Jace.
Yeah. You don't want to flip the Jace because Yuya gets it back the way the transform ability works. But that said, it means Yuya doesn't have a flipped Jace. Just let it sit there.
Just 2 mana available for Yuya Watanabe. That slightly trims down the amount of options that he has in terms of answers here.
He is holding a Silumgar Scorn, though. Just has to decide if this is where he wants to use it or if he would prefer to play the Dragonlord Silumgar that he has in his own hand.
Indeed. So, dueling Silumgars here. that
Yes.
second Dragon Lord Silumgar, stealing the first,
Yep.
killing it with the Legend rule, and meaning that Jace comes back for Yu Watanabe.
Super efficient. Does give Tom a window to kill Jace, though.
Yeah, because of the fact that Jace kept shifting control from turn to turn to turn, it didn't actually ever get past being summoning sick in spite of having been around for quite a few turns there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good turn for Tom, right? He killed Jace and got Ojutai into play.
Yeah, even though Ojutai, a little smaller than Silumgar, certainly a powerful threat, and Yuya seems to agree he's got a copy for himself there in play also. Utter end the draw there for Tom Martell.
Unclear.
Now, at this point for Martell, I guess that he has to be thinking about the sort of long-term face of this game in addition to the fact that he's facing down 2 dragons right now. This Esper deck typically the sort of deck that it wins by inches gradually over the course of the game, eking out advantage, and right now he just sort of, if he can keep the game going, at the moment he's a little behind on cards, he needs to buy himself time to get back up on them.
Yeah, he's down basically a card. 2 cards each in hand, but you use up a land and up a dragon.
And utter end quite a nice answer to the Dragon Lord Silumgar, because it means that it's going to be exiled, it's not going to be able to get returned with that Haven of the Spirit Dragon.
Right. Yuya's sitting on Silumgar Scorn, though. He declines. And I think that's, if that last card for Tom Martell was Dig Through Time, for example, Yuya would really want to have his Silumgar Scorn for that.
I mean, even trading off dragons there is kind of favorable for Yuya because he's the one with a Haven of the Spirit Dragon in play.
True.
So at some point he can get it back. And another Jace for Yuya Watanabe.
Awaken on scatter is 6 or 7? 7? 6.
So it looks like a Faltong Invocation is the one lone non-dragon card in Tom Martell's hand. You see their Haven of the Spirit Dragon. An important card in these matchups just because it kind of gives a little bit more inevitability to the Esper control decks. Neither of these decks running Ugin, which for a while was one of the options that was quite popular within Esper control lists. These more straightforwardly focused on the dragons and getting to run Silumgar's Scorn on top.
Silumgar Scorn does get back in Ojutai.
Yeah, the graveyard, very much a resource for these decks. I mean, at some point, we may see a flipped Jace, and when that happens, you start to see all sorts of fireworks from the Esper Dragon's deck. With Dig Through Time already in the graveyard, I'm sure that Yuya Watanabe will be quite happy to be able to turn Jace into Jace Telepath Unbound. The important ability, a lot of the time, is the ability to cast spells from your graveyard with that -3 there. Obviously, each of those cards that you play from your graveyard can only be played once. You wouldn't want to be able to do that every single turn with the same spell, but when it happens, it can be a real problem for opponents.
There, though, Yuya chose not to activate Jace. He could have activated Jace and turned it into Telepath Unbound. He chose not to, I think, because he's playing around Faltong Invocation, and he sees his Ojutai as more important.
Interesting. I mean, this is the top-level line of play that you see from...
And now here's the duress. Show me what's up. Jace just didn't activate. There was an entire turn cycle there with a non-summoning sick Jace, and Yuya just left it there. Never tapped it, never turned it into a Planeswalker, and now goes for the duress, and Tom Martell realizes, okay, you've got Jace, you've got Ojutai, you're duressing the relevant card out of my hand. Tom picks him up. He wants to make sure he has time to win Game 2 and Game 3.
Fantastic play there from Yuya Watanabe. That means that's the second game win for Team Japan.
Indeed.
Great shape that they're in. We may get a chance to see a little bit of our third match now. Kenji Samura for Japan is up against Joel Zadowski, who's playing Antarctica Red.
So who won the first game here?
We'll just try and find that one out for you, and we'll obviously get live totals as well. But it looks
Kenji
like
won Game 1.
A Japanese sweep.
Wow. They took all 3 Game 1s.
And after sideboard, the the rally decks do get some fairly nice tools against red. Now, interestingly, the thing that they don't get is Arishin Cleric in this case, because that's in Yuya's Esper deck. Conveniently, though, Cleric of the Forward Order does a pretty reasonable job of filling that spot. 2 power rather than 1. Sometimes useful, though obviously you're trading off a point of toughness there. And in principle, the amount of life that you can gain if you're casting a big rally with them is pretty huge.
That's a good point. Rally is solid in the Atarka Red matchup.
So
you
there
get a
is
lot
that
of creatures
Cleric
that can
of the
block
Forward
early. You can recurse them. I mean, the Atarka Red deck basically has to go for a combo kill at some point. But sometimes you gain enough life that even that doesn't work.
And one interesting card that it looks like we have for Team America here is Chandra, Fire of Kaldesh, in play out of the sideboard for Joel Sadowski.
Interesting.
Not one that you would necessarily assume that you would always see in Atarka Red. But I guess that if you're concerned with your opponent just having blocker after blocker after blocker, being able to have a different source of damage is certainly a potent threat. Kenji Samura with a fairly straightforward deck in terms of the spells, but one has to think that actually getting this deck built was a big challenge just in terms of getting all of the mana correct. There's lots of different ways that these rally decks can go. 3 color obviously a little easier than 4 when you already realize that Jace is going somewhere else.
Yeah, I like Rally in this unified standard metagame too. Seems like it's pretty well positioned against a lot of the decks that you're likely to run into.
Abbott and Carol keep there, allowing for a team of Battle Rage, which in turn means that Chandra gets to activate and flip. And that one piece of the puzzle, if Joel Zazowski is looking to get through the damage he needs here against Samura. Every additional Cleric of the Forward Order that Samura is able to draw, though, worth progressively more and more life.
He's got all 4 on his sideboard.
Samura currently the only Hall of Fame member in Team Japan, but one has to think that that's only really a formality until the voting happens this year, because this is the year that Yuya Watanabe is finally eligible for voting for the Hall of Fame.
Indeed. I think we may have to a little bit of revisiting. How do you measure up all of his accomplishments? So many of his good deep runs have come at Worlds rather than the Pro Tours. So doesn't have the Pro Tour top 8 count that some people look for, but it's going to be on my ballot, that's for sure.
Good enough for me. And another Cleric of the Forward Order is in hand for Kenji Samura. Along with Murderous Cut that's come in. I mean, I think one of the cool things about Abzan Rally as a choice for this field is that it's that much harder to find yourself up against the likes of Anafen's the Foremost. Your traditional Abzan decks don't really slot in very nicely. And Zilliport Cutthroat has come down for Kenji Samura here, meaning that even his attacks get a bit tricky to block, because everything that goes on for Kenji Samura now is going to cause all sorts of damage. And sooner or later, the Rally of the Ancestors in his hand could just mean lights out for Joel Sadowski.
Yeah, it's not even sure Kenji's unhappy to have these clerics die. Gained 4 life this time, and now the Chandra attack.
So I guess one of the big things that Joel Sadowski can be looking out for, even at this point in the game, is can he go for his big combo? Can he get Teemo Battle Rage, Become Immense going? Looking at his hand, he already has the Become Immense. He's got Titan's Strength as well as Atarka's Command to, in general, make his team pretty sizable. As it is, though, the trample given by Teemo Battle Rage, absolutely huge.
Precisely. Kenji's not going to take a hit from an unblocked creature if he can help it. Especially while he's got a Rally in his hand to bring stuff back. We saw the one Battle Rage come off of the Abbot.
I mean, the interesting thing for Kenji here is that normally your Abzan rally decks, or your rally decks in general, are kind of looking to cast rally with X equals 3 to get back things like Nantuko Husk, Grim Haruspex, and so on.
Well,
at the moment, 2 would be good enough.
Yeah, we did say, though, that Kenji doesn't want to take a hit from an unblocked creature, but that Wild Slash means he's gonna. Can only block one of these creatures. Blocks the Zergo, not the Prowess creature.
And this way he knows he's going to get the trade, but he's going to take a lot of damage.
So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Kenji Samura's at 13.
Team America picks up a game.
It's just like the way the other Atarka Red matchup goes. It looked like the Atarka opponent had the matchup edge, and then all of a sudden, here's Become Immense flying down and dealing the lethal damage.
RESPECT finding out what it means to Sadowski. Kenji Samura is now 1-1 in that match, and we'll be able to jump across and see a little bit more magic from the match that we started with, that one being, of course, Mike Sigrist versus Soyo Yu. So a little bit more Atarka Red, but Teamer Megamorph on the American side of the table. It looks like Sigrist a little short on lands here, at least compared to Soyo Yu on the other side of things.
Jeez. That was a mull to 5, and Mike Sigrist did not get there. So Japan now has a match up on their side of the scoreboard.
Just catching the very end of that. That, of course, meaning that Mike Sigrist is now going to be able to go and help one of his teammates in subsequent games, as is Soyo Yu and indeed Ryoichi Tamada, who were sort of tag teaming in the middle there. But we're going to get a chance to see 2 players who probably don't need quite so much help, Tom Martell and Yuya Watanabe, in this, the game 2 of their Esper Dragon's Mirror. It looks like the early game has largely been about mana development. It's so common in these control matchups. And this potentially a fairly important one. Painful Truth there, drawing a full 3 cards for Tom Martell. And there are actually a few differences between the sideboards of these lists that are worth mentioning. Something that Japan is doing, which I've not necessarily seen from too many Esper lists, is the addition of Gideon. What does that do to the matchup?
I mean, it's certainly a powerful threat.
And between Gideon and Monastery Mentor, in principle, Yuya Watanabe's deck can put a lot of tokens into play if it really wants to.
Well, these sideboards aren't that far apart. Both sideboards start with 4 Arishan Cleric and 3 Monastery Mentors.
Of course, Yuya Watanabe is the only person who currently has a Monastery Mentor going on right now, but we will see how long that lasts.
Both sideboards also have exactly 1 Painful Truth and exactly 1 Tassiger.
Yeah, I think that there's a few sideboard cards that are interesting to me because they end up being split between decks. We can see that Infinite Obliteration is in the sideboard for Tom Martell, just the 1 copy, and that's one of those cards that I think is tempting to have every deck with black having a copy or so in the sideboard, just paying sort of credence to the fact that there could be some Eldrazi decks in the room. As it is, though, Japan's Esper Dragons list says, you know what, we're not too worried.
Well, I mean, just about everybody in the room, I'm sure, has read Frank Carson's article where he laid out the same basic analysis that you saw if you were here with us for the lunch break. Eldrazi Ramp is a deck that overlaps with almost nothing else. It can give you, if you're just trying to minimize the overlap of good cards, you wind up playing Eldrazi Ramp. But it's kind of a weak metagame call in a field that's going to include so much Atarka Red. So USA guarding against it with their sideboard plan, Japan not so much.
We see there an Ultimate Price dealing with that Monastery Mentor before it can create any Monk tokens. And it looks like Martell has plenty in the way of dealing with creatures when they get into play, and a dig through time so that as and when he's used enough resources, got some time, he will be able to restock that hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting to resolve that Painful Truth was certainly nice. It is interesting how these lineups don't have a great spot for Gideon. Does Team USA even have Gideons?
I do not believe so.
They're just not playing Gideon with their lineup of decks, right? And Japan's only playing the 2 that are in Yuya's sideboard.
Well, Japan's also playing 2 in the sideboard of Kenji Samura's deck.
They split them. Hilarious. 2 in the board, 2 in the board. I guess that's the one card you don't really get to play with these these setups.
So Watanabe also well stocked on removal. He's got some creatures for Tom Martell to remove, though. Both those Dragon Lords will not be in great shape against the Foul Tongue Invocations of Tom Martell's hand. They are, of course, even with Hexproof, going to be subject to sacrifice from Foul Tongue Invocation.
Yeah, the Disdainful Stroke seems like the crucial card in Yuya's hand here. He wants to stop Tom's dig through time. But Tom has both a negate and a Silumgar Scorn that he can use to defend it. I kind of like Tom's spot here.
So here comes Monstrous Mentor for Tom Martell. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not he chooses to defend this at all, because those Monk tokens, with prowess, they add up. I mean, wow. You play a lot of Vintage, you know they're powerful in other formats, but even in Standard.
He's actually going to respond with the dig through time first. He may then defend the Mentor, but by playing the Mentor first, now he can pick the fight over dig through time. You see Yuya just shaking his head. He has to fight over this dig through time, but he's going to fight. Tom's going to fight back. More Monk tokens are going to come off. Martell has sequenced this really well. See Yuya also shaking his head at Tom's choice of pro player cards.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll get Monk tokens soon enough, but for now, Yuya is smiling as he sees Yuya Watanabe cards to represent those Monks.
So Disdainful Stroke runs into negate, creating a Monk, and defending the dig through time. So, yeah, Yuya's happy. Get those. Yeah, Monk tokens. That's much better. Tom resolving his dig through time. Down to 1 mana, but he's got a Monastery Mentor, 2 Monk tokens, and he's up the cards from that dig through time.
And 5 cards? 4 cards? So 1 unknown.
Consulting with Mike Sigris to see which 2 of those 7 they want to keep. I mean,
it's a nice position to be in where you can get the reigning player of the year to give you advice while you resolve your amazing spell against a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we saw last game it was Yuya that resolved the first dig through time and won the game. Okay, Ultimate Price did eventually resolve from the bottom of that stack, so the Mentor is down. Now, Tom's only got 1 mana untapped. What can Yuya do before Tom untaps again?
And we know that his hand is replete with removal, but you don't necessarily want to be using 1-for-1 removal on those Monks if you can help it.
I think it's time to play a dragon. Does he want to play Ojutai or Silumgar?
I mean, if he plays Silumgar, then he can actually use one of those Monks as Foul Tongue Invocation insurance.
Yep, he has, in fact, elected for Silumgar.
Mike Sigris there with the best seat in the house to this match. Embarrassment of riches here in Tom Martell's hand. Plenty to work with, and he's got a Dragon Lord Ojutai at the front of his hand. It looks like that one's going to be the play here. So I guess the tough spot for Martell here, we know that he's got a lot of copies of Foul Tongue Invocation. The more creatures that Yuya Watanabe gets down, the shakier those removal spells look.
Well, here's Yuya asking permission for an Ojutai. I think Tom's going to say no.
Yeah, there is Silumgar Scorn. Doesn't need to reveal anything from his hand because, of course, he does have a dragon in play.
Tom actually had a Duress that he didn't have the mana for last turn. Ooh, and Dig Through Time off the top. Duress to clear a path for Dig Through Time. This game looks very much like it's headed Tom Martell's way.
Yeah, unlike some of the other matches we've been calling, this is not a match where Yuya can suddenly find a combo win from his hand. So this is going to be a rough one for Yuya Watanabe.
Yeah, Duress sees a couple of creature removal spells, takes one of the 2 ultimate prices. Now, yeah, with this Dig Through Time, Yuya may pack him up relatively quickly here. I mean, the issue is just having enough time to win game 3. They've been playing at a pretty brisk pace. I mean, I don't think they're in a lot of trouble on the clock right now.
Maybe Yuya's just hoping that Kenji wins his match and he can just sort of smile and walk away from this table. So not very much in Tom Martell's graveyard, but I don't think he's going to be too sad about that. All these dig through times, they'll do it. Infinite Obliteration came in for Tom Martell. Currently, was that in his hand, perhaps?
Interesting.
Now, what do you name here? This is very interesting.
Ojitai, right?
I mean, I guess it's the toughest to deal with threat within the Esper Dragons list. It also means that Silumgar's Scorn becomes incrementally a little worse.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you also get to see the exact sideboard plan of your opponent.
Right, yeah, I mean, if Yu-Gi-Oh was inclined to concede, that would have been a spot. I mean, I guess he's not far enough behind yet to want to scoop them up, right? Maybe that dig through time was kind of a whiff.
No wraths.
And this is a great time to have someone by your side as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because basically, if he wanted to, he could say, I'm going to flick through this. I don't want to spend the mental energy figuring out what sideboard plan, but you know what, Mike Sigrist, you do that for me. As it is, though, they resolved it in a pretty brisk fashion. And you see there Yu Watanabe holding up to the two cards that were revealed to Duress, basically as a courtesy to Tom Martell, so he doesn't need to write them down. They are still in his hand. Cast a Monastery Mentor, though.
It's a pretty good draw off the top. Martell's hand is now 3 of a kind, just all Foul Tongue invocations.
Draws a Jace, though. I don't think he minds not getting the perfect quads.
Yuya's board is actually a little bit resilient to the Foul Tongue invocations.
Well, yeah, I mean, that one of the strengths of Monastery Mentor. I mean, at the moment he has 3 creatures in play, but with every spell, and there would be a temptation to play Ultimate Price on a monk, to make a monk to sacrifice to a Foul Tongue invocation.
Exactly.
What we know, of course, is that there's a better target looming from Tom Martell.
I mean, it feels like Martell should be way far ahead, but he's basically only ahead by those Foul Tongue invocations.
Yeah, if you're up lots of cards, but those cards literally aren't particularly exciting, then how many cards are you really up? Haven of the Spirit Dragon says, well, I'm kind of up 1 more card now.
Yeah, Tom attacked, traded dragons because he knows he can get his back. And he's not in love with letting Yuya untap while on Monastery Mentor, but he does know that Yuya's only got 1 card in his hand.
Which we can all see face up is that Ultimate Price.
And of course, trading the dragons means Tom gets that monk token back, which is actually a pretty big deal.
So then, yeah, hold on. Do we back up to when that happens? In combat. Oh, you're conceding. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like we are going on to game 3 now.
Yuya drew his card, and yeah, he's facing down an Ojitai. He knows Tom's got a grip full of cards. Yuya immediately shuffles all 15 sideboard cards into his deck, having just been obliterated.
Oh yeah, you got to keep up the mystery. Keep the mystery alive. But we're going to get a chance to see a little bit more of Kenji Samura against Joel Sadowski. That match has been being held, so we're going to get a chance to catch that one from its starting point. Love getting a chance to watch Kenji play.
Oh, yeah. So this is game 3?
Yes, it is, yeah. You see there the stats for Yuya Watanabe.
Yeah, 1 apiece.
One of the most impressive players on the Pro Tour now. And when you look at Japan in total, it's just phenomenal.
10 Pro Tour top 8s?
Including, of course, Ryuichi Tamada, who is He got his first top 8 just this last Pro Tour, made the finals. But Monstrous Swiftspear, the first play of this game, and that coming from Joel Sadowski, first blood to America.
Yeah, Team USA has to win this game just to send it back over to Martel versus Watanabe.
And Dragon Fodder, a nice follow-up, gets the prowess, gets the goblins in play. Meanwhile, Samura's draw, a little bit of a slow one. I mean, his is not a deck replete with 1-drops, but having the tap land plus Evolving Wilds, meaning he didn't have a 2-drop either, not exactly what he wanted given what's coming from America here. We should probably talk a little bit about the way that Kenji Samura's deck works, because it's, as much as it is playing a lot of creatures and being a regular creature deck much of the time, that's not typically the way that wins, at least when it wins big. This very much a plan of play creatures early, keep the board sort of stalled, gradually accumulate cards in the graveyard, and at some point, between Collected Company filling the board and Rally the Ancestors getting creatures back, you can have a big, big finish with Nantuko Husk. First creature here from Kenji Samura being Catacomb Sifter, and with a 2/3 body plus a friend, it's actually a pretty good way of stabilizing this board for him.
Definitely.
The scry ability when another creature dies on Catacomb Sifter, pretty relevant when you're looking to assemble a kind of a combo. Generally speaking, if you want a combo, it's probably going to involve Nantuko Husk somewhere, letting you sacrifice your creatures much more easily, attack for a gigantic amount of damage.
Yeah, it's funny how 4-color Rally has been the deck we've seen most often in Standard for the last couple of months. The Abzan Rally deck obviously loses some quality by not having Jace Vryn's Prodigy, but I mean, the cards that you get instead seem perfectly reasonable. I mean, with Carrier Thralls, Catacomb Sifters, these are solid value cards in any kind of Nantuko Husk Rally the Ancestors deck.
Yeah, and like one of the big additions is Fleshbag Marauder / Merciless Executioner. If you're expecting a bunch of Eldrazi ramp decks and Esper Dragons, it can be pretty solid. So Sadowski here swings in, Kenji Samura quick to block. And Arc Lightning, an interesting sideboard option that's been brought in here by Joel Sadowski.
He is holding an Atarka's Command. What's his plan here?
I mean, his Atarka's Command would be damage plus keeping one of his goblins alive.
Right. He could also Wild Slash the Catacomb Sifter to finish it off, plus get a Prowess trigger. Yeah, so here's Wild Slash, Prowess trigger, and Atarka's Command. So he gets in a decent chunk of damage. He'll keep 1 Goblin token, and Kenji will be out of creatures when he untaps.
Consistent damage is what Atarka Red's looking to deal. It doesn't mind too much sacrificing a few resources to do so, and the big finish, as we saw in the last game, is potentially become immense. We didn't even need the Teemo Battle Rage last game.
Kenji gets a scry.
You see the whole of Team Japan here able to help out with decisions. Not that the Hall of Famer should need too much help. This is a deck that he built himself. I'm sure that he's been testing thoroughly. I spoke to Team Japan about how their testing's been going. They've been meeting up for the last month or so, a couple of days a week to play. They're all sort of geographically close enough that that's not too problematic for them. I guess one of the challenges for a team like Team America is America's a big country. If you don't happen to live particularly close, then you may be
Bakamament is the reveal from the Abbot of Carol Keep.
There is another land, so it's possible to cast it.
It's live. And it's funny, Kenji left up Collected Company, but now he also has a Murderous Cut in his hand. So do you go Collected Company here and assume you're going to get 2 blockers? I think that is the plan.
If ever there's a deck that's going to hit 2 creatures, it is this one. I mean, unlike Mike Sigrist's deck.
A bunch of lands in there. The last one was a Visionary. Was there a creature in the first part? Oof. No, it's just the Elvish Visionary.
Sorry, Kenji, I may have jinxed you on that one.
Crazy. So this Becomament is a ton of damage. It's +7 to the Swift Spear. So do you chump the Swift Spear, or do you try to trade with the Goblin token? If you try to trade with the Goblin token, you're taking at least 8. Probably exactly 8. But now you're dead to any random Atarka's command on a future turn.
Or, you know, an Arc Lightning.
Oh, how about an Arc Lightning? If you let the Goblin come through, though, you still, I mean, still taking 7 down to 3, where an Arc Lightning or an Atarka's command is lethal.
Maybe that Joel Sadowski has found a way through here.
Wow. Collected Company only came up with Elvish Visionary. Kenji's holding a, he's holding Life Gain in his hand, too. He has one of his...
Cleric of the Forward Order?
Clerics of the Forward Order. So yeah, he's willing to go down to 2 here. He can Cleric his way back up to 4. Yeah, he could have gone Cleric Murderous Cut, but he chose Collected Company as his turn 4 play instead. And then whiffed, basically. Here's Cleric of the Forward Order. Doubling his life total. Oh, cracks a fetch land. Back down to Arc Lightning range. What else is he holding?
He's got an Antuco Husk.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to play a blocker, so I think this is tap out for an Antuco Husk and then die to Arc Lightning, right?
Oh, wow.
Oh, he drew his second Cleric! That's huge.
An extra 4 life off that second Cleric. 6 life gained in the turn.
Crazy.
And what a turnaround.
And he has an untapped land for Murderous Cut. Wild Slash, okay.
So many prowess triggers going on.
Arc Lightning. 2 prowess triggers, is that enough? It is, right? Murderous Cut saves him? Murderous Cut does save him, right?
I believe so, yeah. Taking 3 off this Monastery Swift Spear. Very, very close situation for Kenji Samura, even now, even as Joel Sadowski burns through, now running just off the top of his deck,
yeah,
and
he's
with
out of
just
cards.
Monastery Swift Spear. Rally the Ancestors from here, just for the life,
Kenji
would be kind of a big deal.
Kenji has Nantuko Husk Collected Company.
I mean, one thing that he has to consider, the way that Rally the Ancestors works, if he doesn't have a way of sacrificing those creatures, at the end of the turn, they completely go away. They go to exile, so he does not really want to have to do a value rally just for the life if he can help it, because then he's not going to be able to use those creatures in a bigger rally to win the game with. But on 3 life, when you've already seen 1 Arc Lightning from your opponent, there's certainly a temptation to just...
Yeah, he's cracking Evolving Wild's main phase, presumably to thin 1 more land out of his deck before this crucial Collected Company.
Yeah, so many live draws for Joel Sadowski with Kenji Samura on just 3 life that now not the time to shilly-shally around. All right, 6 cards. All we're looking for is 2 creatures. It doesn't sound like a big ask, but we've seen a lot of misses already this round.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. 0 for 6. 2 Collected Companies have resulted in a grand total of 1 Elvish Visionary. Is that Atarka's Command? It is Atarka's Command off the top. Joel Sadowski, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, if you had to pick a player to put a little bit of pressure on for Team Japan, their captain, Yuya Watanabe, would be the one that you would pick. It's going to be Martel and Yuya Watanabe playing their deciding game in order to figure out which of these powerhouse teams takes this match.
Okay. Can we go? Or are we waiting for...
So
crazy.
Jace on turn 2, the first player of the game from Yuya Watanabe, and Tom Martel here He's going to have to deal with that Jace fast, because we know that once Jace gets active, even just in terms of the looting, even let alone once it flips into Jace Telepath Unbound, just the extra cards are potentially all manner of problems for this control matchup. Once you're up on cards, you're in great shape.
We're both at 19.
Now, these guys were held a little bit to catch up with us, if I'm not mistaken. We'll try to get a read on how much time they actually have for this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, the regular clock on the round puts it at about... we're actually a little bit over on time.
Yeah, time was just recently called on the main floor. But so these guys have 9 minutes.
How does a 9-minute Esper Mirror go?
Well, it results in a draw a lot of the time. But these guys both play pretty quick.
Certainly
and
when
are
they need
capable
to.
of playing even quicker when they need to, like you say.
I think they're just waiting on the formal start after the pause.
Right.
And given the amount of time left on the match and how important this last game is, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that formal start ends up being like a gunshot in a foot race. All right, here we go. So Martel very quickly ultimate prices.
It's funny. So this match, Team USA versus Japan, has basically been both Atarka red decks have won. Each team has a win with their Atarka red deck, and it all comes down to the Esper Dragon's Mirror.
We did appreciate the creativity coming from the other decks, though.
I thought both of the Atarka red opponents were favored in that matchup, too, but I mean, sometimes the red deck just wins. It's been
That's how
true
it
for
gets its
many, many
name.
years, exactly.
Jace number 2 here from Yu Watanabe. Will he
This
be
one
able
sticks.
to keep it around?
It has lost summoning sickness. Not quite going to flip yet. Yeah, Yu could have cracked a fetch land if he wanted to, but I think he prefers to get a second loot out of this Jace before it flips. Figures if Tom could kill it, he already would have.
Has a duress here. Will it catch that negate being cast from Tom Martel, or will there be another option?
Yeah, I don't think you want to give Yu knowledge of your hand. Let's choose the card for him.
The whole of Team America now sat back watching.
Not a lot of time for a lot of discussion, though. I think you mostly just let Tom go.
Yeah, it's something I've spoken to a few teams about. There's different schools of thought on how involved coaches should be. I know that on Slovakia, Ivan Floch during the limited rounds was playing Puppet Master on all 3 matches effectively.
Oh, was he the coach? He sat himself out and played all 3 matches?
Yeah, and now that we're in Constructed, he gets to actually tap the lands himself.
Crazy. Chase is going to flip.
So if we were dealing with a match with infinite minutes, you know, one of their test matches, for example, then one would have to say that Yu Watanabe is doing everything that he needs to do to be comfortably ahead.
Yep.
As it is, while he's still doing everything he needs to do, that might not be good enough.
He's only got 2 duresses in his list, but he's drawn both of them here.
And they've both been
the
met
other
by
2 were in the
counter magic.
sideboard. I'm sorry. 2 in his main deck. He has 4 after sideboarding.
No dragon there, meaning that Yuya does pay the extra 1,
wow.
but it's a swing and a miss. Sees Monastery Mentor and 3 lands here.
I mean, no reason for Tom not to do that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Yuya will get confused and not realize he can pay 1 to counter it, but even if he does, obviously, the Silumgar Scorn was going to get chosen with the duress anyway. Jeez, Tom Martel has 8 lands, or sorry, 7 lands and a Monastery Mentor.
You write down, but
I mean, Monastery Mentor's pretty good.
Write it down now, but I'll pick up once you're done.
Monastery Mentor, if you're looking for a way of winning an Esper Mirror quickly, is one of the better options.
It's definitely part of the reason you see the Mentors they've become ubiquitous in the sideboards of Esper Dragons decks, Esper control decks in general. You got to be able to win quickly in post-sideboarded games. Your opponent's probably going to take most of the creature removal out of their deck anyway. Interesting. Tom just chips away at Jace with the Shambling Vet.
Just the merest consultation with the team before going for another duress here.
Still whiffs, but he knew he wanted to play Ojtai. Wanted to make sure the coast was clear.
And each of these players playing at a rapid pace at this point. And there it is, Dragon Lord Ojtai. If it can start attacking, I mean, which reasonably it should be able to, it ends the game super quickly, and of course, drawing those extra cards with the anticipate each turn that it deals combat damage, it tends to be enough. I feel Martel here.
You have to just play your mentor.
Yeah. Even if it's a naked mentor without any possibility of prowess. But for Yuya, it's a relatively straightforward decision too, to just get stuck in here. I mean, he knows that the only spell that Tom Martel can have drawn would have been his draw that exact turn. Gets to hit in for 5. Effectively gets to cast Anticipate, sees a Monastery Mentor. That one very quickly gets placed to one side. Other two on the bottom there.
I was at 15, I fetched for one, I was 20.
I mean, Tom's draw a little flooded. His draw has not been great, but it feels like even if his draw had been good, he's still going to lose to those extra duresses. He was whiffed with 1.5 duresses.
So, uptick on Jace, and there's Monastery Mentor.
I think he's got a foul time invocation that he's not using. Is that true?
That is correct, yeah.
Don't you just try to kill the mentor?
I mean, trying to kill the Mentor is functionally a bit like casting a duress. You find out very, very quickly if your opponent's got a spell.
Let's him draw.
As it is, Tom Martel, great at drawing lands, which is often a great skill to have in control matchups. Right now, not necessarily what you're looking for.
Oh, interesting. By waiting, Yuya does have the ability to make his own mentor a 3/3 blocker with its prowess trigger. He's waiting to try to surprise Tom mid-combat. Tom has to want to try to finish Jace off here, right? It's super tempting to have Shambling Vet take a poke at Jace. Tom's so far behind that he kind of has to hope Yuya's on blanks, and then Yuya gets to blow him out. Yeah, activate Shambling Vent. Attack your Jace. Sorry.
Now Yuya's happy to use a Yu Watanabe card as a monk. Yeah, also the casual 4-life off that foul tongue invocation. As if this race was not lopsided enough. Big swings here for Team Japan.
Yeah, this is... Yuya just keeps pulling farther and farther ahead.
Sees Gideon on top.
And Painful Truths. Yeah, both of these teams are full of talent. Both of these teams seem to have pretty good decks based on certainly what we've been hearing about the way we think this unified standard is going to play out.
But there's the handshake. Team Japan takes it. And USA on 2-2. They're going to have a little bit of work to do now.
Yeah, they've got some work to do. It feels to me, though, like both of these teams are still going to have a lot to say about the way this tournament plays out tomorrow and potentially even on Sunday.
Absolutely. If you're looking for teams that you do not want to count out, both of these that we've seen in the feature match area absolutely qualify. But, I mean, for me, the story of this round has just been almost what happened before the tournament, how these teams have prepared, and the fact that they've come to very similar conclusions.
Those two did, for sure, and they did not. It's not like they worked together.
Not at all, no. Lots of preparation on both sides. I know that Japan worked very hard. I know that America worked very hard on their super team, and let's hope the hard work pays off for both of them in the future rounds. We're going to take a very short break, head you back to the news desk, but we'll be back soon enough for round 5 here at the World Magic Cup.
Thanks very much to Tim, and thanks very much to Randy. You know, we get a lot of compliments on how smart we all look here at the Pro Tour and at the World Magic Cup. But I've got to tell you that first thing in the morning, Tim, BDM, Rashad, Ian, it's not a great look. It really isn't. If you are wondering what these are doing here at the news desk, a terrific human interest story, as we like to say, here at the World Magic Cup. These were brought here by Team Panama. So the story goes like this. Ivan Oro, he comes from a tiny town called Chitre, and he was explaining that when they knew that they were going to represent Panama, they wanted to bring something with them that had a real kind of cultural resonance and a real national pride sense for them, that was also something that they could share with the rest of the magic world. And they came up with these. These are carnival masks, and they are a traditional thing, and they are built, designed, and brought together every carnival to scare young children, or indeed, in this case, magic opponents. So they brought them here, and they're made out of papier-mâché, so they're super delicate. That means they can't come in suitcases in the hold of an aircraft. No, these 4 came in hand luggage from Panama all the way to Barcelona. So you can just imagine the scene at all the airports. Shoes, laptop, medicine, and what exactly is this, sir? Just fantastic, real dedication, wonderful additions, and they have literally brightened our day here at the World Magic Cup. So thanks very much to Team Panama. You know, they won't be winning the World Magic Cup. Right now, they don't have a match win. Maybe we should get the masks on them for round 5. But best of luck to them. Let's hope they win at least a round as they hold the flag high for Team Panama. Tiny magic community, thanks so much to them for, as I say, brightening our day. So that's the story of the masks. Meanwhile, out on the floor, Brian David Marshall was trying to unveil what's been going on in the world of Team Italy. A terrific interview coming up for you right now.
I'm here with Team Italia. Marco Camerluzzi, you're the captain of the team, champion. Introduce the rest of your squad here to everybody.
Yeah, on my left, there is the last Italian international champion, Mangu, that today is 1-3. So we are working, we have to work on that, you know. And on my right side, William Pizzi, we will see. And Francesco Bifero, the new Italian star, for sure.
Racing star.
Racing star. Racing star. Yeah.
So you guys obviously have a ton of Pro Tour experience, but I'm interested in talking to you two guys because you had a really unique experience, not only to play with 2 Pro Tour top 8 competitors as your teammates, but to be in this house with so many international magic stars, Italy, Brazil, Canada, the United States. What was that like for you guys? I'll start with you.
Yeah, it is for sure a very, 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 very unique experience because it's not something that happens every day, you know, to play and with such champions, you know. And it's my first Pro Points experience, and so I'm just very proud to be here with all these champions, all these Italian champions, and I hope that we can do well in this tournament. Let's hope so.
Now, I know you were watching a lot of players and learning from them. What was that experience like in the playtesting house?
Yeah, it's very, very amazing experience, not undescribable, with Team Canada, Team American, and Brazil too. I played the Pro Tour San Diego 2 years ago, and I will play the Pro Tour Atlanta on February.
You were already qualified, right?
Yeah. I am ready to qualify. I am ready to qualify for the next Pro Tour. And this experience, this very, 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 very amazing. Is we see a very good player for testing and prepare for a great tournament like a WMC. And yeah, it's very good preparation for us. It's very, very lucky experience.
Right, very lucky to be here. We are lucky.
Yeah.
All right, Marco, for you, what is it like to be, you know, sort of the captain? What's that like to have to sort of like herd cats?
Yeah. You know, as I told you first, for us it's something like a big family. You know, I look like the older brother, you know, and not just because I'm tall.
He is the father.
Yeah, maybe I'm the father. Is the you know, because all the time I'm really quiet. He's really stressed, you know, and these two are the kids. So, but together we can make a good result. Yeah, because you are also friends, not just players. So we can work on that.
Ajay, last year you were the Italian captain. What's it like being able to take maybe a little bit of a backseat and letting someone else handle all the captaining duties?
Of course, he deserved it this year. and I'm very happy that he's the captain because I love Marco. He's a great player. The world doesn't know him yet, but I'm sure it will know him shortly because he's a great player and great friend, and we had so much fun. I think to be a good team, you have to be like all night. We just laugh and jokes until late night. Well, maybe the other teams were like, okay, we have to rest. We have to be prepared.
What would it mean to Italy to have the World Magic Cup trophy come to Italy?
Yeah, say to word that Italy is real. No, I said go and go. Okay.
You're being sabotaged.
Yeah, I've been sabotaged from China, Hong Kong maybe. Yeah, so no, it could be great, because will be the first time for us take this kind of trophy.
Also, Italy has never debuted the WMC yet, so maybe we are there.
I didn't was in the team, so now we are feeling good.
He's the bigger boss, the bomber boss.
Okay, there you have it. Team Italy here at the World Magic Cup. Good luck, guys. Good games the rest of the way.
Well, that was Brian David Marshall there with Huang Haoshan, with a little bit of help from Team Italy there. Fantastic stuff. Some results to bring you. Brazil are 4-0. They beat Denmark in the last round. Any other round, that would have been a feature match. But of course, USA-Japan, you've seen USA fall to 2-2, Japan go to 3-1. How about this? Belarus are 4-0. And so are Macedonia. They've won their first rounds in standard. Terrific job by them. The Belarus team, they have a combined record at the Pro Tour of 1 event between the 4 of them, 1 match win and 7 match losses in the 1 day of Pro Tour experience they have lifetime. And they are leading the World Magic Cup, and they are into day 2. What a fantastic story. Great job by them. Hopefully we'll get to see them under the lights very soon. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you off to the playback of some of those interviews from yesterday when we had the team captains from around the world come in to tell us about their plans. And we're going to start off with Team USA, who are right now at 2-2. So let's get into those. We'll see you in just a minute.
I am here with team captain for the United States, Mike Sigris. Mike, welcome.
Hello.
Okay, so what I want you to do is break down your team first, and I want you to rank them in order of how much you like them.
Joel Sadowski, Neil Oliver, and Tom Martell are my teammates for this event.
Very, very political.
Yeah.
And so those are your teammates. As you saw the team start to form, what was happening with your excitement level?
I was pretty excited. Joel beat a bunch of friends of mine that were in the top 8 of his event, and all great players. So I was, pretty sure he was going to be good. And Neil, I work with for the PTs, and Tom as well. So I was very happy when we got the final team.
I saw there was a lot of rankings of the team, sort of unofficially, on social media and stuff. And I got to say, United States wasn't number 1 for very many. Yeah. So where do you kind of see you guys as you fit into the rest of the teams at the top?
I think we're right in there. I mean, you can't dispute that Japan is a great team, and Canada is an amazing team, and so I think we fit there with that group, and I'm pretty confident. So I think I think we're right in the mix of it with the top 3 teams.
Now, one thing that comes up with the World Magic Cup that isn't always an issue is size of country. And I mean physical size, right? Some countries are very small. You can drive over and get some testing in with your teammates, but the United States is huge and it's not so easy. Have you guys been able to get together and actually get some side-by-side testing going?
Yeah, most of us arrived about a week ago. We tested with 3 other countries, Canada, Brazil, and Italy. So we've been here for about a week, and we've been in contact for the last 2 months or so, just spitballing ideas off of each other and whatnot. So yeah, we've been able to communicate pretty well.
Feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think this specific standard format is a little more complicated because of the fetch lands and stuff. So it leads to some inconsistencies and at least one of the decks that you're going to end up playing. So that's the most worrisome part of the tournament for me.
Yeah, well, something's got to give, right, in Team Unified. Yeah. All right, thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the tournament.
Thanks, Marshall.
Yep. All right, I'm here with the young captain of the Team Czech Republic. Andre, you've been playing Magic almost half your life, we just discovered.
Yeah, that's true. I've been playing for like 9 years, and I'm 20 now, so it's almost half my life, which is cool.
During that time, you've seen a lot of teams from the Czech Republic playing in World Team Competition, playing in the World Magic Cup. How do you like your team this year going into the competition, the team you're bringing with you?
I think it's the best team Czech Republic ever had because we have like 2 experienced good players in me and Lucas Blahan, who is one of the top players in Czech Republic. But that's not all. The other 2 guys are also one of the best players in Czech Republic. Tomáš Kuchta was on the team last year, so he has experience with this tournament. And Dominik Mikuláš is very young. He's like 18 years old, but I think he's the most talented player in Czech Republic, and maybe even the most talented player I've ever seen. He doesn't play that much, but he's like really, really good. So I'm super excited about it.
Wow, that's someone to keep an eye on. And it's got to be great for you having Lucas on the team. Although you're the captain, Lucas has been playing for so long and is at such a high level that you can maybe defer to him a little, even though you're the captain.
Yeah, he kind of even took the role that he like calls the shots, and I think he's gonna call the shots and limited in the team and in the build section. He's gonna like be the biggest voice on that. So I think that's like good for me because I don't have to take care of that much stuff. So that's great.
You've had a pretty good year playing Magic. What's your goal for this event and going forward?
The goal is obviously top 8, so we can qualify the other 2 guys for the Pro Tour. That would be sweet, and anything else would be a disappointment for me. So I hope we get there.
Okay, Andre, good games this weekend.
Yep, thanks.
Indeed, good games this weekend for the Czech Republic. Currently 2-2, Strasky and the team. I've been joined by Brian David Marshall. We are getting ready to watch round 5. You're going to see it's all the bees because it is 4-0 Belarus against 4-0 Brazil. Here comes round 5 of the World Magic Cup 2015.
Hello and welcome to round 5 here at the World Magic Cup. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by R&D member Ian Duke, and I'm very excited to head down to the feature match area because while we have a fair idea of how Brazil has chosen to solve this standard problem, Belarus have come out of nowhere, currently 4-0 in this tournament. Looking forward to seeing what they're doing in standard. Let's head down to the feature match area right now and check that out. Hello and welcome to round 5 here at the World Magic Cup. It is Team Belarus against Team Brazil. Both of these teams currently undefeated, now in unified standard. Pavel Medvedsky, Evgeny Zakharenkov and Nikita Sherbakov having the absolute day of their lives here alongside their coach Alexei Aramoniak. Up against Team Brazil, though, they've got a tough ride because that is Hall of Famer Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. He's led his team of Lucas Esparberto, Leonardo de Castro and Bruno Müller to an undefeated record also. And if there's one person in the room who knows how to play Esper Dragon super well, you have to say it's Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. But he's up against what appears to be basically a fully powered, if you will, Abzan aggro deck in the hands of Nikita Sherbakov.
Yeah, it looks like Belarus made some sacrifices in their other decks in order to accommodate basically a perfect mana base for Abzan aggro. So we're going to see something very similar to what we see in non-unified standard, in regular standard.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the relative statistics for these two teams. Belarus, not a huge amount of experience, it must be said, at the Pro Tour level. Just the one Pro Tour, just the one day one, in fact. Meanwhile, Brazil has a fairly lopsided set of stats. Second highest in career earnings of any of the teams at this event. That almost exclusively off Hall of Famer Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. However, things have kicked off here in this game. We've got an Heir of the Wild starting out for Nikita Sherbakov. And there's Jace Vryn's prodigy for Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa, the poster child of the latest iterations of Blue Control.
So great starts for both decks. Both players have all their colors of mana and have led off with a pretty solid 2-drop in both cases.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of the Abzan aggro decks migrated to having the Heir of the Wilds rather than Hangerback Walker, just because they found that in mirror matches, having the death touch very helpful. Anafenza the foremost to play there for Nikita Sherbakov on turn 3. In this exact matchup against Esper, I think that potentially having the Hangerback Walker might have been tempting. As it is, it's not necessarily a card that's finding a place in some of these unified standard deck lists.
Yeah, in fact, Belarus is playing one of their 3 decks is Eldrazi Ramp, which actually is taking a couple of copies of Hangerback Walker.
Paulo Vitor Damaderosa here, luxuriating in actually being able to activate Jace, figure out what he wants to keep. And of course, with fetch lands, getting Jace flipped into Jace Telepath Unbound, not too tough. Painful Truths also an addition to Damaderosa's hand, so assuming that he feels like he's got life to play with, he can draw an awful lot of extra cards. And with the likes of Foul Tongue Invocation, his destiny's kind of under his own control in terms of how much life he's got.
However, one sticky situation for Paulo here. It looks like his only possibility for a 3rd land is another Shambling Vent, which will enter the battlefield tapped, which will prevent him from casting Foul Tongue Invocation this turn. So he goes with the Ultimate Price instead.
Ultimate Price, of course, only able to take out Air of the Wilds there. Multicolored Anafenza. Sticking around, though. Lots and lots of abilities on Anafenza, not least of which a 4/4 for 3 mana, which will certainly take a chunk out of Paulo Vitor's life total soon enough. We can see there not too much in the way of other creatures for Sherbakov. He's got Warden of the first tree to cast, can't of course cast a second Anafenza, but with Gideon ally of Zendikar, he can end up with plenty of creatures in play if he so chooses. But no second basic, meaning that Wooded Foothills not able to fetch untapped lands that he may wish here, needing the extra white mana somewhere in the mix.
And that's going to make a huge difference here, because that's the difference between being able to cast Gideon on turn 4 against a tapped-out controlled opponent, which would be huge there.
Yeah, the Warden, obviously a perfectly fine card. It's something that Nikita will be perfectly happy to have in his deck, but not necessarily what he was looking to cast on turn 4 in a perfect world. We see there Warden the first tree. Starts off as a 1/1, fairly rapidly gets quite a bit better, gradually advancing to become a 3/3, getting a few extra abilities, and at some point just becoming a massive monster, though realistically it's likely that Paulo Vitor Damaderosa will have something to say about that.
So it looks like in the meantime, Paulo has picked up a couple more lands, so he will be able to hit 5 on 5, it looks like. Foul Tongue Invocation, revealing Ojutai, takes out the Warden of the first tree, gaining 4 life for PV. And Polluted Delta will set up an untapped Prairie Stream on turn 5, which could actually cast that Ojutai. So both players looking like they have a good amount of game here headed into the middle of this match.
And Paulo not choosing to activate his Jace yet, potentially looking to block, then activate after blockers to flip into Jace, Jace Telepath Unbound, protecting a little bit of damage. Yes, it means that he gets 1 less Planeswalker activation than if he activated it in his turn, but in this case, if he'd flipped sooner, Jace might have just got killed off.
Right, and that Planeswalker activation would have just been a -2 to the Anafenza anyway, so being able to block it is sort of like -4ing it instead.
But we already have our first result from one of our back tables. Lucas Esper-Bateau already a game up with Ataka Red against Pavel Miadvedsky. Naya Eldrazi Ramp, I mean, that a matchup that, I mean, we heard Frank Carsten talking about the way that these decks stack up in Unified Standard. Eldrazi versus Ataka Red is not a good matchup for the Eldrazi. Jace Telepath Unbound there on 5 loyalty. And potentially enabling some spells cast from the graveyard, or in the meantime, a little bit of protection from the gigantic 4/4 Anafenza in play. Sherbakov there has Alexei Romaniak next to him to provide a little bit of support there, a second opinion on some of the tougher decisions. Each of these teams has 4 players, and the alternate, or the 4th player on the team that's not playing with a deck in any given round, is able to provide assistance to any teammates. And if people are locked in, constructed to their deck or in limited to their deck, so one switch per day.
So meanwhile, Sherbakov taking the opportunity while Paulo is tapped out to resolve Gideon, ally of Zendikar, a huge threat from the perspective of a control deck. Paulo responds with Dragonlord Ojutai, which will hope to take out the Gideon next turn, if it can.
Yeah, I would say that at this stage in the game, it feels to me that the Abzan aggro deck has had more of the run of the cards. It's been able to achieve more of the early game things that it wants to. As it is, part of that is just down to the fact that Esper Dragons, its big important plays don't tend to come until slightly later in the game. The fact that Jace is already flipped and that Dragonlord Ojutai is in play, though, signals to me that both of these decks doing pretty well for themselves, and we've got a real game on our hands.
So Sherbakov looking to attack here, a little bit of a dispute over where we are in the turn. He does attack with Anafenza and the Knight Ally token, which signifies potential Abzan charm. Paulo deciding if he wants to block and play into that charm or not. Potentially keeps a lot of pressure off him if he does block the Knight token. That'll tie up most of Sherbakov's turn to play the Abzan charm, and the Ojutai will still trade with that 5/5 token. So I like this play from Paulo.
And you called it. There is the Abzan charm. Pumps Anafenza, also pumps the Knight Ally token, just enough for the trade there.
Excuse me, I should say 4/4 ally token because one of the counters gets to go on Anafenza.
Now, there is a Crux of Fate in Paulo Vitor Damarosa's hand here, but the fact that Gideon is already in play makes that a slightly shaky proposition. Yes, it can kill all the creatures that Nikita Sherbakov has in play, but Sherbakov can quite happily either choose to churn out some more creatures with Gideon or simply get stuck in with the Planeswalker.
Looking at Paulo's hand here, it seems he has a copy of Dragonlord Silumgar and an island to cast it. So he's just debating, I guess, between casting the Crux of Fate or playing the island and the Dragonlord Silumgar, probably stealing Gideon, and maybe Paulo's thinking about, does he want to steal Gideon and make an emblem to ensure that the Gideon is just off the battlefield, even if Dragonlord Silumgar should die somehow? Or does he feel like he's far enough behind that he starts to needs to start making Knight tokens with Gideon?
At 15 life, it feels like there ought to be a little bit of breathing room here. But we will see soon enough. The Hall of Famer immediately says, I'm going to get rid of that loyalty counter. I mean, if ever that you needed more proof of disloyalty than Dragonlord Silumgar saying, come over here, it's all of the loyalty going away. Gideon in the graveyard, there is now an emblem in play. So Dragonlord Silumgar, just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and I think that's generally the standard play when you steal a Gideon, is just to get it off the battlefield, ensure that even if Dragonlord Silumgar dies, that you're not now again facing down a bunch of creatures and a Planeswalker. And with Paulo having the Crux in his hand, he knows as long as he gets the Gideon off the battlefield, even if Sherbakov follows up with another creature, Crux will take them all out. And it's a good thing that he did do that, because here comes Abzan Charm to take out Dragonlord Silumgar.
Fairly big swing here, though. 8 damage coming through, enough to kill off Jace. Though a timely draw of another Jace there for Paulo. While the board's empty, he can happily cast Crux of Fate without any concern. Plenty of cards in the graveyard, so the dig through time that Paulo is considering is still going to leave plenty of juicy targets for that Jace if he so chooses.
So generally speaking, I like Paulo's position in this game. He's managed to make it to the mid-game. He's got 6 lands on the battlefield. His opponent had only 1 card in hand starting this turn, and Paulo has a dig through time ready to find more answers or more threats, as the case may be. However, Sherbakov, I believe, picked up a Den Protector this turn, which is one of the biggest draws he could possibly get. It's going to ensure that he'll have continued threats into the mid and late game. And we'll see what Paulo can come up with as a response.
Yeah, Den Protector was the morph there. He still has Anafenza the Foremost in hand, and those two actually pair up fairly nicely, just because at some point it makes Den Protector very difficult to block indeed if you start throwing around extra +1/+1 counters on it. The most important ability in this particular matchup, though, just being able to get back things from your graveyard.
And I like that Sherbakov left mana untapped to ensure that he gets value out of turning the Den Protector face up. Sometimes players in this position feel that when a control deck has hit their stride in the mid or late game, that they're just, so far behind they kind of panic and play out all their threats at once. But with Den Protector, actually I think 4 copies of Den Protector in his deck, Sherbakov is set up to actually play a longer game against Esper Dragons and just hang in there with a flow of card advantage and continue presenting threats.
Dig through time, though. The big spell resolving for Paulo Vitor Damaderosa. Taking a look at a new 7 in order to find the best 2 to add to his hand. It looks like Jace is coming back. We were talking last round about the fact that there are a few things that you can be completely sure of going into Team Unified Standard, because there's obviously a lot of variables, but almost everybody's probably going to have been looking for which Jace deck they wanted to play.
Definitely true.
And there comes that Den Protector flip. Gets the +1/+1 counter from Megamorph, and it looks like that's an Abzan Charm coming back. Lots of versatility and power there.
Yeah, a couple different options there. One option was to go for Gideon and just try to present a diversity of threats. Gideon's a hard card to answer once it resolves, but Abzan Charm just ensuring that there'll be a flow of card advantage. Also a nice choice there.
And there comes Anafenza. Den Protector getting to attack in there, not able to be blocked by Jace, even with the help of a Gideon Emblem, to mean that we're in an unusual position where Jace has some power to work with. So a little bit of a thought here for the Hall of Famer.
Looks like Paulo with a pair of Dig Through Times in his hand and a backup copy of Jace. So plenty of ways to find the cards that he needs, but no immediate answers to what Sherbakov has on the board. I like what Sherbakov did with the Den Protector, returning Abzan Charm, let him play the Anafenza this turn, and also leave up mana to Abzan Charm end of turn, and just keep the threats flowing.
And Jace flips. Tempting to Crux of Fate here. And that's exactly the play that comes from Paulo Vitor Damaderosa. All non-dragons likely to be killed off in this. There we see the moment that everything changed in the plane of Tarkir.
A little bit strange to Abzan Charm in response to the Crux of Fate, unless I'm missing something there. That could give Paulo information about, for example, whether he wants to use a counterspell on the Abzan Charm or follow up with a Jace after the Crux of Fate. But nonetheless, it does resolve. And down comes Gideon. This is huge.
In the Battle of the Planeswalkers, Gideon, the one that tends to win in the red zone. Jace, well, working with a few other zones, including the graveyard, pretty effectively. This is, of course, still game 1 for our match between Nikita Sherbakov and Paulo Vitor Damaderosa. Even whoever wins this match, they still require one of their teammates to win as well. This best 2 out of 3 matches between Brazil and Belarus here. And currently, neither team has lost any in total. A little sneaky attack in here with Shambling Vents.
Now, Tim, I'm a bit confused. Is that Crux of Fate in Paulo's graveyard? Is that a second one? I thought he flashed back the first one. Okay, there. Looks like they just caught it, too.
Lovely stuff. 3 life gained there off the Shambling Vent, of course, because of the Gideon Emblem. Up to 14 for Paulo Vitor Damaderosa here. And Shambling Vent, another reason that the Abzan aggro mana base looks a little shaky in terms of trying to build for Team Unified Constructed, is that both decks want it, and we see both decks have some in play here. Gideon getting an attack in here. Followed by Warden the first tree. And here we see the reason for the attack. This looks like a post-combat Wingmate Rock. And I don't believe we've seen any counter magic at any point so far from Paulo Vitor Damarosa this game.
Yeah, that is true. We did see a copy of Duress in the graveyard earlier, and that could indicate that Paulo has gone for a more counter magic light version of the deck, and opting for more Duresses to supplement that, which I think is reasonable based on the metagame that one can expect in Unified Standard.
I mean, one of the key lures of being Esper Dragons versus another type of Esper control is Silumgar's Scorn, a very powerful counterspell.
Yep, definitely true. But you don't want to be too counter heavy when you're expecting, for example, a lot of Atarka red. You'd rather play more proactive cards like Duress instead of a counterspell.
Now, what does Paulo Vitor Damarosa do against the likes of Wingmate Rock, etc., when you've already used your Crux of Fate? Most of these decks typically only run one Crux of Fate, right?
Yeah, I'm taking a look through Paulo's list here. Yeah, it looks like he does have access to a second Crux of Fate that he could find with Dig Through Time, for example. Also, Dragon Lord Ojutai just matches up fairly well against Wingmate Rock tokens. You do have to be careful about, you know, like Obzon Charm or Gideon Emblem or something along those lines, boosting them up. But for now, Ojutai may be able to hold the fort.
And Gideon could make an emblem here if Sherbakov so chooses. Sherbakov doing a great job of, even once it appeared that he was sort of running out of cards, he does not appear to have run out of any kind of pressure here.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing the game in such a way to just continue presenting threats one or two at a time, forcing Paulo to react to them. So I really like his play so far this game. And at this stage, this is definitely anyone's game. If anything, I'd say Paulo's a bit behind here, just with the diversity of threats that Sherbakov has access to. Looks like he does go for that Gideon Emblem.
So the Wingmate Rock plus Friend, a little bit scarier here.
You said combat. I can. I think that implies. He said combat. I said okay. Can he didn't activate?
What they're just checking here is around the activation of Shambling Vent. Sherbakov said combat, and that would indicate that you're in the declare attackers step, at which point it's too late to activate your Shambling Vent. It's not just about setting your stops, it's about knowing how your opponent's stops work.
So with the addition of that Gideon Emblem, those Wingmate Rocks are both 4/5s, which means Dragonlord Ojutai would have to trade with one if it blocks. Paulo digging a little bit with Jace.
Now Sherbakov has left the door open, it would appear here, for an attack on Gideon from PV's Dragonlord Ojutai. Warden the first tree, the block here for Ojutai. With the amount of mana that Sherbakov has available, certainly a concern that there might be some activations here. Currently, I believe that Warden the first tree is at level 1. So a 3/3 or 4/4, I guess, thanks to the emblem. At level 2, you get Trample and Lifelink. Human Spirit Warrior, of course. If there had been the opportunity to go all the way up to level 3, then we start throwing counters around and it gets all kinds of scary.
Oh, you know what, Tim? I've actually missed the whole time. I'd forgotten that Paulo has that Gideon Emblem of his own. He stole Gideon, so that does put the Ojutai out of range of trading with any of those attackers. So apologies to the viewers at home if you've been utterly confused.
Not too often that the Esper Dragons deck is able to pump up its team with a Gideon Emblem.
That is true.
Though the Japanese have got Gideon in their sideboard for this deck.
Oh, that's really interesting.
So here comes Foul Tongue Invocation from Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Between Wingmate Rock and the bird token Wingmate Rock brings along, it's a fairly straightforward choice as to which one to sacrifice. But the 4 life certainly not going to hurt for Paulo Vitor Damarosa at this point in the game. Takes out his Dragonlord Ojutai attack.
So a nice sequence of turns by Paulo. He's definitely holding his own in this game against what looked to be a pretty scary board on the previous turn.
We can see an utter end alongside Jace Vryn's Prodigy and Dig Through Time. So he's holding all of the answers that he needs to the big threats coming from Nikita Sherbakov. Once you can see that your opponent is top decking and you still have a Dig Through Time, in some respects it can feel like kind of a formality for the Esper Dragons deck to actually mop things up and win. The fact that Nikita Sherbakov currently on 18 shouldn't necessarily be seen to be any signal that he's not in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and given that Nikita Sherbakov last turn activated his Warden of the First Street to level 2 just to gain 4 life and did nothing else with his mana that turn, I think indicates to Paulo that he's pretty low on steam.
This time round he activates Shambling Vents just before combat, and Utter End comes along for Wingmate Rock. Exiling the non-land permanent. Utter End was never going to be able to deal with Shambling Vents, so took out the one target that it could. And a block followed by an activation of Jace means that the lifelink of that Shambling Vents doesn't end up happening because no damage happens. Before Shambling Vents gets a chance to deal with Jace, Jace vanishes, reappears as a fully formed Planeswalker, and now we see all sorts of action from Paulo Vitor Damaderosa in terms of abilities that he can use with it. Ticks up, just keeping it safe there. In the meantime, we've hit that stage in the game where Dragonlord Ojutai is attacking, and that stage in the game tends not to be a good situation for opponents.
Yeah, Paulo firmly in the driver's seat at this point, with the backup Dig Through Time ready to go, and I think that may be a copy of Silumgar's Scorn in his hand as well. Not powered up by a dragon just yet, but chances are that Dig Through Time can find one if need be. And Sherbakov just reduced to attacking with his measly Shambling Vent each turn here.
Dromoka's Command, not necessarily the card that Sherbakov will have been looking to draw here. In this matchup, of the three at the tables for this particular feature match, is probably closest to a regular standard match, if you will.
So here comes Paulo activating his own Shambling Vent, both of them being 3/4s. Paulo threatening to block, but before blocks, I assume here comes Dromoka's Command, which would potentially make Sherbakov's Shambling Vent into a 4/5 and kill off Paulo's blocker and then get through to damage Jace. And that looks to be what has happened there.
Yeah, killing it just before blockers so that he's able to get through.
Now, Paulo had the option there, I think, to Dig Through Time and look for a dragon to make Silumgar's Scorn active, but that would have been a huge use of his graveyard resources there.
I mean, if you had Silumgar's Scorn, it would have been there was a dragon in play, so that would have worked.
Oh, sure, you're absolutely right. But it looks like instead goes for Shambling Vent, second activation there to block and trade off.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you've got an active Jace on 6, you've got your dragon on the board, that Silumgar's Scorn is basically your insurance policy against something untoward, and at this point, pretty hard to imagine happening.
I'm 12.
Silumgar's Scorn, it's not too exciting a counter spell unless you have a dragon around, at which point it's pretty much the gold standard.
I think he was 13.
I think we're just double checking here to make sure that we've got all of our life totals accurate. A huge amount of lifelink going on, creatures that have sort of been pumped in various different places with the likes of Gideon Emblems. So we'll just make sure we got that cleaned up for you. And then we'll see another Dig Through Time. A nice brisk pace of play here from Paulo.
Yeah, I think Paulo knows he's in a spot where he's going to close this game out within just a couple turns, and he is playing a relatively slow deck, so he wants to make sure that he has time to get in games 2 and potentially 3 if need be. Especially when you're playing in a team format like this, you don't want to be the one that's dragging on your games and going to time, letting your teammates down by getting a draw.
I mean, the other side of it is when you've got one Hall of Famer on your team who can potentially help out in other matches, if they do happen to finish up quickly, they've probably got some fairly useful feedback to provide their teammates on other games.
Yeah, that's true. Oftentimes you'll see teams put their strongest player or their team captain with a very fast deck so they can finish their matches quickly and go assist other matches. Looks like in this case, that's not the strategy that
there was
Team
no
Brazil
way
has
that
taken.
Paulo Vitor Damarosa was not taking an Esper Dragons deck if that was an option at the table.
Definitely true, yep.
He has had something of a banner year this last 12 months or so since the printing of assorted awesome Esper Dragons cards. They've really put him on top form. It's very, very comfortable playing this exact deck. Another Jace Vryn's Prodigy coming into play here for Paulo Vitor Damarosa. As Nikita Sherbakov just steadfastly refuses to let this game go, continues to get stuck in where he can with Shambling Vents. Now he's got Anafen's the foremost in play. So it swings for 6 here with Dragon Lord Ojutai. So we have our first match, Belarus with Naya Eldrazi Ramp. 1 against Ataka Red, 2 games to 1. They came prepared, they found a sideboard plan that worked out for them, and Belarus currently a matchup in this best-of-3 match series against Team Brazil. Big upsets there.
And Paulo closing out the game there. It looks like stealing Anafenza with Dragonlord Silumgar and then a Silumgar Scorn to stop the follow-up Den Protector from Nikita Sherbakov. So Paulo will take game 1.
Well, I hope that you like Esper Dragons. We're going to get a chance to see a little bit more of it soon enough as we move to our Table B match. But before that, these messages.
Oath of the Gatewatch is coming. Follow the hashtag MTGOGW to keep up on the story of the Planeswalkers as they battle to save Zendikar and for the latest previews and information about the new set. Visit oathofthegatewatch.com for more information. Friday Night Magic is your local Magic hangout. Find the format right for you among Standard, Modern, Draft, Commander, Legacy, and many more. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
Hello and welcome back to round 5 here at the World Magic Cup. Belarus currently 1 match up against Brazil. We've just seen Paulo Vitor Damarosa going a game up against Nikita Sherbakov. But here in this match, we have Evgeny Zakharenkov playing Esper Dragons for Belarus. He's up against Leonardo de Castro with Temur Megamorph. We're going to get a chance to see 2 decks that we have already seen the feature match area a little bit. We're going to get to see how they play off against one another. We saw the Temur Megamorph deck in the hands of Mike Sigrist in our last round, but he was up against Ataka Red. This very much the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to aggro versus control. This, an interesting little sort of collected company deck in some respects. It's got the likes of Savage Knuckleblade, which once you realize you're in Temur isn't necessarily too big a surprise. But once you start throwing around things like Bounding Krasis, now we're talking. Early plays, just sort of a little bit of mana fixing on both sides. Cinderglade joined by Lumbering Falls, so gradually getting all the colors online for Leonardo de Castro. And Esper Dragons currently a game up in this matchup. Not necessarily a matchup that Zakharenkov would necessarily have been expecting or preparing for too much, but it seems to be one that is working out okay for him. There we see a clash of wills dealing with a big Savage Knuckleblade, which would have been quite the problem had it made it into play. Clash of Wills filling the important role of potentially another 2-mana counterspell in a deck that doesn't necessarily have so many ways of interacting in the very early game. There we can see Bruno Müller sat alongside Leonardo de Castro. That where the extra coach is sat for this game. But Bounding Krasis is coming down, and having creatures with flash, it seems like a pretty nice spot to be in when you're playing against control. I mean, when you've also got Collected Company and so on. Yes, this is a beatdown deck, but actually the Temur deck looks to be one that can choose to play at largely instant speed if it wants to, right in?
Yeah, and especially with Bounding Krasis giving you the option to untap one of your own lands and then play a counter magic spell. I mean, I'm sorry, just creatures, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you options. You do have mana creatures in the deck, so you do have the option of having
with
more,
like a Rattle
more mana
Mystic
available.
or something like that, yep.
Foul Tongue Invocation here coming from Evgeny Zakharenkov, and he does have Dragon Lord Ojutai to show, but Collected Company in response. We've seen so many Collected Companies whiff on camera thus far, but there's another Bounding Crassus and a Den Protector. Okay, so we have got a full hit. Poor old Kenji Samura last round managed to, between two Collected Companies, hit a grand total of 1 creature. A little bit better for De Castro here, and it is the Den Protector that falls to the Foul Tongue Invocation. 4 life for Zakharenkov from that spell, but now he's facing down a couple of dinosaurs. Sorry about that, fish lizard. And Haven of the Spirit Dragon there, meaning that if dragons do end up in Evgeny Zakharenkov's graveyard, he will be able to get them back in short order. An awful lot of eyeballs on this board, each trying to figure out the best way of navigating this sort of situation. Esper Dragon's the deck that's typically happy to sit back and take its time, find its answers gradually, but there's 6 power on the board here, threatening a relatively quick game if Zakharenkov doesn't blink first here. Attacks down to 15. And all this mana up, both Den Protector and Savage Knuckleblade in hand. And Den Protector might be quite a nice one here. There we go, there's the morph. Still got 2 mana up for Disdainful Stroke or to flip that morph.
Yeah, De Castro must be feeling pretty good here with his opponent having missed a land drop, and even if he hits land number 5 for something like a Crux of Fate or Dragon Lord Ojutai, there is Disdainful Stroke as an option for De Castro there. So he can just continue putting on the pressure, knowing that there's really no way that Zakharenkov can blow him out.
Yeah, we can see there quite a good selection of threats in Zakharenkov's hand. Tasker the Golden Fang, as and when it comes down, will quite handily block either of the creatures that De Castro has going on. Dragon Lord Ojutai. The 2 dig through times are ultimately what Zakharenkov's probably most excited about resolving, but in the meantime he needs to look out for that life total.
Yeah, it looks like he opts to leave up Foul Tongue Invocation rather than going for one of the Tassigers, perhaps knowing that his opponent could have Disdainful Stroke or some other form of counter magic, and this is just a little bit safer, not using up his graveyard resources.
Yeah, he's a little bit tied up on lands here, just the 4 lands to work with, which is not as many as would make this easy set of decisions. Meanwhile, Leonardo De Castro, plenty going on. And chooses to activate his Lumbering Falls. A hexproof attacker, a pretty solid addition against the likes of Esper Control. There's another Foul Tongue Invocation. Now, what do you sacrifice here?
So it's interesting. I'm actually a little surprised that Zakharenkov didn't Foul Tongue Invocation in response to the activation of the Lumbering Falls, because he doesn't know whether De Castro does or doesn't want to sacrifice the Lumbering Falls, but he would deny him that option of doing it. Looks like De Castro valuing the hexproof nature of the manland, or just both being hexproof and also not dying to something like Crux of Fate, and decides to sacrifice Bounding Crassus instead.
So Zakharenkov down to 13 here. Conveniently, his life total has been padded quite a bit by Foul Tongue Invocations at this point. And here comes the first dig through time of this game. Such a satisfying feeling where you get to briefly feel like you're drawing 7 as you draw a new opening hand and just actually say, all right, fine, I can only get 2 of these, but they're going to be the best 2.
Unfortunately, this is not a luxurious dig through time. This is I need to find a land because I've bricked on my 5th land for like 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, this is literally digging for answers as opposed to the more sort of speculative, all right, fine, let's dig for gold.
So it looks like teammates agree. One of those is going to be a land for sure. And then looking at the other options here, Could be, I think that's a Dispel, it looks like. Foul Tongue Invocation.
Yeah, lots to think about here. I mean, it's always tougher when your back's a little bit against the wall on decisions. You can't afford to be quite as sort of free and easy with things because you know that you might not have that many turns left. De Castro, patient and happy to just keep swinging in, keeping up that disdainful stroke. Here comes Savage Knuckleblade with the mana to give it haste. And big attacks coming through here, putting Zakharenkov on just 6 life. And we know that there's another Bounding Crisis in Leonardo de Castro's hand. So even if there is an answer to one or of, well, actually, even to both of the threats on de Castro's side of the table, he can still flash in a new Crisis, activate his Lumbering Falls, and still have sufficient power to take Zakharenkov to a Game 3. The Belarusians here talking through their options. I guess one of the things that Leonardo de Castro has going for him is that he will have had ample opportunity to test this matchup. Whereas on the other side of things, Team Belarus is kind of having to wing it a little bit. This isn't necessarily a deck that they're familiar with, a deck that they know, and as such, they just need to go with their decisions in the moment to hope that that's good enough. It looks like it might be Dragon time here. Most specifically, Dragon Lord Ojutai. Successfully able to block, at very least, the Crisis. But will this Disdainful Stroke be enough? There's there's a Dispel from Zakharenkov, which does protect the Dragon for now. Who is going to protect Zakharenkov himself, though?
But this is actually lethal on board, right?
I believe so.
Of the Lumbering Falls.
Well, we've just heard that Paulo Vitor Damarosa has won his match 2-0. So this is now the deciding match, and we're going to be going to a deciding game here between Evgeny Zakharenkov and Leonardo de Castro. The big difference now, every single one of these Belarusian and Brazilian team, if they wish to provide extra assistance to their teammates, they absolutely can do. Now, it's worth pointing out, of course, even within that, there is a certain amount of respect for the clock required. I mean, the regular round is on about 5 or so minutes left. We run on a slightly different clock in the feature match area, just so we can time things for our broadcast purposes. So there's a little bit longer in the feature match area, but not so much that either of these players can afford to hang around too much. And lots of extra voices, lots of extra opinions doesn't necessarily make for that much better decisions, especially when you need to make those decisions fast. So let's take a little bit of a look at the sideboards that we have for both of these players. So first up, let's have a look at, well, it's hard not to have a look at the absolutely beautiful deck from Team Brazil, the Teamer deck that's really sort of one of the big surprises for me, at least, for this tournament. So they have their own Dragon Lord if they want it, Ataka. I think more likely, though, they're going to be bringing in the likes of Negate and Dispel. There's
perhaps Rending Volley for an attacking Dragon Lord Ojutai is an option.
And indeed, Surak Dragonclaw is potentially very powerful against control decks, making it so that you've got another flash threat, you've got another card that laughs in the face of counter magic, and indeed beats people up super fast. Yeah, I like this Teemo deck a lot for this tournament. And for those of you that are looking to build decks in Standard that perhaps, you might just not have fetch lands, this is an interesting one to consider. It does use the likes of Yavimaya Coast and Shivan Reef as ways of making sure it can still have a good solid 3-color mana base.
Yeah, it's important to note that even though these decks were created out of the restriction of Unified Standard, they're all powerful decks.
Absolutely.
And so an awesome thing about this tournament is to see a lot of innovation here. And any of these decks would be an awesome choice to bring to your next tournament, your next Friday Night Magic. They're all definitely powerful decks.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that has me excited about this deck is, to me, this is a reminder of how good Bounding Krasis is, not being taught it for the first time ever. I've lost to that card plenty enough in draft. So we see there Zakarenkov just indicating, I'm going to go first in this decider. I know what you can do when you have the power of the play. And we can see the entire Brazilian team there. Paulo Vitor da Rosa, he's front and center, very much the team captain. And they're sort of saying, can you hurry up and shuffle, please, because we do not have very long. And that's certainly a reasonable concern. The clock is absolutely something that you want to... And look at this, racing to shuffle up here on the Belarusian side of things. I mean, nobody wants draws in this tournament. Yes, it puts you ahead of the people who don't have draws, but at the same time, you're then also in a draw bracket. And we know that there's the potential for games to run a little bit slowly just because you have team play, you have advice going on. Keeping things moving at a reasonable pace is a very important consideration.
Definitely true. And Paulo, a player who's has some strong feelings on sort of pace of play and slow play warnings and things like that. You actually wrote an article on that recently, so
yeah, there's
no doubt that's something that he's been thinking about a lot with respect to tournament play.
Also worth just noting that Paulo is the one player across both of these teams with substantial amounts of experience playing at the pro level.
Yes.
He appreciates better than anyone quite how timing on matches works and quite how the impact works out. There's about 9 minutes left on this round, so especially from the Esper side of things, if they want to win, they're going to need to get a wiggle on. But even from the Brazilian side of things, they would much rather have more minutes rather than less. But it looks like both of these hands are keepable 7, so we're off to the races here. Sunken Hollow for Team Belarus at this point. Zakarenkov at the helm. Just a forest here for Brazil. Most of the action starting turns 2 and later from them. Jace Frin's Prodigy here from Zakarenkov. 10 Pro Tour top 8s from Team Brazil, all of those from Paulo Vitor da Rosa, who is sat on the shoulder of Leonardo de Castro. Watching on, I don't think we'll see him jumping in too much with advice because he respects the fact that everything needs to keep on moving. But equally, I'm sure that he's processing every decision in his head, and if he thinks that there's a real mistake being made, he will just maybe do a little tap on the shoulder. Yeah, the Wilds get stuck in for 2 there. And here's Deathmist Raptor. It looks like this is a Jace activation in response to the Deathmist Raptor. Certainly the possibility here that you might be able to find a little bit of counter magic.
Yep, and it looks like De Castro had option to cast Savage Knuckleblade that turn, which would be slightly larger and make the Heir to the Wild slightly larger as well, but perhaps playing around a bit of counter magic like a Silumgar Scorn or maybe even a Clash of Wills or something by playing the Deathmist Raptor, which is a little bit more disposable.
And also, if he draws an untapped land here, he could always just cast it the following turn, give it haste, and it's not as if he's lost anything in terms of his damage output turn to turn here for De Castro. As it is, though, it looks like De Castro may be short to land on this turn, though. It doesn't mean he doesn't have options, though. He can either play the Savage Knuckleblade, or there's the potential for, well, as it turns out, another Deathmist Raptor. Also, I believe, a Rattleclaw Mystic in his hand, so plenty of options available at the 3 lands that he has. And Deathmist Raptor number 2, able to be stopped by Silumgar Scorn without even needing to worry about revealing a dragon. though there is a dragon in Zakharenkov's hand. The concern for Zakharenkov right now, though, is his life total dwindling comparatively fast. I mean, we talk about having to worry about the clock. You also have to worry about all of these monsters on the other side of the board. With not much time to go in this round, one has to think that it's easier for the Teemo Megamorph deck to piece together a win. But that said, Esper Dragons is a deck absolutely chock full of ways of stopping people from winning, so Zakharenkov certainly not out of it yet.
I like this Teamer deck quite a bit. It seems like it has a pretty good matchup against these Esper Dragon control decks. I mean, being able to bring back Death Mist Raptor with Rattleclaw Mystic in addition to Den Protector just seems really, really powerful as far as giving you longevity in a control grindy matchup.
It's a deck that we saw last round for USA versus Japan. There it was against Ataka Red, and it felt like the matchup was okay, but Ataka Red did get there. This time round, well, we'll have to wait and see, but right now, looking pretty solid for Leonardo de Castro and Team Brazil. You see the whole of Team Brazil looking on. There were little rumblings and rumors about Willie Adel turning to Paulo Vitor Damarosa and saying, "You guys had better do well, or else we're not going to let you back in the country." A very active community in Brazil. I'm sure many of the Brazilian fans watching. It'll be sort of morning time over there. Just start your day off with a little bit of Magic.
So down comes Dragon Lord Ojutai, but not a hugely effective blocker against a pair of Death Touch creatures.
And just 5 minutes left on the round. He might have to start thinking about attacking with Dragon Lord Ojutai. Here comes that Savage Knuckleblade. Costs a couple of life points to cast between Yavimaya Coast and Shivan Reef, but ultimately I don't think that puts him far behind in the race by any stretch. 5 more points coming through. Single digits now for Evgeny Zakharenkov.
Should actually be, I think, 4 points coming through there. I think there was a -2 from the Jace on the Heir of the Wilds, but +1/+1 from the Ferocious.
Yes. Savage Knuckleblade with quite a lot going on for its mana cost, a 4/4 for 3, with the ability to pump itself once a turn, or bounce itself, or gain haste. I guess from a sort of R&D perspective, this is one of those cards that highlights how much more you can do with a card once it has such a difficult mana cost.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, from R&D perspective, we were a little bit surprised that this card didn't make more of a splash in Standard when it first debuted. You know, people tried it at the beginning, but the Teamer deck ultimately didn't have a tremendous amount of success early on after Khan's release. Really interesting to see it here in this unified Standard format, being particularly effective against control decks, which is sort of how we imagine the deck would play out.
Dragon Lord Ojutai attacking in here, allowing Zakharenkov to look at the top cards, in his top 3 cards of his deck, put one in his hand, gets effectively a free Anticipate. And Foul Tongue Invocation here, gradually whittling down the attack force of Leonardo de Castro, helping out the life total of Zakharenkov also. With an active Jace, 1 Foul Tongue Invocation, it's kind of 2 Foul Tongue Invocations, and at that point, the life is very relevant indeed.
Yeah, this life swing actually really adding up here. Between the attack from Ojutai and potentially 2 Foul Tongue Invocations, that represents a 12-point life swing. And even though Zakharenkov hasn't had much of an offense so far, de Castro has taken a lot of damage off his pain lands. So we just saw the life total swing from 16 to 8 to 11 to 16 the other direction. However, this does leave the opportunity for Savage Knuckleblade to take out Jace. And we'll see what de Castro has to follow up. Looks like Shivan Reef off the top will give him a few more options, including perhaps another Savage Knuckleblade with haste. Looks like he declines that and takes out the Jace.
such a painful mana base as it turns out in this exact game. It's not something we really saw too much of in the previous game. Mana was a little bit smoother there. Frontier Bivouac making everything a little bit easier. But in this game, not only is Leonardo de Castro fighting against Evgeny Zakharenkov, he's also fighting against all that damage coming from his lands. Face down Den Protector, the play there from Leonardo de Castro. This one of those decks with morphs where there are enough different morphs that you really can't take it as read that a face down card is Den Protector. Not something that's necessarily true of every deck in Standard, but it's nice to keep people guessing here and there.
That is true.
Big dig through time here from Zakharenkov. There's 1 minute left on regular scheduled time. When time gets called, there will be 5 additional turns, after which the match could potentially end in a natural draw. But by my count, Evgeny Zakharenkov should only need 3 attacks to get there. So if he can get through this turn okay, that should be doable.
Well, assuming no additions to Zakharenkov's board or removal spells, next turn that morph will turn face up, bringing back 2 Deathmist Raptors. So that potentially represents 6 damage attack this coming turn, and then another 12 on top of that, which would be 18 over 2 turns. So Zakharenkov is either going to need to leave the Ojutai back to block at some point or get a removal spell. And looks like, oh, here comes Crux of Fate.
Well, that was a fine play.
Goodbye, non-dragons.
Oh, I apologize. It was Rattleclaw Mystic face down there. Turns out I was kept guessing also.
Right. So that'll definitely leave the way for Dragonlord Ojutai to safely come in for 5 damage.
And another Crux of Fate revealed as one of the 3 off the Ojutai Anticipate, if you will. At this point, Zakharenkov presumably trying to work out what he loses to. Passes the turn.
So a land off the top would be pretty huge here, because that would allow a face-down morph and a flip up to return the Deathmist Raptors, which could potentially piece something together over 2 turns.
Just so you know, that innocuous-looking die at the bottom of our screen is in fact a very important one indeed. That, the turn count for the 5 additional turns, because time has been called on this match. We are in turn 1. At the end of the turn, when that die reads 5, it's the end of the match.
Looks like there was a land off the top, but doesn't look like it'll be able to enter the battlefield untapped with only 1 basic land. And to make matters worse, De Castro can't tap any of his pain lands for colored mana, otherwise that'll drop him down to 5 life and leave him dead to Dragonlord Ojutai in 1 more swing.
A tough spot here for Brazil. Evgeny Zakharenkov and Team Belarus can smell what would be an epic victory. Zakharenkov cracks his fetch land. Now, he's trying to figure out what could go wrong here, presumably, because this is about sewing it up. So if his Dragonlord Ojutai died for some reason, he can get it back with Haven the Spirit Dragon and have enough mana to recast it. That is locked up. That's fine. There's a relatively small number of concerns for him at this point, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's got plenty of counter magic in hand. Silumgar, Scorn, and Scatter the Winds both as hard counters. There are 2 Deathmist Raptors in the graveyard for De Castro, but they'll come out a turn too late, even if that morph is turned face up on the following turn. So I think we'll just see Dragonlord Ojutai come in here for 5, dropping De Castro down to 1. In Anticipate, we'll look for even more counter magic or answers. And I can't see much of a way of this game slipping away.
So Shambling Vents coming in alongside Ojutai. A couple of extra life points there. Also killing off the morph to make sure that there's not going to be any Deathmist Raptors coming along. And Leonardo de Castro on 1 life with 3 pain lands in play. It's going to have to be something quite special. Big draws here for Brazil. They finally find a second basic, but one has to think that it must be too late at this point. Brazil scoops up their cards. There's the handshake. Congratulations to Team Belarus. 5-0 on the day, a perfect record thus far. Taking down one of the teams that was hotly tipped going into this. Any team that's got a 10-time Pro Tour top 8er is hard to argue against. But, I mean, Brazil still 4-1, a very, very solid performance from them, and interesting to see how different teams have taken this team-constructed format. A little bit of an extra challenge returns to the booth here. Tim Willoughby, along with R&D member Ian Duke. I am really quite impressed with this Teemo deck, though.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, even though we saw it floundering a little bit in that last game, it looks pretty awesome. I mean, a variety of flash creatures and counter magic make it seem like it's set up pretty well to defeat Esper Dragons, even though it didn't in that particular game. And yeah, I'm excited to see what else comes of it throughout the weekend.
Well, there's a few more rounds left for Standard today and plenty more of them for the rest of the weekend. For now, though, we're going to head things back to the booth and find out what else has been going on here at the World Magic Cup.
So, a little bit of math for you. Assuming that Belarus and Macedonia were 50-50 to win any given match, the odds of Belarus and Macedonia both being at 5-0 were at about 1,000 to 1. They were not 50-50 to win all their matches. Astonishing stuff. Belarus and Macedonia top the table. They're 5-0. They are the last 2 perfect record teams here at the World Magic Cup. I can tell you that Germany, Austria, Poland, they are all at 4-1. Also 4-1 is Paraguay. Now, Paraguay have defeated Japan, so Japan's 2 losses, they beat the United States, but their 2 losses, Turkey and now Paraguay, have defeated Japan. Japan's still 3-2, good shape. Paraguay 4-1. You will see them again tomorrow. Brilliant job there. Iceland are 4-1 because they've just defeated Serbia, who fall to 3-2. The Netherlands are 4-1 as well. Also France, so great job. Meanwhile, about as far apart geographically as you could possibly get, Australia and England did battle this past round. The captain of Australia was Paul Jackson, and he's been talking to Brian David Marshall.
All right, I'm here with Gold Pro and Australian national captain Paul Jackson. Paul, how's your tournament going so far?
Start off a little bit rough with the 1-2 in sealed. We've rattled off some wins in team standard, and we're 3-2, so we're getting there.
All right, you had one of the weirdest card pools I've ever seen in Battle for Zendikar Team Sealed. Specifically thinking about your blue-white deck, can you tell people what that deck looked like and how did that work out?
Okay, so it was like a blue-white flyer deck. You know, your casual, you know, your walls, counter spells, flying dudes, and then we had 3 of the I forgot the name.
Noyandar.
Noyandar. Yeah, even though it's legendary, you know, we'll go with 3. Yeah, it was pretty good, to say the least. And we also had a Shepherd, so we brought it back. I think my teammate cast it 4 times in one game. So, whoa.
Now, you seemed a little relieved to get to Standard. What was your preparation like for Unified Standard? How long did you guys work on this format?
Me personally, 1 or 2 weeks following up here and there. I got in late, but the guys had a couple of days and stuff, so would have been better. Have a few more days, but it's okay. We're doing fine.
Did you guys work by yourselves, or did you work with any other teams?
We worked with the New Zealand team, yeah, for sure.
You want to trash talk them at all?
No comment.
New Zealand team is right there while we're talking, so we're just having a little fun with them. So what would it mean? I know Australia has come very close a couple of times in World Team Competition. Yeah. What would it mean for Australia Magic to come home with the title?
Oh, it'd be amazing. You know, this year I got a top 8 at Pro Tour, and getting first at this would be a dream. Putting Australia on the map, would be fantastic.
What do I need to know for a Pro Tour in Sydney, Australia, coming up in 2016?
I'm not from Sydney, but watch out for kangaroo spiders. You will get eaten. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't assuming you were from Sydney, but I thought maybe you could give me a little bit of advice. I know you're from Western Perth,
Yeah,
right?
Western Perth. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, you know. We had that conversation. No, bring your bathers. Come to the beach.
Yeah.
We have the best beaches.
Okay, I'm a food guy.
You food guy?
I'm a food guy. What's the food that we're going to be looking for in Sydney?
Sydney's pretty good for food. Like pizzas, pastas, meats. You know, we got it all. We're pretty good.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you go get some pizza, pastas, and meats now, so you get a little eating in. So for Paul Jackson, Brian David Marshall at the World Magic Cup.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. Well, the pairings are up. We've got plenty more captains who came in yesterday to talk to us, and one of those was Martin Dang, the captain of Denmark. Denmark are 3-2 right now. They need a win in their next 2 rounds. We're going to hand you off to a couple of those while the players get ready for round number 6. So here is Martin Dang of Denmark.
I'm here with Martin Dang, team captain for the reigning World Magic Cup champions, Team Denmark. Now, Martin, you've won a Pro Tour this year. You've got Martin Müller, who was the captain last year for the Danish team. How's it been in Denmark in this last year following your World Magic Cup win?
It's been really great for Denmark. Like the win last year, it started so much in Denmark. Everybody got very interested in Magic, and it helped the whole country and generated so much interest on both on social media and like if you go down to the local store, everybody's like, "Oh, you play Magic? It's so cool. We're the world champions and stuff like that." So it has been a great year for Magic, for the Danish Magic.
Very, very cool. Now, this year's team is very, very strong on paper. Take us through the 4 team members in total. So, obviously, yourself as the captain. Who else have you got on your team?
Well, we have myself and Martin Müller, who's really, really good, and the reigning champion from last year, so that's great. We have Christopher Larsen. He top 8 3 GPs and has been really great doing testing, and we have been friends for like 15 years or so we all know each other really well. And then we have Daniel Lind, who is, well, he's not as experienced as the others, but he's proven himself in testing, and I'm expecting great things.
Now, in terms of testing, you guys must be in a pretty good position because yourself and Martin Müller, you're just on a team together regularly, so you guys know how each other work. How's testing been for you in total? Has it been good?
It's been really great. Like we know each other so well, and like I said before, I know Christopher Larsen really well, so the testing has gone smoothly. We know how each other thinks. We know each other's strengths and weaknesses, so everything's great so far.
Now, I'm not going to ask you for any sort of sneaky peeks into your decks or anything like that, but last year, Denmark took home the title. What are your hopes and expectations for this year?
We have to do at least as well as last year.
At least as well will be pretty good. Best of luck to you in the tournament here with Martin Dang from Team Denmark.
Thank you.
I am here with Lee Shi-Tian, team captain for Team Hong Kong. Lee, welcome.
Hi.
Are you excited to be here?
Yeah, I think so.
I think you are too. All right, so run us through your team members real quick. I want to get an idea for who you're playing with for Team Hong Kong.
My team member, one of them is Lam Jiang, is a former Hong Kong champion.
Ooh.
And Lam Sihan is he played quite a lot of Pro Tour. The best is like 9th, I think, 12th in a World Championship before the World Magic Cup thing.
Oh, it's a really good finish.
Yeah. And then Stephen Yun is the member of last year. He qualified for WMCQ this year.
Geez, back to back for Stephen.
So I think this is a good team for me.
Now, how's practice been going? Were you guys able to get together and put in a lot of reps on your standard decks and of course your limited play?
In Hong Kong, we mainly were about the unified standard deck, and then we came to Barcelona and we meet up with a Korea team, and then we try some team seal. We got totally crushed by
oh no, by Korea?
their team is so good.
Their team's very good though. You can't feel too bad.
I think they have the best 4 player in Korea. So I'm learning in the play test. So I think I will get better tomorrow.
Yeah, well, tomorrow's a good time to do that. Now, when it comes to leadership on the team, I'm assuming that you're taking the leadership role. Do the other players look to you for advice into how to handle themselves on this big stage?
Yeah, they ask me. Yeah, they respect me a lot. They listen to me how to do a team seal thing, and they let me choose what that to choose what combination in the unified standard. Yeah.
Are you comfortable in that role?
I'm because I play in the Pro Tour, the last Pro Tour, and I play test a lot in the standard. So yeah, they know I understand the meta game quite well now. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck, Team Hong Kong and Li Tian.
Thank you.
I'm here with Canadian national champion Sean McLaren. Sean, the Canadian team is one of the favorites that people have talked about when we've asked people to make their predictions. You have 2 Pro Tour champions on the team. Tell us a little bit about how the team has lined up.
Two Pro Tour champions who have actually won their Pro Tours in Spain. So Hayne won here in Barcelona.
In this venue.
Yeah, and I won in Valencia. So hopefully whatever's working works again.
It's the paella secret of the Pro Tour that we're revealing to you right now.
Absolutely.
So tell me, Alexander Hayne, Pro Tour champion, yourself a Pro Tour champion.
Yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada, whatever. Platinum pros currently. Who else is on the team?
We have Justin Richardson, who's Pro Tour. He's played on a Pro Tour before. He's kind of like me, a little stoic, and sits back and adds some input when it's necessary. Gives his thoughts and is a good workhorse, I would say. And also Hunter Platt, who's sort of a little more green, younger, and really wants to prove himself. Definitely wants to make his voice heard and contribute and help out the team. Very, very energetic and enthusiastic.
So you talk about Hunter not having a lot of Pro Tour experience. That's got to be pretty intimidating for him, considering the playtesting arrangement Canada made. You guys formed a little mini United Nations to playtest for this event. Talk about some of the other teams that Team Canada worked with.
We've got USA, Team Brazil, Team Italy, all working together for this event.
So 2 Pro Tour champions on your team, Player of the Year and a Pro Tour champion on Team USA, 2 Pro Tour top 8 competitors on Team Italy, and a Hall of Famer and 10-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor for Brazil. So I can't understand why Hunter would be at all maybe intimidated by the experience.
Yeah, I mean, just coming in, I'm sure people would want to be a fly on the wall. That's a pretty good roster, I would say. So I would have been intimidated, certainly, if I hadn't won a Pro Tour. I mean, there's all it takes is just win a Pro Tour, and then you're part of it, right?
That's all. That's all it takes. So I want to ask you one last question. You're notorious for being a very reclusive playtester, working by yourself, working on Magic Online, but now you've just described a situation where suddenly you're on a super team. You're working with 16 players. What was that like for you to go from working by yourself to working with such a big squad?
It was good. I enjoyed it a lot. I think my sort of reclusive nature shined through. I sort of sat back and let a lot of big egos sort of do most of the talking, and added what I thought when I thought I had something very important to say or something relevant. And I think it works.
Make the case for Canada winning their first world team title since the 1990s.
We've got a great team, and I think it's going to happen. Like that, we're going to win.
Well, there you have it from Sean McLaren. Good games this weekend.
Well, right now Canada are at 3-2. Denmark are at 3-2. You've heard from both their captains there. Why don't we take a look at our overall master scoreboard for you? We know that Macedonia are at 5-0. We know that Belarus are at 5-0. I've been joined by Randy Buehler. Randy, apart from that top 2, what stands out to you on our leaderboard?
Brazil has been doing great. The Netherlands quietly sitting at 4-1. Jagger Wiegersma leading that team. I think they could make some real noise as the weekend progresses.
Absolutely. They're at 4-1, but right now, playing for day 2, will it be Denmark or will it be Team Canada? Let's find out. It's time for round 6 of the World Magic Cup 2015.
And hello there. Welcome back to the booth here in Barcelona, Spain. We're here for the World Magic Cup. I've got Ian Duke. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. And we're down the stretch here in day one. We're going to make a cut to day two at the end of this to see who the top teams that get to play in pool play are. But for now, we've got Canada and Denmark in our feature match area. Let's head down. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. We are in Barcelona, Spain. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with R&D insider Ian Duke, and we are ready to head down to the feature match area here for round number 6 of 7 here on day one. We are in unified standard, and we've got two of the really remarkable teams out in the field here, Ian. We have Denmark, headed up by Martin Dang, and you'll note here that our player in the feature match here that we're actually watching first is Martin Müller. He's not the captain. He won a WMCQ.
Yeah, that's, I mean, a bunch of known players between these two teams.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to see some fireworks this round for sure.
On the other side of the table, Canadian Justin Richardson. He's going to be piloting a Tarka Red, and he's got to beat Martin Müller here. Four-color rally, is what Martin's playing. And let's get underway. Polluted Delta kicks things off on Martin's side of the table here. Overall feelings on the matchup, Ian?
I think the Abzan Rally deck is usually considered to be a favorite against aggressive red decks in general. You've just got a bunch of chump blockers. You've got life gain through Zulaport Cutthroat. You could just kind of trade off your creatures and then eventually rally them back on. But that said, the red decks are capable of really explosive starts, so it's definitely anyone's game.
All right, well, stage one of explosive start is underway. Hey, Justin Richardson is in, he's got ideal one drop here, does Justin Richardson. And gets in for 1 point of damage before Martin Müller starts to get actually playing things. Monastery Swift Spear does good work. Here's the CDC's Faithful, and you're going to see Martin just play it.
Yeah, it's just a 0/4.
Yep.
It basically trades 1-for-1 with one of Richardson's creatures.
Or a pump spell.
Sure.
That happens too.
But even that absorbs a lot of damage.
Indeed. And that is the name of the game here, if you're on Martin's side of the table. Let's see what Justin has lined up for his second turn. These first few turns so important to the strategy. It's going to be a dragon fodder.
And that Faithful already stopping 2 damage there.
Faithful's blocking no matter what, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean, is there anything to be said for Justin attacking first? It doesn't matter, right?
I think he should have attacked first.
Just based on principle, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to block no matter what, but
Yeah.
at least, you can represent maybe being able to kill it.
Yeah.
So here comes Catacomb Sifter, just presenting extra chump blockers in the form of a body plus an Eldrazi Scion.
That has to be the best turn 3 play for Martin there, right?
Yeah, in this matchup, for sure.
Yeah, in this matchup.
Yep.
Martin Müller actually top-8 GP Brussels with this list. This is a 4-color rally. So he is experienced in the ways of the rally deck, which really counts, by the way. This deck is difficult to play. It is not a simple deck.
So this attack from Richardson here, including the tokens, almost certainly represents a Tarka's command, because Müller could block in such a way as to threaten 2 creatures at once, and I don't think Richardson would commit to needing to play 2 pump spells in the same turn.
Right. And he did, in fact, have it. He fired off a Tarka's command there.
So Müller's block, almost certainly taking that into consideration. You could see he put the Catacomb Sifter in front of a 1/1 Goblin, and Richardson now deciding where to point his Titan Strength. And it does go at that Goblin. So
All right, so we'll get in for, what, 5 damage here, get rid of a couple of creatures?
Yeah, really a nice set of blocks by Martin Mueller there, just making Richardson invest a lot of resources in that attack without getting through much damage at all.
Right,
So,
and also not developing his board anymore that turn. Yeah, that was nice.
So I think Mueller's got to be feeling pretty comfortable here.
Richardson's played in 1 Pro Tour and 11 GPs in his career, so still young is his career. Martin's career is also quite young. He's only played in 7 Pro Tours and 20 GPs, but he's got some results. He's already got a Pro Tour top 8 and 2 GP top 8s on his resume. You'll also recognize him from the World Championship. Of course, defending champion here as well. Remember the Dane Blast? Martin does. So Nantuko Husk now hits the battlefield here for Martin. All right, in comes the team once again for Justin Richardson. As is par for the course for this deck, it is certainly built to rumble. And Martin, once again, is going to just force the issue here and go block, block, block.
Yeah, you could tell Martin thought about his blocks long before that attack was actually made. He knew exactly how he was planning on blocking if everything hit the red zone. And here's second copy of Atarka's Command. So I'm sure that was what Martin was thinking about when he made these blocks.
He's going to sacrifice the Scion to the Nantuko Husk. I have a quick update from our back tables as well. Christopher Larson finds himself up a game over Sean McLaren right away. That was quick.
So Richardson has a copy of Wild Slash in his hand, and I'm sure he's thinking about he could kill the Nantuko Husk in response to the sacrifice of the Eldrazi Scion, or he could maybe save it just to go directly to Martin Mueller. But yeah, it looks like he does try to take out the Nantuko Husk here, which means he's planning to get in more attacks with his creatures, basically. And there goes Sidisi's Faithful, pumping again in response, and finally taking out that Monastery Swiftspear. So Mueller taking only the 3 damage from the Atarka's Command, successfully blocking all the combat damage. It looks like a follow-up Catacomb Sifter here, which is really nice, well set up against those 2 Goblin tokens.
Yeah, Martin's still at 9 life here.
And
Jeez, a
9
third
life.
Atarka's Command
Oh,
off the
wow,
top
that's
there.
a huge pickup for Richardson. But first here comes Abbot of Carroll Keep.
Which actually unlocks it. He's probably going to wait a turn here, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I don't think an attack here really accomplishes too much. I mean, both creatures would get blocked, and one of the Goblin tokens would simply die to the Catacomb Sifter.
Now, if you're in Justin Richardson's seat, how does the win look here? He's got some pieces in his hand with an Atarka's Command, but what's the avenue to victory that gets him the job completely finished here?
So I think potentially another go wide spell, like a second copy of Dragon Fodder into setting up the Atarka's Command later in the game would work. Also just dodging a Zulaport Cutthroat from Martin Mueller for a couple turns and maybe setting up a couple more burn spells. But at this point, even though both players have boards, a lot of it is going to come down to top decks, I think, from the 2 players. Martin Mueller looking for something like a Rally or a Zulaport Cutthroat to kind of start grinding the game out and pulling back ahead on life.
Yeah, you can see he's got some of the grinder elements in place here with that Grim Haruspex that he just played.
Yeah, that's a huge help for sure.
Yeah. Collected Company, of course, in the deck as well.
And that Haruspex basically means that any incremental attacks from Justin Richardson are going to be, you know, kind of a backslide for him in terms of giving Martin Mueller extra digs to find things like the Rally or the Zulaport Cutthroat. So now Richardson really needs to think about setting up a big attack. Oh, but it looks like he does just go ahead and come in with everything.
He's in there.
This is relatively bold, I think. I mean, certainly Mueller is going to block in such a way that he's going to be able to draw some cards off of Catacomb Sifter and basically force the Atarka's Command out of Justin Richardson. I guess Richardson figures the longer the game goes, the further it's going to slip away from him anyway, so he might as well just make the attack now before things get even worse.
Well, Martin's going to block like this. And there it is. Another Atarka's command. That's the third one of the game here for Justin Richardson. It is tough to beat 3 Atarka's commands, but Martin's hanging right in there. And it looks like he's going to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, somewhat of an interesting choice there. Richardson could have just assigned all the damage to the Elvish Visionary to prevent the Catacomb Sifter from dying and giving Martin Mueller an extra card. But, you know, it looks like he values the ability to potentially get in with some more creatures and get that Catacomb Sifter off the board. But it does look like a copy of Rally the Ancestors has been picked up here for Martin Mueller. So this turn is going to be absolutely huge.
Wow, this is nasty. He also just drew Collective Company off the top as well. So that worked out pretty nicely for Martin. The board relatively cleared out, though. Geez, the draws for Justin Richardson have been great.
A fourth copy of Atarka's Command. Wow.
Command. How about you start at 8 life, and I get some pump spells in here, too. Yet somehow Martin Mueller, through no Zulaport Cutthroats, is still alive here.
Yeah, it looks like he may be going for a Collected Company maybe in response to this. Because there is that mode of preventing life gain. Oh, I see. He's going for the rally.
He's just going to rally right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
Woo!
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Is that what you guys had in mind?
Believe it or not, we actually did have versions of this deck.
Okay. All right. I do believe you.
It's the type of deck that often goes under the radar in R&D, but actually all throughout the printing of this Rally the Ancestors card, we had various versions of this deck, and around this era, I think, was the strongest one that showed up.
And you got to feel like even though Martin's down to 6, he is in the driver's seat here. He still needs to find a Zulaport Cutthroat to get the life gain going, though, right?
Yeah, that would be ideal for sure. But he's going to have access to a lot of card draw here from that Grim Haruspex. Sidisi's Faithful can bounce that Goblin token. Looks like it's done that already. And I can't help but imagine that Martin Mueller is going to find the tools that he needs to swing this game back in his favor after this huge Rally of the Ancestors.
So the issue with the judge here is just a quick correction that Martin had multiple Scry 1 triggers, and he did one of them at the same time. So it's like Scry 2 is different than Scry 1 twice. Mm-hmm. You know, if the card you want is on top, then the other Scry just kind of disappears. So they're just fixing it.
So a lot of various triggers going on the stack here with all these creatures under the battlefield at once. It's a little hard for us to walk through them since we don't know exactly how the players are communicating with one another. But the basic gist of it is Sidisi's Faithful is going to bounce the Goblin token back into Oblivion, Catacomb Sifters making 2 Scions, and probably at some point before the end of the turn, Nantuko Husk is going to eat a whole bunch of these creatures and draw a bunch of cards from Grim Haruspex.
Are we going to see an upkeep Collected Company? Oh, yes, we are. So this is digging for a Cutthroat, I'm assuming, at least primarily, which he has found. This is all on his upkeep. Yes, he has found a Zulaport Cutthroat, Ian, so now things get ugly. I mean, Martin Mueller is down to 3 life, but this turn is going to be explosive. So Ian, can you walk us through what's happening here? We see Martin scrying and drawing cards, and a lot happening on the game that's not visually represented on the screen.
Right. So the basic idea here is Catacomb Sifter says whenever a creature dies, you can scry 1. Grim Haruspex says whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you can draw a card. Zulaport Cutthroat drains a life from the opponent every time a creature you control dies. And Nantuko Husk means you can sacrifice any of your creatures whenever you like to get all of these triggers here. So Rally the Ancestors basically temporarily bring back a bunch of creatures that all can then get eaten and trigger all these enter the battlefield and death triggers.
So after this is over, Martin will have sacrificed effectively his whole board here. At least everything except for the Grim Haruspex and the Zulaport Cutthroat that he hit on his upkeep here off of Collected Company. And he will have gained, 5, 6, 7, 8 life and drawn that many cards, as well as getting a bunch of scry triggers to make sure that the cards that he's drawing are the ones that he actually wants. And he's going to have a huge life cushion here and a handful of cards. Now, he won't have a lot of mana to work with, just 3 mana on this turn, but he can pass a turn knowing it's unlikely that he'll actually die.
Yep, and with all this scrying and card drawing he's done, he'll basically be able to do the same thing again next turn.
Exactly.
Often the way these rally decks work is once they get the first big rally off, then they're set up again to just continue chaining through their library and doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, and the tricky part here, right, is that when you rally the Ancestors, they're supposed to get exiled, right? If you go to your upkeep, which is where we're at, by the way, in Martin's turn, there's a trigger that goes on the stack, and it says, exile all of these creatures.
That's right.
But if you sacrifice them or let them die somehow before they would actually get exiled, well, then they just end up in your graveyard, and you can do it over again if you draw another Rally the Ancestors.
Yeah, and each time it just gets bigger and bigger as you're finding more creatures and loading up your graveyard more and more. Each successive Rally the Ancestors just gets larger and larger until finally your opponent is overwhelmed.
Rally indeed. And you can take a look at Martin Miller's graveyard there just as a snapshot and see how many creatures are in there as it done. So he's got, what is that, 18 cards in hand, 15 cards in hand? And he's holding like a quarter of his library. That's his hand. Though, like we alluded to earlier, he can't actually fully take advantage of it here. But
well, he sort of can in the sense that he's going to have to discard a bunch of those cards,
and get him
which
back
just
again.
loads up his graveyard for
Fair. Good point.
So I would say Martin Mueller's deck is in full swing here. Looks like the window has most likely closed for Justin Richardson.
Yeah, we saw the turn for Martin there was go to my upkeep, put my rally trigger on the stack, Collected Company, do a whole bunch of things to draw cards, gain life, scry. Then he also followed up by playing, you can see right there, a Sidisi's Faithful, which got rid of the Abbot of Carol Keep, and he's just trying to protect against getting comboed out here, right? He just doesn't want to get attacked and all of a sudden be facing a bunch of trampled double strike damage from the Atarka red deck. Even though he lets him have another. Let's see the smiles from the Canadian team there. They know what's up. They are going to make him go through the motions here. And Martin's just going to pass the turn. Here's Collected Company. This is on end step. There's a rally in there. He finds a Jace Vryn's Prodigy with that. Does he not have a rally in his hand? He's got 2 Collected Companies.
Yeah, I believe he might not have. There's 2 more rallies in this Collected Company I think I saw there.
You're right. Yeah. And he just put one down below, too.
So that's actually pretty interesting because that means that's all 4 rallies accounted for in there. The remaining 3 are in the bottom, I guess 8 cards of his library at this point. So he probably won't be rallying again, at least for a couple turns until he can dig through his library more. But that said, that's a pretty large board that Martin Mueller has.
He just attacks for lethally.
Yep.
It turns out when you play 2 Collected Companies on your opponent's end step, you have a lot of creatures to attack with, and he gets the job done. Martin Mueller wins game 1 for Denmark. We'll be back right after these messages.
Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Barcelona. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we're in round 6 here. This is Team Unified Standard. The teams had to build standard decks with no overlapping cards outside of basic lands. And that did present some interesting puzzles for the teams to figure out. And I've noted that they've gone different directions. It's not like every team has the same 3 decks lined up. They've certainly decided to take different paths as we've gone. You take a look at Sean McLaren here. Sean is playing Teamer Megamorph. Ian.
Yeah, this is one of the coolest new decks to break out here at this tournament. I like it a lot. It's basically, teamer colored, kind of a mid-range deck, but it's playing especially high number of flash creatures and counter spells as well. So it looks like it's kind of positioned maybe to take advantage of the Esper Dragons decks that are showing up a lot.
It looks like that game just ended, Ian, so we're going to jump back over to Table A where we have Martin Dang versus Alexander Hayne. Martin's on white-black tokens. Alex is on Esper Dragons, a deck that he is certainly well familiar with.
This white-black deck for Martin Dang also very interesting. There have been some white-black decks showing up in Standard here and there, but I wouldn't say one of the most common decks in Standard. But it's an interesting solution here to the puzzle of the mana bases, where this is a deck that isn't necessarily taking up a lot of the mana or cards that other decks are looking for.
Got a couple of Pro Tour champs battling here, Ian, by the way. Gotta love that.
Definitely.
And this is Duress, and it looks like it's the second Duress for Martin Dang. There's a Languish he can take. There's also an Ultimate Price in there. Dragonlord Ojutai, and I'm assuming that that's a Jace. Of course, not possible with Duress. So I suppose you just take away the Languish.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Ultimate Price, unable to hit Hangerback Walker. Languish, not super effective against 2 actual Hangerback Walkers, but somehow if Alexander Hayne was able to remove them, it could sweep away the tokens. Looks like Martin Dang's a little bit stuck here on lands as well.
It does seem like that.
So he's just sitting there kind of cranking up his Hangerback Walkers. Alexander Hayne probably feeling pretty good with an active Jace here, hitting his land drops with Esper Dragons. He's got an Ojutai in his hand he can build up towards, and not under a lot of pressure from Martin Dang's Hangerback Walkers, which, although they're resilient, they don't attack for a lot early in the game.
Yeah, you know, they don't pack a real big punch. They're more of the middle to late game type card that can grind out your opponent, but Alex is fine taking 1 or 2 damage a turn here.
Yeah, and that lets him set up a Painful Truth there, which is going to make sure he hits his land drops, make sure he gets up to his Dragonlord Ojutai, and, eventually at his convenience, he can find an answer to those Hangerback Walkers.
Right.
So Esper Dragons looking like it's in a pretty good spot here for Alexander Hayne.
Yeah, another missed land drop here for Martin Dang. He finds Utter End, which will have some nice targets, but he's a long way off from casting it.
And it looks like Hayne does lead 1-0 in this match. So if he can take this game, he will take the match for his Canadian team.
Murderous cut in hand for Martin Dang as well. Nothing he can do with that at the moment either, though. So he just has to pass the turn back. This is a tough one for Martin Dang.
Yeah, and if you're Hayne here, I think you're just slamming your Ojutai and being happy about it.
Does feel like it.
I don't see... I mean, I can't think of too much that the white-black deck can do against it. There are cards like maybe Merciless Executioner, which could make you sacrifice it, but you can just kind of keep your Jace unflipped to protect it. Those Hangerback Walkers ticking up end of turn.
Martin does get to attack with them. right? Wouldn't he rather have them dead at this point?
Yeah, probably so. I mean, he duressed fairly recently and didn't see another sweeper besides the Languish that he took. So yeah, they do come in.
And Alex is going to go ahead and do the old block and loot. So this is a little trick with Jace. If he is going to get transformed anyway, you can block, and then he gets transformed and takes no damage.
This is a little bit of a risk, though. If Martin Dang had a third land and a sacrifice effect, like a Merciless Executioner, that could spell the end for Dragonlord Ojutai. But
he avoids it.
Yeah, it looks like Dang just continuing to be stuck on lands.
And here's a duress now from Alexander Hayne. Oh, there is that Merciless Executioner in hand, too. Ugh, just could not hit that third land for multiple turns in a row. Martin Dang just has to look up like, yep, I've got the tools for the job.
Really clunky hand for Martin Dang, in addition to being stuck on land drops.
Yeah, I think Martin's plan was probably to fire off a Secure the Waste for 1, and that would get a Murderous Cut active from his graveyard next turn after Dragonlord Ojutai attacked, and then he can fire off Murderous Cut and just hope it resolves. I mean, he's in a desperate scenario here, and, you know, that plan's been taken away from him now as well as the Murderous Cut hits the bin from Alex and his duress.
It looks like Alexander Hayne sitting on a copy of Negate as well to protect Dragonlord Ojutai. So this is going to be...
The combo?
Yeah, the combo, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see any way for Martin Dang to get out of this at this point. Alex is so far ahead with an active Jace as well as Dragonlord Ojutai hitting, getting those extra cards, that card selection flowing. You can see Alex's hand is predictably stacked.
We may see him play second Jace in creature form here just to protect against Merciless Executioner, but no, it looks like he does just leave his mana up here, keeps the option open for Dig Through Time as well as Negate.
All right, well, there's that Secure the Waste for 1 on end step from Dang. Has he finally hit his third land yet? Tim Willoughby's down in the feature match area and gives us an update. Martin Miller, we saw him get a warning earlier for the Scry. And he also, a little later, had drawn a card when a token died, but Grim Harspec specifies that it's a non-token creature that has to die. So he received another warning for that. This is pretty par for the course for this 4-color rally deck. It is very difficult to play.
Yeah.
But it does mean that if he gets another warning of that same type, it'd be game loss. So just something to keep in mind as we watch this match unfold between Denmark and Canada. Kind of cool with the team aspects with 3 different matches going that are all interrelated. There's little storylines that'll form, and we get to follow along at home. I love that. Though I would assume that Martin will not be picking up a game loss there.
In the meantime, Alexander Hayne pondering a Dig Through Time here, just looking for a couple more ways to shore up his control of this game. That was end step, untaps here. I have to imagine we're going to see Dragon Lord Ojutai crash in again. But not before a duress. Checks out Martin Dang's hand. Nope, it hasn't gotten much better than before. Utter End, secure their waists, Gideon and Merciless Executioner. Utter End gets taken away.
Alex is taking away cards from Martin Dang that he can't cast anyway. At least not yet.
I mean, the one way I could see... Oh, wow. Here comes Dragon Lord Silumgar grabbing that Hangerback Walker.
How's that for Merciless Executioner protection?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Goodness sakes.
Really putting a nail in the coffin here. What I was going to say earlier was if Martin Dang could find a way to get one of those big Hangerback Walkers to die, it would at least give him a bunch of chump blockers to extend the game.
I was thinking
just keep
that
blocking
too.
that Dragon Lord Ojutai. Not that that would put him in, a winning position, but it would at least give him a fighting chance to get back into the game. Now with that Dragon Lord Silumgar coming down, I mean, I think we're seeing this game being maybe a turn or two away from Alexander Hayne taking the victory for Team Canada. Looks like another copy of Utter End. Yeah, and Martin Dang just...
Yeah, I mean, that one looked really tough for Martin since the earliest stages. So the first match goes to Team Canada and Alexander Hayne. They are one to the good. Of course, you've got to win 2 out of 3 to take down the whole thing. So let's jump over here to one of our other tables and see what's going on. Looks like we may be jumping back to, yeah, there we go, our table C. The players, by the way, they pick their seats at the beginning of the round. And by round, I mean round of standard matches.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they sit for the duration. There's a little bit of strategy in there, but not a lot. You don't necessarily know where everybody else is going to be.
Right, it's almost a rock, paper, scissors thing. Like you're trying to guess where your opponents are positioning.
Yeah, the only thing that removes it from being fully random is that it is common to put the best player in the middle seat so that they can have access to both players if they need help. But that isn't always the case. So.
Another common strategy actually is putting the player with the fastest deck in the middle so that they can watch the other 2 matches when their match finishes.
There you go.
So you can kind of try to next level each other with those types of decisions.
The smallest of edges, Ian Duke.
Yeah. And sometimes you end up leveling yourself, going a little bit too far or whatever. So here we have, this is Tarka Red versus the Teamer Megamorph deck that we've seen a couple times before.
Yeah, we've seen this a little bit, and we've seen this guy Bounding Krasis on the battlefield a fair bit, certainly much more than we've seen in Standard thus far. But that's kind of what you see in Team Unified Standard, right, is that sometimes those cards that are just on the fringe of being good enough to see regular play in Standard will get the bump in and get the call off the bench to come in.
Yeah, and other times you find that, with the restrictions of Team Unified Standard, players are looking toward building new and innovative decks, and those decks do turn out to be good enough, right?
That is true.
They may just have been decks that have gone a little bit under the radar. So
that totally happens.
I would definitely recommend. I mean, if I were going to Friday Night Magic, I would definitely grab one of these decks and maybe modify it a little bit and take it out for a spin.
Absolutely.
All of these decks are definitely competitive to bring to your next tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Bounding Krasis hasn't seen more play.
Yeah, it's a powerful card. I mean, it's showing up in Modern.
It is.
Yeah.
Skipped a grade, I guess.
So
look at this too, by the way. This is Alexander Hayne and Sean McLaren working together here as they work their way through this
couple
match.
of Pro Tour champions.
No kidding.
Looks like Radiant Flames there sweeps away those creatures.
Wow, so big swings on both sides. The Atarka's Command taking care of both of the Bounding Krasis, and now swing back in the other direction towards Canada Radiant Flames, taking out 2 creatures and nothing to follow up for Christopher Larson.
I was going to say, looking like a pretty close game here so far, but missing a permanent source of damage there for Christopher
and this
Larson.
is actually terrible news for Larson too, because Sean McLaren passing with 4 cards in his hand means that he has to have Collected Company, right?
Right.
And there it is. Collected Company on your end step. And by the way, Christopher once again did nothing. Uh-oh.
Let's see what we got here.
Here we go. 6 power and 6 toughness. How about that?
Couple of lizards.
Both look like they're dancing. Now, Sean McLaren's at 9. Does he just start rumbling here? Is it time to just start crunching in for 6?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, often against these red decks, you're better served trying to end the game quickly and denying them draw steps than by, holding back and thinking about, what if they draw a haste creature, and so on and so forth. So I like, the bold play of just getting in here for 6.
And it looks like this is game 3 here, Sean McLaren versus Christopher Larson. So this is a huge revelation for Team Canada's chance to improve their record here. They both of these teams came in at 3-2. Improving to 4-2 puts you in almost guaranteed to make day 2 range. If you can be 4-3 at the end of the day, you're probably through. Get to experience pool play tomorrow, which is a little different than what we've been doing today. We're going to have a lot of information for you tomorrow to make sure that everybody's up to speed on how pool play works. It's really interesting and a cool twist on tournament magic that we're going to be doing tomorrow.
So Fiery Impulse takes out Bounding Crassus for Christopher Larson, with a follow-up Death Miss Raptor for Sean McLaren. So things are looking really good for Canada's Teamer Megamorph deck here. Atarka's Command off the top.
Wow, he's actually got 2 of those in his hand here, Ian.
Okay, and with Sean McLaren at 8, actually this is pretty close here. We could be looking at the red deck just...
Oh, he's got Wild Slash too,
also.
Ian.
So is that 8 points of burn in his hand, Marshall?
It is, except for he only has the 1 green mana source here, so he can go burn, untap, burn.
Wow.
Sean has to have an answer to one of these burn spells, or this thing's going to be done.
That Atarka's Command was a huge pickup.
Wow.
Just in time, too.
I mean, does Sean McLaren run things like negate, like reactive spells like that?
Yes, this deck does often. I'm sure he very likely has negate in after sideboard.
You see, he's got a pair of Stratostancer in the board and a Dispel.
Oh. And Larson just lays him out.
He just shows him all of it. He says, I'm going to do these 2 spells now and untap and hit you with the other Atarka's Command. Is it good enough? And it is!
Wow.
Triple burn spells and a big smile from Christopher Larson. Yeah, that's how you do it. You know, it's funny because this Atarka deck is not known for the burn finishes, right?
Right.
Looking back to what Yoel Larson won with, it was just burn you, burn you, burn you. This isn't the case here, but he had 8 points of burn, throws it on the table, and earns the match for his team. That has to be a bitter loss there for Sean McLaren.
You can see McLaren kind of rabbit hunting there at the top couple cards.
All right, well, that leaves 1 match left, Ian. That would be Table B, where once again we have Martin Miller playing 4-color Rally.
And this is the whole match on the line here.
This is it. His opponent is Justin Richardson, who, as you can see quite plainly, is on Atarka Red as well. Many of the teams brought Atarka Red.
So a Ration Cleric there for Martin Mueller, picking up a couple life points and blocking, threatening to come back later on with Rally the Ancestors. So a great card to have access to in this matchup for Mueller.
As he starts to chip forward. Remember, Martin's up a game here. So if Justin's going to win this thing for Canada, he's going to need to get back-to-back games off of Martin post-sideboard.
Sidisi's Faithful exploits Elvish Visionary to permanently get rid of that Goblin token.
Quite enough mana for Hordling Outburst there, so Justin's just going to have to settle for developing his board out further and passing the turn back. But Martin gets to untap here. He's at 22, going to his 4th turn. He's got to feel good about that.
Yeah, he does feel good, although the Atarka Red deck is known for some pretty huge life swings with cards like Become Immense and Teamer Battle Rage. And it looks like Richardson does have a copy of Become Immense in his hand, which, combined with the prowess triggers on Abbot of Carroll Keep, represents a lot of damage. So I'm curious to see how these next couple turns play out. There was also a copy of Arc Lightning, I believe, in Richardson's hand, which could sweep away a couple blockers and really open the path for those Abbots to do a bunch of damage.
Yeah, he's got 2 Arc Lightnings out of the sideboard.
So I would say from Martin's point of view, he's probably feeling pretty good about how this game's played out so far. But as we can see, seeing both players' hands, it's definitely anybody's game.
Catacomb Sifter further solidifies things for Martin's side of the battlefield here as he passes the turn back to Justin Richardson, who's on double Abbot of Carroll Keep and a bunch of cards in his hand, including Become Immense and Arc Lightning. He's also got a pair of lands. He's going to Arc Lightning the Catacomb Sifter right now. And that does clear the way for an attack. He looks like he's going to get in for 3 damage. He's going to... Yeah, it looks like he's going to keep Become Immense in his hand here. He actually had a window there to fire it off.
Yeah, I mean, he could have fired it off for an extra 7 damage, as well as killing the Sidisi's Faithful with a second prowess trigger. But I think Richardson realizes his real way of winning this game is to combine Become Immense with Temur Battle Rage here, and just come over for a ton of damage all at once.
Martin's deck's not really well equipped to interact with that either, right?
No, I mean, its main form of defense is blocking, so you know, a huge trampling double striker is going to just rip right past those blockers.
Right. Now, the interesting thing, though, is that there's this clock ticking in the background, because while it looks bad when Martin loses a creature, it gets burned out, it gets blocked, it blocks something, it chump blocks. Those can all come back very easily with a Rally of the Ancestors, and having them in the graveyard is not necessarily a bad thing.
And speaking of coming back, here's another way that Martin's deck can bring back creatures. It's Ojutai's Command.
And he's basically just going to draw 2 off of it here. You can tell he's digging through his library, looking for a rally, looking for something.
So things definitely looking up for Martin Mueller here. We'll see what he can string together.
That is a one of Ojutai's Command.
Although I think he may have more copies in the sideboard, which I'm sure come in this matchup with just the additional life gain and chump blocking capability.
Yeah, he's got an additional copy.
I see.
In the board, so 2 total.
So pretty exciting game so far. Things could definitely turn around in a hurry for Justin Richardson if he were to top deck, you know, additional copies of Become Immense or Temur Battle Rage, or even just, you know, another Arc Lightning to plow through some of these blockers.
Totally. He's got a lot of lands on the battlefield for this deck. This is not a mana-hungry deck. He's already got 6 mana out.
Speaking of mana-hungry, though, it looks like Martin Mueller's drawn into a bunch of lands himself. I believe he has a copy of Sidisi's Faithful and a Murderous Cut in hand, and maybe beyond that, it's just a bunch of lands.
Yeah, you're right, but man, that Murderous Cut's nice, isn't it?
It's very nice. As long as he keeps that up, he sort of has shields up against the Become Immense plus Temur Battle Rage combo.
All right, well, plenty of mana for both players here. You got to figure that Martin's the one who has the ability to capitalize on this. That was an Atarka's Command off the top for Justin.
So Atarka's Command pretty interesting here. I mean, we could see an attack from both of these Abbots.
Does it actually get him in for any damage?
Well, I mean, what it does is it lets those Abbots go up to 4 power. So if Sidisi's Faithfuls block, then he can at least knock those down and set up for another attack next turn.
Okay.
The other thing that it might do, which is important here, is bait out the Murderous Cut. you know, we know that as long as Martin Mueller sits on that murderous cut, Justin Richardson's Teamer Battle Rage that he's looking for is not going to do him very much good.
Right.
But if he can do sort of an in-between, like a moderate play here with the Atarka's command and bait out the murderous cut, it could open the door for a more powerful Become Immense Teamer Battle Rage combo.
Martin's not going to fall for it, is he?
Yep, just lets those creatures die.
Yeah, he knows what's most important, right? Because at this point, he knows that he's in a holding pattern until he can find one of his big card advantage spells. But the key here is that he doesn't die before that happens. And he has to ask himself, well, how do I die from 19, which is what he was just at? Now he's down to 15. And the answer is the combo. And he has an answer to the combo in his hand, so he's going to keep that in his hand unless he's about to die.
Yep. Sitting on such a high life total, he has that luxury. I think if he were a bit lower, he might consider taking out one of those abbots and just kind of conserving his chump blocker count, making sure he doesn't run out of creatures. Because he is a little bit flooded out here.
He's quite a bit. You know, he doesn't need much, right? We're talking about like a Grim Haruspex, a Collected Company, or a Rally.
Right.
And he hasn't been able to find any of those key card advantage pieces yet.
So this could be an interesting turn here because Richardson just picked up a Monastery Swiftspear, which is going to give him a third attacker this very turn. And with Mueller only having 2 blockers, this again could be a turn where Mueller's going to consider firing off that murderous cut. So we're definitely in a situation where the Atarka red deck is playing from behind, and Martin Mueller looking pretty comfortable here. But you know, I'm just trying to think about what are the paths that this game can go down, where the Atarka red actually comes back into it and starts looking like it's in good shape. So here come those 3 creatures, and we'll see what Mueller does as far as blocks and whether he decides to use that murderous cut or not. I mean, I think probably he will not unless Richardson commits to Become Immense. But you never know. You never know what Martin's thinking his opponent could have. And Richardson has had a couple unknown cards in his hand for several turns, so it's kind of a matter of getting inside of the players' heads and thinking about what they're thinking about here.
Right. Martin has access to 2 copies of Murderous cut out of his sideboard, 1 in his hand.
So they're definitely pretty precious for him. One of the only non-blocker ways that he can interact with the massive amounts of damage the Atarka red deck puts out.
Yeah, the only other one he has, Ian, is a Surge of Righteousness, also out of his sideboard.
I see. So Nantuko Husk gets in the way of one of those abbots, and they just go ahead and trade. Sidisi's Faithful blocking and bouncing with the other, and Monastery Swiftspear only getting in there for 1 point of damage. So both players showing some good restraint here.
Yeah, I think that Martin feels pretty comfortable. He just drew his Surge of Righteousness as well, so now he's got Murderous Cut Surge. And while he is taking a little bit of damage on the board here, unless... Oh, okay. Justin's going to take out the Sidisi's Faithful with Rending Volley.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and this is just kind of a real clock. This probably will prompt Martin to take down the Abbot, right? He doesn't want to just take...
Yeah, I would think so.
5.
We'll probably see the Surge of Righteousness here.
Yeah.
So Martin says no blocks. Richardson says, well, I'm not going to cast anything else. I'm plenty happy with 5 damage here.
But make it 0.
Yeah, a net of 0, that's right. So, okay, now we've got an interesting game here. We've
this is getting good.
A lone Monastery of Swiftspear versus a lone Murderous Cut, but with Richardson having that Become Immense.
Oh!
What do we see?
I think he drew Rally.
Oh.
I mean, we were waiting for it.
There it is.
We were waiting for it. All right, a second Swiftspear, but bang, Rally, the Ancestors, hits the table. He pays 5. That's going to get back everything here. Remember, Martin's the one who's up a game. So all he has to do is kind of finish this thing off, but that is a huge step in the right direction for Denmark. Now, one of the things we should note here, though, is that there are still key pieces missing. There's no Grim Haruspex in that pile, right? So he doesn't get to just load up on a bunch of cards. At least I didn't see one.
Oh, that Elvish Visionary. So trigger from Elvish Visionary draws a card, and that draws Martin Mueller into a second copy of Rally the Ancestors.
Okay. Also, I do not see a Zulaport Cutthroat on the battlefield. So when it comes to drawing cards and gaining life, he's not doing either of those. He does get a lot of Scry triggers, and he may just bounce Swift Spears or interact in some way here.
So it looks like one Sidisi's Faithful bounced the Elvish Visionary back to Martin Mueller's hand.
Okay.
I think is what I saw there. And the other one we're thinking about here. So the important thing, even though Martin Mueller doesn't have like the full package for his combo here, the important thing that he does have is the Nantuko Husk, which will allow him to sacrifice all the other creatures before they're exiled by Rally the Ancestors. And that'll allow the second copy of Rally the Ancestors to get back all those same creatures, plus whatever new ones find their way into Martin's graveyard. So this is where the deck really starts rolling Rally into Rally and sort of starts to get out of control. So now we're seeing Mueller definitely with the upper hand in this game, and maybe looking to close things out by finding, you know, some extra ways to gain life or draw cards in the next turn or two. And Richardson probably only drawing to Temur Battle Rage at this point, but of course we know Martin Mueller has a copy of Murderous Cut in his hand. So things are looking really, really good for Denmark here. And the remaining two creatures are sacrificed in Mueller's upkeep. So they'll be there and ready for a second copy of Rally the Ancestors, which could come out this turn potentially. Collected Company picked up there off of Elvish Visionary, and that'll dig for important combo pieces like Grim Haruspex or Zulaport Cutthroat.
Whew, Temur Battle Rage.
Oh wow, there it is.
So
But
combo
no
was
creatures
assembled,
anymore.
but nothing left.
Yeah, so that Rally the Ancestors came sort of just in time for Martin Mueller. I mean, he does, of course, have that Murderous Cut.
Right,
But
the old
Richardson-
insurance policy.
Yeah. I think if Richardson had another turn or two with those creatures, with those two Monastery Swiftspears on the battlefield, you know, that could potentially coax Martin Mueller into using the Murderous Cut, and then it would open the door for the combo. But yeah, that Rally, just a huge, huge turning point in this game.
Rally into Rally.
And I don't think we're going to see Martin Mueller let the shields down on that Murderous Cut anymore.
I don't think so either.
Richardson, I'm sure, is hoping, you know, somehow please tap out on your turn. Maybe I'll top deck a creature with haste, like a Monastery Swiftspear, and I can get in
Wow,
for a
he
big
just
burst.
bricked on Collected Company.
Wow,
now.
a full brick.
Yeah, you know, he has really ran actually quite poorly this game on finding those key spells. He finally found the Rally, and it wasn't. It was like sort of a move things forward Rally, but not one of those ones where it's like, all right, he's setting up the win for next turn. He's still kind of moving things forward. There's an Arishan Cleric. Another Temur Battle Rage, still creatureless, though, for Justin Richardson. And there's that second Rally. So let's see if this is the one that gets him where he needs to go.
And again, actually not that much off this Rally, just 4 creatures. We'll see a little bit of scrying, probably a bouncing of the Elvish Visionary here, just to kind of dig a little bit more. But nothing like convincing as far as...
Ooh, he put something back on top.
It looked like a Zulaport Cutthroat to me.
Okay. Looks like he's going to bounce the Cleric as well, just to pad his life total.
Yeah, I like the play.
I mean, he's got to get these things in the yard anyway, right? Either off the battlefield somehow.
Right.
For future Rally considerations.
And does he have... Is that a third copy of Rally the Ancestors in his hand? It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a Cutthroat that he decided to keep on top, just like you saw, Ian. And of course, that is one of the key ways, because that actually enables this whole cycle to be a win condition. That's how he can just win the game doing all of this. Also, sometimes you'll note that cards like Nantuko Husk can win out of nowhere. You know, look at the board state here, right? Martin Miller has all the creatures on his side. Justin has none. If he had a card like Nantuko Husk that he could just start attacking with, he can get in for a ton of damage with it.
Yep.
In the meantime, he gets in for, well, not quite a ton of damage, but 2.
2.
You'll have to settle.
He's got a lot of potential to scry here, too. Start setting up what he needs for that next Rally of the Ancestors. And I think we're probably seeing...
Canada's hopes winds down a little here as, yeah, it feels like Martin has now turned the corner on this game. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage hitting Justin Richardson. That means that if he just attacks next turn, he can sack anything and kill him. Can't quite kill him on board.
Yeah, with the Rally of the Ancestors in his hand, I think he can probably win at instant speed here.
That does seem likely. Here's
He doesn't
Wild
necessarily-
Slash is going to take down the Zulaport Cutthroat. And I mean, Justin's hopes at this point are gone. All right, Martin Miller wins the match, and you can see his teammates congratulate him because he just put Denmark at 4-2 and in a sweet, sweet spot to make day 2 here.
Yeah, 4-3 being like the really key record that teams want to make sure they have by the end of the day today. So, yeah, great win for Denmark, and Canada still looking to pick up that extra win next round.
Yeah. So great stuff from both of our teams there. The competition is intense, and it will only get more intense as we come down. We've got one more round of action for you lined up today. It is again Team Unified Standard. Welcome back to the booth, and that will do it. After that round, we're going to have end of day 1. That's 7 rounds in the books today. That will come back tomorrow morning for 3 rounds of Team Sealed and 3 rounds of Team Unified Standard again before we cut to our top 8. But again, we've got one more round, and you're going to start to get a taste for it as we work our way down to the end of day 1 and amp it up times 10 tomorrow too with the extra players down in the feature match area. All right, that is going to do it though for round 6. Let's send it back to the news desk.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall there, bringing you the action. We're here in Team Unified Standard, and we are closing in on the end of day 1. One more round to come, but right now it is deck tech time. We're going to Serbia, we are going to Alexa Talarov, and we are going to, I kid you not, Abzan Elves.
Hello and welcome. I'm Randy Buehler. I'm joined by Alexa Talarov.
Nice to be here.
Alexa's a fixture at the World Magic Cup. There have been 4 of these. You've been on the Serbian national team all 4 times.
Yeah, I play a lot of Magic, I guess.
Plays a lot of Magic, wins a lot of Magic too. Now, we wanted to talk to you guys about the deck because a lot of teams came to similar conclusions about this Team Unified Standard. You got your Tarka Red deck is kind of too good to ignore. There's a Jace deck, some kind of control-ish, maybe Esper Dragons, Esper Control, but then what do you do with the 3rd spot? We've seen Teamer, we've seen Abzan Rally, but walk me through your thought process. What did you guys wind up doing?
Okay, so basically we have to look at the results of the big tournaments to figure out what's going on there. Tarka Red was obviously too good, as you said, so that was kind of staple. And Esper Dragons were also a big deal, and the Rally deck. So we figured move to Abzan Rally. Marcio Carvalho actually sent me a list. We kind of worked on it. So it was initially Abzan Rally, Esper Dragons, and a Tarka Red.
But
my good friend from Croatia, Stjepan Surcic, created this crazy elf deck. So we're like, okay, let's just give it a try. We wanted 2 super aggressive decks.
Okay.
To try to get an edge on the field. So
awesome.
Yeah.
So elves.
Yeah, elves.
The crazy elf deck, he says. Let's take a look at it.
Okay.
So Dwynen, of course, the Elite, the Archers, the Gnarlroot Trapper.
Yes.
This is just good old tribal elf deck.
Yeah, basically like every elf you have in the Origin set, just take them all. Some of them look mediocre, but they do their job. It's like a Savannah Lion.
Okay.
Kind of awkward when your opponent has a Leaf Gilder, but yeah. And Gnarlroot Trapper does a lot of work, being like a Llanowar elf pretty much, and also has a good ability. So
sure.
This is also obviously to boost up your elf count, and this is just a Lord. So.
And then only 3 though, because it's legendary
only
and 4
3,
mana?
maybe 2 would be okay. So also.
All right. Well, let's look at some more elves.
Okay.
Sylvan Messenger is some nice tech.
Yeah, Sylvan Messenger, like the staple of the elves deck, like before in Onslaught, I think. Has Trample, does okay work with Gnarlroot Trapper's second ability, like Depth of Trample, yeah. Leaf Gilder, one of the latest editions, because we had collected companies, which is obviously too good to ignore, but the mana was kind of bad because your elves only did get mana for the creatures.
Okay.
So we added these guys just so we can more consistently play collected companies.
Yeah, you get to form more often, and Nissa is an elf, so that works.
Yeah, Nissa's an elf, just a good solid creature, good body.
And then Shaman of the Pack's gotta
obviously
be
the best card, yeah.
Best card in the deck?
Yeah, it's like a fireball or something, just...
Fair enough.
Or 2 fireballs with companies.
Even better. Let's keep going. Now, here's the collected companies you were talking about, but that isn't the spell that leapt out at me.
Okay.
Tell me about Foul Tongue Shriek.
Yeah, so this card, I tried to not mistakenly write Foul Tongue Invocation. At the beginning, it was Tajuru Warcaller.
Oh, okay.
He's an elf. He's also an ally, which works with a Beastcaller Savant.
Cool.
So it triggers it. And it's also easier to play with your elf guys. But we kind of figured that this is also the same kind of thing. But you can avoid combat, and because they can jump, like if you play Warcaller, blah, blah, doesn't have trample. So this is kind of a finisher. You can also do it after blockers, if they maybe like don't block as well as they should.
Sure.
And yeah, it's just basically a switch between Tajuru Warcaller and this card.
So we're 3 rounds in. Have you gotten anybody yet?
No, I haven't actually drawn it yet.
All right, fair enough. It's only a 2 of.
Yeah.
And then Visionaries, of course.
Yeah.
Keep going. And then the land is what's left. I gotta think that Windswept Heath is the big story here, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the fetch land that's left over after you've got an Atarka red deck and an Esper deck.
Yes, that's right. So first of all, we played the elves with red, with Atarka's command. It was super busted.
Oh, interesting.
But
kind of Jund style.
Yeah, but it used 8 fetch lands, Myers, Foothills, and Atarka's commands. So we had no room for a red deck, or just a mediocre mono red deck, which we didn't really want to play.
Sure.
So yeah, just fit this like a white style strategy in the deck. Doesn't cost you too much, but gives you an advantage in the sideboard. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no white in the main deck, but a little bit in the sideboard.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Makes sense. And then the rest is just the basic lands, I believe.
Yeah, it's just.
Awesome. So 2-1 so far, and you guys are 4 wins. You are through to day 2.
Yes.
So you're going to see more elves tomorrow from you guys.
Yes.
Now, having played 3 rounds, are you feeling like this is a really good deck or kind of a good call for this metagame? Or what are you thinking? Would you do anything differently if you could start over?
I think it's a good call to play 2 aggressive decks in this metagame.
Got it.
The deck is super explosive. It's also super loose. So it's a good deck to play. Probably gets much better with tweaking.
Okay.
We didn't have so much time. But I would say it's like 1 out of 5. I would say like a 3.5 or 4. Yeah, it could be okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
There you go. The crazy elf deck that Serbia has brought to the table. It's got them through to day 2. Maybe we'll get to see more of it tomorrow. For Alexa Tellerov, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
This is Randy Buehler, sending it back to the desk.
Thanks very much to Randy Buehler and Alexa Tellerov of Serbia. BDM, it's great to get new faces in to the deck, although Alexa Tellerov is not a new face in World Magic.
If you were watching the Magic Online Championship earlier this year, actually, he factored pretty heavily into that tournament.
Right, for sure. So let's get you at the scores on the doors. Let's tell you what's going on here in our main event, because we're down to the last round, and this is the state. Here is the leaderboard. So we'll take a look for you when we get a moment. And right now, Belarus and Macedonia, there you see it, they drew intentionally in the last round in the belief that even if they both lose this last round of the day, BDM, they will remain at 5-1-1, a #1 seed for tomorrow. And what does seeding do, BDM?
Seeding matters.
You are correct, it does.
Basically, if you can draw yourself into 1st through 8th, they're all, for the purposes of certainly of the first pool, identical.
Right.
Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 will all headline an individual pool.
They will be #1 seeds
Yes.
in their pool.
Yeah.
Okay. If we take a look at that leaderboard again, we can tell you with utter certainty that the front 9 are through no matter what. We can also tell you that pretty much everyone on that first page, even though they're 4-2 and could finish 4-3, because they've had their wins early and their losses relatively late, because this is in, if you like, tie-break order, it means that they are very likely to be in. So Turkey, who had that fantastic start to the day, beat Team Japan earlier in the day, they're going to be in even if they lose.
Especially as the top 4-2 team.
Absolutely, that's the point. So let's go on to our second page here and see what 21-40 looks like. Now, you see, you start getting all these draws. There's a lot of 3, 1, and 2. That's 3 wins, 1 loss, 2 draws. Malta, in their very first WMC, they are live for day 2, because if they win, they're certainly in. The same is true with those other teams with draws. The Philippines, Peru, New Zealand, Wales will be in with a win, Latvia will be in with a win. Then we start matches that could be double elimination or playing to get in. Mostly the 3-3s, the winner of those matches, BDM, will get in. So as we start looking at those 3-3s, there are some very, very big names waiting to play.
In fact, some of the biggest names, that we were talking about coming into this tournament. You see the Canadian team, the Australian team. We had just talked to Paul Jackson earlier. Greece, defending finalists from last year's World Magic Cup with Bill Chronopoulos. The United States, Israel, Chinese Taipei, a previous champion in this World Magic Cup. All at 3-3. Hungary, one of the early tournament favorites. So
yeah, and as you look at some of the smaller nations there, people like Chile, Scotland, Indonesia, they are going to have to play. Some of these are likely to be playing a World Magic Cup champion in Chinese Taipei or the mighty United States of America.
Who've never not made day 2 of a World Magic Cup.
Right, yep, they are 3 for 3 so far.
Canada, on the other hand,
have only once made it, 64th and 71st the last 2 years. I want to go one sheet further down if we can, 41-60, because as you can see, still 3 and 3s go down as far as the Dominican Republic in 46th place. If they win, they're in with a shout. But these are the teams where even if they win at 4 and 3, they are potentially right on the verge of, will they be named the 32nd and final part of pool play, or will they be 33rd, 34th? Our guess is that Team USA are in with a win at 4 and 3 in their last round. Probably not on the edge.
Starting out with a couple wins, pretty decent tiebreakers.
Yeah, so they have a pretty reasonable shot. If you're below 3 and 3, it's not happening. So right now, 46 teams are still alive in the World Magic Cup, and we need to get rid of another 14 in the next hour or so. So let's go back to the top and concentrate on the people who are well in and are just looking for that number 1 seed again. Belarus, Macedonia, they believe they're in for all money. We've got a fantastic interview lined up for after the next round. I know you did with one of the team members of Macedonia.
Yeah. I talked to Martin, one of the
Martin Nanik.
Martin Nanik, yeah, who has been trying to qualify for the national team for a couple of years and has fallen short. He's gotten to the finals multiple years in a row of the WMCQs. Finally got through this year and was so ecstatic to make day 2 for Macedonia. And I know a lot of people at home cheering for him right now.
Now, if Belarus and Macedonia are correct in their math, that at 5 and 0, an ID followed by a loss is still enough to be a number 1 seed, presumably Brazil, Germany, Austria, and France are looking at that same philosophy of, we're at 5 and 1. If we have the ID now, 5, 1, and 1, well, that's going to be enough to put us in. Now, that looks right, because if Paraguay are up against Ukraine or Hong Kong, 3 of those, only 2 of those play each other, and then the third one, even with a win, that would be 7 and 8 at 5, 1, and 1. So we may well see Brazil choosing not to play, Germany choosing not to play, Austria and France. It's a pretty heavy-hitting lineup.
There was definitely a lot of discussion about about that out on the floor. You heard players talking about it. Yes, they want to be one of the top 8 seeds. They certainly don't want to, draw and then fall into that second tier and kind of waste that opportunity. But also, again, that long view, not only do we want to get into the top 32, but we want to get into the top 16, and we want to go into the top 16 in great shape. So that will be a cumulative record once everything's repooled.
Yeah, and again, as a number 2 seed, you know that at 2 and 1, you are through, because in that sense, 1s and 2 seeds are the same tomorrow morning. The 2 and 1 is enough, because you cannot be overtaken or paired up against the same record. So we'll see what happens. Right now, though, we're going to go into a 3 against 3. I said that one of the smaller nations might have to play someone with a huge reputation and a huge history. That is what happens. It is over to Dimas Okto, Albert Budisanjaya, Christian Wijaya, and the coach Michael Siamputra of Indonesia, who stand in the path of the US juggernaut Tom Martell, Mike Sigrist, Joel Sadowski, and Neil Oliver. Who gets to 4 and 3, and do they make it in? Let's find out. Here's round 7 of the World Magic Cup.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here in Barcelona. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ian Duke, and we have reached the last round of the day, and we've got a blockbuster here. Indonesia versus United States, both at 3 and 3, and probably playing for day 2. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we've reached round 7 here on day 1. This is an incredibly important round for both of these teams, as the winner will likely be into day 2, Indonesia versus the United States. Let's take a look at our table B, where we're going to start. That's Albert Budisanjaya. He's playing Atarka Red against Mike Sigrist. That's the team captain for the United States. He is on Teamer Megamorph, a deck that we don't see that often in open standard type events, but that has crept up in Unified, and there are some really powerful cards in this deck, Ian.
Yeah, I like this deck quite a bit. Makes very good use of cards like Death Miss Raptor and Collected Company, but in a somewhat different way than, like you said, we've seen in open standard.
Quick start here, as Monastery Swiftspear is going to get Fiery Impulse right out of there, as Mike Sigrist looks like he's the one who won the die roll. That could certainly be important.
And Fiery Impulse, one of the key cards that this Teamer deck has as a weapon against Atarka Red, just gives it instant speed interaction for a cheap mana cost that can take out pretty much any of the creatures in the Atarka Red deck.
You know, we were talking earlier in the day about what's the target for these teams to make it to the second day of competition in inter-pool play, and we were thinking it would be 4 and 3. We're still on that line here, that it's probably in that range. And with both of these teams coming in with a record of 3 and 3, only one is going to achieve that goal here. So a lot on the line. In fact, everything on the line for both of these teams in the early stages. And there is kind of one of the draws to this Teamer type deck. It's Savage Knuckleblade, a really powerful 3-drop.
Yeah, it is a 4/4 creature for 3, which is huge against these smaller red creatures. But this attack from Albert Budisanjaya, we're going to see some fireworks here, Marshall, I think.
Yes.
Taking a look at his hand, he has a copy of Titan Strength and 2 copies of Teamer Battle Rage.
Whew.
So we could see something pretty explosive. We'll see what happens.
Titan Strength to kick things off.
And that's also a prowess trigger with Abbot of Carol Keep, making it a 6/3. And then Teamer Battle Rage.
Make it 7?
Yeah, 7 double strike.
Trample. Ouch.
So, yeah, your 4/4 is dead and take 10.
Oh,
it hurts, doesn't it?
Sigrist just takes 10 on the chin there.
Wow. And that really just showcasing the power of this Atarka Red deck. I mean, Sigrist had Fiery Impulse for Albert's first creature into a turn 3 4/4, and like not even close to enough.
Not even remotely close. He took 10 extra damage. Sigrist falls down to 9 very quickly, and he can produce a Morph as a follow-up play here.
And is this another copy of both of those same cards? Holy smokes.
Buddha taking a look at the scene here, trying to figure out how he wants to approach this turn. It did take him 2 cards to get that 10 damage and get rid of that Knuckle Blade. Well, cards well spent, but they go quickly here.
Albert, I'm sure thinking about another potential Fiery Impulse, but I think when you play a deck like this, you got to just go for it. I mean, that's what you sign up for when you register.
A Tarka Red? Yeah, I think so too.
Not a deck where you can afford not to be bold.
And he does, in fact, have 1 copy of each of the spells that he played last turn, and we're just going to see it again.
Kaboom.
Hey, good game.
That's game.
That is going to do it. Albert Buddha takes down Mike Sigrist in the first game. Big smiles from his teammates there. Wow, what a beating there. We'll be back right after these messages.
Your move.
Scatter Arc. Project South. Swift Justice. Fire Breathing.
Rematch? Rematch.
Magic the Gathering. Arena of the Planeswalkers.
Want to draft with Magic's most powerful cards? Vintage Cube events begin Wednesday, December 16th on Magic Online. To play, sign up for Magic Online at mtgo.com.
Welcome back to the feature match area here in Barcelona, Spain. We're here for the World Magic Cup, and we saw a blazing quick game 1 there from Albert Buddha against Mike Sigrist. So we're going to jump over. It looks like we're on the back table here, where we've got Joel Sadowski versus Christian Wijaya. These players are still in game 1, Ian. They didn't have quite the blazing start, even though Joel is actually playing a Tarka Red here as well.
And Christian Wijaya on Esper tokens. So we were talking a little bit about our predictions for which decks would be favored in each of these 3 different matchups. We figured the Esper tokens deck is probably a slight favorite against the Tarka Red, just being able to produce a lot of blockers.
Yeah, the other matchup that's happening is Dimas Octo. He's playing Abzan Megamorph against Tom Martell, who's on Esper Dragons. We gave the edge to Esper Dragons in that matchup, though. We agreed, Ian, that all of these are pretty close matchups.
Yeah, they're
right?
definitely all very close matchups, and it depends a little bit on the particulars of the deck list, which we didn't have at the time.
Right.
So we'll continue to take a look here. So this looks like Esper Token's derivative of one of the decks that I believe top 16 to recent Grand Prix. I see that the Eldrazi Sky Spawner as kind of a hallmark of that style of deck.
That's sweet.
Yeah, you can do like Sky Spawner into Wingmate Rock type shenanigans, but here comes Gideon.
Yeah, speaking of hallmarks of a tokens deck, Gideon does very good work in this type of deck, acting as either what we call an anthem effect, an effect that gives all your creatures a bonus, +1/+1, or giving you the creatures. It's a really nice 1-2 punch, one of the most powerful planeswalkers in Standard, if not the best. Oh, and no attack, no nothing from Joel Sadowski, as he just has to pass the turn back once again with the 2 creatures on board. You can take a look at Neil Oliver helping out Joel. They've been kind of teamed up as Neil sat out the constructed portion today.
Yeah, things looking pretty rough for Joel Sadowski. I mean, basically out of steam.
Monastery Mentor into duress here?
Yeah, here it comes.
And this is going to force Sadowski to just play some pump spell from his hand because it's just going to hit the yard anyway. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, Tarka's Command.
Tarka's Command, okay. It's a little better than just some pump spell, isn't it? Shows him the mountain, so not a great draw here for Sadowski, no doubt about that. And Christian Wijaya really doing a nice job of managing the board here. That was a great turn.
Looks like Gideon ticket up there, coming in for potential 8 damage here, it looks like. Oh, and an often overlooked portion of Atarka's command here. It
Yes.
grants +1/+1 and reach.
Yeah, you saw Neil Oliver quick to point that one out.
Yeah, good catch by Neil there. Takes out the Eldrazi Sky Spawner.
Yeah, he gets to just eat it here, too. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get Joel the win in this game, but that was a nice little sequence. He also finds a second Atarka's command off the top of his library there. But when you're the red deck and they start plussing Gideon, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, definitely true. Wonder if we'll see Gideon actually tick down for an emblem here. Looks like that would be pretty reasonable with 4 creatures on the battlefield.
Christian was out of gas last turn. I didn't see what he drew this turn.
Nope, Gideon ticking up, continuing the pressure here. Wijaya just looking to end the game as quickly as possible. Maybe force some chump blocks.
Passes his turn. See, there's also a shambling vents down there, hiding in Christian's mana base. Potential blocker. Yeah, things have really come off the rails here for Joel. Just ran out of gas.
Is that a second arrest there? Yep.
That's going to prompt Tarka's command to come out of hand here for Joel. Looks like game 2 on table B, that was the one we started off with Albert Budisanjaya versus Mike Sigrist. Albert has the only permanent in play, and it is a Chandra that has transformed. So, not looking good there for Mike Sigrist. Of course, there's some lands on the battlefield too, but Sigrist got thumped pretty good in game 1, and it looks like he's behind in that one as well. And Christian Wijaya looks like he's significantly ahead here against Joel Sadowski. So Team USA up against the ropes early here in round 7, and they may be out of the tournament.
Yeah, both teams at 3-3 here, with 4-3 being the magic record that a team would need to advance to day 2. There's a lot on the line.
And yeah, that is going to do it. Christian Wijaya attacks with everything and finishes off that game. So that's one of the good for Team Indonesia there, back on table C. And again, if Albert Budisanjaya is able to finish off his match against Sigrist, we're going to find Indonesia significantly ahead here. Let's move over to table A, where we have Dimas Octo versus Tom Martell. Again, this is Esper Dragons from Martell and Abzan Megamorph on the other side of the table here.
Looks like things possibly looking a little bit better here for Team USA.
Oh, yeah. That was ultimate price to take down a Den Protector and an active Jace, as well as a potentially another active Jace sitting there for Martell. So he's in business.
We'll find out a little bit more as we get a look at these players' hands. But generally speaking, the Esper Dragons deck, if it stabilizes into the mid-game, is going to be, you know, a moderate favorite against Abzan aggro. Although, of course, with cards like Deathmiss Raptor and Den Protector in the Abzan deck, it is definitely capable of playing a long game against Esper Dragons. That said, Tom Martell digging through time with a couple Jaces in play. He's looking to be in a pretty good spot here. And we'll see if he can come up with some nice reactive cards, either to maintain his lead or something to put some pressure on.
Dig Through Time has a good habit of finding you whatever it is that you may need.
Looks like some great options for Tom Martell here in Utter End, Foul Tongue Invocation, Dragonlord Ojutai.
Jeez.
So without seeing his hand, not sure what he's going to pick, but looks like he grabs the Ojutai and Utter End. So that'll give him both a threat and an answer. Looks like the rest of Martel's hand includes another land and Dragon Lord Silumgar.
After having delved away most of his graveyard, he can now get looting again with his Jace Vryn's Prodigy. And there is Utter End to take the last threat off the battlefield for Octo.
And importantly, exiling that Deathmiss Raptor for good.
Yeah, it's done.
So Tom Martell looking to be in great shape here, despite being on 8 life.
Yeah, against the Abzan Megamorph deck, I mean, are we seeing cards like Siege Rhino? I don't think I've seen a Siege Rhino all day.
That's a great point.
Is it just too hard to cast with the mana bases that you get out of Unified?
Yeah, it's possible it's part of it. I mean, Gideon also fighting for the 4-drop slot.
A lot easier to cast.
Yeah, let me see if I can take a look here at the deck lists.
Martel gives the big thumbs up to Heir of the Wilds. Don't think that he's worried about that. He's got Jace Telepath Unbound, which can more or less nullify that card. It's also just not a big threat. Martel really needs to pick up a win here for Team USA if they're going to have a chance. They find themselves down multiple games already early here in round 7. So a lot of weight on Martel's shoulders here. But it looks like he's carrying it well, as he is significantly ahead in his match. All right, and along those same lines, I do have a match update as well from our floor reporter, Tim Willoughby. Albert Budisanjaya defeats Mike Sigris 2-0.
Sounds like he got some help from Chandra the Roaring Flame.
Indeed.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, she's apparently on the Indonesian team as well. So Indonesia, 1 match down in their favor. They just need to win either of the other 2 matches to take down this round and probably put themselves into day 2 and knock out Team USA as well. So a huge step in that direction for Indonesia.
So one really interesting thing I see coming up here is Octo has a copy of Hidden Dragon Slayer in his hand, which he could play face down here. He's also got the option for Whisperwood Elemental, which is appealing as well. But we could see a Hidden Dragon Slayer actually slay a dragon.
That's
that would
cool.
be pretty awesome.
Me or Jace? Me? Yes. Jace, sure.
So Heir of the Wilds is going to get in for 1 against Jace. Dragon Lord Ojutai is going to attack. And Stasis Snare is going to get countered here.
That looks like Silumgar Scorn takes that out.
And this is where things get really, really bad if you're sitting in Octo's seat, right? Now all of a sudden the cards start flowing off of Ojutai, and this thing really gets out of control. Now, if he was able to Stasis Snare Ojutai there, you know, he had a chance to start restabilizing and start fighting back, but that is such a backbreaker there.
Yeah,
Tom
once
Martell
the
having
Ojutai
the
hits
answer.
once, it starts finding more answers to protect itself, and things really snowball from there.
Yeah.
If Octo had a 6th land, he could have played that Hidden Dragon Slayer face down and then turned it face up in combat, thereby getting around Tom Martell's counterspells. I guess he can try to set that up for next turn, but it may be too late at this point. Dragon Lord Ojutai just so deadly, even a single hit, just backbreaking.
Yeah, and it's tough because Octo had the answer. He had his instant speed removal spell in hand. It just wasn't enough. This is game 1 of this match here. We're on table A. Again, table B is finished. That one went to Indonesia.
Jace just continues shrinking that Heir of the Wilds.
Table C has Christian Wijaya up a game over Joel Sadowski, and I can tell you that we're holding them, that they're going to resolve mulligans and then they're going to wait. So we're going to get to see the rest of this entire match no matter what.
So potentially big pickup here for Dimas Octo. He does get a Windswept Heath, which will give him an untapped land, which is 3+3 mana, so he can play Hidden Dragon Slayer face down, and then have the 3 mana to turn it face up.
Immediately.
Yeah, immediately. So if Tom Martell doesn't have a counter spell, it doesn't matter if he has a removal spell for the Hidden Dragon Slayer or whatever the case may be, it's going to be able to take out that Ojutai. Heir of the Wilds comes in for 1 point of damage.
Yeah, I think he's going to attack Jace again.
Oh, and this is great news for Dimas Octo. Foul Tongue Invocation takes out Heir of the Wilds.
So now he knows the way is clear.
And here comes a face-down Hidden Dragon Slayer.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Which turns face up.
Okay, so Octo takes care of the primary threat here, though there's still a lot going on here for Tom Martell. Remember, there's a dig through time in the graveyard as well, and a Jace that now has that's on 8 counters. He's got Haven of the Spirit Dragon, I believe, as well. And you see that over on the right side of Tom Martell's battlefield, so he can just get that dragon back like that. Thank you, Tom.
So Tom had the option also of playing Dragonlord Silumgar, but I suspect he's saving that for a Planeswalker, since the Planeswalkers are normally so hard for an Esper control deck, Esper Dragons deck to answer.
It's a beautifully clean answer to a Gideon as well.
Yes. Yeah, we saw that earlier in the day. Whispered Elemental coming down, a powerful card, but doesn't really provide an answer to that Dragonlord Ojutai or that Jace that's about, within ultimate range. Jace's ultimate, not super duper game ending, but it's a possible angle here for Tom Martell. I think he'd probably rather just keep it in play and get, up to 3 flashback spells.
Agree.
So it's an ultimate that's sort of more useful in a control mirror where it's hard for you to pressure each other as far as life totals go, and the game's going to go on for a long time. But in this matchup, I think Tom Martell is close enough to closing out the game with Dragonlord Ojutai that he just wants to make sure he doesn't lose to aggressive creature threats. And now we might see Dragonlord Silumgar maybe come down and threaten the Whisperwood Elemental. He's also got option of Utter End. So a lot of options here for Tom Martell. And we'll see what path he chooses.
Jace.
Second copy of Jace. And 6 mana tap means Dragonlord Silumgar. Probably targeting, Whisperwood Elemental, which I'm sure gets sacrificed in response.
No problem. Play Dragonlord Silumgar, destroy target Whisperwood Elemental. That works for Tom Martell as well. Martell is going to shrink down the Manifest and ship the turn back.
Looked like Dromoka's command off the top. Which could potentially take out Dragonlord Ojutai, maybe, with the Hidden Dragon Slayer. Oh, though, although, no. Yeah, it was the Manifest that got shrunk by Jace, right?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. You can see the Indonesian team discussing what to do. It is a tough spot for sure. And
Martell patiently waits for his opponents. Deathmist Raptor face up. But wait, there's more. So that fights that, put a counter on this. That's a Hangerback Walker.
That's a really cute play.
That's pretty cool.
So Hangerback Walker turns up for 0 mana, surviving because of the 1 counter from Dremelka's command, which brings back the Deathmiss Raptor. So actually, that was a really, really cool sequence.
That was
of plays.
clever. I like that. Don't know if it's going to solve his problems, but that was a sweet play.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Don't know that I've ever quite seen that exact combination of things.
Either. In the meantime, Tom Martell has sequestered that dig-through time out of his graveyard. It looks like he's finally ready to start flashing some spells back here with his Jace. But first, he's got a 3-turn clock, and that was a third of Octo's life total here. Martell's at 12. Navigating this game beautifully. He's got to make sure that he finishes this one off. His team needs him, no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Jace is actually going to continue to keep ticking upwards because Martell says, look, I can play Dragonlord Ojutai and keep up Utter End here. That sounds better to me.
Tom Martell with a second copy of Dragonlord Ojutai that just entered the battlefield and a third copy in his hand. He probably didn't care too much about that Dremelka's command play last turn.
He might have been happy to see that happen. It freed up a card out of his hand. I think Sigris got the message. We're doing good over here. It sounds like Martell had similar sentiment to what we said about that tricky play. He said, yeah, that play was really cool. I don't know that it's going to matter, but it was a sweet play.
Pass before damage.
And you can see that Tom Martell is preserving the 3-turn clock that I talked about last turn. And in fact, making sure that he can win next turn, thanks to Dragonlord Ojutai. And so Tom Martell takes his game. That's game 1. So he's up a game over Dimas Octo. Again, Albert Budisanjaya from Table B has already done the deed and defeated Mike Sigris. So Indonesia is up a match here already. And as we left Table C earlier, that's Christian Wijaya versus Joel Studowski. Christian was up a game too. So this could be it here. As we jump back over, that's Joel on the right-hand side. He's playing a Tarka Red, and he's getting duressed here by Christian. This is huge. This one game could send Indonesia into day 2 and knock out the United States.
So Christian Wijaya pondering a duress here.
What are his options?
Joel
I can't
Sadowski.
quite see them. I think you have a better angle.
Yeah, so I have the top-down view here. It looks like his options are Become Immense or Arc Lightning. And Sadowski also has a copy of Monastery Swift Spear, Chandra Fire of Kaladesh, and a Mountain.
Okay, and he took the Arc Lightning, it seems.
And Sadowski picks up another land, Cinder Glade, which means that he will have a turn 3 Chandra, I believe, which is pretty exciting against this this Esper deck.
Yeah, he is going to have that.
Doesn't look like Christian Wijaya has an immediate answer to Chandra Fire of Kaladesh. And let me tell you, Marshall, that card, it's a little fragile, but if it sticks, it is super deadly. I mean, we're talking, you know, a huge explosion of damage the following turn.
I think they're going to go for it. You mentioned it earlier. I like what you said earlier, Ian. Look, this is what you signed up for, right? You registered a Tarka Red. You're just going for it.
Yeah, you're presenting the threats. You're asking your opponent the answers. Oh wow,
this is a disaster here. He goes for Dragon Fodder instead, and it actually gets negated where Chandra couldn't have. Now the good news is that he does still get in there for 4 damage, so things are still moving forward for Joel Sadowski. But you know, getting the Planeswalker down as soon as humanly possible can pay dividends. Let's see if he can do it this turn.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by the dragon fodder the previous turn. I'm sure they had a certain card they were thinking about or a certain sequence they were thinking about in mind.
Is Clash of Wills something that they might play around there?
Perhaps. I don't know that that's a card that the Esper Tokens deck necessarily plays.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's just one of the few cards I can think of that playing a 2-drop rather than a 3 there actually gets around.
I mean, it could be ultimate price is what they were thinking about.
Okay, just didn't want to get it
That's probably it.
That makes sense. I mean, that turn was fine. Just didn't stack up particularly well against what Christian Wijaya had in mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and here's Gideon, ally of Zendikar and friend. So big plays here for Christian Wijaya. It worked out beautifully for him. He got to play Negate on turn 2, Eldrazi Sky Spawner on 3, and now curves right into Gideon, ally of Zendikar, plus Night Token. So that is a beautiful curve out if you're sitting in Christian Wijaya's seat.
And in Christian Wijaya's hand is Sorin Solemn Visitor, which
really?
represents a huge life point swing with the +1 ability. So we're going to see what Joel Sadowski can muster this turn. But yeah, this is going to be a huge, huge 2 turns here for these 2 players and their potential success in this tournament.
Attack you. Sadowski finds himself down a game here. He needs to win back-to-back games just to keep his team alive. He has another Monastery Swift Spear, which allows him to untap Chandra once again. See him pause here.
And he does have a second copy of Zurgo in his hand, which can replace the one on the battlefield and allow Chandra to transform. But he may decide he doesn't want her to transform this turn because then he'll have to defend her against maybe an attacking Gideon. There's definitely some things to think about here. But I'm sure little does Team USA know that Sorin Solemn Visitor in Christian Wijaya's hand is really going to be a nasty surprise for them.
Yeah, that is not a worried face I see from Christian. He knows how much life, I mean, he is going to gain so much life off of that card.
Team USA just saying, yeah, just go for it. Just transform that Chandra. So a third ping from Chandra.
And this is all pinging Christian Wijaya, by the way. None of this being redirected, so he's all the way down to 6. He could be down to 4 here with a plus from Chandra.
Two more to you.
Yeah, he is going for the throat here, and this is not going to work out well for Sadowski because of how much life Christian Wijaya can gain from Sorin Solemn Visitor.
Monastery Mentor, the pickup here. Not particularly relevant this turn because I think we're slamming Sorin.
Slam Sorin, and then I wonder if he's just going to cash in Gideon as well. He could.
Yeah, I think plussing Gideon here gains you more life.
Yeah, that's another, 6 life added onto the tally?
Yep.
Yeah, this is just terrible news for Team USA. This is what they needed to not happen. It spent all those resources last turn to whittle Wijaya's life total down to 4, and all of a sudden 9 life is going to get plussed on Wijaya's side. Unless Sadowski can do something about it.
So a big life point swing here, but bear in mind, Marshall, the Atarka red deck is not out of the picture yet.
Okay.
Team USA, they do have 1 copy of Become Immense in hand. And all it takes is a Teamer Battle Rage off the top, and things swing right back in the opposite direction.
It's interesting that he has to actually make sure he has enough in his graveyard in case that were to happen. Chump. Go back up to 13. You take 3, go down to 17. And pass. So huge turn there. But like you said, this thing is not done yet. He finds a land off the top of his library. Okay, the damage from the Sky Spawner actually hit Chandra rather than Sadowski.
So Christian Wijaya wisely leaving back 2 blockers means that he has control over whether Joel Sadowski's creatures can get through and damage Sorin. I mean, I think if Joel Sadowski wants to win this game, he needs to deal with Sorin, or just completely one-shot his opponent with Become Immense plus Temur Battle Rage. But we don't have the Temur Battle Rage yet. So it looks like Chandra takes out the Knight Ally token as a blocker. I'm sure we'll see both creatures come in at Sorin, and whichever one does not get blocked will get hit by Become Immense, which will be big enough to take out Sorin. So that's a start for Team USA to claw back into this game, but they're still facing an uphill battle against Gideon, ally of Zendikar, and a couple creatures.
The Eldrazi Scion is going to go ahead and block Zurgo.
And there's the Become Immense. And you always cringe when you're playing an aggressive deck like this, pointing so much damage at a Planeswalker, especially damage in the form of a combination that could potentially win you the game. So now Team USA is locked out of Temur Battle Rage being a top deck that's super relevant here.
Yeah, there was also more life gain there for Wijaya as the Scion was still getting pumped from Sorin.
Great point.
Yeah, it trades off with the Zurgo Bell Striker. So tough hill to climb here for Joel Sadowski if he is going to win this one for Team USA and put Tom Martell in the driver's seat to try to win his match as well. As Sadowski is down to a land in hand, and he finds another off the top here. Can do nothing but draw and pass the turn back, and he is going to get thumped for a bunch of damage here.
Just brutal. I mean, this game was looking great for the Atarka red deck as of turn 3 or 4.
Yes. In the meantime, whack everybody in. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage as it sits.
And this could be it, Marshall. This could spell the end of Team USA's run in this tournament.
Absolutely. Indonesia looking to knock off the United States and put themselves in the driver's seat to make it to pool play tomorrow morning with more teams sealed. And all that needs to happen is Christian Wijaya has to finish off Joel Sadowski from this board state. It doesn't look that hard. I think he can do it. Team Unified Standard is what we're playing here. And that might be the last draw step. And that is going to do it. Joel Sadowski extends the hand. Christian Wijaya defeats him. And the United States is out of the World Magic Cup.
Wow. What an upset.
Huge upset for Indonesia. Congratulations to them for advancing through. Tom Martell not going to get a chance to play to put his team in the next round. And the U.S. is going to have to take a bitter loss here on day one. They're not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, they're certainly not going to be happy about it.
So once again, congratulations to Indonesia. A fantastic effort by them to make it into day 2 here. They got a tough draw. I mean, I don't think any of the teams out there want to sit down across from the United States team. And they came in and they beat them, and they're putting themselves in a very good position to make day 2 here in Barcelona.
Yeah, well played. And congratulations to them.
Yeah, so great work. All right, there's a lot going out on the tournament field. I know, you and your home country, you want to know how they're doing, what's going on, and what day 2 is shaping up like. Richard Hagan is over at the news desk to get you all updated.
Thanks very much to Marshall, Sutcliffe, and Ian Duke there. Rich and Randy here with you to talk about all the exciting magic that happened at tables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. What were the results of tables 1 to 12, Randy?
They all decided it was dinner time. Took a draw left the building in most cases safely through to day 2. Right. It's actually kind of interesting if you intentionally draw in those spots, because some of those players are able to intentionally draw into 1 seeds, and I think you're just delighted.
That's a proper handshake, yes.
You could play for more wins, which would potentially help you get a 1 seed in the second set of pools tomorrow, because the total points throughout the tournament are still what's going to be used for the seeding, and having a higher seed is better. But I mean, locking in a 1 seed for the first pool, I'm pretty sure almost anybody would intentionally draw there.
That's super huge, which means that Macedonia and Germany intentionally drawing table 1, great. Belarus, France, we believe they will be number 1 seeds. Brazil, Austria, we have as number 1 seeds are likely when we reveal the pools in a few minutes' time. And possibly Paraguay, Ukraine, Hong Kong could be in that mix, maybe Guatemala as well. But there are lots of 4 2s and 1s. And that's the real story. All the teams that went, hey, I don't want to fall to 4 and 3 and be sweating on when you reveal who number 29 through 32 are.
Yeah, that's the flip side of it. So, the first 4 tables are drawing into 1 seeds, but now you get down to table, 9 to 12, and they're probably 3 seeds, which isn't ideal. I mean, you could play to try to get a 2 seed, but I think everybody knows that, a couple people are going to miss at 4 and 3. You don't want to be one of them.
You don't.
Being able to lock up day 2 is, I think, a big deal. You start to get prize money, you start to get the fact that you can come back and play tomorrow guaranteed. And, at the end of a long day of intense Magic, there is something to be said for, we're done. Let's just, have a nice relaxing dinner, get a good night's sleep. Being able to leave the tournament hall an hour early isn't nothing.
It isn't. Now, someone who knew best part of an hour and a half, 2 hours ago that they would be coming back. Macedonia, one of the great stories of the weekend. Last round, BDM had a chance to talk with Martin Nanik from this up-and-coming nation who really no one saw coming, hand on heart. So let's find out a little bit more about the team from Macedonia.
I'm here with a very excited Martin Nanik of the Macedonian national team. Martin, you guys are locked for day 2, but your battle to get here. Tell me about how long you've been wanting to be a part of the national team.
Well, since everything changed with the World Magic Cup and stuff like that, I've been on every second WMCQ in the finals, and I've lost it till this summer when I won the modern one, which was a new standard, and I was excited, like the dream came true.
And so the opportunity to come here and represent your country and represent your friends at home playing Magic was something that was really important to you?
Yeah. For me personally, yeah, it's probably one of the best things that can happen to me. Since I'm playing Magic for like 12, 13 years, it's probably the best thing that can happen to me.
Do you have a local shop that you play at and people are watching you?
Probably they're watching you now.
What store?
Goblin Games in Skopje, in Macedonia. Zdravo, dečki. And I know, they're probably even more excited than we are, since they're probably watching this at the moment and they're together and stuff like that. They're probably playing Magic and watching us, and it's probably they're more excited than we are. I think so.
Okay, now you're wearing the national champion medallion there, but you're not the national champion actually. Vladimir Tchaikovsky is.
Yes,
and tell us about the rest of the team.
Well, Vladimir Tchaikovsky is the national champion. Miro Popov is the winner of the first WMCQ. I won the second, and Miki Milevsky is the fourth guy. He won the third WMCQ.
Now, you said that you feel like if you had to line people up in the order for how much Magic they played preparing for this event, you feel the Macedonian team would be at the front of the line?
Probably. So we came here 3 days ago, on Tuesday. We had a long trip, 17 hours, something like that. And when we came, the first thing that we do was playing Magic. The day afterwards, we visited the Serbs and the Croats. I want to say hi to them. We tested with them. They're like amazing guys. We love them. And yesterday we were with the Bulgarians, testing with them, and they're also amazing guys. We love them, and that's about it. We were testing a lot. I mean, probably the most. I can tell for myself that in the last 2 weeks, everything that I've done is Magic, nothing more.
So now, interestingly, you guys started out 5-0. Yeah. You were paired against Belarus this round?
Yes, in the last round we were paired versus Belarus, and we did intentional draw, because we know that whatever comes up this round and the next one, we will still be out in the top 8 of the bracket, and we will be first in the group, no matter how things go.
Right. So in pool play, the top 8 teams will all be the top seed in their pool, and you know that means you have great breakers and.
That means we have excellent breakers. I mean, we played against excellent teams. First round versus Estonia, second round Sweden, third round United States. I mean,
that feels pretty good when you beat the United States.
Yeah. Probably the biggest accomplishment, the second biggest accomplishment after being 2-0 or 4-0, it's beating US. Their team is amazing. Come on.
That's awesome. So, what would it mean for you guys to make the top 8 of the World Magic Cup, or even to dream to be like Team Denmark and win the title?
I'm not thinking about it. Honestly, I want to focus on tomorrow because tomorrow it's another day. It's a big day, and I hope that we'll have another excellent pool and have more luck.
Okay, Martin Anick, thank you very much from the World Magic Cup.
Welcome back to the news desk. This man just said 3 letters: were, are, and were. Why did you say wow?
Canada's out too. Not only is Team USA get knocked out of day 2, but Team Canada's out as well. What is going on, Rich Agon?
Greece are through. The finalists from last year, that is who has knocked out Team Canada. Hayne,
unbelievable,
gone. McLaren, gone. Hunter Platt, Justin Richardson, not coming back tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is perfectly fair. Someone who will be coming back tomorrow is Paulovita Dama de Rosa of Brazil, and he is just across the studio in the company of our very own Brian David Marshall.
Sitting here with the Pro Tour Hall of Famer and now day 2 competitor here at the World Magic Cup, Paulovita Dama de Rosa. Paulo, what was the sentiment in your country as you came to this tournament? I know you were very enthusiastic about your team, but your country was giving you a little bit of a hard time.
Oh, was it?
It was Willie mostly.
Yeah. Will is, because Will has played in this tournament a lot and he's always done very well. So he's been pressuring me, saying that I have to do better than him.
So he did top 8 last year. So you would need to do maybe top 4, maybe win.
Yeah, he said I have to move if I don't top 4. I'll disgrace my country.
Okay, so talk to us a little bit about the team you brought here, because Lucas Berthaud we've seen before, but for the most part we don't really know this Brazilian team.
Okay, so Lucas is a guy that I used to test with back with practice for nationals together at the same time, so I know him quite well. We almost teamed for Charleston, which is where I ended up teaming with Willie. He has good results in Brazil. He's been to a couple of PTs. He's made the national team twice already. He top 4 at the teams tournament in Brazil, so he has good teams experience. Leonardo and Bruno have a little bit less experience, but they're both very enthusiastic. Like they play a lot, and as soon as they won, we had a Facebook group going, and we're like, okay, I'm going to book this place for us to stay and test, and things happen much faster than I'm used to, because I leave everything for the last minute, because that's just how I am. And they were like, no, let's do this and that, and they just organized everything, and it's been great.
And you were impressed with them as a unit. I know I talked to you before, and you were like, wow, I think this team's really good. And then people are going to be really surprised by them, and here you guys are, in all likelihood, a top seed going into pool play tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we're good. I'm happy with our team. Not only because we're doing well, but I think,
You enjoyed working with them and playing with them.
I do, yeah.
So you had a big playtesting team, and we just saw 2 of the, half of the playtesting team has now fallen by the wayside. The United States and Canada. Italy, we believe, is through at 4-2-1. You're 5-1-1. What was the playtesting process like? How was that super team for the World Magic Cup?
So we met, we had a Facebook group and we talked a lot before that, and we met on Sunday at their apartment. They were in a big apartment. So we've just been playing since then. That's basically how we went. We played sealed decks, and we swapped sealed decks to see how other teams would have built with the same cards, which I think is the best way to play that format. And most of our testing is just being about finding a third deck. I think we locked in on Atarka Red and Esper Dragons very early, and I think I'm very happy with those 2 decks. But then we had to find a third deck that didn't use any of the cards. And we ended up with a Timur deck that hasn't been doing very well, unfortunately.
I was going to ask you about that, because that was certainly the deck people were buzzing about early today, but you're a little nervous about it maybe going into day 2?
Yeah, I think we tunneled too hard on the fact that we thought, well, Esper and Monarch are so clearly great that everyone is going to play them. and it was the only deck we could find that could potentially beat both. Because everything that is good against mono red is so bad against Esper and vice versa, and we thought, well, we're gonna just put that in the B seed, because some teams, have one player that's more experienced and that player usually plays control, so we're gonna play that in the B so he can help other people. And then people might think that, so they're gonna play red in that seed, which is the deck that beats control. So hopefully we'll be prepared against both by playing Timur in the middle, and we're gonna be like 40% against everything else. But it turned out that everything else was a lot more than we expected.
Okay.
Like a lot of people playing Rally instead of Esper, for example, Esper tokens, and just a bunch of different decks. So I think we kind of tunneled too hard on the meta game. We thought everyone would do what we did, and they didn't, so our deck is not as good. But it's still a viable deck, still can win.
But you do say potentially should beat a Tarka Red and Esper Dragons. Is that true of the deck? Maybe you get a slightly different metagame on day 2. Is it true that it beats those 2 decks?
It beats is a strong word. I think you're favored.
Okay.
More so against Red than against Esper.
Okay.
I think Esper is unbeatable, but
okay.
But I think you're favored against those 2. You don't crush them, but
All right, well, good games tomorrow. I'm going to let you. I know your team's been waiting to go out and celebrate your day 2. I'll let you go, Paulo. So thank you very much for joining us here in the East chairs. Sending it back to the news desk.
Thanks very much, BDM. Thanks very much to Paulo Vida, Dama de Rosa. More interviews coming right up with successful teams. But, Randy, we're trying to work out who makes it into day 2. More results coming in. Wales had done terrifically well to still be alive going into the last round. They faced Jason Chung and Gene Brumby, Team New Zealand. Who got the win?
New Zealand.
Okay.
And that is a safely through, because they're 4-2-1, so they are not in the 4-3 tiebreaker scrum.
Right, so they're at 13 points, and that for sure is
right.
through.
Wales at 3-3-1 is out.
Gone. All right, that's one part of Great Britain gone. What about Scotland? Because they were up against Slovenia. That too was a straight 3-3. Someone goes to 4-3, someone goes to 3-4.
Well, we know Slovenia is out. We know Scotland is 4-3.
Right, Scotland wins, but...
I mean, I want to say congratulations on, extending the streak. They've never missed day 2. They actually have a tiebreaker sweat coming up.
Yes.
They should be all right. It's not like they were 0-3 to 4-3, so...
Right.
Probably through, but they're going to be watching the pools get revealed eagerly.
Yeah, and they'll see the 25th
sure.
seed, and then 26, and then 27, and it's going to be quite tight. All right.
Probably 5 years in a row for Scotland, but we'll see.
Yeah, straight. So then Chile against Ecuador. That was a little local
I guess
rivalry
so, sure.
there at 3-3. Who wins, Chile or Ecuador?
Chile.
So that's Felipe Tapia Becerra, former Rookie of the Year. He leads his team to the brink of day 2, but will it be the brink or actually day 2? We'll find out in a few minutes when the last result comes in. More results coming in still from the floor, but across the floor, Brian David Marshall is with another very special guest.
I'm sitting here with Mexican national champion Marcelino Freeman. Mexico is on an upward trajectory. Year 1 of the World Magic Cup, nothing to speak about. Second year, top 32. Last year, top 16. This year,
I hope we can make top 8. I mean, I have a team I'm very comfortable with. They are good guys. We have tried hard. We had in Mexico, the territory is big, so it's not easy to get people together because people say, "Oh, you live in the same country." Yeah, but the distance from Mike, where he lives, to my town is like a 3-hour flight. I think it's farther than most countries here in Europe. So it's not that easy, but Facebook, online chatting and everything, and it helped us. And so far, it's been good.
So tell us about your teammates. Tell who they are and
how they are going. Okay. Yeah. Well, the 3 of them, it's nice. It's very cool because it's their first Pro Tour, their first big event. Yeah, the first big event they're qualified for. One of them is from Monterrey. I know Monterrey is famous because they say like in Mexico it's in the north, and he's been losing like some top 8s and some things like that. So he finally qualified. Another guy is...
What are their names?
He's Ramon.
Yeah.
The other is Mike. He lost like 4 finals of PTQ with the old system. So he never had a chance to really come here. Now he qualified and now he's here. And the other guy, he's 21 years old. He's very young, but he's been playing the GPs we have in Mexico. And he won our biggest WMCQ Modern. It was like 200 players.
Oh, wow.
So it was a huge WMCQ. He won it. So they are very excited. They are very, committed to the cause to do something good here. And I think that in these kind of tournaments, the attitude helps so much more than the skill. because you have to be open to what to play, what to do, and be a teammate.
Do you feel like a leadership role to get these guys, even just to the top 8, where you can get them now invited to a pro tour? You know, get them playing in Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, the main idea is to have fun, to be a good teammate. And I've been telling them, like, okay, this guy will please, let's play like this. If you have any ideas, let's do this. And it would be very awesome for me if I can guide them to play their first real Pro Tour. I mean, the World Cup is one of them. But if they could play another Pro Tour in Atlanta and we could go together, it would be very nice.
Well, what is the Magic scene like in Mexico right now? How is competitive Magic there? Where do you play normally?
Okay, normally I used to play. I'm from Puebla, not from Mexico City. Yes, from a couple of hours away. But lately, there's been not so much competitive play. Sometimes I've been besides between work and how the tournaments go. Sometimes I really can't play too much real Magic. So I take a lot of chances to play Magic Online. And whenever I have the chance, I love my job. I have a high-profile job in Mexico with a consulting firm. But they are very comprehensible with my hobby, and they allow me to travel to GPs and go to our PTQs. So whenever I can, I go to a GP to the US and play there. And the Magic in Mexico, I think we have a lot of potential. I think we're a big market for Latin America. The thing is that we rarely get a big event. So for example, the GP in Mexico in January is like our national championship that we used to have. And it's a good chance to see all your friends and everything. And I hope we can keep getting that GP yearly.
Who's cheering for Team Mexico at home right now?
Okay, at home we have our friends. I mean, since we're from different towns in Mexico, I have friends from Puebla and from Mexico City. The other two guys have friends from Monterrey, from Coahuila, and from the northern part. Jose Luis, the other guy, he has also friends from Mexico City, so they are the ones that maybe can do like all the rooting. And I know a couple of friends that are judges are already watching the stream and everything. So I hope we can do a good part and don't let them down and get that top 8 that I hope that we go, like you said, on an upscale card and get there.
All right, onward and upward for Team Mexico. Here from the Easy Chair, sending it back to the news desk.
North America's representatives in day 2 of the World Magic Cup, Mexico.
Yeah.
Extraordinary stuff.
That's off to them.
2 of the big headlines, USA gone, Canada gone. Lots more 3-3s battling. We have 4 outstanding 3-3 matches, but 2 4-3s have now been resolved. So we had, Randy, the clash of Portugal and Israel. So this is Shahar Shenhar with a very young team around him.
But a team that he liked. He's happy with his teammates.
And then Marcio Carvalho and Team Portugal. So one of those was going to fall to 3 and 4. Who got to 4 and 3?
Will not see Shahar Shenhar on day 2.
Okay.
Israel is out.
All right.
Portugal moves into the scrum. It's going to be something like 8 out of 12 is I think how it's going to work out.
Right.
They're going to be 12-ish teams sitting on 12 points watching as the 8 fourth seeds are handed out when we reveal all the pools.
My hunch is that they may be in trouble because they were quite low on the totem
Portugal?
pole. Yeah, they were in like the bottom half dozen. Could be a very tight 31, 32, 33 for them. We'll see what happens with that. But a huge match that has come in now. This is one of Chinese Taipei and Spain, the hosts here. One of those is certainly gone. Who's gone?
Antonio Del Moral Leon was not able to defend the home turf.
Okay.
We will not see the home country win. Spain is out.
So will we see Chinese Taipei, a winner, the first ever team to win the World Magic Cup in 2012? Will they make it in? We will find out. So plenty more results still to come. Waiting over in the chairs for us very patiently is a very, very happy member of Team Indonesia.
I'm here with Albert Budi Sanjaya, the captain of the Indonesian national team. We just watched your team beat the United States, and I thought it was very interesting to watch you behind your teammate in that last round, and you had your hand on his shoulder. What were you doing?
I'm just like calming my friend so he wouldn't do any reckless stuff before. And I was like, okay, we already know his hand. And he doesn't have combo, so I just like, come on, calm down, we can win this one. Except he has top deck. We can beat the top deck actually. Anyway, we can beat the top hectic.
So you're just trying to keep him calm so he doesn't do anything
Rash.
Rash.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What's been the Indonesian history with the World Magic Cup?
Last year we go to 3-4 and we are on the conference too, but we lost because my mistake.
Okay.
That time.
So that you're trying to pass that experience on to your teammate.
Yeah. I don't want to move my mistake again here, so I will make. So come on, guys, we can make it actually, especially when we already know his hand and we already know what will he do after this.
Tell me what the Indonesian Magic community is like. What's the Magic community at home?
Actually, it's a growing community right now. Not really so much. It's around 150 right now, maybe. And any people in any city will trying to build the community, so it will go bigger. And we have a vision to have a GP for ourselves. But it's still a long game. But
that's what you want. What would it mean for the Indonesian Magic community if you and your team were to make the top 8 or even, become the World Magic Cup champions?
Maybe it will boost the morale of any players to make recruiting any more new players. So we will have more new players and the community will be growing up and up. So our dream will become true.
How exciting is it to potentially get into day 2 beating a team with as much experience as that United States team?
Sorry?
How exciting, if you're gonna have this kind of big win and in kind of match to face against the United States?
It's really exciting, I think.
Yeah.
Really exciting because it will boost any other morale in Indonesian player. Like you don't need to lose before your match just because your opponent have more experience or more pro players.
Right. You still get to play Magic.
Yeah.
And draw the right cards and play them well.
Yep.
Exactly. Okay. I'm going to let you go celebrate with your team. I know we pulled you away from them before you could fully celebrate. Yeah. So thank you so much for sitting down with us in the chairs, sending it back to the news desk.
Interesting story, Randy. Table 12, which was the last of the IDs, the intentional draw brigade, was the Philippines against Malta. They are serial drawers today. That was their 3rd draw each.
So they're 3-1-3?
Correct.
Only lost once?
Yes.
12 points.
Yes.
So functionally equivalent to 4-3.
Yep.
They're among the dozen teams for 8 spots.
Correct, despite only losing once. So
3-1-3.
That's them.
Malta was one of the new countries this year,
only,
right?
yeah, the 73rd country to be in, and they started off with a draw in limited, which was a surprise. They drew round 1, but so now they are in the mix. 2 more results where we do have a 4-3. We had the matchup between Hungary, who were among the favorites, and Argentina, who were not. Hungary or Argentina?
Argentina wins.
Right. So
Hungary joins. This has been
kind
of a bloody last round.
Right. Gabor Coxis gone.
A lot of sort of name players, ranked players falling to the wayside.
Yep, so we know that Argentina are alive. Whether they're through, we don't know. But we know that Hungary are gone. Another pair up was Norway and the Dominican Republic. So one of these goes to 4-3 in the mix. One of them goes home, 3-4.
Norway goes home.
All right, that was Kenneth Ellingson, has a Grand Prix top 8 to his name, but Norway did not get the job done. Dominican Republic join the mix.
My niece will be very relieved to hear that.
Okay.
She's rooting for Team Dominican Republic.
Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Now, we knew that the winner of Peru and Latvia would be in because they had a draw already. They were on 10 points coming in.
So getting the 13.
Right. Except, by my reckoning, they are the one match that we don't have yet. So potentially
they can't draw each other out.
They draw
right?
each other out. It could be happening right now out beyond the cameras.
Wow, that unintentional draw, that opens a spot up for somebody if it happens.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. And we're also waiting to hear about Australia and Finland.
Rich, I have to ask you a question.
Go on.
About Malta.
Yes.
With their 3 draws.
Yes.
What is the status for Malta right now? Like, where are they at 3-1-3?
Well, we believe they're identical as a 4-3.
Okay.
It's like brown Snetvangers at every Pro Tour. Right? So it's kind of that thing of they started with a draw in limited.
Yep.
And so that obviously puts them behind all the teams that had wins in round one in terms of where the opponent goes. So, it's better than a loss. That Randy's reckoning is that we're close to maybe 8 out of 12 4-3s making it through, and
12 pointers.
12 pointers,
Two of
yes.
whom are 3-1-3s.
Right.
By the way, I have never seen any Magic player as excited about 3 draws as I did the national champion from Malta. He was ecstatic that, again, this is their first World Magic Cup. This is the first time they fielded a team for the World Magic Cup, and felt really excited about coming out of here with a positive record.
Probably making day 2.
Probably making day 2.
As soon as we have the final standings, we will bring you not those, but the 8 sets of 4 teams that will be back tomorrow to do battle. Because if you're used to seeing people at a draft table of 8, and they can only play people within their table, well, this is a really exclusive little sealed deck club we're going to run in the morning, where you just play the 3 teams that are at your table.
Right, we call it a pool, but really it's like a hot tub because it can only seat 4.
It can only seat four teams.
Funny.
What a lovely image that really isn't. We will bring you those as soon as we have them.
And then those pairings it's just round robin.
Correct.
You play everybody else in the pool, and then the top 2 advance to the afternoon.
Right. And remember that if you are a 1 or a 2 seed, 2 and 1 will be enough to get you through. If you are a 3 or a 4 seed, 2 and 1 may not be enough to get you through. Because if it's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and an 0-3, it's the top 2 of the 3 that makes it. That's why seeding's so important. So we'll bring you those in a moment, but I want to widen the discussion because, Randy, you spent the morning in the booth, and we saw a lot of Magic in the limited format that we're coming back to do again tomorrow. What did you take away from the morning spent watching people wrestle with this team sealed format?
I don't know how much of a new revelation this was, so much as a reminder. Team Sealed deck is awesome. Yeah. Team Sealed is just great. 12 booster packs, 3 guys. You've got all the skill testing of trying to figure out, okay, where do we want to allocate our cards? How do we build our 3 best decks? Oh, we've got these gold cards, we've got these rares, we want to sort of play all the good cards, but at the same time, we want the synergies, and it's just, I think that Battle for Zendikar in particular lends itself really nicely to this, because you've got, enough synergy in the set that, you get the 2-color pairs, you're like, well, do we have the black-white life gain deck? Do we not? I also think it's really interesting to see, which color people wind up splitting, because it's pretty much, you wind up with 3 2-color decks. So I was surprised how many people were playing green, how many people were playing red-green in particular. That seemed to be the way a lot of people wound up. Some people were even splitting green. It's not like you...
Seems impossible,
really? Well, the thing is, if you get the Snapping Gnarlid and McKindy Slide Runner deck, you didn't draft those cards over anything else. You just got handed a pile and, oh, look, here's a couple Snapping Gnarlids, here's a couple McKindy Slide Runners. Suddenly, you've got a pretty good red-green aggro deck.
Right, and that green-red landfall aggro deck doesn't really want a lot of the green cards that go wide into the green-black tokens / green-black Eldrazi, green Eldrazi.
4-color allies.
Yeah, we saw very little allies, too. That was the other thing that I found interesting, is that people generally didn't play their allies. They couldn't get a good enough curve. You couldn't get a critical mass. So many of the good allies are 4 and 5 mana that, black-white life gain is great. And, maybe
that's the special one.
And when we opened up a card pool, that was the ally deck we built. Is we had
that one almost feels, is that even an ally deck?
Well, we had 16 or 17 allies.
Sure,
so
it can be. It is fair. But yeah, that Team Sealed is great. That was my lesson from this morning. I just really enjoyed watching everybody and optimizing how does this pool come together, how do we actually get the most out of this weekend.
Along those lines, I thought it was interesting talking to Paulo about the super team house that they had for this. And he talked about the idea that they would build a sealed pool and then swap with the other team. Nice. Take the decks apart and say, how would you build this? And the idea that they were, again, you have these really super talented teams. Oh, yeah. And coming up with very different builds sometimes out of the same cards, right? The debate over optimization, is, there's still that one of the great things about Magic is that you get to build a deck and you get to customize it to suit your play style sometimes, and that you still have that element where players are like, oh no, well this is what we want to do, and this is what we would do, and this is how we would build these decks. And that there was a lot of room within those pools, even when the cards might seem to lend themselves to something fairly obvious.
BDM, when we did our build this morning, we talked about the importance of sideboarding, and we also talked about this idea that one of the reasons that's so important is because it's almost like this mini constructed world where our giant mantises and plummets help defeat blue-white flyers. And
My pathway arrows against your big Eldrazi.
Right, and our fortified ramparts go against your quick deck and so on. How much do you think teams will have learned today about their expectations for what other teams will do tomorrow?
Well, I just look at what Randy just said, where he was talking about how much green he saw. And I had that same experience walking around. I was like, wow, there's a lot of green. I saw a lot of Simic decks. I saw a lot of green-based Converge decks.
Yep.
And I think maybe that might be opposite some of the expectations people might have had coming in, and
so
could
maybe
affect the way people
are going to
building.
main deck their Circle of Protection green.
Yes.
Okay. Well, watch out for that. That's not in Battle for Zendikar. Don't be fooled. All right.
You realize there are people out there who are just going, what is Circle of Protection green? That sounds awesome. I would like to play that. What is that card?
Go and look it up.
Yes.
That's what Gather is for. All right, so that's the limited world. We will then, of course, come back in to this Team Unified Standard. We had Frank Carsten here at lunchtime going through the permutations, but that's all theory. How did it kind of pan out in practice?
I am very surprised that in Frank's overview of this format, he did not cover the Demonic Pact Great Aurora deck.
Was that not one of his key ingredients?
That was
for the
not.
format?
There was no space on the graph for that deck.
Huh.
He did not say anything about playing Ugin's Construct
to blow up
your Demonic Pact because it's a colored permanent when it enters the battlefield. I don't understand.
Maybe he just needed a couple of extra minutes. Maybe it was the next graphic coming up.
There were a lot of things in Standard that we knew were going to be here, and the Atarka Red, nobody got that wrong.
I didn't see a single team without an Atarka Red deck. I mean, it was just ubiquitous.
Yeah.
Which was interesting, and and I think most people knew that coming in, but I also just saw the Atarka Red. It just kept winning. Well, for everyone except Joel Sadowski, somehow. Atarka Red just kept winning, even though it was 33% of the field, and everyone knew it was going to be 33% of the metagame. It was just every team had one, and it was still doing great.
Yeah, and there was no real foil to it necessarily.
Right.
You
kind of have three. You don't know which seat it's going to wind up in. Like, if you knew which seat they were going to put their Atarka Red deck in, yeah, you could line up a true foil, but...
But I'm saying, like Frank said, like Esper Dragons can be, sort of tweaked to be a very good matchup there, but like you don't have the ability to say there isn't that mid-range red deck that preys on the small red deck, like in a lot of traditional environments where the red beatdown deck has done very well.
True. Not a lot of Eldrazi with ramp, which was interesting. There was some, but not a ton. It seemed like most people had sort of Frank's analysis of the format.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of got there, like, okay, Atarka Red, Eldrazi, and then, some Jace deck. But Eldrazi's really bad in this field where there's a Jace deck and an Atarka Red, so something else. It seemed like it turned into Atarka Red, a Jace deck, and then that third spot was the really random one.
Because in a way, what you're saying is that people didn't know necessarily how they could beat Atarka Red, but they did know how they couldn't beat Atarka Red, and that was the Eldrazi ramp deck.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That's why that got sent to the sidelines.
Yeah, that's why you see like the Teamer deck in the hands of Canada and Japan and Brazil.
Apparently didn't do that great. I mean, two of those, half that super team missed day two.
I asked Paul how you feel about the two. He's like, well, I like our red deck and I like our Esper deck. He's not super thrilled with his Teamer deck.
Yeah, some people had Rally in that spot, which made some sense. We did a deck tech with Alexa Tellerov, who had an Elves deck in that spot, sort of an Obs on Elves deck, which is kind of nice to see.
And he's through today too. We'll see some action with that deck tomorrow. He's 4-2-1.
One of the great things about this tournament is the national pride aspect, but the sort of obverse of that is some people care so desperately about wanting to get through and wanting their team. We know there are supporters at home who will be really some combination of upset, mystified, even angry that team, insert name here, of Canada, USA, are not through to day 2, and they'll be saying, how is it possible that the player of the year and a Pro Tour champion and the winner of the largest Magic tournament in history and cannot make it through? So, you know, on the face of it, that's a reasonable question, but we all know, because we've been around the block enough, Magic is a game where it doesn't just work like that for you, and they had a total of 7 rounds. And you were talking to me about Tom Martell, talking about the positioning of the seats and constructed.
I think they were content with their decks. I mean, I don't know if they loved the teamer deck by the end of the day, but they were content with their deck choices, and they felt like they just, if they could have shuffled their A and C seats, if they could just have turned the deck lists in with different seats assigned to them, they felt like, you know, I talked to Tom in particular 3 rounds in, going before that Indonesia match, and they were 1-2, they felt like they would have been 3-0 if they had just switched the A and the C deck. That just the way the matchups played out was not good for them.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that match against Indonesia, just, it seemed like there was no combination of brains trusts on planet Earth that could have sat in those chairs against those cards in that order and had a prayer. There was no win there to be had.
No, those games were not even particularly close. They just got kind of blown out.
You were talking about the emotional investment of some of these teams. I talked to Stepan Stuchik after his team was eliminated. I mean, he was, you know, really crushed, you know, not just for himself personally, obviously trying to get onto the Pro Tour, but, you know, trying to get his teammates onto the Pro Tour, trying not to let the, you know, players in Croatia down. You know, he felt like this real obligation to, you know, very seriously carry the flag forward for them. And it's one of the sort of, you know, thrill of victory, the agony of defeat is one of the things that just makes this such a magnificent tournament.
Well, it is a magnificent tournament, and part of the reason for that is that no one can win it except one team on Sunday. We are down to 32, and it's time now to reveal which 32 teams are still part of the World Magic Cup 2050. It is the $250,000 question. Who is in day 2 of the World Magic Cup? 8 pools, 4 teams each, 4 seeds, 1 to 4. The ones have the best chance of making it through to pool play again, but you have to be in the top 32 to survive day 1. Let's find out who is in day 2 of the World Magic Cup 2015, and we begin with Pool H. So let's take a look. This is our first pool. So the top seed in Pool H will be the 8th seed overall. It's Ukraine, make it through. Our second seed in Pool H is the number 9 overall, and that is Hong Kong. Now, what about our third seed in Pool H? It's Latvia at 24, and that means number 25 is Malta are through in the first. Fantastic. Their first WMC. Randy.
Yeah, I mean, really glad to see Malta through. That's exciting for them. The first time they've competed in this tournament. I look at Hong Kong, and, you know, Li Shijian's probably pretty happy with this pool. These are not the biggest Magic playing names that he's got in front of him on day 2, although he did lose that 1 seed on tiebreakers. 8-9, they were tied, Ukraine and Hong Kong, so a little bit of tiebreakers slid down to the 2 seed. You know, still totally controls his own destiny. 2-1 will be good enough for Hong Kong, but I think they have to be the favorites in that group, in my mind.
Yep. Okay, Brian David Marshall, let's go to Pool G. Who is the top seed there?
Paraguay. Paraguay has the 7th seed. Let's keep going. And we see that we have Turkey in 10th place going into day 2 here. 2nd seed in Pool G. Italy through to day 2. So they're in 23rd place, part of that super team we've talked about with Brazil and Canada. And Australia, Paul Jackson, the Gold Pro, and his team making it through to day 2 here at 26th place. What stands out to you here, Randy?
This whole tournament is awesome. Just so many stories, so many countries sort of getting their chance to shine. And, you know, and top 8 teams are going to all qualify for the Pro Tour too, which is a huge opportunity for, you know, a country like Paraguay. How many PTQs does Paraguay get?
Sure. Right.
This is their big PTQ, their opportunity to get 4 guys onto the Pro Tour, and now they're a 1 seed going into tomorrow.
Okay, let's go to Pool F. The number 1 seed in Pool F is the 6 overall, that is France, Pierre Dajon and team. Next, seed number 2, it's Poland, Maciej Janik, the team captain. 3rd seed in F. The 22nd seed, it's all Europe so far, and who makes it in at number 27? It's the Philippines, who made it here by the skin of their teeth. They had the travel journey from hell to get here. They've made it count. They're back for day 2, Randy.
Yeah, no, that's exciting for them for sure. I look at this and I think about, okay, Jelger Wiegersma in Team Sealed. I would not want to be facing Jelger Wiegersma in a Team Sealed tournament tomorrow morning. That's I think that might be the Netherlands group to lose.
And, you know, hidden in there is Pro Tour top 8 competitor Thomas Hendricks on that team, someone who's won at WMCQ almost every
Great
year
point.
too. You know, so it is they are one of the two player powerhouse teams.
Okay, Pool E, BDM, who have we got?
Let's take a look. Austria, the 5th seed. Singapore in 12th place. Moving on, Serbia, your 28th place seed. That's Aleska Telerov.
Sure.
You were talking to. And finally, in 28th place, Chinese Taipei, looking to become maybe only the 4th team in the history of World Team Competition to win more than one team title.
Yeah, be nice to see if they can make another run.
Yeah, Austria are a really strong team. They've had a terrific day at the office. Let's take you to Pool D then. Number 4 seed overall, but number 1 here is Germany, Christian Seibold and the team in the room where Seibold, where Seibold won. Let's go to our 2nd seed in Pool D. It's Japan, Yuya Watanabe and Kenji Sumura, and that is the first time Japan have made day 2 at the World Magic Cup.
I still can't believe that's possible either, but yeah, there you go.
The 3rd seed in Pool D, it's Mexico, Marcelino Freeman and the team, and the 4th seed in Pool D, it's Greece. They were 32nd last time around before getting to the final. This time, they do it again, the 4th seed in a group.
Right. They barely snuck into the...
Right.
They clawed their way all the way to 2nd.
Yeah, fantastic
This
stuff.
is a tough pool.
That has
got to be the toughest
there.
one we've revealed so far.
I would agree, yeah.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Pool C.
So Pool C has...
Brazil, which is kind of where Paulo put himself. He's like, I think we'll be the third seed, which is the same as being the 1st seed for all intents and purposes here. Moving on, Thailand in 14th place. Keep going. Guatemala through in 19th place, and in 30th place, Argentina squeezes in here.
Get a little Brazil-Argentina rivalry. Yeah, that's a feature match-worthy pairing when that one comes up tomorrow morning.
Get your club songs ready, right? Like,
Absolutely.
There's gonna be some soccer jerseys tomorrow.
Yeah, there is no doubt that Palavida Damarosa, as he would be in many pools, is the best player in that set of 4 teams, for sure. And how much experience will that difference make tomorrow? We'll see. If you are 31 or 32, you are sweating very badly right now.
Or 33, or 34, or 35.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Pool B has in store for us. The number 1 seed in Pool B is Macedonia, the number 2 seed. What a phenomenal appearance by them. They're joined by Iceland with Einar Baldvinsson. Then we have Denmark safely through, this time as a number 3 seed, the defending champions. Who is number 31? It's Scotland making it in at 4 and 3, right at the last. Congratulations to them.
And continuing their streak, they've never missed day 2.
Yeah.
They killed it.
And that...
Oh, God.
And that, moving on, is an all-European group there. Macedonia, Iceland, Denmark, and Scotland.
Gotta like Denmark's chance.
Yes,
Stay
you
alive in
do.
that pool. Yeah.
But what we really need to find out right now is Pool A.
All right.
Who's 30
So
seconds?
we know
Do it.
who's first.
The number 1 overall seed BDM
Yes, it should be Belarus.
Certainly is.
Okay, so what do we get next? Sweden in 16th place with Pro Tour champion Joel Larsson going into Team Sealed. Pretty exciting. Next up, 17th, New Zealand. And then, Rich?
The final team in the World Magic Cup for 2015, the 32nd seed is Chile. Felipe Tapia Becerra makes it through. Belarus, Sweden, New Zealand, and Chile. And those are the 8 pools here at the World Magic Cup. I don't have a final standings right now, so we'll get to that for sure. But Chile will be phenomenally pleased to be in 32nd, and Scotland in as well.
Greece stands out to me.
Right.
29th place, getting through into day 2 again, and we watched them make an impossible run from 32nd place to 2nd place last year. So I'm really excited to see Bill Chronopoulos and the boys, trying to maybe do one better this year, become the 12th team to win a World Magic Cup, World Team title.
Yeah, and Denmark, of course, still potentially in their way somewhere down the line. But you have to look at those top 2, Randy, and say that Belarus and Macedonia, what an incredible day for them.
Oh, yeah, just a great day. But they've got work to do tomorrow morning. It doesn't matter. I mean, that 1 seed only helps you if it's a tie for advancement. You got to win some matches.
I have the information for you.
Okay.
The 3 teams that missed out.
3 missed on breakers.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Portugal.
Okay.
Dominican Republic. And the team that beat USA, Indonesia.
Oh! They beat the Americans and then missed on tiebreakers.
Finished 33rd.
Wow.
Magic is an amazing game, but it can also be a cruel mistress, and that is a heartbreaker for Indonesia. Commiserations to them. You beat 3 of the best players in the world, and it isn't enough. Wow. On that note, it is time to take a breath, and it is time for the end of day wrap. Hello everyone, welcome to the end of day wrap here on day 1 of the World Magic Cup. Rich Hagan alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall. I've got irrelevant information, you've got relevant information, namely the top 32 teams that advanced. What a day we've had.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. It's been, we've seen a lot of, powerhouse teams fall by the wayside. We saw USA get eliminated in the last round. We heard about Canada getting eliminated. Hungary, teams that we really expected. But you know what, there's some real big surprises at the top.
Yeah, there certainly are. So we have 32 teams coming back tomorrow in 8 pools of 4 teams. And basically, if you're on the same record as another team in the group, whoever has the highest seed coming in advances after 3 rounds. We're going back to Team Sealed, Battle for Zendikar, Team Sealed, 12 boosters, 3 decks. And then in the afternoon, what happens?
3 rounds of Team Unified Standard, same decks, in the same seats, but not necessarily the same pilot sitting in those seats.
Right, so they could switch their coach out.
Yes.
But again, all 4 members of the team must play tomorrow at some point.
Sure.
If you advance to the top 16.
If you advance to top 16, yeah.
All right, so why don't we get onto the board and walk you through then the 8 pools as they stand, because we've just unveiled them. Now's a chance to get a little look at them, a little closer look. So why don't we get to the board and have a look at our 8 pools. So let's see what we've got. Here's Pool A. Belarus, Sweden, New Zealand, and Chile. The big standout story, the #1 overall seed, it's Belarus.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Belarus and Macedonia were pacing the field after 5 rounds. I don't, not someone you were expecting to be sitting at the top. You might expect a New Zealand with, a Platinum Pro, or Sweden with a Platinum Pro.
Jason Chung and Joe Larson. Belarus's entire lifetime Pro Tour experience is 8 matches and 1 match win.
Wow, so that's 1 and 7.
1 and 7 on day 1 of Khans of Tarkir, between the 4 of them.
Yeah.
And here they are, the #1 seed overall.
Even the Chilean team, you got the former Rookie of the Year on the Chilean team, so there's a lot of experience hunting down Belarus here, chasing them down on day 2.
Yeah, but brilliant job by Belarus. Let's look at Pool B then. Next up, it's our 2 seed. That's Macedonia, Iceland, Denmark, and Scotland, an all-European group. And again, Macedonia, amazing story.
I had a conversation with Martin Anik we did a little sideline interview after they had gone 5-0-1 and kind of knew they had locked up a top seed for the top 32. And he said, I don't believe anyone in this room has played more Magic than our team in advance of this tournament. He's like, that's all we've been doing. Felt really confident, really excited, and was very emotionally moved to be through to day 2. A big step for Macedonia, but there's something that stands out there to me, and that's Denmark.
Yep, absolutely. They're back, the defending champions. They're the 3 seed, so they may need 3-0 tomorrow, may need 2-1, we'll see. And Scotland make it in. Well done to the kilted team, Stephen Murray and the boys, Vaughan Swift amongst them. Great job. Pool C, who have we got? We've got Brazil, Thailand, Guatemala, Argentina, and that geographically is quite an interesting little group.
Yeah, a number of South American teams, the Thai team in a great spot in the second seed in the pool, but the thing that really stands out here is the tournament experience of Paulo Vitor Damarosa. His umpteen top 8s, a Hall of Famer, and someone who's been working with his young and experienced team took them to this sort of magic camp with multiple Pro Tour champions and Hall of Famers and Player of the Year, and so just has them ready and raring to go. And I think if I'm Thailand, Guatemala, Argentina, I'm looking at Paulo like, okay, hopefully we don't have to play them with everything on the line.
Yes, we'd like to go 2-1, and if they're 3-0, that's okay, because that will advance me. Pool D then, here we go. It's the 4th overall seed heading them. This is Christian Seibold captaining Germany, then the super team of Japan. And this arguably is the best team on paper that is still in the tournament. Because
they might have been the best team on paper at the start of the tournament.
Right, but almost certainly now.
Yes.
They are so stacked. Kenji Samura, Ryoichi Tamada, of course you've got Yuya Watanabe, as the big 3 there. Mexico are comfortably through with Marcelino Freeman. And I know that you're very much paying attention to last year's beaten finalists, Greece.
Yeah, Bill Chronopoulos, was the captain last year, fought his way onto the team this year at the WMCQ. Super excited for them. And they were in worse shape last year. They were in 32nd place, so looking forward to seeing them. And by the way, so Germany's team captain, Christian Seibold, is it this very room?
This actual room. He won the Grand Prix in Barcelona with the 2 Grafensteiner brothers.
Yeah.
Yep, he has good memories of this room, just like Alexander Hayne does.
Better memories of this room maybe than Alexander Hayne has right now.
Sure, Canada, one of the big teams that did not make it through. Let's take a look at Pool E then, and we give you Austria, Singapore, Serbia, and Chinese Taipei, the first World Magic Cup champions.
Yeah, we talked about Denmark earlier, Chinese Taipei. I talked to Wang Hashani, he said 3 years ago, he was home watching the World Magic Cup, and he's like, man, I'd like to do that. That's pretty exciting that Chinese Taipei won the World Magic Cup. You know what? I think I would like to be a top-level pro from Chinese Taipei. And it was really inspiring for him to come here. And, here they are, they got a little bit of work to do in their pool. They probably, need to 3-0 to guarantee themselves, advance to top 16. Yep. And Alexei Telerov of Team Serbia, we met him at the Mox earlier this year, came in, did a deck tech with us for his Obzon Elves deck.
Right, okay. So Austria, the number 1 seeds there. Pool F comes up next. It's the 6 overall. So you've got France, Poland, the Netherlands, and the Philippines. It's the number 3 seed that stands out in that group.
Absolutely. Jelger Wiegersma, the Hall of Famer. Thomas Hendricks, the Pro Tour top 8 competitor. Another thing that does stand out here for me, by the way, is we've already talked about the 2 of the 3 previous WMC winners. We talked about Denmark, we talked about Chinese Taipei. The other team that has won this tournament before is France. So all 3 teams that have won the World Magic Cup are in play to become the first 2-time World Magic Cup champion.
Yeah, and France in the best position of the 3.
The best position of the 3, absolutely.
A 1-3 and a 4.
Yeah, Pierre Dejean there. As the 6th seed.
All right, and well done to Maciej Janik, captain of the Polish team. They've done very well to be a 2 seed. What about Pool G then? Top seed will be the number 7 overall. A real sort of mixed bag here. You just apparently have to end in Y. Paraguay, Turkey, Italy, and Australia have made it through. Italy, I guess they'll be pleased just to be through, but it looked like they were going to be pace setting and are just quietly in the mix, as it's turned out.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you're below the halfway mark in your pool, you're going to be nervous. Again, we talk about it time and time again about seeding mattering. So, this is going to be a little upsetting, in terms of, okay, we've got to really work hard. But, again, this is a team with two powerhouse players in Marco Camerluzzi and Andrea Mengucci, and two young players. I've been calling them the two-headed giant because they basically alternated being on and off, and they were kind of like playing together. It's like, okay, you guys focus on this match until one of us is done.
It's worth remembering also that a lot of these 3 seeds intentionally drew the last round, knowing that exactly this could happen and deciding that it was more important to be in for certain and not risk being part of the 4-3 heartbreak. So fair enough, but this is what happens. That was an intentional draw. That means a 3rd seed for Italy. What about Pool H, our last seed? Who was number 8? It's Ukraine, Hong Kong, Latvia, with Andre Prost as the captain, and Malta. And what a terrific story Malta is.
Yeah, this is their first swing at the World Magic Cup. Malta has not been a team represented here before. They are through into day 2 with a 3-1-3 record. I've never seen somebody so happy for 3 draws as the national champion from Malta.
Only 2 teams lost less than Malta today. Right? I mean, there was 5-0-2, 5-0-2 for Macedonia and Belarus.
And of course, Li Shijian, Hong Kong there, in great shape in this pool.
All right. So tomorrow we come back. Those 32 teams do battle within their pool. They play 1 against 2, 3 against 4, 1 against 3, 2 against 4, and finally top plays bottom, and the middle 2 go at it. That's the same both in the morning and the afternoon. We come back with Team Sealed. Then we move into Team Unified Standard. And if we're still standing after all that, 8 teams come back on Sunday, and we stick with Standard?
We are. We're going to stay with Team Unified Standard, and we're going to play, in a more traditional bracket. One will play 8, etc. Elimination of the teams. The teams will play again, best 2 of 3, best 2 of 3. But what's really important to note is in the past, we've done this as a part of Worlds Week, combined with the World Championship. Now those tournaments have been separated, let to stand on their own. And that means we have enough time on Sunday to show you quarterfinal 1, quarterfinal 2, quarterfinal 3, quarterfinal 4, have some lunch, semifinal 1, semifinal 2, and of course, the finals. So lots of magic coming your way on Sunday, lots of Unified Standard, and a potential 4th World Magic Cup champion, or possibly one of 3 chances to have a repeat World Magic Cup champion with Denmark, Chinese Taipei, and France all through into day 2 here.
USA, gone. Canada, gone. Macedonia and Belarus on top of the Magic World. How crazy is day 2 going to get? You know where to come to find out. For Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall, all the team here at Wizards of the Coast, we'll see you tomorrow.